Chapter 1. Princess Duanping. In the early years of the Eastern Han Dynasty, after enduring a grueling 12-year conflict with the Xiongnu, the Han court was utterly drained, both physically and emotionally. The national treasury had been thoroughly depleted by the demands of the front lines, and the agricultural yield had suffered significantly due to the absence of able-bodied men. Upon receiving the news of the cessation of hostilities, the populace collectively exhaled in relief, and many women, eagerly awaiting the return of their husbands, wiped away their tears and prepared themselves for reunion. Yet the atmosphere within the palace was far less jubilant than that in the outside world. The noble women, particularly those with daughters, were engulfed in despair, fearful of presenting their princesses before the emperor, for the rare peace between the two nations had been procured at the price of an unreasonable demand from the Xiongnu chieftain. Princess Lu Rui, the eighth daughter of Emperor Jing of Han, was 20 years old and had been in mourning for 4 years. She led a life of austere simplicity within the princess residence, as tranquil and stagnant as a still pond, seemingly detached from the world beyond. Little did she anticipate that the Xiongnu's request for a Han princess in marriage would draw her father's attention toward her, a widow. "Mother, I would rather spend my life in the princess residence. Please beseech father on my behalf." Lu Rui wept bitterly, burying her face in her mother, Lady Zhao's, embrace, her sorrow surpassing even that of her husband's passing. The chamber was filled with the echoes of grief, steeped in sorrow that felt discordant with the outside world. What mother could bear to send her already sorrowful daughter into a distant marriage? Lady Zhao, equally distraught, held her unfortunate daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Your father is left with no choice. The Xiongnu have made it clear that they demand a royal princess. If we were to select a noble woman from the clan, it might lead to further discord. I'm already a widow. Should I remarry? Even if it were to a minor official, it would be bearable. But to be sent away in a political marriage? Is that not a disgrace to the Han?" Lu Rui clutched her handkerchief, trembling uncontrollably, evoking deep sympathy. "The Xiongnu are accustomed to sons inheriting their father's wives. They would hardly disdain you for being a widow." At that moment, a young woman entered from outside the chamber, her beauty striking yet laced with a hint of cunning. Her sharp voice delivered a biting remark that even the usually gentle Lady Zhao could not ignore, rising to point an accusing finger at her. "What right do you have to speak here? Have all you palace attendants perished, allowing this insolent woman to enter? Get out!" The audacious intruder was Yanzhi, a favored concubine of Emperor Jing, who, relying on her youth and favor, exhibited her arrogance towards Lady Zhao, who was now aged and faded, especially as her daughter was overlooked and unvalued in the court. "I came here to congratulate you, yet you respond with such venom? Your daughter, a widow, is fortunate to possess such a dowry for a marriage many would consider it a blessing to be the principal wife, yet she weeps and wails, oblivious to the hardships endured by the entire court to facilitate her departure. Originally, Emperor Chongjing sought to spare the princess, who was to be married off for peace, from feeling wronged that he intended to bestow upon her a dowry befitting that of an empress, thereby ensuring a lasting tranquility between the Han and the Xiongnu. However, after years of turmoil left the imperial treasury depleted, the Han court was unable to provide such wealth and resources. Consequently, expenses for the numerous palace maidens were curtailed, inciting discontent and envy from Lady Guan. In a fit of anger, Lady Zhao threatened to strike Lady Guan, but a voice of authority rang out from outside the door, laced with indignation. "If you are envious, then bear a daughter yourself. I shall marry her to a Xiongnu, and if you cannot produce one, I will wed you off to some minor kingdom." Silence fell over the hall as Lady Guan collapsed at Emperor Changjing's feet, trembling uncontrollably. Her earlier bravado vanished. The emperor cast a disdainful glance at her, kicking her to the ground, and commanded, "Take her away." Such insolence! He then supported Lady Zhao, moving to sit before Lu Rui, gently resting a hand on her still quaking shoulders, his eyes reflecting a mixture of compassion and helplessness. Concealed as he lowered his gaze, Zhuaner. How long had it been since she heard her father call her by her childhood name? Lu Rui could not suppress her tears, crawling to Emperor Chongjing and bowing repeatedly. "Father, I beseech you not to marry your daughter off. I would rather remain a widow for life. I do not wish. Do you think anyone desires this?" Emperor Changjing interrupted her lament, struggling to calm his breath. After a pause, he sighed heavily. Zhuaner, you have an elder sister who is a mother, and a younger sister still in her infancy. It is time for you to seek a husband as well. A father has his own concerns. Just because others have not remained widows, must I suffer? My husband has died, and now I am to be given to the Xiongnu. This burden falls solely upon me, sparing other daughters from such a fate. Lu Rui, emboldened by an unknown courage, sat up straight and boldly retorted to her father, causing Lady Zhao to hastily pull her down to kneel, pleading for forgiveness. Emperor Changjing gazed incredulously at his once demure daughter, who bore such a fierce demeanor. Was this truly his gentle Zhuaner, resembling her mother? Her earlier expression, so akin to that of a warrior, he raised a cup of water and drank deeply, lost in thought. After a lengthy silence, he patted his knee and declared, "Liar, you are destined to be an empress. Your father will prepare the most splendid dowry for your grand wedding." Ultimately, Lu Rui was to be married, though the emperor's disposition had shifted slightly. He lavished praise and affection upon Lady Zhao and made every effort to minimize the expenses within the palace, reserving all the finest treasures for his daughter, Lu Rui. The title of princess soon became known throughout the realm. Yet Lu Rui appeared to have resigned herself to her fate, languishing in the princess residence, indifferent to worldly affairs. She ate and drank as usual, awaiting her fate as if she were livestock offered in sacrifice to the Xiongnu chieftain. Perhaps this was indeed her destined path. As the wedding day drew nearer, the Xiongnu emissaries pressed for her arrival time and again. Lu Rui found it amusing. What benefit could there possibly be in their frenzied eagerness to wed a widow? Is it merely for her modest dowry? Such trinkets cannot be transformed into weapons, nor can they accompany a steed ultimately. They amount to naught but the acquisition of an empty shell. Emperor Changjing has assigned her 8 scholarly officials and 2 maidservants. Chiua, already in the service of Lu Rui, and Sini, fluent in the Xiongnu tongue, will ensure the princess is well attended. In addition to ceremonial adornments, silks, and various utensils and medicinal herbs, a considerable assortment of dried fruits, seeds, books, and spices were meticulously packed into lacquered boxes that it took several months to prepare everything, filling the Han Palace treasury to the brim, awaiting the journey northward with their mistress. Before her marriage, Lu Rui entered the palace once more, noticeably calmer than before, holding her mother's hand in silence, refraining from tears or outbursts. This only deepened Madame Zhao's sorrow as she gently caressed the dull corners of her daughter's eyes. His Majesty has been visiting frequently, sharing much about that Xiongnu chieftain. That Nail, the chieftain, is said to be a wise ruler, valiant and astute, reportedly possessing a handsome and amiable appearance, well loved by his people. You shall not be wronged in your marriage. Mother, I understand regardless of what that chieftain may be like, to me, it is all the same. I accept my fate. Her voice, drifting into Madame Zhao's ear, was utterly despondent. In that moment, Lu Rui resembled a marionette, her heart ashen, awaiting the moment she is led to the altar. At last, on an auspicious day in early autumn, a grand procession awaited outside the palace gates. Lu Rui, clad in ceremonial attire, bid her final farewell to her father and mother. Chapter 2. The path of marriage. Draped in a flowing gown of dark fabric and adorned with a golden crown, Lu Rui donned this bridal attire for the second time. The first occasion had been marked by her radiant smile as she wed the esteemed consort chosen by her father, the emperor. Yet now, tears streamed down her face as she embarked on the irreversible journey northward. Lady Zhao, her mother, had no other children besides her. Supported by palace attendants, she wept inconsolably. In the distance, her father, the emperor, stood on the high dais of the grand hall, his visage somewhat obscured. Lu Rui approached the steps leading to the hall, bowing deeply to Emperor Changjing. Tears soaked her sleeves, and after a prolonged silence, she managed to utter, "Father, I must depart." At that moment, the emperor was forced to cast aside his paternal sorrow and, with the solemnity befitting a ruler, gestured with his heavy court robes, bidding her farewell. "Go, take care on your journey," he said, though his heart ached with the knowledge of all he owed her, his beloved daughter. In addition to the procession escorting the princess, there were 2 military commanders and 3,000 soldiers accompanying her, alongside the lavish bridal procession and dowry. They set forth at dawn, and it was not until dusk that they finally exited the city gates. As Lu Rue sat in the carriage, lifting the curtain to glance back, the slowly closing gates vanished from sight, yet she could almost hear the resounding thud of their closure, as if shattering her very heart. Her father no longer wished for her, and the Han dynasty had forsaken her. Xiongnu and Xne, by her side, longed to weep yet refrained from doing so. They offered her warm soup, incessantly urging her, "Princess, such a grand display and treatment is something even the Empress does not receive. Does His Majesty's regard and remorse for you require further mention? Take heart, Princess." Lu Rue dabbed her tears with a handkerchief, her golden branches and silver leaves swaying with the jolt of the carriage, producing a delicate and extravagant sound. "You need not persuade me, while reason may dictate one thing. I am no stone-hearted. What manner of place is the Xiongnu? It is akin to entering a den of wolves, a one-way journey from which there is no return. How can I find solace?" At this, her two maidservants could offer no further words, and instead assisted her in shedding her ceremonial attire and crown, changing into a more comfortable deep garment. They presented her with venison jerky and vegetable sauce, knowing that in the months to come, she would not have the luxury of warm meals. During the several months' journey from Chang'an to the heart of Xiongnu territory, Lu Rue would spend her days confined within the carriage. Though spacious and equipped with all the necessities, it could not compare to the comforts of a palace residence. Meals were seldom warm, and while the initial autumn chill allowed for some comfort in consuming cold food, the impending cold would surely bring discomfort. The 8-horse carriage advanced steadily, allowing for restful nights, yet Lu Rue, consumed by sorrow, found it impossible to close her eyes. This burden fell heavily upon Xiongnu and Xine, who remained vigilant at her side, occasionally wiping her tears. With the sound of hooves and rolling wheels in her ears, Lu Rue opened her eyes to the bright daylight. Xiongnu brought her warm water and millet porridge, preparing her for the day. "Princess, we are now at the outskirts of Chang'an. The accompanying general has informed us that at this pace, we shall reach Luoyang in 3 days, where we will pause for a day's respite. You may bathe and stretch, else you shall feel stifled within the carriage." Having accompanied Lu Rue since childhood, Xiongnu spoke with a more casual ease compared to Xine. Lu Rue remained silent, indifferently picking at her porridge, and through the gap in the carriage curtain, she gazed outside, knowing she would no longer behold the beautiful landscapes of Chang'an. Upon arriving in Luoyang, Lu Rue, with the assistance of Xiongnu, dismounted from the carriage and was escorted into a relatively impressive residence. General Zhao Bang approached, bowing respectfully, clad in his formidable military garb. "Your Highness, this is the official residence of the prefect of Luoyang. Before your departure tomorrow, you may rest here, though I kindly request that you do not leave the premises." Lu Rue nodded in acknowledgement, gracefully strolling through the courtyard, admiring the surroundings. Indeed, this residence's layout was more exquisite than that of my own princess's palace. While the journey to the marriage alliance allowed her to find solace in the official residence, local officials were prohibited from meeting her, and all family members were advised to refrain from any formalities. The house had been adorned with brand new furnishings and decorations, striving to ensure Lu Rue felt neither dissatisfied nor wronged. After bathing and refreshing herself, dinner was prepared and compared to the fare on the carriage. The offerings here were decidedly more refined: sliced fish, tender pork, and an array of fresh seasonal vegetables. Perhaps due to the invigorating bath, Lu Rue's appetite was excellent, and she generously shared much of the food with her attendants, rewarding them for the arduous months ahead. Seeing her unusually undisturbed demeanor, Xiongnu and Xine sighed in relief and assisted her to bed early. In her dreams, Lu Rue encountered her father, who looked down upon her from the lofty hall with an expression of cold indifference and disdain, dismissing her with a harsh farewell. She also saw her mother, sitting alone in her palace, devoid of any attendants, the chrysanthemum soup she cherished long since turned cold by the chilling breeze. Furthermore, she dreamt of her deceased husband, who once treated her with utmost respect, yet had abandoned her, leaving behind only a cold coffin. Awakening in tears, Xiongnu and Xian were by her side, wiping away her tears and lighting soothing incense. Your Highness, can you awaken? It is still deep in the night. Let's first have some water. Liu Hui, in a daze, took a while to remember she was en route to her marriage alliance, and sorrow overwhelmed her, prompting her to bury her face in the quilt and weep heartily, ultimately exhausting herself into a shallow sleep of 2 hours. The following day, feeling unwell, Lu Rue was assisted into the carriage but remained motionless, leaning against the wall in a stupor. Qiu Yu's concern grew so intense that blisters formed at the corners of her mouth, and Lu Rue, in a feeble manner, offered her a few words of comfort, prompting Qiu Yu to weep quietly within the carriage. The journey continued through the northern territories, Jinsheng and Shuafang, with an imposing entourage. Often, the princess's carriage would traverse a hill while the bridal procession lagged behind at its base, the grand procession gradually moving towards the boundary between Han territory and the Xiongnu. As dusk fell, General Zhao Bang reported to Lu Rue in the carriage, "Your Highness, I have successfully escorted you to the border of our Han realm. Beyond lies the territory of the Xiongnu. Tomorrow, a commander from the Xiongnu will escort you further. My duties conclude here." His robust and powerful voice resonated through the curtains of the carriage, prompting Lu Rue to sigh deeply and emerge from the vehicle. She surveyed the northern landscape, distinct from that of the Central Plains. At this time, it was late autumn, having recently experienced a light snowfall. The chilling winds of the north filled her sleeves, while the setting sun painted her elongated silhouette in hues of crimson. General Zhao lowered his head, maintaining a military stance, deliberately avoiding gazing upon her beautifully illuminated profile. How far remains from here to the Xiongnu's chieftain's tribe? Lu Rue lifted her gaze to behold a flock of migratory birds heading southward, only to soon notice a solitary wild goose trailing behind. Zhao Bang bowed and replied that there remained over 100 miles to traverse. The journey had begun with 200 miles, culminating in a total of 300 miles. This expedition would undoubtedly require 3 months, and, at the current pace, it would take at least 80 days. After Zhao Bang's response, an extended silence ensued, leaving him unable to fathom the princess's thoughts. Undoubtedly, they were filled with poignant sorrow. A woman who has lost her husband, forced into marriage in a foreign land, has endured nearly 2 months of jostling in a carriage, witnessing her surroundings become increasingly unfamiliar. While ahead loomed the despairing abyss of a tiger's den. What helplessness and desolation she must feel, yet no one could assist her. Only watch as she was escorted toward an even more distant precipice. 300 miles of arduous travel, 80 days and nights toward the frigid north. The lone goose still competed with the autumn breeze, while the fallen sparrow, its wings broken, drowned in the dark pool. Even she, who seldom composed poetry, found herself penning a heart-wrenching quatrain in her despondency. Lu Rue pressed her lips tightly together, her shoulders trembling slightly, astonished that she could still shed tears after such a journey. Supporting her descent from the carriage beneath the autumn moon, Zhao Bang quickly stepped aside, following the princess. Awaiting her commands, Lu Rue gazed upward at the darkening sky, where the solitary wild goose continued its determined flight. With reddened eyes, she approached an open space and bowed deeply to the south, her attendants and generals following suit. Chapter 3. The chieftain tears fell directly onto the cold earth, and Lu Rue lingered, reluctant to rise. I shall depart. This may be my final farewell to the grandeur of the Han. This is also my last bow to my father, the emperor. I beseech my parents to take care. Behind her, muffled sobs emerged. She was not alone in her inability to return to the Han. Che, Sini, and the scholars and imperial physicians, once they crossed into the realm of the Xiongnu, would never have the chance to return. Hearing the princess's lamentations, they too felt a pang of sorrow, weeping as they bowed toward the capital. As dawn broke, the carriages reached the border, and when Lu Rue finally glimpsed the large contingent from the Xiongnu side in the distance, an acute sense of anxiety enveloped her. Gripping Chiyue and Sini's hands until her knuckles turned white, she found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Your Highness, we humbly escort Princess Duanping and wish her eternal peace and boundless longevity. The warriors' voices resonated through the air, not only expressing their respect for the princess, but also asserting the might of the Han, ensuring the northern tribes recognized that the Han's princess was a treasure beyond measure. As the carriage moved forward, the Xiongnu envoys approached Lu Rui's vehicle, delivering a lengthy address in their language. Cinny listened intently and reported back to Lu Rui, conveying their words of welcome for the princess, expressing gratitude and anticipation for her arrival, as the chieftain had awaited her for quite some time. Cinny's grandfather and uncles were seasoned warriors, and under their guidance, she had become proficient in the Xiongnu language and well-versed in their customs. Lu Rui's interaction with the chieftain would hinge upon her expertise. Lu Rui refrained from personally greeting the envoy, instructing Cinny to respond briefly. Moments later, a large contingent led the caravan northward into the heart of the desert, surrounded by towering Xiongnu warriors, with only a handful of companions by her side. Lu Rui felt her composure wane. Although peace talks had commenced, she had grown up hearing tales of the Xiongnu's ferocity and brutality. Suddenly encircled, the color drained from her face, and it was only with the comforting presence of Yu and Xi that she found some solace. The envoys sent to greet her had never witnessed such a lavish wedding procession. They shouted loudly in admiration of the grandeur of the Han and the nobility of the princess. Xi, aware of Lu Rui's trepidation, gently reassured her that the Xiongnu meant no harm, their loud voices merely a reflection of their exuberance. Xi was a delicate beauty with soft eyes and elegantly arched brows, her gentle demeanor hard to reconcile with her heritage as the daughter of a martial family, where she had honed her skills to rival any man's. The moment she stepped onto the training grounds, she transformed, exhibiting strength that far surpassed her frail father. With Xi's soothing words, Lu Rui managed to breathe a sigh of relief. The attitude of the envoys often mirrored the sentiments of their leader. If, as Xi suggested, they were indeed pleased with her arrival, perhaps she would not face undue hardship. The harsh winds of the desert howled, and the princess's carriage was draped with thick cotton curtains, while a warm charcoal stove provided a measure of comfort within. Yet, the relentless wind kept Lu Rui awake at night. Peering through a slight opening in the curtain, she observed snowflakes being blown horizontally, the canvas tents around them rustling in the gusts, accompanied by eerie sounds that she suspected might be wolves. In such adverse conditions, the pace of their journey slowed significantly, taking an entire month to finally reach the Chanyu's tribe. When Xi informed Lu Rui of their imminent arrival, she was combing her hair, and upon realizing that the culmination of her 3-month journey was within reach, she felt dizzy and had to brace herself against the dressing table, gasping for breath. Alarmed, Yu and Xi rushed to soothe her, even bringing out Sehexiang to calm her nerves. "Tonight, we shall rest here," Xi said, continuing to braid Lu Rui's hair. "Tomorrow morning, the Chanyu himself will come to welcome you." The envoys outside declare him the most handsome man among the Xiongnu, a noble ruler chosen by the heavens. "You should rest well, princess." Lu Rui remained expressionless, clutching her silk handkerchief, embroidered with the character Duan, indicative of her name. Duan Ping, a reflection of her father's hope that she would embody grace and tranquility. Yet, she found herself questioning whether her composure might lead to a life filled with sorrow and hardship. Before dawn, Yu roused Lu Rui, reminding her that adorning her ceremonial attire would require at least an hour, and that she must eat something, even if it meant forcing herself. As she applied powder and rouge, Lu Rui reflected on her appearance, noting with a tinge of sadness that she had lost considerable weight over the past 3 months. Behind her, Yu glanced at the mirror before silently lowering her gaze to style Lu Rui's hair, securing a delicate headpiece in place. As the first light broke, an envoy outside called out loudly, and Xi reported that the Chanyu awaited them ahead. The princess may disembark now. Lu Rui was still striving to adjust her emotions when a sudden call in Chinese resonated from afar. "Yanzhi, my Yanzhi, please come out." The voice startled Lu Rui, while Xingyi exchanged puzzled words with the envoy, her face lighting up with surprise. "Princess, The envoy mentioned that the chanyu has specially learned Chinese to welcome you. It seems he is indeed a benevolent man. This remark eased Lu Rui's tension slightly. After closing her eyes to steady herself, she leaned on Qiuyue and gracefully emerged from the carriage, greeted by the first rays of sunlight she had witnessed since arriving in the Xiongnu territory. There, the chanyu stood on the expansive snowy plain, accompanied by his women, sons, and all his generals, eagerly awaiting the long-anticipated arrival of the Han princess. The woman who stepped down from the carriage, supported by her maid, embodied every expectation he had harbored about a Han princess. Beautiful, dignified, serene, and elegant, adorned in exquisite garments and resplendent jewelry. Her golden crown and earrings shimmered with each step she took, shattering the dawn's light, which was more dazzling than the starry sky. In such brilliance, her visage bloomed like a sea of spring flowers, rendering the entire Yanzhi mountain pale and colorless in comparison. It was unfathomable that any man would forsake such a woman, choosing death over her. Standing on the carriage platform, Lu Rui's face flushed crimson, not from shyness, but rather from the piercing gaze of the man nearby. Was he regarding her as mere plaything? His unabashed scrutiny felt as crude as selecting fabric, utterly disrespectful and vulgar. However, he was the chanyu of the Xiongnu, her destined husband. Liu Hui composed herself, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves as she was assisted down from the carriage. She refrained from approaching him immediately, allowing the accompanying scholar to engage in preliminary exchanges with the Chanyu's generals before she turned to inform the princess. Princess, the Xiongnu are prepared to welcome you. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Rui was guided by Xingyi and Qiuyue towards the Chanyu. Her gaze lowered as she walked, deliberately avoiding his direct face. This demeanor stirred the Chanyu's emotions. What a demure and tender woman she was, truly deserving of her title as a Han princess, even her stride exuding grace. Lost in a blend of anxiety and disdain, a large hand suddenly appeared before her. The Chanyu, eager to take her hand. Lu Rui hesitated, but ultimately extended her hand. Feeling the strength of his grip, which was almost painful, her brows furrowed, and her head dropped even lower. Was this forceful grip intended to intimidate her? Chapter 4. The ceremony. The Chanyu had no intention of intimidating her. He was simply overjoyed to see his long-awaited Yanzhi and was unprepared for the fragility of the Han princess. Ignorantly, he continued to hold her hand, saying, "Yanzhi, why don't you look up at me?" Lu Rui's expression stiffened, still caught in his grasp, compelling her to reluctantly meet his gaze. It must be said, the Chanyu was indeed handsome. Though he had reached the age of 36, his piercing eagle-like eyes and sharp features radiated a striking presence. Yet after that fleeting glance, Lu Rui lowered her head once more, leaving the Chanyu with a sense of regret. Such a beautiful woman should raise her face for him to admire, rather than fixate on the ground. Nevertheless, there was a more pressing ceremony at hand, and he was not overly concerned about the moment. The chieftain led Lu Rui to a nearby altar, leaving his retinue waiting below. Lu Rui was perplexed by his intentions. Although it was referred to as an altar, it bore nothing but a crude platform and a chilling short whip. Xiongnu's gaze was filled with vigilance, for according to her understanding of Xiongnu customs, there was no ritual pertaining to the initial marriage of a royal consort. After a brief exchange with the Xiongnu officials, she suspected that these individuals were merely attempting to impose difficulties upon them. The Xiongnu explained that since the royal consort was a princess of the Han, her status was not that of an ordinary woman, as she was deemed a hero chosen by the heavens. It followed that she should also be recognized as the mother of the earth by the celestial powers. Only through the completion of this ritual, acknowledged by the heavens, could Lu Rui truly be regarded as a Xiongnu royal consort, given that she was already a princess sent to forge an alliance. Could she not be considered a royal consort? Xiongnu retorted loudly, inciting the ire of the Xiongnu leaders. The ritual was deemed imperative, otherwise, the Xiongnu people would not recognize this royal consort. What kind of ritual could it be? The altar was devoid of any offerings. Autumn Moon, listening to Xiongnu's words, grew anxious. Just as she sought answers, a piercing cry erupted from the altar. The chieftain grasped the whip, While nearby, Lu Rue knelt, curled up and trembling, a look of agony etched upon her face that left all the princesses in attendance in disbelief. Had they lost their minds? To publicly whip a newly arrived Han princess was a flagrant affront to the Han, with no intent for negotiation. How could they deceitfully lure the princess here? The princess of the Han royal family was not someone they could humiliate. Autumn Moon's furious shouts were suppressed by a few Xiongnu leaders, her rage falling on deaf ears, akin to the cawing of crows. Heroine, lacking the same fervor as Autumn Moon, managed to retain her composure and attempted to reason with the leaders in their tongue. Just as the debate reached a fever pitch, another crack of the whip echoed from the altar, accompanied by Lu Rue's cry, igniting an uproar among the Han officials below. Lu Rue, caught off guard by the chieftain's intention as he raised the whip, was engulfed by pain as darkness enveloped her vision. She knelt on the ground, shoulders hunched, overwhelmed by disbelief. Had she truly been struck? On this altar, by the hands of the Xiongnu chieftain? Autumn Moon's voice rang out in protest. But Lu Rue was drowned in pain and humiliation, unable to comprehend her surroundings. Before she could raise her head, the whip struck down again. She had never anticipated the sound that escaped her lips, and despite the tears that had flowed during her journey, not a single tear fell now. Her features twisted in anguish, her voice hoarse. In the territory of the Xiongnu, faced with the imposing figures of the leaders, the Han officials could not stir the waters of fate. Heroine and Autumn Moon were forcibly held down, only able to hear the relentless crack of the whip from the altar. Yet Lu Rue's cries had ceased. She refused to cry out. Her initial cries were mere reflexes to the sudden pain. The dignity of a Han princess forbade her from weeping before the Xiongnu, forbade her from presenting herself in a demeaned state for their amusement. As the chieftain mercilessly lashed her, she gritted her teeth, lacking the strength to rise and resist. The thick, deep robe was torn apart, leaving Lu Rue's flesh marred with unknown depths of wounds. Her previously dignified and towering hairstyle lay in disarray, the golden crown precariously swaying upon her head. Why had the princess of the Han ever been reduced to such a state of disarray? Her resentment and disdain for the Xiongnu deepened further. Fortunately, the commander did not intend to end her life. After delivering a series of lashes, he discarded the whip, allowing his concubines to lift Lu Rue from the altar. Observing the trembling form of this delicate beauty ignited a wicked desire within him, a longing to strip away her cumbersome garments and shower her with affection. As the princess was taken down from the altar, Chanyu fought to break free, nearly overpowering two Xiongnu warriors who had to resort to gripping her by the nape of her neck to subdue her. It was a method fit for livestock, utterly devoid of respect for her status as a princess. The ceremony is over. Why are we still held captive? Cindy strained to tilt her head and shouted at the commanders, only to be met with the cold response that the ritual was not yet concluded. This revelation chilled the hearts of all Han attendants. What further indignities awaited the princess? Lu Rue believed that this torment must surely conclude. It was a suffering worse than death itself. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she attempted to free herself from the grasp of the Xiongnu women. But her frailty rendered her powerless, and she was carried to a nearby frozen stream. A few men broke the ice but did not act hastily. After reporting a few words to the commander, they stood respectfully to the side. The princess's attendants were left in confusion, wondering if they intended to draw icy water to alleviate her pain. However, the commander's next actions made all anger dissipate. Lu Rue knelt on the ground, her delicate features marred by smudged makeup, damp strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, her breath shallow and labored. As the commander approached, she instinctively recoiled, her eyes filled with revulsion. The commander could not comprehend her expression. Being whipped by the chanyu was a woman's honor. Yet this Han woman seemed oblivious to her own nobility, failing to recognize the affection of such a hero. But she would come to understand in due time, for the celestial will would acknowledge her. Lu Rue, limp on the ground, was lifted by the commander. The pain coursing through her body caused her brow to furrow tightly. The sensation of his touch was more unbearable than 1,000 cuts. "Let me go," she cried, only to be held even tighter. "My lady." You shall soon become the mistress of the Xiongnu. Before Lu Rui could utter another word, the commander reached the icy riverbank and unceremoniously tossed the frail princess into the frigid waters, filled with floating shards of ice. Chapter 5. Awakening and Resentment Princess. Xiongnu gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in her neck as she broke free from the grasp of the two warriors, racing madly to the river's edge, only to be intercepted and thrown back by the commander. Cini, along with several officials and physicians, grappled fiercely with the Xiongnu, their voices hoarse and sleeves torn. We'll die here if we must. We are not to be humiliated at your whim. Return our princess. You dare to endanger the life of our Han princess. The might of our nation will be unleashed upon you. Although the civil officials lack martial power, they undoubtedly represent the great Han. How could they allow the princess to be bullied? Casting aside their official caps and rolling up their sleeves, they are prepared to fight fiercely alongside the valiant men of the Xiongnu. She is the esteemed Princess Duanping of the Han dynasty, the beloved daughter of our emperor. We shall confront these barbarous foes. The representatives of both nations engage in a chaotic brawl, yet none can approach the icy river. Cini and Qiuyue's faces bear the marks of bruises and scratches, their tears flowing as they gaze upon the river that lies within reach yet remains inaccessible. If this continues, the princess will surely drown. As Lu Rui is cast into the icy waters, she feels as though she has already perished. How else could the world suddenly become so eerily silent? The sound of rushing water seems to flood her mind, her heartbeat abruptly ceasing. Is this torment, this suffocating pain, the essence of cold and asphyxiation? First, she is publicly whipped, then left to drown. Is this the benevolence of a wise ruler, her husband, and her ultimate fate? Perhaps death would be a relief. If this is her destiny, she accepts it, considering that Lu Rui has endured all the suffering that is due to her, thus sparing her from a lifetime of torment. The light shimmering on the river's surface gradually fades, and the cold becomes imperceptible. Lu Rui's heart feels only a sense of liberation, as if she hears her mother calling her childhood name, laughing gently in the warm winter sun, embracing her youth and softly singing a familiar lullaby. How wonderful it is! She can see her mother again. She can return to the Han lands. Suddenly, the water churns violently, and just before losing consciousness, Lu Rui seems to glimpse a dark figure. Strange voices calling her name bring forth feelings of unfamiliarity and distaste. Yanzhi, Yanzhi. Perhaps she has already succumbed to death, or is wandering the path of reincarnation. Lu Rui drifts in darkness for an indeterminate time, devoid of sound, light, and with only a dull ache in her limbs. Is the agony before death truly inescapable? Why could she not even move? Princess, please wake up. I implore you, awaken. Is that Qiuyue's voice? How does one awaken? Princess, can you hear us? Please come back to us. Is that Cini? Perhaps she has miraculously survived? How does one awaken? What will happen if she does? The voices around her multiply, becoming a cacophony that induces a headache. Some words are familiar, while others are uttered in a language she cannot comprehend. Oh, she recalls now. She was sent to the Xiongnu in marriage, only to be cast into the river by her husband, the chanyu. But why has she not perished? Yanzhi, my Yanzhi, open your eyes. You are now the lady of the Xiongnu. Come, behold your people. The chanyu sits beside her, holding Lu Rui's hand to provide warmth, while Cini and Qiuyue kneel nearby. Their injuries healed, but their faces etched with exhaustion and anxiety, calling out for the princess. The tent is filled with many people, including Xiongnu shamans performing rituals and Han imperial physicians diligently attending to their work, hoping for Lu Rui to awaken soon, yet harboring disdain for the Xiongnu shamans and discontent towards the chanyu. If he truly cared for the princess's safety, how could he have allowed her to come to such a dire state? Sehexiang and Guizhi decoction, all manner of remedies to dispel the cold and awaken the spirit had been employed, yet after 4 consecutive days, there was not the slightest sign of efficacy. Not only were the imperial physicians and attendants anxious, but the general was also in a state of agitation, forcefully dismissing all the medical practitioners with a booming voice that shook the great tent. A bunch of useless fools. Do not speak to me of her fortune. She is the Yanzhi of the Xiongnu, and her destiny is bestowed by the eternal heaven. All of you get out. Once everyone had retreated, the inner chamber felt significantly quieter. However, Cinny and Qiyu remained unmoved, their faces cold and unyielding, clearly refusing to heed the general's orders. The very person responsible for the princess's inability to awaken was he. What right did he have to reprimand others? If the princess did not awaken, they would not survive either, ready to accompany her to the underworld. The general paid them no mind, suddenly feeling a stir in his hands. With excitement, he cradled Lu Rui's face, gently shaking it. Yanzhi, are you about to awaken? Qiyu and Cinny leaned closer to the bedside, their view obstructed by the general's arm, which they found quite bothersome. Princess? Lu Rui's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she felt parched. Her lips moved awkwardly, and Qiyu promptly fetched a bowl of water, feeding her several spoonfuls. At last, she opened her eyes. Princess, you have finally awakened. The two attendants wept tears of joy, and the general was equally elated, his large hand caressing Lu Rui's cheek. My Yanzhi, you have finally awakened. The eternal heaven does not err. You are the chosen mistress of the Xiongnu and will surely awaken. The Xiongnu people are waiting to pay their respects to you. Upon hearing the word Xiongnu, a flicker of emotion crossed Lu Rui's eyes. She opened her mouth to speak, but only a hoarse voice emerged. Qiyu quickly supported her and offered more water, allowing her to regain some strength. The pain in her body became increasingly apparent, especially in her lower abdomen and legs, which felt as if they were burdened by 1,000 pounds, a remnant of the sudden chill she had endured. Furrowing her brow, Lu Rui felt as if she were being subjected to a brutal execution, tears of pain welling in her red-rimmed eyes. The general, witnessing her pallid complexion and bloodless lips, felt a pang of sympathy. He longed to embrace her, but was caught off guard by Lu Rui's sudden slap, stars flashing before his eyes. From the moment she awakened, Lu Rui had yearned to strike him. Yet, powerless to rise, she was supported by Qiyu, resting against her while sipping water. The pain ignited a flicker of strength within her as she finally mustered the energy to slap him back, disregarding the force with which she struck. Lu Rui would never forgive him. You think you can suffocate me, stab me, or strangle me? I, Lu Rui, even in death, am a princess of the Han. If you find it amusing to humiliate me, then come forth, let us perish together. I shall finally meet my late husband. After speaking, she truly felt utterly drained, collapsing into Qiyue's embrace, gasping weakly. Yet her eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, wishing nothing more than to incinerate the loathsome man before her. Touching the still stinging mark on her face, the general found it perplexing. However, seeing Lu Rui's frail state, he hesitated to unleash his anger upon her. Instead, adopting a stern demeanor as he admonished, Yanzhi, this is not the demeanor befitting a chanyu. Little did he know, this only provoked another slap from Lu Rui. And your demeanor towards a Han princess is what it should be. I should simply perish. In death, my soul would be liberated, drifting back to the Han, returning to the palace, to my father, to reveal the treatment I have endured. The pain did not elicit tears, yet the sorrow within compelled them to flow. Turning her head aside to conceal her tears from the man, Lu Rui was engulfed in despair. If only she had drowned in that icy river, she would have been spared the torment. Chapter 6. The Yejian hearing Lu Rui's muffled sobs, the Yejian harbored some resentment. Did she truly believe her plight was excessive? Yet upon reflection, it was her lack of understanding that blinded her to the significance of the divine acknowledgement from Changxing Tian. She thought that receiving a few lashes and being immersed in cold water constituted immense grievance. She believed that, as a princess of the Han, she should remain sheltered in the grand tent, surrounded by attendants devoted to her protection for eternity. But she must not forget, she was here for a political marriage, destined to wed the Xiongnu chanyu and become a Yejian. Her allegiance should not be to the Emperor of Han, but to our Changxing Tian of the Xiongnu. The Yejian grew increasingly fervent, convinced that this woman was not the paragon she envisioned. A privilege bestowed upon her was mistaken for servitude. He took a sip of water and, in a fit of frustration, shattered the clay bowl on the ground, startling the attendants outside. Let me make it clear. To become a Yejian, one must be robust enough to bear strong children. Only such women are worthy of serving the chanyu. The lashes and the cold water are merely tests from Chongqing Tian. If you endure, it signifies acceptance. Thus, gaining the favor of Chongqing Tian is your honor, regardless of your sense of injustice. From this moment on, you shall be the Yejian of the great Xiongnu, earning the admiration and respect of all your subjects, living a life more splendid than any other woman, under my protection, stable and secure, bearing children for me. This shall be your destiny. Who would covet being your man? I am but a widow, long overdue to join my deceased husband. What recognition from Chongqing Tian is nothing but an insult to me. The Yejian's lengthy discourse seemed to carry the weight of Xiongnu reasoning. However, Lu Rui, in her fury, paid no heed. Would one who has faced death fear threats? She did not concern herself with the Yejian's opinions, boldly retorting, for she dared to confront even her own father. What fear could she have of this Xiongnu man? Observing Lu Rui's indignant expression, the Yejian was genuinely surprised by the fierce tenacity of this woman, unyielding to his intimidation, which only elevated his regard for the Han princess. I once believed you to be a naive and reckless woman, akin to a fawn, yet I now see you as a she-wolf. The more I observe you, the more intriguing you become. Yanzhi, take your rest, for tomorrow we shall hold a grand wedding, inviting the entire Xiongnu to bless our union. Ha! With that, he paid no mind to Lu Rui's expression, throwing back his head in laughter as he swept aside the tent flap and departed, leaving Lu Rui in frustration, pounding his chest, lamenting his fate. The chanyu, accompanied by his retinue, exited, leaving several imperial physicians and officials outside the tent to bow to Lu Rui and report, "Princess, we have engaged in some exchanges with the Xiongnu. While our prior actions may have seemed to belittle and insult the Han, they were indeed gestures of welcome towards Yanzhi. Now, the Xiongnu regard the princess as their lady. Moreover, given the princess's illness, the Xiongnu have made earnest efforts to ensure your recovery. This situation is thus quite understandable. Princess, for the sake of the Han and His Majesty, we hope you can find solace." Sini hesitated, kneeling at Lu Rui's bedside. "Princess, though I too feel aggrieved on your behalf, the counsel from outside bears merit. The chanyu did not intend to harm you. After all, we are in Xiongnu territory, and we must adapt to their customs. Otherwise, rekindling conflict between the Han and Xiongnu would only lead to further devastation." Furthermore, she cleared her throat, casting a glance around before leaning closer to Lu Rui, speaking in hushed tones. "The Han has already provided ample resources as your dowry. Would it not be a boon for the Xiongnu to seize your possessions to wage war against your homeland? In my opinion, even after receiving 2 slaps from you, the chanyu has shown remarkable forbearance. What nonsense is this? Can kindness justify casting the princess into an icy abyss? To be a Yanzhi, one need not possess a robust physique, unlike their Xiongnu women. Our princess, despite her frail constitution, is still a Yanzhi. If she were to suffer harm from the cold, it would be a deliberate act of malice by the Xiongnu. Do not think that merely speaking a few words in their tongue makes you one of them." Unlike Sini, Qiu had grown up beside Lu Rui, fiercely protective of her princess. Witnessing Lu Rui's distress, she disregarded any rationale and vehemently chastised Sini, inciting a flush of anger in Sini, who glared defiantly in return. "Enough! It is already a considerable grievance to be married off to a foreign land. Must the maids bicker among themselves, their words growing increasingly outrageous?" Lu Rui interjected, halting Qiu's tirade. He gently touched the scar at the corner of Sini's mouth with his thumb, a remnant from the struggles endured under the oppression of the Xiongnu. Though the bruises were fading, their traces were still evident. "Qiu, Sini, I understand your concerns for me. However, the voices outside speak the truth. I am here to forge an alliance through marriage, to strive for peace for the Han. Tomorrow, I must partake in the wedding ceremony. Please, allow me to rest." With a weary sigh, Lu Rui reclined once more. Qiu, realizing her earlier outburst had been misplaced, silently apologized to Sini with a bow before turning to prepare the princess's meal. Within the tent, A profound silence enveloped Lu Rue, who lay awake. Her back turned to Exine, silently shedding tears. It seemed she was destined to spend her remaining days upon this land of the Xiongnu. How could she suppress the longing for her homeland and her parents? How could she come to terms with her fate? Drowsily, she finally closed her eyes in the late hours of the night, only to be gently awakened by Qiuyu's soft voice. Princess, the wedding is to be held in the morning. It is time for you to rise and prepare. To Lu Rue's astonishment, the Xiongnu indeed held weddings in the morning. She sat up, her body still aching and weary, closing her eyes to gather her strength as Exine and Xiongnu assisted her in her preparations. Yet, Exine summoned 2 Xiongnu women from outside the tent. Princess, these 2 are the handmaidens bestowed upon you by the chanyu of the Xiongnu. For today's ceremony, you must don the attire befitting a Xiongnu princess. So I shall no longer wear Han garments, will I? Lu Rue's expression was stern, betraying neither displeasure nor sorrow. Exine and Xiongnu exchanged glances, their lips pressed together in silence. They, too, felt a sense of reluctance. The elegant long robes would be replaced by coarse, short garments, and their hairstyles would be altered. Yet such was the nature of marriage alliances. Everything from the past would be buried beneath foreign soil. I am the princess. It is only natural for me to wear these. You must not change. You remain the handmaidens of the Han princess, and you must always embody the essence of the Han. She desired to see the reflection of her homeland in them. As she gazed at the combs and hairpins upon the dressing table, a wave of frustration washed over her, and she swept them all into the makeup box. Are we not to prepare? Why do you linger? Chapter 7. Reverence. The 2 handmaidens behind Qiongnu and Exine walked forward with lowered heads to style Lu Rue's hair. However, their skills were rather rudimentary, and they inadvertently caused her pain on several occasions. The princess had always been accustomed to being pampered by skilled attendants. Hurting her was simply unacceptable. Yet, the Xiongnu seemed less concerned with such niceties, as evidenced by the several furrows that marred her brow from their clumsy efforts. Unable to contain herself, Qiongnu snatched the wooden comb from their hands. If you cannot even style hair properly, what can we expect from you? Qiongnu, fiercely protective of her mistress, intimidated the 2 Xiongnu handmaidens, while Exine, pouting, conveyed a few rules of the Han to them. If you cannot teach us how to dress and adorn ourselves, we shall handle these matters ourselves in the future. The 2 women, timid and compliant, nodded repeatedly, apprehensively taking the comb from Qiongnu and beginning to braid Lu Rue's hair. The Xiongnu did not place much emphasis on elaborate hairstyles. They simply gathered and twisted strands into a simple arrangement, adorning it with honey wax, lapis lazuli, and silver ornaments. They draped her in intricate robes and applied a bold red rouge directly to her cheeks without any base powder. Fortunately, Lu Rue's fair complexion mitigated the starkness of the look. Those blessed with beauty could carry off any attire. But Lu Rue felt no inclination to admire her reflection in the bronze mirror. Was it truly time to emerge? The 2 handmaidens dared not speak, merely nodding in affirmation. Lu Rue instructed them to lift the tent curtains, and with the assistance of Qiongnu and Exine, she was guided out of the grand tent. Though winter's chill lingered, the sunlight today was remarkably bright. Lu Rue frowned, momentarily unable to adjust to the glaring light, until Qiongnu shielded her with her sleeves, allowing her a moment to acclimatize. Upon opening her eyes once more, she discovered a multitude kneeling around her, their bodies bowed low to the ground, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost reverence. She chose to ignore their presence, making her way to the grand altar. As she approached, Lu Rue's countenance darkened. Mere days prior, she had endured a cruel beating upon this very platform at the hands of the man who now sought to bind their fates together. What a profound humiliation! Gritting her teeth, she hesitated at the altar steps. Autumn Moon and Exine called out to her softly. Yet unexpectedly, the man descended the steps to personally escort her. Though Lu Rue was acutely aware of the prostrated Xiongnu subjects and had heard the anxious calls of her companions, she could not swallow her indignation. The sight of the steps evoked memories of her torment, the man who had inflicted such disgrace and pain upon her standing above. Just as her rage simmered, an outstretched hand appeared before her, reminiscent of the day she first arrived when he had taken her hand in his. Raising her gaze, she found the man smiling broadly, his figure silhouetted against the sun, his features somewhat obscured, yet his bright white teeth gleamed as he grinned widely. "You look splendid, my lady. Gulme, let us ascend together and receive the blessings of the eternal heaven." Had it not been for the earlier torment, both the lashes and the icy plunge into the river, Lu Rue might have believed he was a man infatuated with her. However, regardless of his intentions, she could not accept such an affront. With a steely gaze fixed upon his hand, she ultimately ascended the steps of the altar. Noticing her reluctance to offer her hand, he remained unperturbed, seizing her left hand firmly, providing no chance for her to disengage, and led the rigid Lu Rue up to the altar. The high priest, Ula Ula, pronounced an extensive litany of praises, culminating in the fervent cries of the assembled crowd. Lu Rue discerned shouts in the Han language. "My lady, my lady, my lady." The man, clearly pleased, applied a gentle pressure to her left hand. "I have instructed my people to learn the Han language, and the first words they will utter will be 'my lady,' ensuring that wherever you go, you will hear the Han tongue, thus alleviating your homesickness." This man had his subjects learn the Han language merely to assuage his own longing? Perhaps a fleeting moment of gratitude flickered within her, yet Lu Rue swiftly dismissed the notion. Teaching the Xiongnu to speak Han was likely a strategy to infiltrate Han territory for intelligence. A glance into the man's eyes revealed her wariness, which was evidently too pronounced. The man furrowed his brow in discontent. "Do you think I, the noble Yejuan, am such a small-minded individual? My lady, you must comprehend my good intentions. Gulme, let us welcome the blessings of the eternal heaven together." With that, he raised her hand high, exclaiming a few phrases in Xiongnu. The high priest waved his ceremonial robe, and the crowd erupted in jubilation, celebrating the chanyu and his lady. While everyone around her was filled with excitement and joy, Lu Rue remained expressionless, unable to comprehend the cheers that surrounded her. As she descended from the altar, the subjects of the Xiongnu presented a variety of offerings, some even shedding tears of joy, overwhelmed with pride at the sight of the princess from the Han dynasty. They wished for her happiness in this land and prayed that the heavens would grant her health and longevity. Although she harbored disdain for the general, the heartfelt sincerity of the simple folk warmed Lu Rue's heart, particularly when a hunched elder, accompanied by a tender child, carefully approached her. Their respectful and reverent gaze finally bestowed upon her a glimmer of warmth amidst the northern expanse. She reached out to gently touch the child's cracked, delicate face. In addition to the commoners, there were the concubines and children of the general. At 36, the general had already fathered 12 women, 8 sons, and 9 daughters. Aside from 2 young daughters, the rest were all married. The eldest son was already 20, sharing the same age as Lu Rue, his biological mother. The general insisted that his women and children kneel and offer blessings to Lu Rue, proclaiming her as the Yanzhi, the daughter of the Han emperor, the most esteemed woman among the Xiongnu, and that serving her was their honor. Lu Rue found it peculiar that the concubines of the chanyu were summoned to attend to her. Among that throng of women, she seemed to recognize the 2 maidservants who had assisted her with her mourning attire. What could their true identities be? Cindy leaned closer to her ear and whispered an explanation. The concubines of the Xiongnu chanyu were akin to the family members of the Han, devoid of hierarchical distinctions, and were obliged to serve the rightful wife, the Yanzhi. In fact, those 2 maidservants from a morning were indeed concubines of the chanyu. This revelation surprised Lu Rue. She had assumed their timid, clumsy demeanor indicated they were novices in service. The general's children also paid their respects to Lu Rue, the eldest son named Alki. Resembling his father with striking features and a handsome stature, lowered his gaze and dared not meet her eyes. This display of humility pleased Lu Rue immensely. Throughout the proceedings, the general remained by her side, repeatedly addressing her as Yanzhi, visibly gratified to see everyone kneeling before Lu Rue, appearing even more jubilant than she herself. Finally returning to the grand tent, Lu Rue noticed an array of new furnishings within. A few maidservants respectfully bowed, informing her they were decorating the Yanzhi's quarters. Fortunately, the Xiongnu shared the same custom as the Han, with the chanyu and Yanzhi residing in separate abodes, allowing Lu Rue respite from the general's constant presence. The Xiongnu's utensils and fabrics were somewhat limited in color, yet adorned with numerous jewels and gold, rendering the interior quite opulent. Chapter 8. The wedding night, the general stepped into the tent, surveying the surroundings with a bold demeanor before sidling up to Lu Rue. Yanzhi, these are the finest and most beautiful items of the Xiongnu. I know they cannot compare to the exquisite treasures of your Han, but should you find these unsatisfactory, feel free to replace everything with your Han possessions. Your happiness is my utmost concern. Autumn Moon and Cinny were delighted by his words, as they indicated the Xiongnu's respect for the princess. However, Lu Rue maintained her composure, taking a couple of steps aside, turning to meet the general's gaze. I care not for adornments, but my maidservants shall not don Xiongnu attire. Certainly, if you are not accustomed to the attire of the Xiongnu, you may revert to your original garments. Regardless of what you wear, I find you enchanting. You are, after all, my beloved. Ha ha ha. My esteemed general has already secured the hand of the Han Emperor's daughter, so you may do as you please. After a lively cheer, he suddenly embraced Lu Rue and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek before she could react. Striding out of the tent with laughter from outside, still ringing in the air, the Xiongnu truly are a boisterous lot. Taking the silk handkerchief offered by chanyu, he vigorously wiped the side of his face that had been kissed by the general, while Lu Rue grimaced in distaste, reflecting that indeed, the barbaric nature was evident. However, if a mere kiss on the cheek could evoke such aversion, the arrival of night was her true nightmare. As the beloved, she was inevitably expected to perform the ceremonial rites with the general, but before that, she had to endure the feasting and raucous voice of the chieftain in the grand tent. The Xiongnu were unrestrained. The general, along with several tribal leaders and his trusted confidants, gathered in the grand tent, indulging in copious amounts of meat and wine, occasionally pulling a serving girl close to pour drinks, their greasy hands brushing against her face, which made Lu Rue feel nauseous. She turned her head away, frowning as she endured the cacophony and discomfort around her. The general, however, seemed indifferent, as having a Han princess by his side rendered the other women inconsequential. His beloved was truly captivating. Merely inhaling her fragrance intoxicated him. "Beloved, come, pour me a drink," he said, lifting a silver goblet inlaid with turquoise and agate, drunkenly extending it towards Lu Rue. Her furrowed brows, even in displeasure, appeared beautiful, prompting him to lean closer. Liu Hui, overwhelmed by the pungent smell of alcohol emanating from him, hurriedly poured him a cup, silently wishing for him to maintain some distance. Yet, as the drink was ready, he brought the goblet to his lips, urging her, "Come, have a sip." His breath brushed against her face, and Lu Rue felt her composure nearly unraveling. The general, misinterpreting her reaction as shyness, joyfully pressed the goblet against her lower lip. With no avenue for escape, Lu Rue took a deep breath and cautiously sipped from the cup, only to be met with the peculiar taste of mare's milk wine, which sent her into a fit of coughs. Seated at the high table, she coughed incessantly, prompting chanyu to quickly offer her a handkerchief and some water, gently patting her back. The general's heart tightened at witnessing his beloved in distress. He observed a Han-serving girl handing over a thin cloth, which Lu Rue accepted, covering her mouth to cough a few times before regaining her composure. "This cloth is indeed quite useful. Beloved, you should carry it with you," he remarked, admiring the Han custom of using a dedicated cloth for wiping one's mouth. Otherwise, like the Xiongnu, one would resort to using their sleeves, Lu Rue thought to herself. After a moment, she could no longer hold back and said, "Might you please be gentler, chieftain?" It turned out the general had imitated Chinyu's gesture of patting her back, but his touch was rather forceful. Below, a minor tribal leader shouted a few words in Xiongnu, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "Chinyi softly informed Liu princess." The leader says you are the woman held aloft by the chieftain. Naya, in a splendid mood, bestowed upon him a beautiful concubine he had recently acquired. "All I desire is my beloved," he declared, "for she is the finest woman in the world." Although this was a self-praise, Lu Rue did not share in the joy. The inebriated man pulled her into his embrace, the vibrations of his chest resonating in her ears, reminiscent of the creaking wheels on the journey to the marriage alliance. As the night deepened, Lu Rue, adhering to tradition, guided Naya into his grand tent, where he would be expected to submit to such a man. A sense of dread and indignation filled her heart as she stood tall before the drunken figure, his face flushed and intoxicated. Several Xiongnu maidens ignited warming coals within the tent, and though Xiongnu and Xian were aware of the princess's disdain for the chieftain, they bore the burden of duty as her attendants, reluctantly assisting Lu Rue in shedding her outer garments before retreating from the tent. Within the confines of the tent remained only the newlywed chieftain and his beloved. Lu Rue sat at the edge of the couch, her back turned to Naya, lost in thought. The coals burned brightly, and apart from the crackling sounds, only the discordant breaths of the two could be heard. Gradually, Naya awoke, his eyes falling upon Lu Rue's delicate silhouette. Her outer garments had been removed, the waistline accentuating her graceful curves, her adornments still in place, reflecting a gentle sheen. She was truly a captivating woman. Seizing Lu Rue in his arms elicited a startled gasp from her, and Naya laughed heartily, planting a passionate kiss on her fair cheek. "My beloved, come, lie down obediently. I can no longer contain myself." Before he had even finished his words, his hands deftly loosened Lu Rue's belt. The chieftainess was unlike any other, softer than a newborn lamb and fairer than fresh milk. "Chieftain, you must not be so crude," Lu Rue protested, frowning in pain as she twisted her body to escape his advances, which only served to heighten Naya's interest. "Crude? No, my beloved, you misunderstand. It appears your previous husband lacked the valor befitting a man, allowing you to remain untouched by true passion. Fear not, you shall soon yield to me. Come, my beloved." The tent was ablaze with light, the fire roaring as if to consume everything in its path. Xiongnu and Xian wept throughout the night outside. Yet Naya emerged at dawn in high spirits, licking the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. "Take care of your princess. I shall return later." Although puzzled by the tears of the two maidens, their sorrow did not dampen his triumph. After exchanging a few words with his attendants, he strode away, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I have acquired the daughter of the Han Emperor." Xian rushed to summon the imperial physician, while Xiongnu hurried into the tent. Finding the princess curled up, sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes immediately reddening. "Forgive me, my princess." Chapter 9. The ordeal. Lu Rue felt as though she wished for death itself. This ferocious man had tormented her for an entire night, ignoring her cries and pleas. Her voice had long since faded to silence, her body marred with an array of bruises, and the bedding was stained with dirt and blood, evoking tears of sorrow from Xiongnu, who choked back her sobs. "Princess! Princess!" she croaked in a harsh, raspy whisper. Lu Rue, with vacant eyes, gazed towards Xiongnu, questioning, "Why am I still alive?" Just as Xiongnu was about to offer some words of comfort, an urgent summons from the imperial physician broke the tension. Hastily, Xiongnu tucked Lu Rue under the covers and admitted the physician. The physician had anticipated such a situation and had prepared a concoction to alleviate pain and stop bleeding throughout the night. He instructed Xing to serve it warm, despite it being better served cool, as the princess had not yet recovered from a recent chill. The princess should refrain from any activity today. Though Xing fed Lu Rue the medicine, her anxiety lingered. What if the chanyu came again tonight? "I would willingly risk my life to counsel the chanyu," she declared, recognizing that mere words of caution would not suffice. It was ultimately up to the princess or the two women to communicate with the chanyu. The Huns, known for their ferocity, acted with a rawness that the princess found hard to endure. Although the physician specialized in gynecology, he hesitated to intrude upon such intimate matters, his words faltering as he struggled for a suitable course of action before Lu Rue dismissed him. "I have never missed my late husband so profoundly. He was gentle and humble, never speaking to me harshly, nor would he have been so disrespectful. He should not have left this world so soon. Leaning against Xiongnu, Lu Rui's cheeks bore the trace of tears, her lower lip slightly cracked as Xing Yi applied ointment with care. 2 Han handmaidens entered, summoned to attend to Lu Rui. Seeing them were the same 2 concubines of the chanyu. Xiongnu's ire flared, and she hurled a silver cup at them, exclaiming, "Are you Huns nothing but cattle? Thick-skinned, like old boars, deserving of disdain." Such words were undoubtedly offensive, for they were indeed concubines of the chanyu, while she was merely a handmaiden. Emboldened by her status as a Han princess, Xing Yi seized her arm to restrain her. The 2 women, unable to understand the Han language, appeared so timid that even if they comprehended, they would not dare to respond. When the silver cup struck one of the women's shoulders, she remained silent, bowing her head in submission on the ground. Xiongnu's anger only intensified at their meekness, yet she refrained from excessive outbursts, huffing dismissively as she ignored them. Xing Yi spoke a few words in the Han tongue, urging them to leave, but to her surprise, they became agitated, repeatedly bowing their heads, their hair ornaments clattering. After a lengthy pause, Xing Yi sighed and instructed them to cease their bows, advising them to remain in the tent without causing disruption. Before turning to Lu Rui to report, the chanyu has decreed that if they fail to care for you, they shall be given to the grooms. Hence, their reluctance to depart. Lu Rui, feeling a sense of pity, perhaps due to her own suffering, reassured them, "You need not be afraid. Simply find some simple tasks to occupy yourselves." The 2 concubines changed Lu Rui's bedding to fresh linens, during which Xiongnu continued to scowl at them, chastising their clumsiness for having caused the princess discomfort. Lu Rui, amused by her antics, weakly urged her not to be so harsh on them. One after another, numerous individuals entered, bearing food, clothing, and jewelry, all gifts ordered by the chanyu for the Yanzhi, comprising the finest treasures of the Xiongnu. Qiyu let out a cold snort, exclaiming, "What is this? First the soldiers, then the gifts?" After subjecting the princess to such distress, they dare to present these offerings? Enough of your loose tongue. "We are in Xiongnu territory, not my royal palace," she retorted. Lu Rui, aware of Qiyue's temperament, gently patted her arm, signaling her to refrain from speaking recklessly. Qiyue fell silent, yet her expression remained one of indignation. Sinny, disliking Qiyue's temperament but too cautious to provoke her, quietly accepted the fresh milk, lamb soup, and specially prepared vegetable stew, even fetching warm water to cleanse Lu Rui. The rich flavor of the lamb was not to Lu Rui's liking. After consuming a few more spoonfuls of the vegetable stew, she reclined again, leaving Qiyu and Sinny to keep her company within the tent, while everyone else remained outside, braving the biting cold. The medicinal broth proved effective. Lu Rui slumbered through the day, awakening in the afternoon, feeling less discomfort than before. Scattered across the bed were numerous jewels, which she examined with an impassive expression. "What do you suppose would happen if one were to swallow such a large bead?" She mused. Her words startled Qiyu and Sinny, who wished to snatch the beeswax bead from her grasp. "Your Highness, please do not entertain such thoughts. The imperial physician has already sought an audience with the chanyu. He would not dare harm you again. Please rest easy." Despite their reassurances, Qiyu swiftly collected all the jewelry with a hint of anxiety, a gesture Lu Rui feigned not to notice as she turned her head away. Just as she was about to close her eyes, a gruff voice from outside called out, "Nei Jiang, how are you?" The audacity! Lu Rui glared at the man, forcefully pushing away his hand that sought to reach her. "I am perfectly well, not dead. Are you disappointed?" The Nei Jiang, with a forlorn expression, sat to the side, refraining from chastising her for her earlier rudeness. Perhaps the physician's counsel had made him realize his own excesses, as a flicker of guilt crossed his hawkish eyes. "I apologize, Yanzhi. I did not foresee your fragility." In truth, it was his fault, and Lu Rui felt a surge of frustration. She waved her hand, silencing his further words. "I am indeed fragile. My life hangs by a thread in your hands. You wish for me to suffer. I shall suffer. You wish for my demise. I shall perish. Go find your Xiongnu women. Those women are enough for your whims." Once a poised princess, she now felt neither dignified nor at peace. The presence of this man ignited an unbearable discomfort, and tears began to stream down her cheeks as she curled up at the edge of the bed, biting her lip in sorrow. Although a weeping beauty might be captivating, it could grow tiresome to listen to. The Jiang shook his head impatiently, his brow furrowing into a mountain-like ridge. Yanzhi, I hold you in esteem. When you weep, I am drawn to you. To become my woman should have been your fortune, yet here you are, weeping. What is it you desire from me? I want you to keep your distance, that I may endure less anguish. Lu Rui hurled the silken handkerchief at the Jiang, but it merely floated lightly through the air, landing in his grasp, stained with her tears. Dear Yanzhi, do not be upset. I promise, once you are healed, I shall be gentle with you. Having spoken, he crawled onto the couch and gently embraced the docile Lu Rui, whispering, I understand you have endured much. The Han court physician advised me to be tender with you. You are akin to freshly made soft cheese, so fragile that a mere touch might shatter you. I assure you, I shall not let you break. If the Huns outside the tent were to witness the sight of a hero of the steppes sweet-talking a woman, they might believe that he possessed sorcery, for how else could the great Khan exhibit such uncharacteristic behavior? This scene, observed by Xiongnu and Heroine, left them perplexed, wondering if perhaps the Khan was genuinely not acting with intent. Chapter 10. With grace, Lu Rui, bound and feeling stifled, turned her head away, ceasing her tears. In truth, she regretted her earlier words. Her purpose here was to maintain peace, and should she incite the ire of the highest ruler of the Huns, it could plunge their nations into war. Yet, this man appeared unfazed by her earlier distress. Was he attempting to console her? Did he truly underestimate the ferocity of his own people? You said it yourself. Should you treat me so again, I shall perish before you. Her tear-filled eyes glimmered with a mix of reproach and sorrow, embodying the plight of a delicate maiden fighting for her life. Finally, gaining the attention of her esteemed Khan, she felt a surge of joy. Of course, you are my cherished Khan. How could I ever wish for your demise? This time I admit my fault. It is not my fault you are so enchanting, making it impossible for me to resist. Lu Rui's complexion shifted dramatically, a captivating blend of crimson and pallor. What an affront to her dignity. How dare he speak such lewdness to her? The Khan, lost in his own delight, sought to draw her closer for a kiss, only to recall the Han physician's admonition to wait until her injuries had healed. What torment! He did not linger long in the tent before hastily departing. As raucous celebrations erupted outside, Xiongnu, having inquired, reported that the Khan's younger brother, Xiongnu, had returned from battle, prompting grand festivities. Truly, they were a people who reveled in bloodshed. Having just brokered peace with the Han, they were already engaged in warfare elsewhere. Lu Rui scoffed at the Hun's propensity for violence, as she groomed her lustrous black hair that cascaded through her fingers, a symbol of her youthful allure. Xiongnu remained non-committal to her remarks and offered Lu Rui osmanthus oil. The Huns, reliant on herding and the plunder of others, viewed warfare as essential for survival. Without it, their existence would stagnate into a lifeless pool. Their lack of agriculture meant that the millet porridge Lu Rui consumed was the last of her dowry, and such a life of living off past bounty could not sustain her indefinitely. Princess, I have found a cheese and meat soup here delightful these past few days. Although initially the strong taste was overwhelming, after a few sips, I have grown fond of it, Xiongnu remarked while tending to Lu Rui's wounds, subtly encouraging her to embrace the Han's cuisine. After all, the provisions brought from Han were limited, and she would eventually need to adapt to her new environment. Lu Rui discerned the forced cheer in Xiongnu's tone. Given her temperament, she would have preferred to avoid Hunnish food altogether. Yet reality demanded that even the fiercest spirit be tempered with gentleness. The night has once again brought the presence of Najijin. Although I cannot touch her, merely gazing upon her exquisite visage is a delight. Yanzhi, my brother has returned, bearing bountiful spoils of war. I wish to share in your joy, I said, oblivious to the pungent odor of alcohol and smoke clinging to me as I approached Lu Rui, adorned with a silver headdress embellished with large pieces of lapis lazuli and 2 vibrant tail feathers of a golden pheasant. He exuded an air of gallantry infused with an exotic masculinity. Yet, Lu Rui seemed disinterested, offering him a bit of space. The Khan must rest, after all. Najijin, accustomed to his indifference, cast aside his headdress and remarked, "My brother envies my union with the daughter of the Han Emperor. If he were to see you, his envy would surely deepen. The women he has taken cannot compare to your beauty." Lu Rui sighed helplessly, wishing for his brother to not covet his woman. He motioned for Chiyue and Sini to withdraw, offering a reluctant, muted congratulation. "If the Khan is pleased, then I am glad for you." True to his word, Najijin embraced Lu Rui and fell into a deep slumber, his thunderous, snoring rendering sleep impossible for Lu Rui. Covering his ears, he retreated to a corner, only to be ensnared once more in Najijin's embrace, struggling to breathe. At long last, dawn arrived, and Lu Rui nudged the heavy arm resting upon him. Khan, it is morning." The only response was a deep, contented snore. Outside the tent, Chiyue and Sini waited anxiously, uncertain if the Khan had behaved inappropriately during the night. Thankfully, no cries from the princess pierced the air until the bright light of day brought Lu Rui's summons. Najijin retrieved his headdress and adjusted it firmly upon his head, glancing at Sini and Chiyue before turning to Lu Rui with a remark. "Your two handmaidens are quite amusing, much like you." Thus commenced his day of labor. Lu Rui's first thought was of the incident where Chiyue had insulted the Khan's concubines, but seeing no signs of reproach from Najijin, he dismissed it from his mind, summoning them to kneel before him. "Should there be any further disrespect, take heed of your skin." Chu, contrite, lowered her head in silence, diligently preparing for him until she was satisfied with her appearance, realizing that perhaps the Khan was not as unreasonable as she had assumed. The return of Xiongnu can left Lu Rui unsettled. As a ruler, could Najijin truly tolerate a valiant brother residing within his domain? To avoid an encounter, it seemed prudent to confine himself within the grand tent. However, Najijin had no intention of allowing him to languish in solitude. Dispatching a woman to keep him company, none other than the mother of his eldest son, Hia, awaiting her outside the tent. Lu Rui pondered Najijin's intentions. Was it a display of power, or a subtle reminder that she should hasten to bear his child, like the other women? "Princess, I do not wish to see her. Simply send her away," he instructed. Cha, massaging his shoulders, glanced toward the tent's entrance with a hint of audacity. Lu Rui shook his head, allowing Hia to enter. As a princess, could she really resent the presence of a concubine? He timidly slipped in, standing at the edge of the large tent, too intimidated to approach. Her head was bowed low, obscuring her features and rendering her even more timid than the two women before her. "Come closer," Lu Rui commanded, conveying Xiongnu's words. He took a few hesitant steps forward, but remained 2 zhang away from Lu Rui. Xiongnu let out a barely audible cold snort, and was subsequently sent outside by Lu Rui. "Come closer, do not fear me. Did the chanyu not summon you to keep me company? Standing so far away, how can my maidservant hear what you have to say?" Lu Rui spoke without lifting his gaze, struggling to adapt to the unfamiliar taste of fresh milk. He gestured toward Lu Rui, and he had glanced at her before quickly lowering her eyes again. She knelt before Lu Rui, adopting a humble posture and remaining silent. Observing her demeanor, Lu Rui was suddenly reminded of the arrogant and insolent Yanzhi from the Han Palace, a foolish woman who once basked in favor. He wondered if she still possessed the audacity to act so brazenly. What about the person before him? As the mother of the Chanyu's eldest son, she must hold a significant position within the tribe, yet her abject humility starkly contradicted her status. "Are you not here to entertain me? Why do you not speak?" Lu Rui, his mouth still tasting of the milk's strong odor, frowned, causing Hia, who had just dared to lift her head, to crouch fearfully back to the ground. If this woman had not been born into such a humble existence, she must have endured some form of mistreatment to render her as skittish as a frightened bird. Lu Rui tilted his head, pondering his next words. "Does the chanyu often strike you?" Chapter 11. Memories of the deceased Xian. He had intended to speak to her in Xiongnu, but he preemptively raised her head and timidly shook it. Lu Rui finally discerned her features. She appeared to be in her 30s, not particularly aged, her cheeks adorned with a hint of rouge, her countenance fairly delicate. "Who taught you to speak Han?" Lu Rue inquired, setting down the silver bowl, his slender, phoenix-like eyes glancing at her, exuding a grace that starkly contrasted with the woman at his feet. He struggled to respond, her Han speech awkward and unrefined. "My son taught me." "Is it Alki, the eldest son of the Yejian?" Lu Rue raised an eyebrow. Did the Yejian command his son to teach the women Han speech? Yanzhi, her braided hair partially obscuring her profile, while a large gemstone on her head served as her sole adornment. Lu Rue found the encounter tedious and dismissed the meek Hiya with a wave of his hand, his brows furrowed in discontent. No wonder the Yejian treated her so roughly. Such Xiongnu women could be easily bullied by anyone. Devoid of spirit. As a princess of the Han, she naturally held a superior status and was unaccustomed to the subservience expected of Xiongnu women. She had never experienced the domineering nature of men until she arrived here, where the coarseness of the Xiongnu men became painfully evident. Everything here felt utterly alien to her, and she had no desire to adapt. Xiongnu returned to the tent, bringing forth a bowl of warm cinnamon soup, its fragrant aroma momentarily alleviating Lu Rue's restless spirit. She willingly extended her hand to accept the earthen bowl. Once reluctant to consume medicine, now even the familiar scent of the herbal concoction felt like a comfort. Regrettably, he left no words behind for her. As her voice grew softer, Xiongnu discerned that she was reminiscing about her late husband, who had passed away abruptly less than a year after their marriage. He was truly a gentle and amiable man, and the princess had experienced fleeting happiness after their union, yet it was all too brief. In retrospect, remaining in the princess's residence, immersed in memories of her deceased spouse, seemed preferable to her current state. Cindy wished to offer comforting words, but hesitated, fearing that her remarks might provoke Xiongnu's scorn. After grappling with her thoughts, she fell silent, her gaze lingering on the tent drapery. Lu Rue, whether lost in her memories or indifferent to the presence of others, continued to speak of her late husband's humility and talent. She lamented her inability to bear him an heir, pondering that had she given birth, she might not have found herself in such circumstances. "The emperor's heart is so cruel that it has extinguished even my hopes," she lamented, her words drawing tears once more, prompting Xiongnu to console her. Cindy sighed softly, gently patting her back in silence. Dinner consisted of juju porridge and fish jerky, which Lu Rue consumed with gusto, her mood significantly improved. Indeed, the flavors of the Han dynasty were more agreeable to her palate than the predominant milk and meat here, which left a lingering odor. Winter offered little in the way of fresh ingredients, yet with spring's arrival, an abundance of tender vegetables and fruits awaited. My ancestors often spoke of the unparalleled beauty of the spring pastures, filled with endless seas of blossoms and verdant grass. In summer, delightful fruits abounded, and small game was easily caught. Perhaps even a young deer could be ensnared and raised. Cindy's forebears, having engaged with the Xiongnu as frontier generals, recounted tales that painted a less dire picture than commonly perceived. The prospect of spring's beauty sparked a glimmer of longing within her. Remarkably, Xiongnu refrained from her usual sarcasm and joined in, coaxing Lu Rue, "Princess, come spring, let us raise a couple of young deer to alleviate our boredom. The chanyu will surely assist you in capturing them." Lu Rue had encountered a deer once in the palace. Its spotted coat resembled a cascade of snowflakes. Its antlers rounded and charming, and its large, glistening eyes gazed at her, melting her heart. A smile curled upon her lips as she cast a sidelong glance at Cindy, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief, explaining why that Yejian was so infatuated with her. However, this moment of joy was short-lived, as the arrival of that Yejian plunged Lu Rue's spirits into despair. She immediately donned a cold expression, rising to offer him her respects. The faint odor emanating from him was unfamiliar to Lu Rue, who felt a distinct aversion, yet he remained oblivious to her discomfort. He grasped her chin with his large hands, forcing her to meet his gaze. "Yanzhi, I have acquired a magnificent horse today, truly a grand and powerful creature. It rightfully belongs to me as chanyu, and I am overjoyed." His delight was evident to Lu Rue, yet she felt none of it herself. With his hands, which seemed larger than her own face, he held her as if she were a delicate little creature, but she was no mere plaything. Frowning, she insisted that he release her grip. However, Yanzhi did not perceive any issue with this. Instead, he affectionately kissed her petite nose before releasing her. "You are truly adorable, like a little fox," he remarked. With the imagery of deer, wolves, and now foxes, Lu Rue found their Hunnic descriptions of people to be rather primitive, though he refrained from showing any disdain. Yanzhi casually removed his outer robe and plopped down onto the couch, retrieving a small object from his waist and presenting it to Lu Rue. "Today, I counted the spoils from the conquest of Xiongnu and thought you might appreciate this." It was a sun crafted from black pottery, devoid of intricate designs. Yet its smooth surface suggested it had been cherished by its previous owner. However, Lu Rue could not accept something once used by another. She took the sun, gave it a cursory glance, and set it aside. Unbeknownst to her, Yanzhi was anticipating her to play it, and upon seeing her nonchalant dismissal, he expressed disappointment. "Urshi, do you not like this? I wish to hear you play it." Lu Rue opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately sealed her lips, instructing Xiongnu to fetch a new sun from her dowry. "Chanyu, this object has been previously used." She made her disdain clear, indicating her contempt for the plundered item. Yanzhi, stroking his knee, appeared lost in thought, a hint of awkwardness gracing his features. Lu Rue deliberated, deciding that she could not afford to appear too ungracious, and, gazing toward the tent drapery, remarked, "The sun of my dowry is crafted with greater finesse and produces a superior tone. I believe you would find it appealing." This statement evidently pleased Yanzhi, and it was not long before Xiongnu returned with a sun the size of a fist, although also made of black pottery. Its quality surpassed that of the earlier spoils significantly, adorned with exquisite vermilion patterns, its curves more refined and its weight lighter, capable of producing a clearer and more melodious sound. Watching Lu Rue hold the sun, her delicate fingers pressing against the 8 holes, she blew into it, releasing an ethereal and enchanting melody that brightened the tent as if the spring had arrived on the vast grasslands. After finishing a brief tune, she set the sun aside once more. Yanzhi, stroking his gem-adorned beard, gazed at Lu Rue's elegantly slanted eyes with lingering admiration. "Not only are you beautiful, but your music is also exquisite. Before you, other women pale in comparison." This remark prompted Lu Rue to recall the earlier conversation, and she turned her head to glance at the hem of Yanzhi's garment. "Why did you summon your concubine?" "To come and serve you. You seem rather dull in the tent. I thought she might keep you company. I even had Alki teach her some Han dialect." "How did your conversation go today?" Lu Rue laughed in exasperation. It was more of a cold snort than genuine amusement. "You expect me to entertain a woman who dares not even lift her head? She is a mere concubine, yet also the mother of your eldest son. What could she possibly say to me? I require no company beyond Xiongnu and Xing-yi." Yanzhi pondered for a long while, grasping her meaning, his brow furrowing as he contemplated something. He simply replied, "Then I shall tell her not to come again." Lu Rue remained silent, still perceiving an unpleasant odor emanating from him. He rose and tossed a piece of spice into the fire, filling the tent with a warm, fragrant aroma, which greatly improved the air quality. The Yejian, intrigued by the novelty of the spice, requested Cini to hand him an unburned piece. Though it appeared to be an inconspicuous object, its scent was indeed peculiar. The Han people possess an abundance of delightful curiosities, yet the most delightful of all remains you. This remark startled both Lu Rue and the maidens, Qiuyue and Cini. The chanyu would not merely allow the princess to rest for a single day. It was inconceivable that she could endure such an arrangement. Summoning her courage, Qiuyue knelt before Lu Rue, silently but unmistakably conveying her intent to protect him. Fortunately, the Yejian merely offered a compliment without any further actions, finding amusement in the sight of the two maidens kneeling before Lu Rue. "Your Han servants dare to obstruct their master?" he mused. "They are my attendants. Naturally, they protect their lord. In the Han, this is indeed commendable." Lu Rue instructed them to rise and requested Cini to serve 2 bowls of fulling soup. He handed one bowl to the Yejian while taking the other for himself. "What purpose does this serve? I discern no flavor in this," he remarked, gazing at the somewhat murky white broth. The Yejian, puzzled, watched Lu Rui set down the lacquer bowl, tracing the decorative patterns along its rim with his fingertips. "This aids in healing scars. The imperial physician advised me to consume it daily for the swift recovery of my injuries." Expecting the Yejian to feel embarrassed upon hearing this, Lu Rui was instead met with delight as the latter offered his half-filled bowl to Lu Rui. "Then drink more of it. Recover swiftly. You're a Han princess, and your health must not be frail." In that moment, Lu Rui yearned to hurl the half-bowl of fulling soup at him, struggling to contain his anger as he turned his head away, leaving the Yejian perplexed. "You Han people are truly peculiar. There is no need for such shyness in front of your man." Unable to continue the conversation with the Xiongnu man, Lu Rui feigned fatigue and requested the Yejian to take his leave. Fortunately, the Yejian discerned Lu Rui's displeasure and departed reluctantly, promising to return the following day. "What shall I bring for you?" he inquired. Reluctant to continually rebuff him, Lu Rui recalled Sini's earlier mention of fawn. "Chanyu, please bring me a small creature tomorrow. I wish to keep it as a pet." The prospect of the princess requesting a pet delighted the Yejian, who bellowed a response before striding away, his voice echoing as he commanded his attendants to capture wild beasts alive. Finally, the noise subsided, and Lu Rui exhaled deeply, closing his eyes as he leaned back against the couch. Tomorrow promised a day of tranquility, for being in his presence was truly exhausting. Chiyue began to massage her legs, curious about what small creature the chanyu would bring. Though he was somewhat brash and incapable of speech, he was not malicious. Avoiding him was not a sustainable solution. Why not consider accepting the chanyu? Sini, who was adding coal to the fire, turned in surprise at Chiyue's words, realizing that she too was not merely indulging the princess's whims, which deepened her admiration for her. However, Lu Rui was displeased, casting a glare at Chiyue. "Shall I arrange for the chanyu to bestow upon you a Xiongnu man as your husband? Surely, his choice would mirror his own character, and you would then serve him well?" The words carried a more playful undertone, yet they still caused Chiyue to fall silent, bowing her head and obediently kneeling to massage her legs. Nevertheless, Lu Rui took her words to heart. Although he understood the reasoning, he found himself unwilling to accept her sentiments deep down. Before dawn the following day, a commotion erupted outside the tent. Sini ventured out to inquire and returned with news that the chieftain had taken a small group to hunt wild beasts. Lu Rui raised an eyebrow, finding it difficult to articulate his feelings, and turned over to continue resting. With nourishing herbal concoctions, her injuries had nearly healed, and that morning the imperial physician had visited, declaring that she could rise and move about for a brief period. However, the chill within her remained quite potent, necessitating the intake of warm, restorative foods. After escorting the physician out, Sini, intrigued by the lively atmosphere outside, went to investigate. It turned out that the women were busy preparing food and drink for the men who would return later. In contrast to the men, the women's labor often sparked more conversation. They discussed how much longer winter would last, the number of sheep available for slaughter in the tribe, and what treasures their men might bring back that day. Was it true that the chieftain had ordered everyone to catch with their bare hands, forbidding the use of bows and arrows? How could one possibly achieve that? It seemed that it was because the princess wished to raise small animals as pets, allowing them to choose their favorites. Perhaps they would only manage to catch a couple of rabbits today. She had hoped for deer instead. Her husband had once brought back a deer, from whose hide they made fine garments for their children. Would everything caught today belong to the princess? Sini chose not to listen further and returned to the princess's large tent, where Lu Rui was engrossed in embroidery. He did not acknowledge her presence upon her return. Chiyue, however, was puzzled. How could anyone have the energy to wander about in such cold? The chieftain had indeed taken men into the mountains for hunting, instructing that all captures be made by hand, with the spoils to be presented to the princess for her selection. Sitting by the large brazier to warm her hands, Sini described the bustling scene outside to Lu Rui, sharing the women's discussions wishing fervently for a small deer to be among the catch. Without lifting his gaze, Lu Rui snipped away a knot from the thread, revealing a delicate bloom of zephyr flower on the silk, its stamen distinct and leaves unfurled. He was indifferent to whatever happened, as he was the chieftain. Chiyue, while preparing lunch for him, paused momentarily upon hearing the mention of the princess, but ultimately could not voice her thoughts, instead dutifully serving Lu Rui a bowl of cinnamon lamb stew. The food of the Xiongnu was nearly devoid of seasoning. Some dishes merely boiled in plain water, bland and heavily gamey. In contrast, the Central Plains offered a rich variety of ingredients and spices. Lu Rui savored the thick, rich lamb stew, feigning ignorance to Chiyue's hesitations. In the afternoon, after a brief rest, he was stirred by the noise outside the tent. Had they returned so soon? Indeed, the men had come back, having captured a full-grown spotted deer. The strong creature struggled fiercely, attempting to escape, and several men had to restrain it. Their voices filled with jubilant celebration. Yejian had not returned with them, instructing instead that the female deer be kept and cared for, forbidding any harm to come to it until his return. The skilled horse tamers of the Xiongnu found it remarkably easy to domesticate a sika deer, swiftly ensuring that the doe remained docile within a hastily constructed enclosure. By evening, that Yijang returned to the tribe with the remaining men, leading a fine steed alongside a roe deer, a wild boar, and even a fox, while clutching a struggling white rabbit in his hands. Upon entering the tribe, he called out to the Yanzhi, eagerly presenting the rabbit as he entered Lu Rui's grand tent. Chapter 13. Heart's Discontent. Behold, a lively rabbit, entirely unharmed. Outside, we have a fox and a deer. What captures your fancy? He presented the rabbit before Lu Rui, his face marred by a few scratches, with droplets of blood clinging to the edges of the wounds. Yet his smile remained genuine and exuberant. The rabbit, pristine and white, twitched its three-part lips in apparent panic. Lu Rui, captivated, attempted to cradle it gently, only to be met with a kick to her chest as it freed itself from her grasp, startling her. Unappreciative little creature, Yijang exclaimed, deftly seizing it once more by its long ears. Lu Rui felt an inexplicable kinship with the rabbit, both unwilling and unaccustomed to being held captive, and she lost interest abruptly, insisting that Yijang release it. I dislike coercion. If it does not wish to stay, let be free. Noticing Lu Rui's renewed discontent, Yijang handed the rabbit to an attendant outside the tent, instructing them to roast it. Yanzhi, do you fancy deer? Today, fortune smiled upon us as we caught a pregnant doe. Come spring, it shall give birth. Would you care for the fawn as a pet? If you desire, it can reside in your tent. In truth, Lu Rui had no particular inclination, merely nodding in acquiescence. Although Yijang observed her melancholic demeanor, he remained undeterred and summoned a fox to be brought forth. Startled, Lu Rui quickly interjected, "The fox carries a strong scent. I do not wish for it. A single fawn suffices." A satisfied smile spread across Yijang's face. "You should be able to move about now. This evening, we shall celebrate heartily. Come to my grand tent tonight for roasted rabbit." Lu Rui watched him depart with a sense of annoyance, exhaling heavily, perplexed by his inability to discern her mood. Cinny, hesitating for a moment, mustered the courage to speak. "Princess, he is the Xiongnu Chanyu." Turning to face Cinny, who bowed respectfully, Lu Rui found herself momentarily speechless. Sitting before her vanity, she did not look back. "He is the chanyu, and I am his Yanzhi, so why do you not hasten to style my hair? Or shall I summon the other two concubines?" Sensing the discontent in her tone, Chiyue and Cinny exchanged apprehensive glances, cautiously moving behind her to clumsily braid and adorn her hair with vibrant ornaments. As night fell, a chill lingered in the air. The short distance from the Yanzhi's tent to the Chanyu's felt significant. Chiyue wrapped a thick outer robe around Lu Rui, shielding her from the evening's cold winds. The soft patter of their footsteps contrasted sharply with the lively atmosphere within the grand tent. Inside, the ambience was warm and fragrant, with various roasted beasts sizzling and popping. Despite the absence of festive celebrations, women scurried about, serving the men slices of roasted meat and pouring fine wine. However, The moment Yue and Cinny lifted the tent flap for Lu Rue, a profound silence enveloped the space. This marks the second occasion they have encountered the noble and resplendent Yanzhi after such a long time. The women busily preparing roasted meat in the center of the tent stepped aside, and all but Ne Jiang bowed in unison to Lu Rue, exclaiming greetings to Yanzhi in the Xiongnu tongue. Cinny translated the meaning for her, while Lu Rue graciously gestured for everyone to rise. Supported on either side, she took a seat beside Ne Jiang, where a roasted rabbit awaited her. This roasted rabbit is reserved solely for you, along with some roe deer and lamb. These sea buckthorn berries are not found in your central plains. They were freshly picked today, Ne Jiang said, personally plucking a bright orange sea buckthorn berry and presenting it to Lu Rue, compelling her to take a bite. The flavor was sharply sour, yet sweetly refreshing. Having never encountered such a fruit before, Lu Rue found it somewhat unpalatable. After reluctantly consuming a single berry, she made no further attempts, hardly touching the rabbit that had been specially prepared for her. Nevertheless, Ne Jiang insisted that the women below carve the most succulent pieces of roasted meat and offer them to Lu Rue, forcefully pressing them to her lips, which made her feel quite nauseated. In contrast, she found the sea buckthorn unexpectedly pleasant. Yanzhi, pour me some wine, Ne Jiang commanded. Lu Rue silently filled a cup and sat quietly. Yanzhi, pluck a sea buckthorn for me. Lu Rue obediently picked a berry and handed it to him. Yanzhi, you must feed it to me yourself. Unable to endure any longer, yet reluctant to express her frustration, she gritted her teeth and brought the berry to Ne Jiang's mouth, inadvertently getting his saliva on her fingers, sending chills down her spine and flushing her face beneath her vibrant makeup with a mix of anger and humiliation. Filled with distaste, she realized that she had become his in every sense, leaving her with no grounds for disdain. After enduring until the men had feasted and drunk their fill, Ne Jiang, with an arm around Lu Rue, staggered into the grand tent of Yanzhi, his face flushed with intoxication, his gaze brimming with a predatory and conquering gleam. Yanzhi, my dear Yanzhi, you are like a gentle doe, inherently docile yet harboring a wild spirit within. I must yield to your nature, otherwise you will struggle and become displeased. But I find your wildness endearing. We share a kindred temperament, which is why you are my beloved Yanzhi. Cinny hesitated, contemplating whether to enter. Though the chanyu had made a prior promise, intoxicated individuals seldom heed such commitments. Making a swift decision, Cinny rushed to summon the imperial physician. Lu Rue felt anxious, uncomfortable under his arm around her neck. Chanyu, you promised me you would not be so rough. Despite his drunken state, Ne Jiang retained a semblance of lucidity, chuckling lightly. The aroma of roasted meat and strong liquor enveloped Lu Rue. Fear not, I will not harm you. I will elevate you to the heavens under my command. Outside the tent, an urgent report from Cinny reached them, intended for Ne Jiang, announcing that a remarkable offering was to be presented to the chanyu, one that would enhance the harmony between him and Yanzhi. Naturally, Ne Jiang would not decline such a splendid gift and instructed Cinny to bring it forth. Cinny lowered her head, trembling slightly, as she raised her hands to present the small box from the tray before the Ne Jiang. This was the almond mutton fat invented by the imperial physicians of the Han Dynasty, intended solely for the use of the Empress Dowager. Being an unwed young lady, Cinny felt her face flush with embarrassment as she spoke, her breath almost scorching. The Ne Jiang, oblivious to the nuances, instructed Cinny to hand it over to Lu Rue. Lu Rue, however, discerned its nature and, upon hearing Cinny whisper a few words in her ear, wore an expression of mixed emotions, yet nodded for her to withdraw. Inside the lacquered box lay a pale, sparse oil. Without a second thought, Lu Rue pinched a small amount with her fingertip, feeling a blend of awkwardness and indignation. The Ne Jiang, unable to contain himself, unleashed a tempest of fury. Chapter 14. Dispute. The Ne Jiang's weight of 200 pounds was a considerable burden for her. Despite the presence of mutton fat, discomfort persisted, compounded by his thunderous snores and heavy arm. Lu Rue endured another sleepless night, struggling until dawn. When the attendants outside called to awaken the Ne Jiang, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, wearily rising to assist him with his garments. Casting her eyes down and remaining silent, avoiding his large hand that sought to caress her cheek as he walked by. Noticing her reaction, the Nejiang felt a tinge of displeasure. Peering down at Lu Rui, he asked, "Do you not favor me?" The commanding presence of the chanyu, a leader hardened by years of conquest, exuded an aura of unyielding authority. In contrast to the Han Emperor's inscrutable demeanor, his stern, icy tone tightened Lu Rui's heart. "I am already your Empress Dowager. What is there to favor or disfavor?" If the Nejiang were the alpha wolf of a pack, then Lu Rui, as his Empress Dowager, was like a solitary tiger in the forest, undaunted by wolves and unafraid of the outcome should a confrontation arise. Despite sensing the Chanyu's displeasure and pressure, she remained resolute in her defiance. Already dissatisfied with Lu Rui's conduct during the night and her avoidance of him in the morning, the Nejiang narrowed his eyes, intently observing Lu Rui as she fastened his belt, a smoldering anger bubbling within him. Once the irate Chanyu had departed, Lu Rui sat at her dressing table, furrowing her brows while idly toying with a golden hairpin, her mind restless. Xiongnu, seemingly having conspired with Cinny, entered the tent and knelt directly behind Lu Rui. "Your Highness, you should not behave this way. Further provoking the Chanyu will bring no good to you or the Han dynasty." Liu Hui, whether due to long-suppressed emotions or exhaustion from the sleepless night, suddenly hurled the hairpin at them, a flicker of anger in her eyes. "Should I rely on mutton fat every day for survival? I never imagined that marrying a Xiongnu would entail such suffering." Xiongnu, feeling sympathy for the princess, understood that as part of a marriage alliance, she could not openly defy the Chanyu. She knelt beside Lu Rui, steadying her knee. The Chanyu's demeanor was quite unfriendly upon his departure. "He truly cherishes you, and you ought to." Lu Rui turned her head away, a hint of darkness beneath her eyes. "Cherish? My late husband truly cherished me. He never forced me like this, nor would he ever make me frown. Just look at how he compares to my late husband." Cinny turned her gaze back at the tent drapery, filled with concern as she rose and whispered to Lu Rui, "Your Highness, please temper your words. We are in the territory of the Xiongnu. It is solely your husband, and it is unwise to mention others. I implore you to refrain from such talk." After that, the general, in a fit of rage, stormed out of the grand tent, summoning all his concubines to his quarters. He demanded their service, venting his fury with fervent intensity, yet ultimately dismissed them one by one, disdainfully declaring, "You women are no match for the Yin." Among them was a woman named Ya. Despite having served the Chanyu for many years, received a merciless kick from him. She fell to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time, and was eventually helped out by his son, Alki. Having expelled all the women, the image of Lu Rui became even more vivid in the general's mind. At that moment, one of his attendants approached with a report, only to receive a harsh kick, retreating in fear. The general's hawk-like eyes brimmed with anger and confusion as he clutched the coral beads on his beard, wishing he could crush them to dust. He treated her better than any other woman, yet her heart remained distant from him. It was no wonder she was so cold towards him, that she recoiled even from his gentle touch. Truly, she was a maddening woman. With a violent overturn of the wine table, he donned his robe and, without an attendant, strode directly towards the splendid tent of the Yin. Lu Rui, having styled her hair in a crossbun, found the Xiongnu adornments unflattering, opting instead for 2 small agate silver hairpins. Indeed, the Han hairstyle suited her better. She sighed softly at her vanity, pondering whether her aversion towards him stemmed from her heart. The sudden appearance of the general startled her. Lu Rui rose to greet him, her smooth, elegant hair adorned with exquisite hairpins piercing the general's eyes. "Yin, how splendid you look. Who do you wish to impress?" Reluctant to act against her, the general circled Lu Rui, noting her Xiongnu attire contrasted with her Han-style hair. While it was visually appealing, he found it intolerable. Sensing the general's suppressed anger, Lu Rui was uncertain of its cause. She intended to soothe him with gentle words, but instead blurted out, "I am your Yin. Who else could I dress for? You're my Yin? So you are aware you are my woman." With a roar, the general seized a bullhorn cup and smashed it beside Lu Rui's feet. leaving her in a state of shock. Sini hastily knelt in supplication, hoping to quell the Chanyu's fury. Yet this time, the general was genuinely enraged. He grasped Lu Rui's chin with a single hand, causing her jaw to ache. You claim to be my yin, yet you still think of your husband. Long turn to ash? You serve me with a heart full of discontent, yet style your hair in Han fashion to reminisce about him? Your heart is made of stone. No matter how well I treat you, I cannot win your affection. If you do not wish to be my yin, then leave. Go back to your Han. Liu Hui, thrown to the ground by the general, was left dumbfounded, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed with indignation as Sini helped her rise. How could the Chanyu not know I am a widow? Why does he disdain me today? You sought a Han princess, and now that I am here, you treat me thus, as if I were mere decoration. Although it is understood that Ne Jiang is aware of her discontent in mourning her deceased husband, she was never willingly married to him. The chieftain, being so coarse, left Lu Rui indifferent to any semblance of dignity, and she boldly stood her ground. Ne Jiang raised her arm as if to strike her, but upon meeting Lu Rui's unwavering gaze, she ultimately refrained, sweeping the cosmetics and jewelry from the dressing table to the floor. You are but a widow, and yet I have shown you respect and affection. I have bestowed upon you the finest treasures of the great Xiongnu, holding you dear to my heart. Yet you incessantly evade me, consumed by thoughts of your late husband. Do you not see me, the Xiongnu chieftain, in your eyes? If you cling only to your princess identity and your long-deceased spouse, then leave this Yanzhi tent, for you are unworthy of it. He had never before unleashed such a tirade upon her. Lu Rui trembled with rage at his repeated command to leave. Recalling the grievances and torments she had endured since her arrival, her heart swelling with fury. With gritted teeth, she held her ground for a brief moment before turning away and storming out of the grand tent. Chapter 15. The pack of wolves watching Lu Rui storm away. Sini and Xue hurriedly bowed to Ne Jiang and rushed after her. Outside the tent, the chieftain's attendants sought Ne Jiang's directive, but in his fury, he waved them off. Leave her be. Let her go wherever she wishes. If she desires to return to the Han, then let her. Lu Rui genuinely wished to return to the Han. Although she understood the futility of her endeavor, merely escaping Ne Jiang was a relief. Clad in the intricate garments of the Xiongnu Yanzhi, she grit her teeth and traversed the chieftain's camp, heading towards the vast, snowy expanse. The calls of Sini and Xue echoed behind her, yet she chose to ignore them. Tears on her face freezing into a layer of ice, stinging her skin. Princess, if you proceed further, you will reach the wilderness, where beasts may roam. Let's return. Following Lu Rui for an entire hour, Sini grew increasingly anxious, her eyes darting around in fear of a lurking wolf. I wish to return to the Han, even if it means starving on the way. If he does not accept me, do you expect me to return and suffer humiliation? At that moment, the wind and snow picked up, making Lu Rui's steps falter as she fell into the snow. Sini and Xue gritted their teeth and supported her, kneeling before her. I beseech you, princess, do not continue on this path. Acknowledge your mistake. Truly, this time it is not the chieftain's fault. Lu Rui recognized her own misstep, but could not simply disregard Ne Jiang's words as if they had not been spoken. Just as she and Sini and Xue were at an impasse, a strange sound echoed from afar, one that Sini recognized. Prompting her to glance around in alarm, wolves were indeed approaching. Within the chieftain's grand tent, Ne Jiang drank bowl after bowl of wine, finding this woman more untamable than a wild horse. She leaves without a backward glance. Does she truly intend to wander back to the Han across this vast land? Xiongnu can approach to seek an audience, and upon observing Ne Jiang's flushed visage, was not surprised. Chieftain, the Yanzhi has traveled quite far. Shall we bring her back? As Nai gazed drunkenly at her brother, the deep-set hollows of her eyes gleamed with a fierce light. She was merely a mother wolf, untamable and free. I cannot restrain her. Let her depart, for when weariness overtakes her, she shall discern her own path. Xiongnu found himself a loss for words, and chose to withdraw. Yet as he hastened out of the tent, Nai called him back. Send a few men to follow her. Ensure she does not catch wind of it, and bring her back when the time is right. The chanyu indeed harbored concern for this Yanzhi. Xiongnu bowed respectfully and summoned a few capable aides to pursue the direction in which Yanzhi had fled, cautioning them to maintain a safe distance lest she discover their presence and the chanyu's wrath befall them. He found the situation amusing. After all, she was but a woman. If she were to perish outside, devoured by wild wolves, so be it. Her title as the Han Princess did not warrant such indulgence. However, the pursuers soon encountered a sudden storm, their hearts chilled by the biting winds, and Yanzhi vanished from sight, already trailing far behind. The blizzard obscured their view of the path ahead, rendering their shouts inaudible, and any attempts to locate Yanzhi were futile, as her figure had completely disappeared. Inside the tent, Yanzhi was incensed upon hearing that Yanzhi had been lost amidst the snowstorm. He hurled his wine jug at the useless subordinate and strode out into the tempest. The fury of the blizzard was indeed overwhelming, apart from the howling winds. There was nothing else to be heard. Yanzhi was genuinely worried. He had merely uttered a few sharp words, never intending to let her go for long. He thought she would return of her own accord when weariness set in, especially with others trailing behind her. Now, as the storm intensified and his men lost track of her, with hungry wolves prowling the wilderness, he took a few trusted confidants and plunged into the raging snowstorm, his vision obscured by the white haze. Desperate cries were swallowed by the wind as he followed her distant trail step by step. In such severe weather, his delicate Yanzhi could hardly endure. Lu Rui was indeed overwhelmed. The sudden blizzard had sent her into a panic, and the distant howls of wolves only heightened her distress. She was dragged by Xiongnu and Xiongnu into a thicket, hoping to evade the pursuing beasts. Yet, the famished wolves soon caught their scent, their gray forms flickering in the white expanse, their aggressive growls carried on the wind, instilling a fear in Lu Rui she had never known. Before she could even glimpse the border city of the Han, she was on the brink of being devoured by the wolves. Xiongnu held her tightly, trembling in silence, breeding a sense of regret within Lu Rui. Qingyi, innocent and unwitting, had accompanied her willful self through the storm for so long, and now they were about to fall prey to beasts. The guilt weighed heavily on her. The wolf pack gathered, sniffing around the edge of the thicket, occasionally extending their claws to pry at the brittle branches, causing Xiongnu to gasp in terror. Casting aside all sense of decorum, perhaps provoked by Xiongnu's cry, the wolves began to gnaw at the thicket, attempting to drag them out. In the midst of the frenzied assault, Xiongnu cast aside her fear, thrusting branches fiercely towards their eyes, yet the thicket obstructed their advance, merely grazing the wolves' jaws. The wolf's strength ultimately proved superior. It wasn't long before the stalemate was shattered. With a swift bite, it seized Cindy's sleeve and tore it apart, preparing to sink its teeth into her arm. Lu Rui, paralyzed by fear, launched a desperate counterattack. She removed the hairpin from her head and, emulating Cindy's actions, fiercely jabbed it into the wolf's eye. Fortunately, this fierce blow drove the beast away, causing it to retreat with a howl. Xiongnu also pulled out her golden hairpin, wielding it in a flurry of jabs at the pack. However, her luck ran dry, and she was bitten, the sharp pain cutting through her flesh. The scent of blood exhilarated the wolves, who opened their foul mouths and lunged at Xiongnu, causing her to recoil in fear despite the pain, only to find another savage wolf lunging at her from behind. The pack closed in ever tighter, leaving the three huddled in a minuscule space among the bushes, surrounded by gaping maws filled with sharp teeth, their sleeves already tattered. Lu Rui, though relatively protected, bore several scratches from the wolf's claws, while both Xiongnu and Cindy had drawn blood, panting in despair as they awaited the imminent nightmare that would consume them. Perhaps it was a hallucination, but amid the cacophony of screams and growls, Lu Rui discerned the voice of the general, urgently calling from not too far away, drawing upon an unknown reserve of strength. Lu Rui shouted with all her might, "Help!" She cared not whether it was an illusion. She only wished for rescue, admitting to herself that she was not so brave at this moment, terrified of death and the thought of being torn apart by the wild wolves. She placed her last hope upon that general, praying it was indeed he. Fortuitously, the general heard her voice amidst the roaring wind. and his heart tightened as he moved towards the source of the cries. Chapter 16, Reconciliation. Having previously glimpsed the wolf pack, he feared for the safety of Yanzhi. Upon hearing the heart-wrenching cries from that direction, he confirmed their dire predicament and unsheathed his whip, lashing out at the marauding wolves. Were it not for the blizzard, he could have dispatched the wolves with a volley of arrows. But for now, he could only drive them back, granting Yanzhi a fleeting respite. His whip proved effective. The pack scattered in disarray, though enraged alpha wolves and young females charged forth, only to be slain by the curved blades of his attendants. As the surrounding wolves retreated, Lu Rue gasped for breath. Collapsing amidst the thicket, her hair disheveled and her face marred by scratches, her eyes darting in terror. Cinny, slightly more composed, ventured out of the bushes, emboldened by the fading cries of the wolves, only to narrowly evade being trampled by the dismounting general. Yanzhi. In the swirling snow, the general mistook Cinny for Lu Rue, anxiously pulling her into his embrace. Startled, Cinny wriggled free, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am Cinny. Our princess is here. Princess, the general has arrived." At that moment, Lu Rue comprehended that the general had indeed come. Her fear-stricken body could scarcely move, her ragged breaths betraying her presence to the general. The thicket shielded them from the storm, and the general, upon seeing Lu Rue's disheveled form nestled deep within the bushes, felt a pang of pain in his heart. He carefully helped her out, his concern evident. "Fear not, my beloved, for there are no wolves left. Allow me to escort you back home. Shall I? Here, lean on me." He moved gently, as if cradling a newly hatched chick, carefully guiding her out from the thicket. Accepting the woolen cloak handed to him by a follower, he enveloped her with meticulous care. Lu Rue, feeling a sense of unease in his embrace, reflected on his previous words and her recent attempts to evade him. The tears, previously stifled by fear, surged forth anew, only to be tenderly wiped away by him. "Why do you weep so like a spring? Angry, frightened, and now, even without fear, you still cry. Is there no end to your tears?" Upon hearing these words, her weeping intensified as she nestled deeper into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably while he securely lifted her onto the horse's back. Cinny Chanyu was also assisted onto her mount. Trembling from blood loss and cold, her pallor alarming. Unable to withstand the jolting of the swift steed, the party was compelled to urge their horses forward slowly toward the tribe, often swayed off course by the biting wind and snow. In Lu Rue's dazed state within his embrace, she remained unresponsive to his calls. Noticing her waning color, he disregarded her capacity to endure and galloped back to the tribe. Rushing her into the Yanzhi's grand tent, he summoned both the shaman and the imperial physician, igniting a fire to brew hot soup, calling all the women to attend, urging them to bring warm water swiftly and to pile on the bedding. After vociferously directing the servants to hasten their tasks, he gently laid Lu Rue upon a soft couch, covering her with thick blankets, fearful of even the slightest draft penetrating their warmth. The imperial physician burst in first, only to encounter a dilemma. Both of the princess's handmaidens were absent, and as a man before the chanyu, he hesitated to ask for assistance from the women. However, the Yanzhi would not refuse, instructing the concubines to come forth and assist, insisting there was no need for modesty, urging them to tend to the Yanzhi's wounds and to bring hot water without delay. With the chanyu's words, the physician finally dared to roll up his sleeves and attend to Lu Rue's injured arm. The once fair skin displayed a shocking laceration. Yet the severity of her wounds left Lu Rue unable to express further emotion, her consciousness waning. The Yanzhi, in a state of agitation, darted about the room, nearly kicking the concubines as they entered, bellowing for them to assist Lu Rue on the couch. "You assist the physician. Is the tent still not warm enough? Hurry, stoke the fire. Where's the shaman?" In an instant, the Yanzhi's grand tent became a flurry of activity. Fires were kindled, water was boiled, blood was drained, medicines were applied, and prayers were uttered. A cacophony of voices until sunset marked the end of their labors, and they withdrew from the tent. Lu Rue did not lose consciousness. Her wounds had been properly treated. Though she wished to send away the flustered attendants swirling around her, she ultimately could not bear to heed the Yanzhi's agitated shouts. Her mind consumed by his visage and the fleeting glance she had caught of him amidst the storm. What could have elicited such an expression from him? Had he not shown disdain for her? Why then this urgency and concern? What thoughts occupied this man's mind? Yanzhi, why do you weep again? Is it pain? The medicine is being prepared. Soon, you shall feel no more pain. Only Nejiang and Lu Rui remained in the room. Nejiang stood by the bedside, carefully tucking in the blankets for her. Your two maids are being taken care of. Would you like to have some mutton soup? I can feed you, he offered. As the warm soup was presented, Lu Rui, with tear-stained eyes, looked at the sturdy yet gentle Nejiang and apologized. I'm sorry. Nejiang was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he had truly heard an apology in the Han language. What did you just say? I'm sorry, it is my fault. I should not have disappointed your kindness or disregarded your misplaced affection. The last phrase was too intricate for Nejiang to comprehend. Yet he grasped the essence of Lu Rui's sentiment. Flustered, he set down the soup and wiped away her tears with his sleeve. Stop crying, I'm at fault too. I should not have lost my temper with you, or driven you away. You are my Yanzhi. Where could I possibly send you? If you dislike me in the future, you may strike me. Lu Rui's sobs intensified, reopening her wounds, and Nejiang hurriedly summoned the royal physician to change her dressing, only to be halted by Lu Rui's hand. I'm sorry, I will no longer be willful. I'm fine, you needn't be overly anxious. Just stay with me. Nejiang smiled broadly, lifting the soup to feed her. Very well, I shall accompany you for as long as you wish. Here, drink the soup while it's hot. If you dislike it, I can ask the physician to prepare some Han-style soup for you. However, Lu Rui merely shook her head and drank the warm soup he offered. Previously, she found the soup unpalatable, but now it brought her an immense sense of comfort. Lu Rui, known for her capriciousness and temper, felt undeserving of such affection from him, yet she inadvertently choked on the soup. Seeing her cough, Nejiang instinctively reached to wipe her mouth with his sleeve, but recalled the Han custom of using a handkerchief. He searched for the embroidered cloth with the character Zhuan to clean her mouth. Yanzhi, what does this character mean? Lu Rui glanced at the handkerchief. This character is the same as Duan, which is my childhood name. Nejiang regarded the character as if it were a treasure. It suits you perfectly. You are the Dwamping princess of the Han, and your name reflects that. Lu Rui felt a flush of embarrassment at his words, her cheeks reddening. Your Majesty, it was my lack of decorum that strayed from my duties as a Yanzhi. I hope for your understanding and forgiveness. In the future, I shall not behave this way again. Nejiang found her words somewhat challenging to comprehend, having only learned a few months of Han language. Nevertheless, he understood her intent. Since she was willing to humble herself, he felt immense joy, considering the matter of her late husband settled, as long as she was fond of him now. Yanzhi, you truly are my wonderful Yanzhi. I am overjoyed. The Emperor of the Han has been so kind to me, sending you to my side. He leaned closer, almost wishing to kiss her, urging, finish the soup and rest well. I will stay with you. I will not go anywhere. Lu Rui, feeling shy under his boldness, lay back on the couch, closing her eyes to rest. Under the soothing scent of incense, she gradually drifted into a dreamless sleep for the night. The following day, Xiongnu remained in bed, while Lu Rui, despite his own minor injuries, personally visited their tent. The imperial physician and maidservants all bowed in respect upon his arrival. How are they faring? Lu Rui inquired, observing Xiongnu, whose face was flushed with fever and beads of sweat clung to her brow, along with Xiongnu, whose condition appeared slightly improved. Guilt swelled within him, for it was his own reckless behavior that had led to their current plight. Xiongnu had just begun to recover from her fever. Provided it did not return, she should awaken within the next couple of days. Xiongnu, however, bore more severe injuries and had yet to overcome her high fever, having just been administered a dose of chanyu decoction. The imperial physician had not dared to rest since yesterday, and the two maidservants appear to have not closed their eyes, cautiously lingering in the background. Lu Rui glanced at the basin of water nearby, rolled up his sleeves, and personally wrung out a cloth to wipe Xiongnu's forehead. You must recover, dear Xiongnu, otherwise. How shall I convey my words to you? My relationship with the Khan shall never return to what it once was. as you advised me." Perhaps his words reached her, for by afternoon, Xiongnu finally exhibited signs of recovery. Xiongnu was the first to awaken, her first words inquiring about the princess's condition. The imperial physician, upon Lu Rue's instructions, promptly reported to her, and Lu Rue, who had been fed juju porridge by the Khan's aide, was elated to hear of Xiongnu's awakening and hurried to see her with the aide. Xiongnu was startled by the sudden arrival of the Khan, struggling to rise and bow. But Lu Rue gently supported her back down, leaving her seated on the bed, anxious that he might be there to reprimand her. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Please forgive me." The Khan was unfazed and inquired about her health. "You must recover swiftly. There are some Han words spoken by the Empress that I do not comprehend. Please enlighten me about their meanings. I must learn this language well." Xiongnu found his demeanor peculiar and stole a glance at Lu Rue, who shyly leaned in to whisper a few words in her ear. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she bowed to Lu Rue, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Highness. May you and the Khan enjoy a harmonious union for 100 years." Overcome with emotion, she covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Turning to the Khan, she suddenly broke into laughter, speaking in Xiongnu. "The Empress wishes to be like the wild geese in the sky, never to part for a lifetime." Upon hearing this phrase in Xiongnu, the Khan was overjoyed, embracing Lu Rue and kissing her forehead. "We are a couple chosen by the eternal heavens, destined to surpass even the wild geese in our harmony." Witnessing their bliss, Xiongnu felt a genuine happiness welling within her, prompting a faster recovery. Xiongnu, perhaps less accustomed to martial training than Xiongnu, awakened on the third day, and upon hearing the good news of the princess, was filled with uncontainable joy, momentarily forgetting her own pain. Chapter 17. Tender brutality naturally, lacking maidservants made matters inconvenient. So the Khan dispatched 2 of his concubines to attend to Xiongnu, one of whom was Hiya. In truth, he had only just recovered from her injuries, having endured a brutal kick from the Khan that had left her in tears throughout the night. Not to mention her noble status. Merely on account of the boundless affection that the Khan bestows upon her, Lu Rue stands as the mistress whom all the women of the Xiongnu must revere. In her presence, Hiya has not even the privilege to raise her gaze. Fortunately, Lu Rue harbors no intention of deliberately making things difficult for them. Despite the discomfort of her hair being styled, she remains silent and, after breakfast, spends the entire day in the tent of Xiongnu and Heroine, only returning to her own tent when the Khan pays her a visit in the evening. After about 10 days, Xiongnu's wounds had healed significantly, and Lu Rue, feeling compassion for them, allowed them a few more days of rest. After all, the Khan's concubines managed to care for her adequately, albeit their silence was stifling. They never spoke, and even when she directly inquired, their responses were confined to a few sparse words. The Khan, aside from visiting her in the evening to share a meal, busied himself in his tent, seemingly preparing to suppress several minor tribes in the west come spring. Aiming to expand his territory, he refrained from staying overnight with her, allowing her to recuperate for a few days to spare her any distress. Feeling guilt for the Khan's considerate nature, Lu Rue recognized her previous oversensitivity. Clearly, she had been blessed with a husband who cherished her deeply, yet she had maintained an air of disdain due to her status. Once her injuries healed completely, she vowed to serve the Khan dutifully. The term concubine held significance for the Khan, and he kissed the back of her hand joyfully, suppressing his own desires as he departed. It was only when Xiongnu's injuries had fully healed that the Khan decided to spend the night in the main tent, allowing Lu Rue ample time to prepare. In addition to the previous sheep fat oil, the imperial physician had provided a fragrant spice, the purpose of which was relayed by Xiongnu. In simple terms, it was intended to warm the body and enhance intimacy, enabling Lu Rue to relax. Blushing deeply, Lu Rue kept the spice for herself, and before the Khan's arrival, she took care to adorn herself. In the mirror, she radiated the allure befitting a woman, truly unmatched in beauty across the realm. Such a presence stirred an indescribable yearning in the Khan. To care for Lu Rue, he had specifically consulted Han physicians on how to ensure that the delicate beauty would not be discomfort, and he had taken a thorough bath. The refreshing scent of bath beans on him made Lu Rue chuckle. It appeared this man was aware of how to present himself. The previous 2 times, however, there had been an unfamiliar aroma mingled with the scent of bath beans, a robust masculine essence that left her slightly dizzy. With utmost caution and tenderness, the Khan enveloped Lu Rue's form, savoring her essence slowly and deeply, exercising patience. In the fervent warmth, she began to perspire lightly, gradually unfurling under his guidance. The Khan regretted having extinguished her fervor during their previous encounters, for she was a woman as splendid as a blazing fire. If only he had been gentler and slower, she would ignite anew, revealing the most exquisite spectacle the world had ever witnessed. Lost in her passion, the Khan experienced an unparalleled exhilaration, prolonging their feast until dawn, only pausing out of concern for Lu Rue's exhaustion. With matters of state awaiting his attention during the day, he bid her farewell in high spirits, encouraging her to rest well, promising to return that evening. Lu Rue languidly awoke only when the sun hung high in the sky, attended to by Xiongnu, who assisted her with her morning ablutions. As she sat before the mirror, her brows and eyes possessed an added allure, a testament to the night's indulgence, allowing her to finally savor the true essence of a man. "Princess, at this rate, you might as well forego the sheep fat," Xiongnu jested, teasing Lu Rue's flirtatious demeanor with an audacity unbecoming of an unmarried maiden. Lu Rue laughed at her shamelessness, then shyly toyed with the comb in her hands. Indeed, if the chanyu were not so brutish, he could be quite robust and powerful. However, the sheep fat was indispensable, lest I find myself overwhelmed. At this, Xiongnu truly blushed, retreating to assist Cinny. "The princess is incorrigible, always making a jest of us," she remarked, only to be met with laughter from Cinny as well. For it was Xiongnu who had initiated the topic. From that moment on, Lu Rue was genuinely exalted, the chanyu bestowing upon her all his affection, rendering the other women mere ornaments, invisible to his discerning gaze. Lu Rue spent her days embroidering and crafting incense within her tent, frequently summoned to the grand tent of the chanyu to accompany him, their marital bliss evoking envy in others who loathed to see Lu Rue thrive. One day, Lu Rue, accompanied by Cinny and Xiongnu, strolled along the outskirts of the tribe. The rare, chilly yet windless day unveiled a magnificent snowy landscape. It was no wonder that the border generals often penned stirring poetry. Witnessing the vast, boundless beauty firsthand was indeed a sight to behold. Though it starkly contrasted with the grandeur of the Han, it possessed an exotic charm, revealing that the Xiongnu were not as dire as often depicted. Adorned with coral beads and golden tassels atop her head, and 2 plumes of pheasant feathers delicately placed behind, Lu Rue shimmered amidst the snowfields. She was enveloped in a deep crimson robe, cinched at the waist with a belt embellished with gold and turquoise, and draped with a fox fur bestowed upon her by the chanyu, said to have been crafted from the pelts of foxes hunted over 6 months by a family of hunters, each pelt exquisite and smooth in hue. A treasure even within Han territory. Xiongnu, clad in a traditional deep-collared gown, exchanged a smile with Lu Rue, following her to admire the stunning Xiongnu scenery, sharing in her contentment and tranquility. Just as Lu Rue was lost in the beauty before her, a voice called out from a distance, startling her into recognition. It was Arki, the eldest son of the chanyu. "What brings you to me?" she pondered, momentarily uncertain of how to address him, adding to her bewilderment at his unexpected approach. Arki strode confidently to her side and bowed respectfully. "I have met the Yanzhi," he stated. Lu Rue nodded in return, awaiting his further words, but Arki's gaze bore into her with an intensity that felt both abrupt and discourteous, compelling her to suppress a frown. "Is there something you wish to convey?" she inquired, her tone tinged with a touch of impatience. "I noticed the Yanzhi was taking a solitary stroll with only 2 attendants, and your figure seemed somewhat solitary, so I came to inquire about your well-being. How have you been lately?" Arki asked, his eyes avoiding hers, yet his stature remained imposing, standing a head taller than the petite Lu Rue, exuding a subtle air of pressure. Lu Rue instinctively disliked the sense of oppression surrounding her. She subtly stepped aside, pretending to admire the distant mountains. Yet Alki relentlessly closed the gap between them, his sudden menacing gaze sending chills down her spine. "Do you wish to die, Yanzhi?" Almost simultaneously, a cold dagger lunged toward her, driven by Alki's frenzied roar. The first sensation that reached her was the piercing scream of chanyu and Alki's muffled groan as he was subdued by Xingyi. Following that was the cacophony from afar, and finally, the searing pain in her abdomen. Once again, Lu Rui found herself on the brink of life and death. Was she truly so despised that someone would risk their life to eliminate her? Fortunately, she did not meet her demise, as her fox fur coat absorbed the blade's thrust, leaving only a deep gash and a cascade of blood. Subsequently, Alki was executed by his own father, the Yejian, reclining against a soft pillow in the Yanzhi's grand tent. Lu Rui cast a fearful glance at the Yejian, who had effortlessly slain his own flesh and blood, despite her not sustaining severe injuries. Her trepidation was palpable, as the Yejian nonchalantly toyed with the trinket on his beard, stating, "He wished to kill you, so I killed him. It is only fitting." His words made Lu Rui feel that the charcoal fire in the tent was insufficiently warm, prompting her to tighten her fur coat. "Chanyu, he is your eldest son." In response, she was met only with a cold chuckle. The Yejian caressed Lu Rui's delicate face, remarking, "Yanzhi, you are truly young and beautiful." Lu Rui sensed the chill of his fingertips and was puzzled by the meaning behind his words. The Yejian, aware of her bewilderment, twirled a strand of her hair. "In the customs of a Xiongnu, when a father dies, the son inherits. If I were to perish, my son would marry you. Alki is unworthy of you. He is not fit to be the Chanyu's heir." Lu Rui was initially taken aback, followed by a sense of helplessness, and with irritation, she swatted at his large hand, exclaiming, "What nonsense! The Chanyu is in the prime of his life. Discussing such matters with me feels ominous. I simply did not anticipate his untimely death. There is no need to speculate on his thoughts. As for now, I shall return to see you tomorrow." Given his status as Chanyu, the Yejian's stern demeanor was indeed intimidating as he exited the grand tent. Shortly thereafter, the distant sound of a woman's anguished scream pierced the air. Alki's mother was mercilessly whipped and cast outside, left to endure the cold for an entire night, yet she somehow survived to be carried back for treatment. Why was this so? What had she done wrong? A profound chill enveloped Lu Rui as she pondered the fate of that feeble woman. What could possibly justify the Yejian's cruelty? Aside from Alki, I have other children, even Alki's son. I intend to ensure that everyone understands that any attempt to defy my will shall be met with punishment. It is my desire for you to live in peace, Yanzhi. Do you comprehend? What was she to understand? It is evident that he is nothing but a tyrant. While one might argue that Alzi brought this upon herself, she, being a woman, still evokes sympathy and grace. It turns out that his gentleness was solely reserved for her. Nevertheless, such tenderness and favor depend entirely on his whims. Will there come a day when I too am cast aside and deemed a mere warning to his subjects? Within the confines of the tent, only she and Xiongnu remained. Sini, having sustained injuries, left the task of serving tea to Xiongnu. Upon hearing her words, Xiongnu accidentally spilled hot soup all over the floor. What nonsense is the princess speaking? Who would tire of her? Lu Rui observed the puddles on the ground, unwilling to argue, yet the chill in her heart lingered. That Yejian is exceedingly ruthless. Chapter 18. A cold heart, perhaps it was the disturbance of fear, or perhaps the resurgence of an old ailment. But Lu Rui, who had merely sustained superficial injuries and should have been able to rise within days, fell gravely ill, suffering from a fever that would not abate. Her condition was far worse than when she endured the lashing in the icy river. This distressed Yejian immensely, who kept vigil by her side for several consecutive days, repeatedly murmuring, "What is wrong with you, Eshi?" After 3 or 4 days had passed and the imperial physicians examined the removed white linen, they all shook their heads in dismay. The abdominal wound had worsened. Internal heat was being obstructed by malevolent energies, and the officials expressed their helplessness and inability to act. Once again, the phrase echoed that she must rely on her own fortune, were it not for the prohibition against harming the officials of the Han. he would have expelled them long ago. Yejian rose to pace back and forth, striving to suppress his fury. What could be done to save Eshi's life? The imperial physicians stuttered and hesitated, offering no concrete solutions, which only heightened his anxiety. After dismissing everyone, Yejin furrowed his brow in deep contemplation throughout the afternoon, until Xini's neck ached from lowering her head so long. What if Eshi were to be returned to the Han? Would that restore her health? His voice was soft and barely audible. Xini thought she had misheard, straightening with surprise. Yejin repeated his intention to send Lu Rue back to the Han. All the necessary remedies for healing were included in the princess's dowry. However, she remained unwell. Perhaps returning to the Han would indeed facilitate her recovery. Xini was uncertain of his meaning, unsure how to respond. Was he suggesting to send the princess back to the Han and retrieve her once she had recovered? This seemed utterly chaotic. Chanyu, the princess is one promised in marriage. How could? Meanwhile, Chu, overwhelmed by their incomprehensible dialogue in the Xiongnu tongue, tugged at Xini's sleeve. Eyes wide with urgency, Xini's gaze flitted back and forth between Yejian and Xiuyue, and finally, she clenched her teeth and relayed Yejian's words. After hearing Xini's account, Xiuyue recalled the princess's earlier remarks about the Chanyu's fickle nature. Could it be true? Was the princess's fate indeed foretold? Just because the princess had not improved, did the Chanyu deem her to bring misfortune? Impulsively, she leaned over the bedside, disregarding Yejian's presence. Princess, you must awaken. The Chanyu intends to send you back to the Han. If you do not wake up soon, we shall truly be sent away. Xini was so frightened that her soul seemed to leave her body. Even Yejian did not anticipate such an intense reaction from her. Observing her pale face and trembling demeanor, the Yanzhi felt a surge of anger and abruptly seized Xiongnu by the collar, casting her aside. Do you wish for your mistress's life? Xiongnu, having been thrown with force, was in pain and struggled to rise with Xini's help. However, Lu Rue was genuinely awakened by Xiongnu's outcry, having heard her insistence on being sent back to the Han during the twilight hours. As she opened her eyes, still disoriented, she gazed blankly at the delighted Yejian. Sent back? Yanzhi, you are awake. Splendid. I was just preparing to send you back to the Han if you didn't awaken soon. Yejian, finally seeing her eyes open, stroked her feverish cheeks with unrestrained joy. Yet, Lu Rue's heart felt as if it were still submerged in icy waters, sending a shiver through her. How could he speak so casually of sending her away? The heartless words, juxtaposed with his jubilant expression, struck her as utterly absurd. You wish to send me back? After days of fever, my voice is hoarse and painful, yet your words are even more jarring. Yejian, do you intend to dispatch me back to the Han like mere cargo? It seemed she still possessed the strength to roar in indignation, a strength he had long since tired of. Indeed, he was that kind of heartless person capable of executing his own son without a second thought, disregarding the lives of the women who served him. Now, he had grown weary of her as well, wishing to send her back as if she had never existed. The way he spoke of Yanzhi was so dismissive and trivial, leaving her to believe she had found a worthy husband. Yejian, perplexed by her fervent response, grasped her restless shoulders. Your injuries have yet to heal. You have been ill for several days. I cannot bear to see you perish here. If I send you back to the Han, you will receive better care and live a longer, healthier life. This rationale was unacceptable to her. She broke free from his hold and sat up. Do you understand what it means to send me back to the Han? Do you think this would please me? Had I not awakened, would I truly have found myself in a carriage returning to the Han? Yejian, do you truly care for me? Sensing the escalating tension, Xini interjected. Chanyu and the Han. Xini, do not speak. Lu Rue, rarely assertive, dismissed both Xini and Xiongnu, leaving only herself and Yejian in the tent, one filled with resentment, the other with confusion. Yanzhi, I do this for your own good, he insisted, striving to modulate his tone, but all he received in return was a cold laugh. Had Archie not perished? Had he not been abandoned in the snow for an entire night? She might have believed his words then. Yet, that gruesome warning loomed large before her. Perhaps even He's corpse had not yet grown cold, teaching her how to align her heart with his. Or perhaps they had never been in sync. He merely valued her status as a Han princess focused on his youthful allure. Yejian, what do you truly consider me? You're Yanzhi? What am I to you? Such a gaze was something Yejian had never encountered before. It was neither disdain nor grievance, yet stirred an intense discomfort within him. Yanzhi, you are my legitimate wife, the only woman in this vast world truly worthy of me. Do you still harbor doubts? I deserve you, for I am of royal lineage. It is because of my status as a princess that you have not cast me aside like you did with disregarding my very existence. Why is this woman sulking again? Na Yijiang, perplexed by her words, pondered deeply until he discerned her underlying concerns. Instantly, his ire dissipated as he approached her, embracing her affectionately. Dear he, how could you think this way? You are not like I have cherished only you for all this time. Do you not see that? Lu Rui, cradled in his arms, remained silent, her gaze cast downward. What she perceived was his capacity to heartlessly discard a woman who bore him a son and his willingness to send her back to the Han. Chanyu, I implore you, do not send me back. I cannot return to the Han. Perhaps softened by his tone or drained of strength, Lu Rui sighed softly. Yet she still did not lift her head. Na Yijiang, interpreting her silence as a cessation of her distress, promised, as long as you regain your health. I can never bear to send you back. Dear he, the heavens will bless you to recover. I shall have our entire tribe pray for your well-being. His words, still laced with warmth, mirrored the affection they shared in the past. Yet this time, her heart felt icy. She dared not fall in love with this man. Contrary to her desires, another day passed, and not only did Lu Rui's condition fail to improve, but with the arrival of the moon's message, she writhed in pain, her wounds reopening. The royal physicians were in a quandary. Administering healing herbs would exacerbate the internal chill, while warming remedies could worsen her injuries, leaving them helpless as they watched Lu Rui weep in agony. This cannot continue. You must return to the Han, where you will truly perish, Na Yijiang implored, genuinely pained. In his heart, he believed that returning to the Han would restore his beloved and he cared not for the transient separation, as long as she was safe. Enduring relentless suffering and now hearing Na Yijiang's repetitive plea, Lu Rui furrowed her brow and forcefully pushed him away. Grasping a golden hairpin from Qiuyu's head, she pressed it against her throat, exclaiming, "If you mention this again, I shall end my life before you." Her resolve was not feigned. The sharp edge had already pierced her skin, crimson droplets staining her collar, shocking all present, who knelt in desperation, pleading for her calmness. Even Na Yijiang dared not act rashly. "What are you doing, Lu Rui, tormented by pain, felt as if a weight of 1,000 pounds bore down on her, her hand trembling as she held the pin aloft, stubbornly refusing to lower it. "I shall say this one last time. Do not send me back. I shall go nowhere. If I cannot endure this, I will die right here. After all, my suffering is all you're doing." Cast into the icy depths of despair, haunted by the torment inflicted by his son, and faced with the prospect of returning to the Han and enduring the humiliation of a discarded wife, she would not be easily cast aside. Observing Lu Rui's resolute demeanor, the Yijiang fell into a long silence, turning to glance at the kneeling and desperately pleading Qiuyu. With a deep sigh, she finally relented. "Very well. I promise you, I shall never send you back to the Han." This concession caused Qiuyu to collapse in relief, seizing the gold hairpin from Lu Rui's hand. Since she was unwilling to return, all they could do was pray for the blessing of the celestial deity. The Yijiang emitted a heavy sigh, turning to exit the grand tent, summoning the shaman, and did not return until the sun had set. Lu Rui succumbed to a deep slumber, tormented by fever and pain. And even in sleep, a tear lingered at the corner of her eye. Later that night, Qiuyu roused the drowsy Lu Rui, presenting her with a bowl of pale yellow, clear liquid. "Your Highness, this is the sacred medicine sought by the chanyu. It is said that consuming it will ensure your recovery." Qiuyu's expression was peculiar. Despite the medicine being beneficial, she seemed reluctant to hand it over. Even Xi, standing nearby, averted her gaze, leaving Lu Rui perplexed. "Jiaxian, Jiaxian." The Yijiang barged into the tent, restless at such a late hour. "Have you taken the medicine? Are you feeling better?" Lu Rui felt a surge of irritation upon seeing him, yet she managed to conceal it. Not yet. Xiongnu just woke me. Why would you have me take medicine at this hour? Moreover, the medicine, with its yellow hue, was unfamiliar to her. Chanyu, is this medicine from the Xiongnu? The Yejong's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly nodded. This is a fine medicine concocted by the shaman, unique in the world. Cool me. Drink it quickly. Xiongnu lowered her head as she offered the medicine, her eyes blinking rapidly. Lu Rui was utterly bewildered by her demeanor. Xiongnu, is there something you wish to say? And no, Your Highness, please drink. The Yejong's intentions were dubious, but Xiongnu would never wish her harm. Lu Rui accepted the bowl and drank the concoction in one go, nearly retching at the overpowering fishy taste. Chapter 19. Calamity, what on earth is this concoction? It's exceedingly strange. Upon witnessing her finish the medicine, the Yejong was overjoyed, grasping her hand with warmth. This is brewed from my blood by the shaman. He said that as long as you drink my blood, you will surely recover. How do you feel? Do you find it more comfortable? Noticing the pained expressions of Xiongnu and Exine nearby, she was unfazed by his words. How could this be? How could this be? Lu Rui stared at him, her face pale, confirming that he was neither jesting nor insulting her. Chanyu, what is the necessity of this? Is the medicine ineffective? Why does your complexion remain so poor? Yejong, is it that the medicine has no effect? I shall summon the shaman to continue preparing it, he asserted, but Lu Rui abruptly seized his arm. Chanyu, there is no need to. This medicine, do not brew it further. He complied and sat back down, tucking her blankets snugly. Perhaps you will feel better by tomorrow. I am robust. Having consumed my blood, you too shall be as I am. Lu Rui caught a glimpse of the fine linen on his arm, still faintly stained with blood. Had he been drawing blood for the medicine since the afternoon? Upon closer inspection, his pallor was indeed concerning, yet he bore no complaints. Chanyu, you should rest early. It is quite late. Her words were soft, sincere in their intent. Despite this man's ruthless demeanor, he was, at this moment, genuinely kind to himself. After all, he had once saved his own life. She simply could not match his mercilessness. Her demeanor fluctuated as she vehemently scolded him during the day, but now softened. There was a hint of amusement in his heart as he reluctantly released her hand. Very well, I shall heed your words and rest now. I will come to see you in the morning. As the curtain was drawn aside, Lu Rui caught a glimpse of the flames outside. Even at this hour, so many were on guard, likely because the Chanyu himself was personally extracting blood for alchemical purposes, which had undoubtedly stirred quite a crowd. However, she could not have anticipated that the throng was not waiting for the return of that Yejong to rest, but rather awaiting his orders to execute Hia. Hia, harboring resentment towards you for the death of her son, had resorted to sorcery, causing you to fall gravely ill. She had been discovered last night and was immediately executed. The following morning, Lu Rui heard Cinny's account, leisurely sipping her medicinal soup, reflecting on the previous night's unsettling silence, which she surmised was intentionally meant to avoid her. Cinny dared not elaborate too much, should the princess learn that the Chanyu had discarded Hiya's corpse into a pack of wild wolves. She would spiral into unfounded suspicions regarding his intentions. Despite this, I find it difficult to harbor hatred. He who is innocent, pushed to desperation, and otherwise. A timid soul who would not even dare to raise her gaze. Autumn Moon let out a cold snort as she changed the ointment on Lu Rui's abdomen. It was all self-inflicted. She corrupted her son, leading him to attempt your assassination, a pair of fools, utterly overestimating themselves. Lu Rui, weary of reproaching her, chuckled softly, pondering the absurdity of the Xiongnu shaman who had dared to offer her blood to drink, and the fact that Yejong had consented, even personally cutting his wrist. Yet, she remained grateful. That bowl of golden broth must have contained a considerable amount of his blood. Indeed, that Yejong arrived, his face betraying no sign of recent violence. The chill of his fingertips made Lu Rui shiver. He has been executed? She had not intended to hide it from her. That Yejong replied in a somber tone. She attempted to kill you with her sorcery. Fortunately, she was discovered. Had it been delayed another day, you would not be here now. The shaman used my blood to counteract the curse. You will recover, Yanzhi. You will live alongside me for eternity." As he held her hands, the warmth from his palms gradually melded with hers. Lu Rui cast her gaze downwards, silent for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. "Chanyu, Hia was your concubine, the mother of your eldest son. In terms of sentiment and reason, your actions are excessively cruel, and I cannot accept it." She understood his kindness, yet could not turn a blind eye to his coldness, believing it best to speak frankly. That Yejiang was taken aback by her words, failing to grasp her perspective. "She nearly caused your demise. That was because you killed her son and abandoned her to the mercies of the snow. Anyone in her position would find it unbearable. Ultimately, it is your cruelty that has compelled her to rebel. The repercussions of your mercilessness have befallen me." While he may not have heeded her earlier sentiments, the final statement resonated with him. Yet he still failed to see any fault in his actions. "Is it because I have been too harsh with him? Since my marriage to you, you have neglected those concubines and your own children. Naturally, Aoki, as the heir, fears that I may undermine his position. It is your failure as a father that has caused him to harbor ill intentions towards me. Do you still not comprehend? Your harem is not a flock of sheep." These words were the first of their kind that Nejiang had ever heard. Could it be that his harem was not a collection of obedient lambs? The women who submitted to him never rebelled and had no reason to, save for this particular Yanzhi. He truly did not believe women possessed rebellious hearts. Lu Rui sat there, gazing intently at him. Observing his momentary daze, she ceased her words, hoping he would absorb her message. If he failed to do so, he would remain merely a chanyu, never destined to be Lu Rui's sanctuary. Fortunately, Nejiang did not disappoint her. He cared for her and would consider her predicament to some extent. "Good Yanzhi, I shall no longer implicate you. Now tell me, how shall we deal with those women?" Lu Rui felt a surge of indignation at the term "deal with," yet she could hardly blame him. Historically, rulers have always behaved thus, but the women of the Xiongnu were far more docile than those of the Han, leading Xiongnu men to believe they lacked desires of their own. However, Lu Rui was mistaken. The women of the Han were equally meek and timid, though she, being strong-willed, remained unaware of it. As for their fate, I have no right to comment. As long as they are not pushed too hard, none shall find themselves cornered. Nejiang still did not grasp the complexity, sighing heavily as he patted his knee. "It appears those women are more challenging than you, my dear Yanzhi. You truly have my heart." Held gently in his embrace, Lu Rui could not find solace. "Should the chanyu ever treat me this way, I would certainly risk my life, dragging you down into the abyss with me." Such words were chilling, yet Nejiang took them as sweet nothings, breaking into a joyful smile. "You would not, nor would I. I cherish you too dearly. A lifetime of affection would never suffice." This man, with a heart as cold as iron and a cruel disposition, spoke such shameless words with eloquence, leaving her blushing in embarrassment. "You truly do not know how to leave me at ease. Some matters are indeed enigmatic." After Ye's death, Lu Rui gradually began to heal. The imperial physicians wiped the sweat from their brows, utterly unable to explain the swift recovery. "Good Yanzhi, once you're healed, I shall bring you 2 rams. We can fashion jewelry from their horns, garments from their hides, and share their meat, ensuring the entire tribe remembers your kindness." Lu Rui chuckled at Nejiang's words, suppressing laughter as she held her stomach. "It has been ages since I last savored mutton soup. The physicians have said that once I recover, some mutton soup would be just what I need to replenish my strength." In recent days, Nejiang frequently brought her delightful gifts, sharing tales of the tribe, particularly recounting which servant he had rewarded on a given day or which concubine had been summoned back to her tent to avoid the biting wind and snow. Lu Rui listened in silence, her lips curving into a perpetual smile. Beside her, Chuyue and Cinny were also in high spirits, for it seemed that the princess had become the sole favorite within the harem. After a brief span of half a month, the fully recovered Lu Rui accompanied Na Yijiang in hosting an extravagant feast within the grand tent of the chanyu. However, the atmosphere during this gathering was notably subdued compared to previous occasions, with the cautionary tales of Aoki and Hia lingering in their minds. The guests were wary of inciting the displeasure of the empress, which could lead to dire consequences. In contrast, Lu Rui found solace in the tranquility. indulging in a considerable amount of food throughout the evening. As night fell, Yanzhi did not disturb her. Instead, he embraced her and fell into a deep slumber, his thunderous snores rendering Lu Rui, who had been deprived of such intimacy for a long time, somewhat unaccustomed. With her eyes wide open, she pondered in the dim glow of the firelight. Spring in the desert arrived particularly late, with the ice and snow barely melting by April. It should have been a season of rejuvenation, yet a grave calamity struck Yanzhi's tribe, and even he himself fell ill. Cholera, akin to a natural disaster, posed a severe threat, especially for the nomadic people living in harsh conditions. The outbreak of cholera during the early spring was enough to disrupt the peace for an entire year, compounded by the fact that the chanyu himself had fallen ill. The atmosphere within the tribe was fraught with anxiety, which only deepened Lu Rui's worries. Having been a widow whose first husband had succumbed to illness shortly after their marriage, she had finally found a semblance of harmony with Yanzhi. Yet this man, who boasted of his robust health and divine protection, had now succumbed to the terrifying cholera, suffering from relentless diarrhea that left him weak and bedridden in just a few days. "Why am I not allowed to enter?" Lu Rui questioned the attendant stationed outside the chanyu's tent, clutching her sleeves in frustration. Her husband lay ill within, yet she was barred from even seeing him. The attendant, caught in a predicament, explained, "The chanyu has decreed that the empress must not approach. You must return, empress." The attendant was conflicted. The chanyu's orders were absolute. Yet the prospect of incurring the empress's wrath was equally daunting. Fortunately, several imperial physicians arrived and hurriedly explained that cholera was contagious, and the chanyu was merely seeking to ensure her safety by temporarily denying her entry. Lu Rui understood her own frail condition and realized that her presence might only complicate matters further. After casting a few glances into the tent, she reluctantly departed. Summoning all the imperial physicians and even the shamanic healers of the Xiongnu, she pondered deeply, contemplating whether there were measures to control the outbreak. The Xiongnu possessed their own methods of healing, though their effectiveness was often limited. Given the large population within the tribe, the common folk were left to fate. The Han people also frequently faced cholera outbreaks, and the experienced imperial physicians were well-versed in handling such crises. However, the challenge lay in the differing customs between the Xiongnu and the Han, which might render the advice ineffective. Focus on instructing the populace on preventative measures. If they choose not to heed your guidance, that is their concern. What news do we have from the chanyu? Yanzhi had been under the care of the shamanic healers, and he succinctly conveyed that while the chanyu's condition was stable, there are no signs of recovery yet. Lu Rui felt a twinge of worry and guilt, reflecting that had she not previously taken blood for medicinal purposes, he might not have fallen ill this time. She suggested that the imperial physicians collaborate in prescribing remedies, believing that a dual approach could hasten his recovery. Barely had the imperial physicians taken their leave when Xiongnu sought an audience outside the tent. Yanzhi's brother? Lu Rui pondered, glancing at Yi before cautiously permitting his entrance, her demeanor reflecting a mix of curiosity and trepidation. This was her first encounter with the formidable younger brother of the chanyu, a man of imposing stature and striking presence, whose youthful visage was even more handsome than that of the chanyu himself, despite being 7 years his junior. The valor reflected in his eyes was in no way inferior to that of the chanyu. Out of a sense of propriety, Lu Rui felt a peculiar discomfort at the arrival of the chanyu's brother. After all, the general had pressing matters to attend to. Were it not for the current reliance on Xiongnu to manage the tribe's affairs, she would have preferred to avoid his presence altogether. It was rather absurd that the chanyu's harem resided within the same tribe as his robust younger brother, essentially forcing her to seclude herself within her tent each day. Given the chanyu's deteriorating health and the rampant epidemic within the tribe, Xiongnu had come to discuss strategies with the Yanzhi. He performed a bow, his voice deep and reminiscent of that of Yanzhi. Yet Lu Rui was too preoccupied to pay heed to his tone. She abruptly raised her gaze towards him. Had not the shaman just claimed that the chanyu's condition was stable? Xiongnu paused, realizing he had inadvertently let slip a critical detail. Lu Rui pressed on, inquiring about the true state of Yanzhi's illness. After a prolonged moment of tension, Xiongnu can finally relented. It turned out the shaman had merely been offering her comfort. Jiang likely did not have many days left. Upon hearing such disheartening news, Lu Rui felt momentarily dazed, sitting on the couch in a state of agitation, which alarmed Xiongnu and Xine. Observing her distress, Xiongnu can felt a pang of regret. Yanzhi, I came here solely regarding the Chanyu's ailment. I am aware that your medical expertise surpasses ours, and I also know you have recovered from 2 injuries in the past. Might I request that your accompanying physician examine the Chanyu and use some of the Han medicine you brought? Lu Rui sighed, nodding in agreement. I have already instructed them. They will express their needs. However, I must see him, she declared, attempting to rise. Yet, Xiongnu can grasp her arms firmly. Yanzhi, it is inadvisable. Should you fall ill, the Chanyu would be greatly unsettled. Feeling a surge of indignation at his intrusive touch, Lu Rui stepped back to evade him. The general should attend to pressing matters. The tribe relies on you to alleviate some of the Chanyu's burdens. Sensing her clear displeasure, Xiongnu can hesitated. Yet he wisely chose to withdraw, reminding her not to approach the Chanyu's main tent as he departed. As Lu Rui watched him leave, an unsettling tremor gripped her heart. His gaze was not one of concern or care, but rather filled with malice, akin to that of a ravenous wolf. Excitement? Anticipation? Malevolent intentions? What did he intend to do? Was he plotting to eliminate Jiang? Remaining motionless for a considerable time, Lu Rui deliberated before summoning the imperial physician. Speak candidly. How long until the Chanyu recovers? The physician, perhaps sensing the gravity of the situation, stroked his beard and sighed. Princess, the Chanyu may have a slim chance of recovery if we can replace all his food and drink and administer a substantial quantity of detoxifying broth. After all, the Chanyu possesses a robust constitution. A slim chance? Lu Rui's head throbbed anew as she leaned against Xiongnu, who gently massaged her temples. There is no need for substitutions. Convey my orders. Bring the Chanyu to me. All his sustenance shall mirror mine. Since I remain unscathed, the Chanyu is bound to recover. This approach is exceedingly perilous. Although Lu Rui resides among the Xiongnu, her diet predominantly adheres to the customs of Han lands, thus sparing her from the current outbreak of cholera. However, should she allow that injured general in her tent, the risk of mutual infection could jeopardize even her well-being. Not to mention, the imperial physician and Xiongnu would be the first to oppose such a notion. What do you understand? He shares my sustenance and shelter. The physicians would be more attentive under these circumstances. Here, we can isolate ourselves from the Xiongnu's dietary practices to facilitate his swift recovery. Moreover, the intentions of that ambitious Xiongnu can remain uncertain, and if that general were to perish, Lu Rui would not fare well either. The more she pondered, the more her heart trembled, prompting a heavy sigh. Thus, let the Chanyu reside here. You shall prepare a small couch for me to rest. I shall return only when he is well. Although Xiongnu was reluctant, she found herself powerless to contest, while Xingyi comprehended the gravity of her concerns. Exiting the tent, she summoned a few attendants. Indeed, the princess's current predicament is perilous. Should that General Chanyu pass, his young son may ascend to the throne, inheriting his father's position and marrying the princess. More likely, Xiongnu would take the throne, and at that juncture, the princess's fate would remain precarious. The attendants outside the Chanyu's tent were in a quandary. On one hand, the Chanyu was gravely ill yet forbade the Han lady from visiting, while on the other, the Han lady insisted on bringing the Chanyu to her. They gritted their teeth, knowing they could not defy the Chanyu's orders. Xingyi furrowed her brow and lamented, pondering whether to commend their loyalty or chastise their lack of adaptability. The Chanyu had explicitly prohibited the Han lady from approaching, had he not? The attendants could only nod in agreement. Xingyi continued, implying that as long as the Han lady did not come, the Chanyu could still visit her without contravening orders. The attendants, unable to counter her argument, remained stationed before the tent, asserting that the Chanyu's critical condition should not burden the Han lady, urging her to return. Such foolishness! Xingyi felt a surge of frustration and called upon Xiongnu to exert her influence. As anticipated, under Qiuyue's sharp tongue, they ultimately relented. carrying the frail and emaciated general into Lu Rui's grand tent, which startled her. When had this man ever exhibited such fragility? His face had sunken, his eyes devoid of life, and despite his initial reluctance, he was forcibly brought before her. Upon seeing Lu Rui, he urged her to maintain her distance, fearing he might infect her. Had it not been for the assurance of the Han lady's safety, those attendants would never have dared to treat the chanyu with such disrespect. They hastily set him down and withdrew, while the concubines who intended to follow were dismissed by Lu Rui, who deemed them unclean and allowed only Chiyue and Xingyi to remain and attend to him, fetching water and tending to his needs. Han lady, you ought not to be so reckless. What if you fall ill as well? The general, struggling to sit up, pushed Lu Rui away, insisting she leave. Yet, before he could utter another word, his stomach grumbled ominously. Liu Hui, undetihid, repelled. Her voice muffled by the coarse cloth covering her face. You have come this far. Where do you wish for me to go? Since I am unscathed, sharing my food and lodging with you should not expose you to any impurities. After all, you currently lack the strength to argue with me. The physicians, too, had their reservations regarding this arrangement, yet Lu Rui remained resolute. Should I fall ill, you shall treat me alongside him. Is there truly a difference between the medicine prescribed for me and that for the chanyu? The commotion left them speechless, as a large pot of medicinal soup was served, which everyone, including the princess and her two maids, was required to drink daily. Lu Rui personally administered the medicine to the warlord, pouring it down bowl after bowl, fearful that insufficient potency would prolong his ailment. Each night, she found herself utterly exhausted, yet only able to doze lightly on a small couch. Perhaps she herself was unaware that her diligent care for the warlord stemmed not from her difficult situation nor from fear of Xiongnu's malice, but rather from a profound bond. Despite his previous cruelty that had instilled fear in her heart, she was still willing to share life and death with him. Warlord, you will recover, a phrase he had uttered to her countless times, was now hers to express to him. To contain the epidemic, Lu Rui generously utilized her dowry. Everyone in the tribe was mandated to take the medicine. After 10 days of continuous treatment, the outbreak was finally subdued and the warlord's complexion improved slightly. You, Eshi, are truly one of a kind, he remarked while drinking the medicinal soup, observing Lu Rui's weary countenance from days of toil. He couldn't help but admire her deep affection, considering her a treasure bestowed upon him by the heavens, or rather, by the Han dynasty. How could he not cherish her? Seeing him in relatively good spirits brought joy to Lu Rui. She placed the empty bowl aside, knowing the Han had no equal to her. Whether you are a princess or not, you are my Eshi, irreplaceable. Such casual words warmed Lu Rui's heart, prompting her to smile as she adjusted his soft pillow. May you recover swiftly. The tribe's people's ailments have been contained, and everyone is praying daily for the Khan's health. The warlord laughed heartily, a spark of life igniting in his eyes. When I recover, I will have the subjects pay homage to you and me. You are the great benefactor of this calamity, the savior of all our people. My Eshi, you are truly the best Eshi in the world. At that moment, Xian entered with a bowl of soup she had personally prepared. Princess, I have never seen anyone so fond of praising their own wife. The Khan is considerate and affectionate. Indeed, it is your fortune. Lu Rui smiled, seemingly recalling something, and discreetly fed the soup to the warlord, her eyes betraying a hint of delight. Under the guidance of the imperial physician, all bedding and utensils in the Khan's tent were replaced, requesting that the Khan and Eshi move in together to ensure that the items in Eshi's tent were also changed, preventing any contamination that might cause a relapse of the Khan's old afflictions, thereby soothing Lu Rui's concerns. Just as the diarrhea had ceased, the warlord insisted on attending to state affairs. During this time, he had relied heavily on Xiongnu to manage the military, but prolonged dependence would not suffice. Although Lu Rui wished for him to rest a few more days, she could only accept his decision. Now that she was alone in the tent, Lu Rui lowered her gaze, reflecting on the preparations made with Xian throughout the afternoon, harboring a subtle anticipation for the warlord's return. Her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, more radiant than spring itself. Now that the days had lengthened slightly, the warlord still did not return until after dark. Even before entering the tent, he called out, "Eshi, Eshi, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Inside the tent, Lu Rue adorned herself slightly. Her vermilion lips appeared as if painted upon the snow, and the corners of her eyes were elongated with a deliberate touch. As she gracefully approached, she resembled a tranquil spring, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. The chanyu spoke in the Xiongnu language, the words cascading from her lips in an indescribably melodious manner. The chanyu was momentarily taken aback. "What did you just say?" Lu Rue felt a twinge of panic, fearing she might have mispronounced the Xiongnu phrase she had practiced all afternoon. A glance back at Exen reassured her. She must have spoken correctly. With a bashful demeanor, she repeated the phrase, only to be suddenly embraced by the chanyu. "My dear, you are utterly charming. With your words, my ailment has already been cured. I can hardly wait to shower you with affection," he exclaimed, his voice strained with fervor as he exerted all his strength to remove her garments. In just a few strides, he had lifted Lu Rue onto the grand couch. Observing the chanyu's uninhibited nature, Xiongnu hastily exited the tent. Upon hearing the princess's peals of laughter, she exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Rue and prepared more food. Within the warmth of the tent, the chanyu, even perspiring, could not contain himself as he gazed at the enchanting beauty beneath him. It was not until Lu Rue, overwhelmed, pleaded for mercy that he reluctantly restrained his vigor, though he still felt unsatisfied. Having just recovered, Lu Rue lay languidly on the couch, gasping for breath, marveling at the chanyu's vitality. "It is fortunate I had not dined fully, otherwise I would not rise tomorrow," she mused. Yet the chanyu's desires seemed insatiable. With her prior injury and his subsequent illness, the pent-up longing had reached a breaking point. He had never anticipated her ability to learn the Xiongnu language. Her pronunciation was more melodious than the songs of celestial maidens. "Oh, my dear, how shall I repay your sincere efforts? Let us pray to the eternal sky to grant us rebirth as eagles, so we may be a couple in the next life." Lu Rue nestled against his chest, counting the various animals he had likened her to. First a sheep, then a she-wolf, later a fox, and now an eagle. Am I to become a totem? Do all creatures of the world resemble me? As she spent more time with him, she discovered that she was, indeed, a woman of wit and playfulness. The chanyu gently patted her tender shoulder. "The entire world is yours. To be likened to you is a blessing for those creatures." At that moment, a voice from outside the tent called for Xiongnu, Kansas. Lu Rue furrowed her brow, instinctively retreating behind the chanyu. The chanyu, displeased with her lack of decorum, bellowed for the visitor to return the following day to discuss matters. He rose and casually draped a robe over his shoulders. Lu Rue donned her clothing and summoned Xiongnu to bring forth the evening meal, then adjusted the chanyu's collar. "Why does Xiongnu can come to see you at this hour? Surely it cannot be of great importance?" Inhaling her fragrant hair, the chanyu pondered. "Aside from matters of war, there is nothing of concern. Compared to that, you are far more important. Have something to eat? You have been quite exhausted." It seemed there were significant political affairs within the tribe, for the chanyu had been leaving early and returning late, often absent from the encampment for days on end. Although Lu Rue was concerned about his recently recovered health and refrained from meddling in political affairs, he would gently converse with her upon his return each day, while the rest of the time was spent with Xiongnu teaching her the Xiongnu language. Although both Yejian and his lieutenant understood Han dialect, Lu Rue believed that since she had married into this place, learning the local language would be advantageous. Moreover, she took pleasure in hearing him speak in Xiongnu, just as he delighted in her joy. Xiongnu was not particularly inclined to learn, yet to care for the princess, she reluctantly repeated a few phrases, fearing that if someone were to slander her in private, she would be able to comprehend their murmurs once she mastered the Xiongnu tongue. One day, while Yejin was away, Xiongnu did not accompany him, but instead encountered Lu Rue during her walk, blocking her path. Is it customary for the Han princess to reside within the chanyu's great tent? Facing the imposing figure before her, Lu Rue frowned in displeasure, questioning what his living arrangements had to do with him. However, considering his status, she responded lightly, intending to leave. Yet, Xiongnu can grasp her arm, causing her to recoil as if scalded. What does the general mean by this? I am the princess, by our Han customs. You ought to address me as sister-in-law and be a bit more reserved. To her surprise, Xiongnu seemed unconcerned, his smile bearing a hint of mischief. I don't quite understand the Han dialect you speak. There's no need to be so anxious. I merely wish to inquire about the princess. How has the chanyu been of late? The chanyu had recently been frequently traveling south with a few trusted confidants, and she was oblivious to the reasons behind it. Lu Rui lowered her gaze in silence, freeing herself from his grasp, her mind swirling with thoughts. You do not know, and I know even less. I am merely a secluded concubine who does not concern herself with his whereabouts. Without waiting for Xiongnu to respond, she turned and left, and it was not until late at night that Yanzhi returned to the tent, his figure covered in dust, suggesting he had traveled a considerable distance. You must be tired. There's deer meat soup kept warm for you. Have some before you sleep? Yanzhi nodded silently, pulling her to share the soup, a rare moment devoid of his usual affectionate embrace. The following days passed similarly, with him returning weary and covered in sand, which piqued Lu Rui's curiosity. Just as she pondered this, she recalled Xiongnu's words about his frequent journeys to the south. Wasn't that the border of the Han? As this thought crossed her mind, her appetite vanished. Surely, Yanzhi, who cherished her so dearly, would not pose a threat to the Han. Why then did Xiongnu seek to sow discord between them? It seemed Yanzhi was genuinely exhausted, falling asleep instantly, while Lu Rui lay awake, her heart troubled. Surely not. He had no reason to. The following morning, Yanzhi departed, and Lu Rui deliberately hid within the tent to avoid an encounter with Xiongnu. To her dismay, he sought her out, asking if she required assistance in pursuing the chanyu. The chanyu is preoccupied with his own affairs. Why would you chase after him? You should not even inquire of me. If the chanyu is absent in the future, there is no need for you to report to me. We shall wait for his return. From behind the tent's curtain, Xiongnu chuckled at Lu Rui's words. The princess is truly aloof. We are, after all, family. Why do you flee from me as if I were a thief? I'm not so fearsome, am I? Lu Rui gritted her teeth. When it came to shamelessness, the bond between the brothers was indeed a legacy, albeit one was bold and upright, while the other, Xiongnu, was nothing but irksome. Ultimately, she sent him away. The return of Yanzhi was notably early, yet he had no time to spend with her, gathering a multitude of generals in the tent to deliberate until deep into the night. Lu Rui had yet to retire, and when Yanzhi cupped her face and bestowed a gentle kiss, he said, "There is no need to wait for me, my lady. Do rest early in the future." Lu Rui did not nod, instead assisting him in loosening his golden belt and removing his long robe. "I'm not fatigued, my lord. I would prefer to wait for you. Has Xiongnu sought you out?" The abrupt question left Lu Rui momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she had encountered him just yesterday and exchanged greetings again outside the tent today. Yanzhi listened with closed eyes and let out a heavy sigh through his nose, which made Lu Rui uncomfortable. Does the Lord not find this abrupt? What? Lu Rui lowered her head, hesitating before finally speaking. In our Han court, women do not engage with men from outside. I understand that this is not feasible here, but Xiongnu is your younger brother, and the age difference is not significant. His sudden visit today feels rather inappropriate. To her surprise, Yanzhi merely acknowledged her without further reaction, not even inquiring about Xiongnu's purpose for seeking her out. Disheartened, Lu Rui fell silent. The following days unfolded similarly. Yanzhi had noticeably grown distant towards Lu Rui, while Xiongnu would occasionally visit her, insinuating that Yanzhi had gone south. Troubled, Lu Rui furrowed her brow, scarcely able to eat her midday meal. What was Yanzhi implying? Beside her, Yanzhi refrained from speaking, yet Xiongnu ventured. I believe the Lord is testing the princess to discern whether she harbors any divided loyalties. Furthermore, he may be probing her stance should the two nations enter into conflict. And suddenly glanced around, whispering the term spy. Xin was displeased, scolding her for instilling fear and unsettling the princess's heart. Lu Rui, however, absorbed the words, frowning in uncertainty. The Han and Xiongnu had just negotiated peace, and neither side had the strength to wage war again. Moreover, Na Yijiang's kindness towards her was as evident as the heavens. It was undeniably unreasonable to suspect otherwise. Well, it seems he is merely gauging your fidelity. Considering he is 16 years your senior, and even his grandchildren, there are numerous men in the tribe. This remark was utterly outrageous. Lu Rue scolded her coldly, while Xiongnu realized her error and promptly bowed in apology. Xian shook her head, pondering how such a character had remained Lu Rue's attendant for so many years. Ultimately, Lu Rue was at a loss, disinclined to ponder the reasons behind it all. As long as Na Yijiang did not encroach upon the Han, she would not interfere in his political affairs. As for the chilliness of recent days, perhaps he was merely fatigued. However, in the ensuing days, Na Yijiang did not return at all, sending a subordinate to report to Lu Rue about his expedition. Saying nothing further, this left Lu Rue genuinely dissatisfied. Relay to the Lord that I await his return. Even feigning ignorance could not contain Lu Rue any longer. If he were merely surveying within the Xiongnu territory, it would be tolerable. Yet just as she pondered this matter, Xiongnu can arrived once more. Hasn't he a messenger from the Lord just reported that he has embarked on a distant campaign? Are you aware of this? When might he return? Originally, Lu Rue had refrained from any contact with Xiongnu, Kansas. Upon hearing that Na Yijiang would not be returning in the next few days, she hastily rushed back to her quarters. A chill enveloped her as she sensed an unsettling gaze from Xiongnu Kan, prompting her to immediately lower the tent curtain and retreat. Since the chanyu is absent, it is inappropriate for the general to seek an audience with me, the Yanzhi. I shall reiterate, do not come to find me until the chanyu returns. Yet, her heart raced with an inexplicable fear, revealing her deep reliance on Na Yijiang. Without him, she felt utterly unprotected. Days passed, and on the fourth day, Na Yijiang still had not returned. Indeed, Xiongnu did not come to seek her out, yet Lu Rue remained restless, pacing within the tent. Soon, a messenger reported that the Yanzhi's grand tent had been newly adorned, requesting her to return to her own quarters. Lu Rue furrowed her brow in displeasure. What is this? Am I to be uprooted from the chanyu's tent after only a few days? I shall move back once the chanyu is home. The messenger could only comply and withdraw, refraining from further disturbance. Fortunately, on the fifth day, Na Yijiang finally returned. Upon entering the tent, he beheld Lu Rue, resplendent in her fresh attire, her spirit as bright as the sky after a storm. Yanzhi, I have missed you dearly. Seeing Na Yijiang's long-awaited smile, Lu Rue felt a wave of relief wash over her. The chanyu has endured much fatigue over these days. I had no prior news. Shall I prepare some millet porridge? I can have some goose meat stewed. Na Yijiang merely waved his hand, enveloping her in an embrace, resting his head against her breast and inhaling deeply. I apologize for having put you through distress these past days. How have you fared? How have I fared? Lu Rue thought, not well at all. Without his protection, the ambiguous intentions of Xiongnu can render her vulnerable, as he disregarded her words and intruded upon her peace, leaving her in a state of perpetual anxiety, even too fearful to step outside the tent. However, she could not voice these sentiments. Understanding Na Yijiang's burdens, she replied that all was well, though her gaze evaded his fiery intensity. Na Yijiang seemed oblivious to any misgivings. After a tender moment, he hastily departed. I have matters to attend to. I shall visit you again this evening. Lu Rue did not press him to stay, yet with his return, she felt a sense of calm. She instructed Xiongnu and Xian to gather her belongings and move back to the Yanzhi's grand tent, meticulously preparing her appearance in anticipation of his arrival. However, as the sun set and night deepened, Na Yijiang still had not come. Lu Rue took one last look in the mirror to touch up her makeup. Noticing bloodshot eyes, unsure if it was due to fatigue or the desire to weep. Just as she set the mirror down, Na Yijiang entered. The fleeting glimpse of her desolate expression tugged at his heart. How could his beloved exhibit such sorrow? Clearly, the past days had weighed heavily on her. Yanzhi, my dear Yanzhi, I have neglected you of late. Have you not been resting well? His own eyes bore the marks of exhaustion. suggesting that he too had faced hardships during this time. Lu Rue, unwilling to burden him with worry, silently shook her head. Rest early. We must rise early again tomorrow. In recent days, the turmoil within the tribe had been thoroughly quelled. Na Yijiang, preoccupied with his duties, had little time to inquire about it. Meanwhile, Lu Rue had devoted considerable effort to manage the situation. Although the unrest had been subdued, the tribe had suffered significant losses, leaving an undeniable impact. This statement carries a double entendre, subtly revealing to Na Yi that the Xiongnu currently lack the military strength to engage in battle. It is uncertain whether Na Yi comprehends her implication, as he merely nods absent-mindedly and inquires about Xiongnu Can's recent endeavors. Chapter 22. Na Ye's preparations. In such a sudden manner, he questions her about Xiongnu Can, prompting Lu Rue to tighten her belt in irritation. How would I know? Why do you ask me? Na Yi, caught off guard by her reaction, nearly regurgitates his breakfast, pleading with her as he grips her hands. I was just making casual conversation. I have been busy and haven't seen him much lately. Though his words are casual, Lu Rue discerns the underlying meaning. She shakes off his grasp and sulks onto the couch. Just because you haven't seen him, does that mean I have? You spend all your time away from the tribe, leaving your brother here. I am confined in this tent, too afraid to encounter him. While you speak as if it is nothing. In times past, Na Yi would have hurried to appease her, but this time, he merely stood there apologizing before hastily exiting the main tent, leaving her alone to hurl a horn cup outside, her heart filled with genuine apprehension about his ulterior motives and tests. Has she already lost her allure before her beauty has faded? After a month of busyness, as the grasslands of May blossomed with the joys of spring, Na Yi temporarily paused, embracing Lu Rue in his lap after a long absence. This was indeed the opportune moment for spring hunting, and the Western tribes required some reorganization. A few leaders had become quite restless, necessitating considerable preparation for this venture. Despite her lingering doubts regarding his previous actions, Lu Rue preferred to remain uninvolved in political affairs. Additionally, given the apparent intent to test her, she found it even more inappropriate to voice her concerns. A chill settled within her as she leaned against his shoulder in silence. Only within the tribe did Lu Rue dare to venture outside the tent for a breath of fresh air. The warm spring breeze carried a hint of dryness, and the hillside was teeming with cattle, sheep, and wildflowers. The sprawling grasslands overflowed with a vibrancy she had never experienced before, a stark contrast to the icy desolation of months prior, now transformed into such a delightful landscape. Having long resided within the confines of the palace, the princess had not witnessed such sights. Thus, on her journey here, the maid had remarked that the princess would surely appreciate the Xiongnu grasslands. How exhilarating it would be to gallop freely across them. Lu Rue expressed her surprise. You can ride? Cinny, blushing with embarrassment, nodded. My grandfather raised me like a boy. I have mastered all the martial skills a boy would learn. Lu Rue glanced at Chu, stifling a laugh. Look at her, with a boy's heart and a girl's nature. She is not overly competitive, quite unlike you, who can wield words like weapons, capable of overcoming 1,000 armies. Xiuyue took this as a compliment. Isn't it good to be able to rival armies? If Cinny and I were not girls, one would be a general and the other a retainer, supporting the princess in her endeavors. Such audacious words were spoken without restraint. Lu Rue shook her head. You seem unafraid of danger. Perhaps it would be wiser for you to keep quiet. Oh, what is that over there? Cinny followed Lu Rue's pointed finger and gazed into the distance. It appears they are conducting military drills. Lu Rue pondered whether that Najijin was leading people away from the tribe in preparation for dealing with the Western tribes. This time, they were not heading south, and she hoped Yanzhi would be at ease. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her. It was Xiongnu Kansas startled. Lu Rue gasped and turned around, exclaiming in anger, How dare you? Xiongnu Can, however, seemed unperturbed by her fierce retort. Are you frightened by me, Yanzhi? You truly are timid. No wonder you hide in the grand tent. Our vast Xiongnu landscape is beyond compare. You ought to venture out and appreciate it. As he spoke, he raised his arms, his imposing figure blocking Lu Rue's view, forcing her to step aside. General, I have warned you to maintain a respectful distance. If there is a matter to discuss, the chanyu is in his tent. Xiongnu can fix his gaze upon her for 2 breaths before breaking into a grin. Yanzhi, are you afraid of me? Lu Rui dared not meet his eyes. The cold glint within them was far more terrifying than that of Najijin. Being scrutinized in such a manner was far from comfortable. Xiongnu, do you regard me, the princess of the Han, with such disdain? Or do you hold your elder brother, the chanyu, in contempt? If you continue to approach me with such intentions, I am not a mere soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. Navigating around his formidable form, Lu Rui swept her sleeve and departed. Hearing the chilling laughter of Xiongnu can echo behind her. Her tightly clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. What exactly did Najijin intend? How long would he test her resolve? Once she turned away, she found herself at a loss. In the tent, Lu Rui sighed deeply, experiencing for the first time the helplessness of being far from home. Najijin was her sole support. It was only with his protection that she could find peace in this vast Xiongnu desert as Yanzhi. Yet, if he were to abandon her, she would be utterly alone. Yanzhi, why do you wear such a sorrowful expression? Najijin, upon entering the tent and noticing her troubled countenance, plopped down beside her. Speak to me. Who has displeased you? In previous encounters, Lu Rui had refrained from causing trouble, but this time she could no longer suppress her frustrations. She looked earnestly at Najijin. Chanyu, I am not sowing discord. It is your brother who has crossed the line. Even during your illness, he frequently sought an audience at my tent. Recently, while you were busy with state affairs, he disregarded my warnings and continued to disturb me. Today, as I finally ventured out, he, considering brotherly affection, should also contemplate my predicament. Upon hearing her words, Najijin stroked his beard, remaining silent, which only exacerbated Lu Rui's already frayed nerves. In a sudden outburst, she pushed him away and sat at her dressing table, sweeping away all her cosmetics and jewelry. What do you truly want? What are you doubting? After all this time, do you wish to see me perish at the hands of Xiongnu before you are satisfied? It had been long since she had lost her temper so fiercely, shattering everything upon the table. Chiyue and Sini, fearing that she might anger the chanyu, knelt beside her, imploring her to calm down. Najijin, however, instructed them to step aside. Enough of this commotion. I am aware of what you have said. You watch as he schemes against me. What is it about me, Lu Rui, that makes you so distrustful? Can you remain indifferent while your brother harasses your wife? Or is he merely acting under your orders? Najijin seized her flailing fists. The disparity in strength rendered Lu Rui powerless against his grip, prompting her to bite his arm in frustration. Calm yourself, my dear, he urged gently. Do not fret. Xiongnu will not harm you. Why do you fear him? I plan to journey west in a few days, leaving him to guard the tribe. You cannot hide from him indefinitely. I thought he would seek solace. Yet this news is a heavier burden for her to bear. Lu Rui, both angry and frightened, felt pain in her wrist from his grip, and tears escaped her eyes. Go on. Expand your territory. Solidify your reign. Why return? Do not claim the position of chanyu, nor desire your Yanzhi. Realizing he had hurt her, the general quickly loosened his grip. However, Lu Rui slipped away like a fish released from a net, hurling the soft pillows and cushions from the bed at him. You claim to protect me, allowing me to be at ease as a Yanzhi, and this is your way of providing comfort? After I bared my heart to you, you might as well have cast me back to the wolves for a swift end. Leave. Return to your great tent. As she cursed and wept, the general remained unperturbed, catching the items she threw and moving closer. Dear Yanzhi, please listen to me. You too, comfort her. Xiongnu and Xin intervened, grasping Lu Rui's arms. Princess, you and the chanyu share a bond. You must know his character. Release me. How can I know anything? I am left in the dark about his thoughts, his actions, his plans, allowing his brother to bully me. His conscience must have been devoured by dogs. The general intended to speak, but a voice from outside interrupted, prompting him to send the attendants away, forbidding them from approaching the tent without his command. Lu Rui, unable to maintain her composure, fell silent at the sounds outside, clutching her handkerchief as she wept softly. Seeing her calm down, the general dared not approach, instead whispering soothing words. Ensure, hear me, I understand your grievances. I know Xiongnu can harbors ill intentions, but he is a significant general of our tribe, commanding a formidable force. Dealing with him is one matter. Calming his subordinates is another. I cannot simply annihilate his sons. This revelation startled Lu Rue, and she immediately ceased her tears. What do you mean? The general finally sat beside her. I understand your perspective. He is my brother. If I were to perish, he would most likely ascend as chanyu. His ambitions have not arisen overnight. However, he has fought for the tribe for many years, and his forces are indispensable. If I were to kill him recklessly, his loyal supporters would rally around his son to rebel. Yet, if I were to unjustly slay his sons, you must comprehend the sentiments of the military and the populace. So, you intend to use me as bait? Do not dare. I never anticipated the onset of cholera this spring, nor did I foresee falling ill myself. The idea of Xiongnu taking charge was not my intention, but during that time, I grasped the extent of his power. Thus, in the end, you still intend to use me as bait. Lu Rue, unable to contain her frustration, struck him with the handkerchief. The general, aware of his fault, clutched the cloth, attempting to console her, only to be met with a sharp slap. "O noble lady, my intentions are solely to eradicate future troubles. I have put you through enough distress, and all necessary preparations have been made. This spring hunt shall be led by me." Though the words linger unspoken, the murderous glint in my eyes suffices for Lu Rue to comprehend my meaning. She clutched her chest in alarm and questioned, "Why do you still wish for my presence? Are you not afraid he may take me hostage?" "Alas, dear lady, my intention was never to truly keep you here. Those words were merely for the ears of outsiders." With this revelation, Lu Rue began to understand that the intrigues of Xiongnu were not unlike those of the Han court, rife with deceit and stratagems, where even those closest may not be trusted. Seeing her anger dissipate, Na Yijiang embraced her shoulders, confessing, "In truth, I have been preparing for this for several years. However, at that time, I still needed to contend with you and the Han dynasty in battle. Now, however, he poses a significant threat." The weight of his words resonated, embodying the gravitas expected of a Khan. Chapter 23. The Spring Hunt. A deceptive betrayal. Lu Rue could not fault his coldness. After all, rulers have often been heartless throughout history. Yet she had harbored the hope that he would protect her for a lifetime. Overcome with emotion, she turned inward and said, "Tonight, I wish to be alone. I do not want to hear your snoring." With her words, Na Yijiang recognized her displeasure. He approached her with a sheepish grin. "Ah, my dear lady, I knew you possessed understanding. Your feelings for me are crystal clear." Lu Rue, maintaining a stern demeanor, freed herself from his grasp and retorted, "Do you understand? Humph. You have caused me such worry and fear for so long. Do you think I will forgive you?" At that moment, Na Yijiang had shed his formidable Fade, inching closer to her. "Then strike me, if it will lead to your forgiveness. I shall summon a whip. You may strike me as you please." What an unabashed man. Lu Rue found herself ensnared in his embrace, listening to his sweet words, yet she remained unappeased. "If you dare exploit me again, be cautious. I cannot bear to squander my dowry to save your life. Otherwise, very well, I acknowledge my fault. Your life is one I owe to you. Had I known you feared him so, I would never have allowed such a thing." His admission reignited Lu Rue's ire, and before she could voice her thoughts, Na Yijiang preemptively pleaded, "I was wrong. How could I wait for you to speak? It shall not happen again. My dear lady, it pains me so. Allow me a kiss." Senichua knelt nearby, her face flushed, as the two seemed to forget her presence. Observing the Khan's increasing boldness, she discreetly withdrew, remaining vigilant for any eavesdroppers nearby. Lu Rue awoke alone, having sent Na Yijiang back to his own tent after their intimate encounter the previous night. The poor Khan had to return to his cold, desolate quarters without a hint of complaint. To be candid, the intrigues on the steppes of the Xiongnu paled in comparison to those within the Han court. Knowing Na Yijiang's intentions, Lu Rue felt compelled to assist him. However, he dared not keep her within the tribe, opting to take her along for the spring hunt instead. On the day of their departure, before the sun had risen, Na Yijiang summoned Xiongnu early. meticulously outlining the affairs of the tribe, and specifically referencing Lu Rue. I have heard from a lady that you have been visiting her frequently. Is there something that necessitates your presence with her? Xiongnu naturally understood what Nai Yi would say. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "You are perpetually preoccupied with warfare, leaving Ensure in a state of longing for your return. I merely informed her of your whereabouts and offered her some solace." A flicker of malice glimmered in Naye's lowered gaze as he discreetly set aside the parchment in his hand. "My Ensure requires no consolation from you. Just tend to the tribe. This time, I shall be taking Ensure away for an extended period. Ensure that no complications arise." However, Xiongnu, undeterred, responded with a non sequitur. "But you haven't informed Ensure about your journey southward? Khan, I must admit, I am curious. Your frequent descents towards the Han-Xiongnu border. What are your intentions?" His voice resonated loudly, seemingly intended for those beyond the tent, and without waiting for Naye's reaction, he performed a bow and strode out, the golden belt at his waist gleaming strikingly, rivaling that of Nayi. Cindy lingered behind the tent, lost in thought, her lips pressed tightly together, and eventually returned to the main tent of Ensure, preparing her belongings for the journey. The Xiongnu, being nomadic, possessed few material goods. This spring hunt would also involve a detour to the western tribes for stability, and they would likely not return until deep autumn when the snow began to fall. Lu Rue had yet to experience such a life of constant wandering, engaging Cindy in casual conversation. The maid, having never endured such experiences, noted that the Xiongnu moved with the seasons, traveling back and forth annually. The princess will grow accustomed to it. After all, the scenery remains ever-changing. Xiongnu pouted in disdain, but the bridal procession's carts and horses will have to follow back and forth. What an inconvenience for the princess. Regardless of comfort, as dawn broke, the caravan set forth westward. Today, however, Nai occupied one of Lu Rue's bridal carts, finding the spacious and comfortable interior quite impressive. Yuhan people truly know how to indulge. One cart is worth more than a tent. Lu Rue, delighted to see the Han carriages after a long absence, enjoyed the scenic route while allowing Nai to rest his head on her lap. "What shall we hunt during this spring outing? Perhaps wild horses, deer, sheep, foxes, and wolves. If we encounter a sand fox, I shall catch one for you to keep. Do you remember the doe I caught last winter? By the time we return, she will surely have fawned, and I shall gift you the fawn as a pet." Lu Rue smiled in agreement, but her enthusiasm suddenly waned. While all creatures in the world busied themselves with procreation, she stole a glance at the content Nai, who had been her husband for half a year, yet showed no signs of impending fatherhood. Even if he did not voice it, she felt it was time to pay heed to the matter, for his devotion to her was profound, and the absence of a child would be a disservice to his affection. At that moment, Lu Rue could not foresee the upheaval that she and her Khan would stir upon the Xiongnu grasslands for the sake of their future child. As the sun set, the caravan had distanced itself from the encampment, and Lu Rue witnessed the efficiency with which the others set up the felt tents. Though not as spacious as their usual large tents, the advantage lay in their ability to stop and set up quickly, ensuring they could depart again at dawn. Nai, considering Lu Rue's evident preference to remain in the carriage, chose to stay with her, savoring the warm meat stew. Lu Rue seemed to be transported back to the journey of last year, with her beloved homeland fading behind and the unknown new territory ahead. I had spent nearly 3 months in this carriage back then, never anticipating that I would frequently find myself seated within it again. Yet now my company included you, the Khan. I had eagerly awaited your arrival for several months, dear Eshi. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I was struck by the belief that you were a celestial maiden sent from the heavens, making all my preparation and anticipation worthwhile. That day remained a nightmare for Lu Rue, but now, with past grievances dissolved, she chose not to mention it, instead placing a dried jujube into Naye's mouth. Outside the carriage, the voice of the Khan's attendant reached them, and Lu Rue could just comprehend that they had discovered traces of the argali, promising a bountiful catch the following day. The Khan had assured me that if they captured the argali, I would receive new garments and jewelry. Naye, pleasantly surprised by her understanding of such lengthy Xiongnu language, enthusiastically proclaimed that he would craft jewelry from my bones. Everything from the Xiongnu would belong to you. Lu Rui was taken aback by his words, and threw the comb she held at him, exclaiming, Pa, what bones? I want none of that. Speak sweetly instead. For Nai, sweet words were easily conjured, and he would say anything to please her. Even Xian, and Xiongnu found it hard to endure, retreating with the carriage swaying beneath them. They had their own tent, not needing to squeeze with the other servants, conveniently set beside the carriage for ease of service during the night. One of the Khan's attendants saw them emerge and cheerfully offered 2 freshly roasted pieces of lamb before walking away, his gaze lingering on Xiongnu. Xiongnu scrutinized the attendant and then turned to Xiongnu, giving her a knowing glance. It appears I am not the only one here. Initially perplexed, Xiongnu quickly understood from Xiongnu's teasing expression. What nonsense. Someone kindly offers us food, and if you don't want to eat, I shall. With that, she disappeared into the tent, leaving Xiongnu stifling a laugh behind her. What other intentions could he have? Why does he fixate on you? You are so charming, yet you feign ignorance. With a playful nudge, Xiongnu followed her inside, munching on lamb while elbowing Xiongnu, who shot her a sidelong glance. You jest. Perhaps it is you who has taken a liking to him. After their playful banter, they eventually settled into slumber. As spring transitioned into summer, the nights were pleasantly cool, with the sky brimming with stars. Lu Rui, supported by Nai, descended from the carriage, her sleeves gathered as she gazed at the night sky with interest. Eshi, why the sudden desire to gaze at the stars? Aren't you tired? Nai, dismissing the attendants, strolled hand in hand with his beloved across the vast grassland, his heart swelling with joy. Under the starry sky, she looked exceedingly beautiful, even more so than the stars above. I wish to unwind after a tiring day. We have been on the road all day without a moment's rest. At night, with no one around, the gentle breeze and the stars unseen from Chang'an offer a unique charm. If the Khan does not wish to accompany me, he may return and rest. Lu Ruigong felt utterly exhausted by him, and in a moment of deliberate petulance, she provoked Neijing into a fit of laughter. During her time in Chang'an, she had never encountered such a breathtaking sight. The vast, unbounded grasslands were devoid of obstructive buildings, and the cloudless, starry sky left her mesmerized. Lu Ruigong spun around, gazing upwards, feeling that the constellation above was more beautiful than anything she had ever seen. Yet, to Neijing, she herself was even more captivating. Perhaps Lu Ruigong was unaware that her slow yet accelerating twirls, the flowing of her dress, resembled a spontaneous and graceful dance. Coupled with the lingering blush on her cheeks and her glistening eyes, she stirred a tempest of emotions within Neijing. My lady, he called out, and before she could steady herself, he pulled her into his embrace. The heavy breath from her recent spinning brushed against his throat, and in the next moment, everything spun chaotically. Neijing left no inch untouched, savoring her sweetness. The fiery passion in his chest could only be quelled slightly upon contact with her skin, and even the cool night breeze could not disperse his fervent breaths. Lu Ruigong was startled by his ardor, caught tightly in his embrace, feeling both amused and exasperated. Chanyu, is this not enough? If you truly wish, we can return to the carriage. However, Neijing persisted, stroking her hair with his beard. No, I wish to remain here. You are too beautiful beneath the starlit sky. Chapter 24. The winds and sands of the northern desert. This man truly had a way of thinking. Yet Lu Ruigong could not escape his grasp. She hastily patted his side. There are people around. Chanyu, we cannot. Let us return. Neijing's spirits dampened slightly, but he understood her reluctance. With a sigh, he lifted her up and carried her back to the carriage amidst the gazes of onlookers. Lu Ruigong felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Were all the Xiongnu so uninhibited? Thankfully, Xiongnu was not nearby. The previous night had been exhausting, and the following morning, Lu Ruigong rose particularly late, sitting listlessly before her vanity, her brow slightly furrowed. Xiongnu glanced at the princess in the mirror. Is the moon phase approaching? Lu Ruigong nodded, feeling restless as she pressed her hand against her abdomen. She had felt unwell the day before, and the thought of making Chanyu wait many days ahead made her refrain from speaking. When she had been tossed into the icy river, it coincided with the moon phase, and the chill had penetrated deeply, causing lingering discomfort. Thus, each moon phase proved particularly arduous, and she relied solely on ginger, jujube, and cinnamon soup to ease her condition. Having already suffered from the cold, the long winter in the Xiongnu region was harsh, and, as summer approached, she needed to take good care of herself. Xiongnu brought her a warming stove and draped a garment over her shoulders. Although it was early summer, Lu Ruigong's hands and feet remained icy, and she frowned in silence. Neijing had set out early for a hunt, and the caravan remained stationary, awaiting their return. It was not until evening that a substantial bounty was brought back, including the ram that Chanyu himself had shot, expecting that she would joyfully welcome him. Lu Ruigong was taken aback to find her ladyship pale and huddled inside the carriage, even using a charcoal stove meant for winter. She hurried over to grasp her hands. "My lady, are you unwell?" Xiongnu explained that the moon phase was approaching, which rendered Neijing silent for a long while. "I apologize for your discomfort, my lady. I shall prepare the ram for you. Please rest well tonight." Lu Rui observed the faintly melancholic and guilty expression on his face, and his resentment began to dissipate somewhat. However, his hunger was indeed unbearable, and he chose to ignore him. When night fell, the moonlight finally arrived. Due to a bountiful hunt during the day, the commander ordered a bonfire to be lit at a distance from the carts to celebrate and to offer prayers for the lady, beseeching her to remain free from ailments and enjoy good health, but without raising their voices so as not to disturb her. Xin emerged from the cart, receiving freshly roasted ram meat from a young attendant of the commander, his face flushed from the fire. He also handed her a handful of sea buckthorn berries, saying, "These are for you. Enjoy them." Without waiting for Xin's response, he hurried away, only to glance back at her and accidentally trip over a stone beneath his feet. Holding the sea buckthorn berries in her hand, he found herself torn between laughter and tears. Could it be that he genuinely harbored feelings for her? Perhaps these berries were better suited for Qiuyu. Unbeknownst to her, Qiuyu had already lifted the curtain inside the cart and had observed everything clearly. Upon seeing Xin return, she immediately teased, "Someone specially sent you these berries. Aren't they sweet?" Xin, feeling guilty, cast a glance at Lu Rui and made a face at Qiuyu, saying, "You talk too much." She shoved the berries into her friend's hands and leisurely began slicing the lamb. "He brought you a treat. It would be rude for me to indulge in it. Besides, I'm certain the berries would taste sweeter for you than for me. There's no need to squander someone else's goodwill." Lu Rui watched the two with a newfound calculation in his heart. He no longer felt so uncomfortable. Leaning back against the soft cushion, he jested, "Who possesses such discernment to be enamored with my companion?" "No one," Qiuyu replied, "just an attendant to the commander, the youngest among them." Qiuyu, unperturbed by propriety, continued her banter, only to be silenced by a large chunk of lamb meat that Xin shoved into her mouth. "You seem more invested than a princess. Perhaps you're hoping to find a husband?" Lu Rui now understood. He fixed his gaze on Xin for a long while. "Truly, one's actions reflect upon another. Xin, if you wish for his affection, I could persuade the commander to grant a marriage proposal." However, Xin shook her head repeatedly, firmly rejecting the notion. "I came to the Xiongnu to accompany the princess, not to seek a home for myself. I have no such intentions." Seeing her resolute demeanor, Lu Rui reluctantly relented, picking up a sea buckthorn berry to savor. Although she did not particularly enjoy its tartness, the lack of fresh fruits among the Xiongnu compelled her to make do. "In truth, I selfishly hope that you may always accompany me, though I cannot be too self-serving and let you waste your youth. The princess speaks of such matters. We're meant to stand by her side for a lifetime. As long as the princess can live freely and joyfully among the Xiongnu, that is enough for us." Though Qiuyu had a sharp tongue, her loyalty and affection for Lu Rui, having followed him since childhood, ran deeper than anyone else's. Despite her teasing of Xin, she had never considered seeking a husband herself. After their meal, Lu Rui retired early. The bonfire in the distance burned brightly, illuminating the small tents around them. The commander refrained from entering the cart, so as not to disturb a rest. Apart from the chirping of insects, the vast grassland was enveloped in silence. As the moon hung high in the sky, a strange sound echoed from afar, jolting Lu Rue awake from his slumber. He urged Xiongnu to quickly light the lantern, while Heroine listened intently, her face paling as she realized it was the sound of a wolf pack approaching. Since the winter when Lu Rue, accompanied by Xiongnu and Heroine, narrowly escaped the jaws of a wolf amidst the howling snowstorm, they have been haunted by the sound of wolf howls. Now, the eerie echoes of distant and near howls surround them, reminiscent of that terrifying moment. Lu Rue yearned to summon the commander, yet hesitated to let Xiongnu and Heroine venture outside, remaining huddled in the carriage. Calling out the commander's name with a strained voice, Heroine, possessing a bolder spirit, despite her racing heart, managed to conceal her fear, attempting to comfort Lu Rue while preparing to go outside to summon help. "You mustn't go out. The wolves are right outside." Xiongnu urgently grasped her arm, drawing the three of them closer together. What if those wolves leap onto the carriage? Fortunately, the commander heard Lu Rue's voice and rushed to the carriage with a torch in hand. "Fear not, my lady. Those wolves dare not approach. Bring forth the bonfire around the carriage." However, this did little to soothe Lu Rue's anxiety. She clutched the commander's sleeve, terrified that the wolves would harm them. Understanding her terror from the previous encounter, the commander gently reassured her, "It's all right. Wolves fear fire. Once we light a fire, we shall be safe. This is common in the grasslands, and we Xiongnu know how to handle it." Soon, the bright flames illuminated the interior of the carriage, and the howling of the wolves indeed receded. Yet, Lu Rue remained uneasy, straining to listen to the sounds outside, her tense shoulders refusing to relax. They endured this way until dawn broke on the horizon, and Lu Rue finally closed her eyes. Exhausted and unwell, after a long night of anxiety, the commander, fearing she might fall ill again, promptly summoned a Han physician to provide her with preventative medicine before dismounting the carriage. He instructed a servant to remain by the carriage, ensuring that if the lady awoke, he would be informed. Lu Rue was genuinely fatigued, sleeping until the afternoon before awakening, feeling achy and dizzy. Heroine brought her a restorative herbal concoction and lifted the carriage curtain, allowing a refreshing warm breeze to flow in, bringing her some comfort. "From now on, we must light a fire around the carriage every night. I would rather be awake in the light than listen to the wolves howling. It is truly frightening." Heroine nodded in agreement and had the outside servant inform the chieftain. "The chieftain stayed with you last night, not closing his eyes for a moment. Would the princess prefer mutton soup or vegetable broth?" Lu Rue casually replied, feeling somewhat better after drinking the herbal remedy, though still weak. The commander soon arrived, and upon entering the carriage, the first thing he did was touch her forehead, relieved she was not ill. "I was genuinely worried you might not withstand it." He had not yet eaten lunch, so after sharing a bowl of vegetable broth with Lu Rue, he commanded that a circle of bonfires be lit beside her carriage each night, and that patrols be organized at a distance to ensure that she would no longer hear the sounds of wild beasts. Liu Hui, unaware that this would scare off the wildlife of the grasslands, making daytime hunting more arduous, silently appreciated his thoughtfulness, leaning against him and relishing this unique affection. Thus, the caravan moved by day for hunting and set up camp with fires at night. After 7 or 8 days, Lu Rue finally felt revitalized. Supporting herself with Xiongnu, she dismounted the carriage, taking in the unfamiliar scenery surrounding them. "Where are we now?" "We have traveled approximately 70 miles west, but as for our exact location, I cannot say." Ney was quite pleased to see her moving about on the ground, and he approached to adjust the cloak that enveloped her. "Are you feeling unwell?" he inquired. "I was just about to lead a hunting expedition to see if we can capture a sand rat." Lu Rue, unsure of what a sand rat truly resembled, merely smiled in response and wished him triumph. However, she noted that the sky today appeared rather gloomy, with an overcast that seemed to cloak everything in a gray haze. "A sandstorm is approaching," she remarked. "It happens every year. When it does, stay inside the carriage and keep the curtains tightly drawn. I shall return promptly." Ney gently cupped her chin and bestowed a kiss upon her forehead before departing with his entourage. One of his attendants, before leaving, cast a furtive glance at Xingyi, causing her to flush with embarrassment. Before sunset, Lu Rui finally witnessed the reality of a sandstorm. The sky, darkened like an eclipse, was accompanied by winds that roared as fiercely as a blizzard. Even the slightest crack in the carriage curtains allowed fine grains of sand to invade. Yet, Nea's party had not yet returned. He mentioned an early return, but how can one trust such words in this weather? Lu Rui pondered anxiously within the confines of the carriage, feeling as though the sandstorm was engulfing the entire prairie, far more terrifying than snow. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the carriage wall, startling Lu Rui. Xingyi called out to inquire about the time, but the wind drowned out any response from outside, rendering her unable to hear. Reluctantly, she emerged from the carriage, returning after a while, covered in a fine layer of sand. "The chieftain has returned," she reported, "but due to the ferocity of the storm, he did not come to see you first." Lu Rui exhaled in relief and instructed Xingyi to cleanse herself and change. Do the Xiongnu experience this every year? How do they manage to live in such conditions, venturing out amidst such fierce winds? Xiongnu handed her a comb and a basin of water, assisting in loosening her hair. After rinsing her mouth, Xingyi continued, "My grandfather always said that during the campaigns against the Xiongnu, the greatest fear was this kind of weather. Not only does the sand obscure vision, but sudden sand dunes can also disorient direction. Moreover, the Xiongnu rarely venture out in such conditions. During my brief outing, I noticed that the attendants were swathed from head to toe. Surely, the chieftain is also covered in sand, which is why he chose not to come. Knowing there is a sandstorm, why do they still roam about? I truly cannot fathom their reasoning. What if they lose their way amid the storm?" She added, "I have heard that rare beasts emerge during sandstorms. Perhaps the chieftain seeks to capture one as a pet for the princess." At this, Lu Rui fell silent, furrowing her brow as she listened to the howling winds. How long would this storm persist? Xingyi, having finished arranging her hair, remarked, "My grandfather said that the winds of the desert can last anywhere from a few hours to a month, with no certainty." Yet, she was somewhat concerned for that attendant. Had he returned safely? Fortunately, in the latter half of the night, the fierce winds finally abated. Lu Rui was stirred awake by commotion outside and cautiously lifted the corner of the carriage curtain to peer out. The yellow sand lay piled like snow, with many individuals clearing the sand mounds outside their tents. Ney was quietly directing his attendants to retrieve food supplies. "Do not move the Empress's carriage. Quickly start a fire," he commanded. "Chieftain, chieftain!" Lu Rui softly called out twice, but when she saw that Ney had not heard, she disembarked from the carriage. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she was startled by the thick accumulation of sand, nearly losing her balance. Neijang hurriedly approached to assist her, exclaiming, "How did you come out? You should have let your maidens support you." They had not rested during the day and now wished to avoid causing any inconvenience. "I merely wanted to inquire about your well-being. Have you eaten this evening?" He carefully wrapped her robe around her. Neijang smiled and replied that he had dined, lamenting only that he could not find a sand fox during the day and had nearly lost his way. "Nonsense. I do not desire any pets," he retorted. "You must not do this again. I was terribly worried during the day. Did you take pleasure in causing me distress?" He dared not protest further, gently reassuring her as he embraced her shoulders, then ushered her into the great tent of the chanyu. "Rest for now. I shall join you shortly." After a considerable time, upon entering the tent, Neijang discovered Lu Rui had already fallen asleep, leaving his spot vacant. He quietly removed his sand-covered garments and lay beside her, sighing softly, aware that dawn would soon break. When Lu Rui awoke, Neijang was silently dressing. He glanced at her, noting the early hour. "You may sleep a little longer." She rose to adjust his collar, fastening his golden belt, hanging his curved blade at his waist, and straightening the feathers on his hat, all while maintaining a serene silence. Xiong Tukin is in motion. The sudden remark startled Lu Rui, who then realized that despite the distance, he could remain attuned to the happenings within the tribe. What is his intention? He pondered, thinking of the women he was encouraging, particularly those who had borne sons. Lu Rui scoffed, responding, "How can you allow your brother to mingle with your harem? Such practices do not exist in our Han court." Could it be that he wishes to operate beyond my watchful eye, strengthening his position elsewhere to threaten me? Though his words held a hint of jest, they made her aware of Neijing's underlying concerns. Yet, right under your nose, he still creates discord. Neijing chuckled, contemplating how he could inspire those women to support him in vying for the Chanyu's position for their sons, or at the very least, lead a small tribe. Some of my subordinates have already been swayed by him. His strategy is quite astute. Upon hearing this, Lu Rue paused, turning to glance outside the tent before lowering his voice to whisper in Neijing's ear, "Are you not afraid of the Chanyu's words?" Afraid? Huh. If Xiong Tukin fears me, why should I fear him? After all, I have my own supporters, Neijing replied, bursting into laughter. Lu Rue quickly realized this was intended for the ears of those outside, stirring an unsettling feeling within her. While she remained steadfast in her loyalty, he was surrounded by insincerity. Upon returning to the carriage, Lu Rue sat in silence. Her mood dulled. Cinny and Chuyue exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Suddenly, the caravan halted, ordered to camp in place. "Why we stopped today?" "Cinny, go find out what's happening." Cinny complied and emerged from the carriage, returning after a considerable time. "There are signs of Zoshu nearby. We cannot stir them, so they are deliberating an alternate route. It seems we shall not be moving today." Lu Rue frowned, recalling that Zoshu was a mythical beast. Does it truly exist? Cinny, uncertain, shook her head as she sat beside Lu Rue. "That is what they say. I have never seen one myself. However, there are numerous beasts among the Xiongnu, so it may indeed be true. However, the Huns also regard the Zoru as a divine beast, not to be easily disturbed. This time, there was no opportunity to witness it. Regardless of its divinity, it is still a creature. Why provoke it? What if it feels displeased and harms us? It is better to avoid such encounters." Chuyue had no interest in any divine beast. Amidst the vast grasslands and deserts, personal safety took precedence. Shortly after noon, they set up camp. Lu Rue, feeling somewhat restless, asked the two of them to accompany him for a stroll, coincidentally to see the General Yejin. Although the princess traveled with the chanyu, she rarely descended from her carriage. Apart from Yejin's personal attendants, Lu Rue's presence was seldom seen from a distance. Those who spotted her bowed respectfully, reciting auspicious Hunnic phrases. Lu Rue did not put on airs, allowing them to attend to their duties. "Ah, princess, what brings you here? Have you grown weary in the carriage?" The scouts ahead reported sighting the Zoru. "Hence we must take a detour. Tomorrow, we shall pass by a great lake. I will accompany you to enjoy the scenery." The prospect of encountering a divine beast was deemed auspicious. Thus Yejin's spirits were particularly high as he called out to Lu Rue, who had not yet approached. His attendants' eyes brightened at the sight of Cinny, yet they dared not overstep. To Lu Rue's surprise, the Zoru truly existed. "What does this divine beast look like?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued, though she regretted not being able to witness it firsthand. "I glimpsed it once from a distance. It had a striking black and white coat, resembling a tiger, with a tail longer than its body, exuding majesty amidst the snow and wind." Listening to Yejin's description, Lu Rue couldn't help but chuckle. "I imagine divine beasts to have 3 tails and 6 legs, soaring through the clouds." Yejin burst into hearty laughter, ordering his servants to bring forth fruit wine and fresh plums. He picked one and personally fed it to her, but the sourness made Lu Rue frown. "I do not enjoy sour flavors. Are there no sweeter fruits?" Yejin waved his hand, instructing the servants to present all the sweet fruits available. Many were unfamiliar to Lu Rue, and she indulged, filling her belly with bites, much to the delight of Cinny and Chuyue. She had not anticipated that the Huns' resources were so abundant, rivaling those of the Han court. It was a rare occasion for the princess to seek leisure, and naturally, Yejin accompanied her, guiding her over a sand dune to a vast, uninhabited expanse. "Princess, behold the magnificence of the Huns. Ahead lies the divine beast. To the south a great lake. Surely there are herds and an abundance of fresh fruits here. What do you think? Is the spring hunt not delightful?" Standing atop a small dune, Lu Rue gazed at the distant sands resembling a sea, with scattered shrubs adorned in vibrant fruits. the coexistence of withered and flourishing life presenting a unique charm. The Huns are truly beautiful. I never expected such splendor here. Reflecting on her previous days of sleepless sorrow, she realized it had been in vain. If only her father and mother could know of her happiness with Chanyu, they would surely be comforted. Though Yejin possessed a ruthless and domineering side, he was undeniably impeccable in his treatment of her. What more could she complain about? A gentle warmth filled her gaze as she cautiously leaned against his arm. Feeling his arm encircle her softly, her forehead barely reaching her shoulder, Yejin was overwhelmed with joy yet dared not move, fearing to disrupt this serene beauty. My dear princess, with me by your side, your emperor father shall rest easy. Lu Rue initially intended to speak, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to a flicker of movement within the sand dunes. Furrowing his brow for a closer look, he discerned what appeared to be a small beast that swiftly concealed itself behind the figure of the general. "My lord, look over there," he urged. The general, following Lu Rue's gesture, was filled with unexpected delight. He immediately crouched down, whispering, "Stay still. That is a sand raccoon. I shall capture it for you. But do not move." Lu Rue dared not stir, watching as the general, like a predator, fixated intently on the distant creature, stepping cautiously closer, seemingly preparing to seize it barehanded. How could one possibly catch it with bare hands? Lu Rue found it amusing and glanced at the thicket, regretting that the small beast was so well hidden that it was barely visible. Yet, a sense of anticipation and curiosity welled within him. Being a raccoon, it must surely be lively and adorable. The sand raccoon, naturally astute, sensed the general's approach and darted away, evading capture no matter how persistently he pursued. In a swift motion, it vanished into the golden sands. The general, left empty-handed, shook his head in frustration and turned to Lu Rue with an apologetic smile. "My lady, that little creature is quite elusive. Do not fret. Next time I shall ensure I catch it for you. All living things possess a spirit. Why disturb them when they thrive? I do not require a pet to feel fulfilled. Let us return. The attendants must be anxious," Lu Rue suggested, brushing off the sand from the general's garments. Noticing a scratch on the back of his hand from a branch, she tenderly took out a handkerchief to clean it, pondering why he would injure himself for the sake of a mere animal. The general, however, was unconcerned, wrapping an arm around her as they headed back. "Such a minor injury is hardly worth mentioning. I merely thought you would find that furry little creature delightful. It is indeed a pity we were so close to capturing it." Due to the presence of his OU, the larger troop refrained from hunting too many wild sheep and donkeys, instead gathering a considerable amount of fresh fruits to make dried fruits and preserves. Lu Rue particularly enjoyed the fruit wine they produced, which was sweet and uniquely flavorful. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, a bonfire was kindled around their carriage. The general, worried that Lu Rue might be frightened, stayed close by, assuring her, "The Zhou will not approach. Rest assured. They are divine beasts and pose no harm." Yet, Lu Rue remained hesitant to let Xian, Yi, and Xiongnu venture outside. Although the four of them were not cramped within the carriage, intimacy was impossible. That night passed quietly, leaving the general with a sense of regret. Following the revised route, they arrived at the edge of a large lake by the following afternoon. The lush greenery surrounding the lake formed a stark contrast to the nearby desert, reminiscent of the landscapes of the Central Plains. This lake, known as Sibued, was the largest and most stable water source in the area. Further west lay the tribal territories. "My lady, upon reaching the tribe, I shall take action," the general declared. Lu Rue's expression hardened. However, Xiongnu was currently within the confines of his tribe. Should tensions escalate, threatening his people and kin, she was entirely uncertain of the Hun's methods of conflict, allowing her brother to linger within their domain. So close to his harem and children, posed a dilemma on how to proceed. Yet, she was overthinking it. According to the general's reasoning, those who dared to approach Xiongnu were deserving of their fate. His women were no exception, and, as for the children, they could only be blamed on their foolish mothers. Thus, whenever he resolved to take action, none would pose a threat to him. Lu Rue felt a surge of anxiety, recalling the fate of Hiya and in a state of disarray, she haphazardly tied her belt, murmuring with a heavy heart, "If one day I were to defy your wishes, would you cast me aside like you did with them?" Her words were a mixture of defiance and sincerity. The depths of Yanzhi's heart were unfathomable. One moment, he could be coaxing her with sweet words, and the next, he could be merciless. The matter concerning he remained a thorn in her heart. If a woman who had borne a child could be treated so, what would become of her? Chapter 26. The sand fox Yanzhi, noticing her displeasure, felt helpless yet patient, approaching her to soothe her. "What troubles you, my dear? Are you akin to them?" "It is not that I am particularly harsh toward them. It is simply that as my women, they ought not to consort with other men. A mother of such character will surely raise unworthy children. While a daughter may be forgiven, a son could potentially become a source of calamity for me." Lu Rui pondered this and found some truth in his words. Previously, he had shown no regard for past affections, yet after their conversation, he had indeed changed somewhat. If any concubine truly sought to entangle herself with the brother of the Khan, she would certainly deserve her fate. Yet, the repercussions had unexpectedly fallen upon her. Turning to meet Yanzhi's gaze, she suddenly let out a cold laugh. "You are truly ruthless. Without ruthlessness, how could one become the Khan of the great Huns? Without it, how could one command the numerous tribal leaders? Aside from Lu Rui, there is indeed no one upon whom I would hesitate to act." Yanzhi took her words as praise and embraced her warmly. Upon reaching the lakeside, they naturally dismounted to admire the scenery. Yanzhi instructed everyone to retreat behind the sand dunes to afford her some peace and solitude. Lu Rui was lifted down from the carriage, and as her feet touched the soft grass, she felt a delightful surprise, her face lighting up with joy as she began to run. Her crimson silk gown flowing gracefully behind her, adorned in a plethora of shimmering jewels, she laughed, feeling as if she were walking on clouds, as if she were in a celestial realm. Yanzhi, unable to catch her before she stumbled, soon realized she had not fallen in pain. Instead, she lay on the grass, laughing heartily, her crescent-shaped eyes reflecting a rainbow. He had never witnessed her so exuberantly happy, affirming that sending others away was indeed the right choice. His beloved should be free and unrestrained. After a moment of realization, Yanzhi joyfully chased after her, lifting her as they twirled amidst the shimmering lake and lush grass, startling flocks of birds into flight. Their laughter resonated so clearly that even those stationed on the other side of the sand dunes could hear it, stifling their mirth behind their hands. Meanwhile, the Khan's attendant rushed off to find Exine E. Xiongnu, with a knowing smile, discreetly departed, while Exine E stood frozen, unable to find the right words, feeling the weight of curious gazes upon her. "I am the princess's personal maid, and I am duty-bound to care for her," she finally managed to say after much hesitation. Her head bowed in discomfort. However, the Huns had no concept of attendants being forbidden to wed, as long as there was mutual affection. Even the serving master would be eager to facilitate such unions. "My father is also a servant, and my mother is the Khan's aunt. As long as you care for me, I would never impose upon you." Unexpectedly, this individual turned out to be the cousin of the Khan, which explained his early elevation to prominence. However, Exine E remained obstinate, expressing her reluctance. "I do not harbor any affection for you. My sole desire is to dutifully serve the princess. Please do not seek me out again." With that, she stamped her foot and ran away, leaving the young man in a state of melancholy. Amidst joy and sorrow, the Khan, captivated by beauty, had neglected not only his consorts and offspring, but also his previous enthusiasm for hunting due to his infatuation with the favored lady. Exine E inadvertently overheard complaints from others and, after some contemplation, sought counsel from Lu Rui. After a considerable period of reflection, Lu Rui decided to bestow a portion of the dowry as fabric and goods as a means to silence the gossipers. This is worth noting. I do not wish to bear the infamy of being a harbinger of disaster. When the Khan arrives, I shall offer a few words of caution. You and Xiongnu should also be vigilant regarding the sentiments of those beneath us, he advised. Lu Rui was aware of the issue at hand. Yet the Khan's affection for his primary wife was not inherently problematic. Compared to her, the Khan still devoted more time to state affairs. Nonetheless, given the burgeoning discontent, it was prudent to maintain public favor. Xiongnu acquiesced, yet Xiongnu grew anxious, having never truly learned the Xiongnu language. Aside from a few phrases picked up while accompanying the princess, she was at a loss. Now, for the sake of the princess, she would have to muster the courage to learn the cacophony of the language. The Khan had spent the afternoon deliberating state matters in the grand tent, and after discussing the affairs of Xiongnu with a few trusted advisors, he confidently entered Lu Rui's carriage. "My dear, are you hungry? I have ordered the wild donkey we captured today to be roasted. Do indulge yourself," he said. Lu Rui, unusually reticent, relayed Xiongnu's earlier sentiments and his own thoughts. History is replete with rulers who were waylaid by beauty. "Khan, I implore you not to cast upon me the stigma of a seductress." This was no jest, yet the Khan took it lightly, idly toying with the amber pendant at his chest, chuckling nonchalantly. "Ah, my dear, you worry for me. I knew you were unlike others. Rest assured, I am the Khan of the great Xiongnu. Why should I concern myself with the opinions of others? They cannot stir up any tempest. They are of no consequence." Despite his words, Lu Rui remained troubled, contemplating the art of persuasion and the secrets to be unveiled after dusk. Xiongnu, being straightforward, was oblivious to the impending matters of the night, and, noticing Lu Rui's inexplicable flushed face, wondered if the carriage felt overly stifling for the princess. However, the perceptive Xiongnu nudged her with her elbow, heightening Xiongnu's confusion. It was only when Lu Rui was joyfully led away by the Khan that she dared to speculate, tugging at Xiongnu's sleeve as she whispered, "Do you think the princess?" Xiongnu felt too bashful to voice her thoughts. "I do not know. I am merely guessing. In any case, let us not concern ourselves with it. Oh dear, the meat has grown cold. Will you eat?" The lakeside remained tranquil, akin to a hidden paradise, with the recent sunny days casting a brilliant light upon the moon. At that moment, Lu Rui wished for a cloud to obscure the moonlight, for he could hardly bear the prospect of what was to come. The lake's surface occasionally rippled, and the rustling of insects in the grass compelled Lu Rui to lower his head, realizing he had indeed gone mad to acquiesce to such an outrageous request. Feeling as if every movement the Khan made was like thunder crashing upon him, stifling his voice with his hand. A sudden, urgent meow startled Lu Rui from his semi-conscious state, capturing the attention of the Nejiang, who immediately lowered his voice in response. "Shoo, it's a sand cat." Initially, Lu Rui felt a twinge of anxiety. If a wild beast were indeed approaching, he ought to don his clothing first. However, the sound was far more delicate and high-pitched than that of a domestic cat, suggesting it was not a fearsome creature. The meows continued, emanating from the underbrush. Yet the small creature remained elusive. The Nejiang refrained from making any sudden movements, holding Lu Rui in a rather comical pose as they awaited the sand cat's appearance. At last, under the dim moonlight, a tiny silhouette wobbled out from the grass, slowly making its way toward them. Its four little paws struggled to maintain balance, indicating it was still quite young. Lu Rui gently restrained the Nejiang's outstretched hand, watching as the small creature drew nearer, eventually snuggling into his embrace in search of warmth. Its soft fur tickled him, prompting a suppressed giggle. The Nejiang held onto the kitten by its scruff, granting Lu Rui a moment to dress. It seemed that this little creature had only recently been born, as it was too inexperienced to even scratch. Once appropriately attired, Lu Rui cautiously accepted the furry sand cat. Are we truly taking it back to raise? He pondered, doubting its chances of survival, given its size. The Nejiang, wrapping himself in his robe, chuckled heartily. If this little beast acquires a human scent, its mother will abandon it. So, if you choose not to keep it, it will surely perish. Let's take it home for amusement's sake. Thus, Lu Rui's cart became home to yet another little creature, its fur resembling fine yellow sand, large ears perked up, and a soft voice that delighted both Qiuyue and Cinny immensely. She held a bowl of sheep's milk and meat paste, watching as the tiny creature licked eagerly, while even the esteemed chieftain found himself momentarily neglected. The Nejiang had no objections, as long as the empress was pleased. He would have gladly captured a Zouwu for her amusement. Just then, a servant presented a secret letter, and after glancing at Lu Rue, who was engrossed in feeding the meat paste, he dismounted the cart, a chilling aura emanating from him that made his intentions unmistakable to anyone observing. Once he left the cart, Lu Rue paused in his actions, casting a silent gaze in his direction. They were now far from Subud Lake, and after another 5 or 6 days, they would reach the western tribes. The Nejiang became increasingly occupied, even neglecting to visit her at night. Lu Rue, however, found solace in this, allowing the little sand cat to tumble about in the cart while remaining attentive to the sounds outside. Gone were the criticisms aimed at the chieftain and the princess. However, the expedition westward seemed to signal impending conflict. The commander speculated on who would be tasked with safeguarding the princess. Cinny teased the sand cat with a morsel of lamb, responding to Lu Rue's inquiries. Chanyu blinked, her brows furrowing deeply, her voice rising in volume. It appeared that the chieftain had left his scheming brother behind in their stronghold, taking the princess with him as he positioned himself for battle. Lu Rue shared her unease, leaning back against the cushions in contemplation. Yet apart from this, there seemed to be no alternative. He could not remain in the tribe, nor could he be thrust into the fray of battle. Resolving to worry no more, he called out, "Come here." Obeying his call, the little sand cat wobbled its way towards him, gazing at the diminutive and adorable sand weasel. Lu Rue felt an intensifying discomfort within. Why had his stomach yet to stir? Chapter 27. The blood-soaked festival. It was quite late when Ney entered the carriage. By then, Lu Rue had already settled down, reclining on his bedding and exhaling deeply, his robust physique rising and falling with each labored breath. Observing his weary appearance, Lu Rue sat up to massage his temples, pondering whether the turmoil in the west was the cause of his exhaustion. Perhaps not. If conflict could be avoided, it should be. Merely beating those youngsters would not resolve much. Judging by his tone, it seemed the situation in the west was not urgent. After all, most of my dowry still resides within the tribe. It cannot possibly be consumed by flames, can it? Nay, with closed eyes, burst into hearty laughter, grasping her hand. Your dowry will come to no harm, nor will there be fire. It is merely. At this, he opened his eyes, and the chilling glint within them startled Lu Rue. I did not anticipate that so many would become involved. Xiongnu. He pronounced the name with great weight. Though the subsequent thoughts remained unvoiced, Lu Rue understood his implication. The bonds of brotherhood pale in comparison to power and status. This ironclad truth holds universally. Silently, he assisted him in shedding his garments and covering him, whispering a few words in Xiongnu. May our Khan enjoy eternal health. May the Xiongnu flourish in peace. Although Ney did not open his eyes, a smile crept upon his lips as he turned and embraced his beloved wife, his breaths gradually evolving into deep snores. After more than 10 days, the main force finally reached their destination. However, contrary to the soldiers' speculations, Ney indeed led Lu Rue into the grand tent of the western tribal chief, boldly proclaiming, "This woman is a princess of the Han, my treasure." This was partly due to his reluctance to leave Lu Rue behind, and partly to showcase to these youngsters the daughter of the Han Emperor, ensuring they recognized the backing of the Han. Furthermore, it served as a means to deliberately vex them using his cherished possession. This meat broth tastes dreadful. My wife would not appreciate it. This tent lacks grandeur. Did you not acquire considerable treasures last year? Why not use them to please my wife? Have your wives attend to my wife. A bunch of clumsy sheep and cattle are far less charming than the sand weasel that my wife tends to. Amused by Ney's occasional mischievous thoughts, Lu Rue chuckled inwardly and, when alone, gave him a gentle push. What manner of persuasion is this? Beyond mere lip service, what effect can it truly have? Ney, savoring the finest wine from their tribe, caressed her smooth legs. You fail to understand. We Xiongnu are not as duplicitous as Yuhan. They lack the courage to rebel. My purpose here is not only to retrieve their hidden treasures and provisions, but also to establish my authority, compelling them to contemplate the consequences of provoking me. Yet Lu Rue remained unimpressed, scoffing lightly. If that is the case, what of your own brother? Is he devoid of cunning? Does his daily witnessing of your might not stir ambitions within him? A single utterance rendered Ney speechless. She set aside her wine bowl to caress her soft waist. Your eloquence surpasses even that of a wild wolf. Tomorrow, I shall allow you to engage in discourse with those chieftains. Lu Rue, displeased, shrugged off his hand. Your affairs are of no concern to me. Do not use me as a shield. How long do you intend to establish your authority? Until Xiongnu is dead. That is all. Such a statement instilled fear. The chill on Nei's countenance was unmistakable, yet her lips curled into a mocking smile. She patted Lu Rue's calf, saying, "Dear, upon our return, the tribe shall be tranquil. No one will disturb your peace again." The journey to the eastern tribe was long, yet Nei could ascertain Xiongnu's whereabouts at any moment. Lu Rue mused. No wonder after so many years of conflict with the Han, he remains unvanquished. As the Hun's chieftain, you are indeed formidable. As a man, I am even more so. Nei chuckled, stroking her beard, and repositioned Lu Rue on her lap, her gaze piercing as she regarded her beloved. My dear, when we return, you must bear me a son. The notion of bearing a son momentarily flustered Lu Rue. Indeed, he had begun to care about this matter. If she could conceive, she would wish to be with child at this very moment, without the need to wait until their return. After languishing leisurely in the western tribe for 4 or 5 days, a confidant of Nei arrived to report that, in accordance with the chieftain's orders, Xiongnu had been dealt with, and his head had been dispatched. Upon hearing the mention of a severed head, Lu Rue instinctively recoiled behind Nei. I do not wish to see such things. Nei patted her, a cruel smile playing upon her lips. Fear not. Such a splendid trophy must be appreciated by all. Bring forth a sacrificial altar and prepare some dogs. The altar and dogs were, of course, intended for the severed head. Understanding Lu Rue's fear, Nei instructed Xingyi and Xiuyue to remain with her in the tent, allowing herself to indulge in a sanguinary celebration. Although the head brought by the retainer was unrecognizable, the scent unmistakably belonged to Xiongnu. Nei pulled one of the hunting dogs aside, grasped the hair of the severed head, and paraded it around the altar, blood splattering everywhere. Have you seen clearly? This is my own brother, named Xiongnu. Why is his head in my possession? Because my brother harbored ill intentions, coveting my chieftainship, attempting to win over my followers, and thus he met his end in my hands. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. No one dared to cheer. The chieftains and nobles of several tribes were filled with trepidation. The few drops of blood that splattered upon their faces felt searingly hot. The attempt of a brother to usurp authority was grave. Yet this chieftain brazenly displayed his brother's head. How far was this from his own tribe? After killing him, he hastened to deliver the trophy. Long live the chieftain! Long live the chieftain! After a prolonged silence, some began to react, timidly raising trembling hands to commend the chieftain, while others, as if awakening from a dream, joined in the chant. Although the words were meant to convey congratulations, the tone lacked fervor. Regardless of their true thoughts, they were compelled to express their allegiance at that moment, for the wrathful Chanyu would swiftly ensure that both his own head and that of his brother were placed together. The leaders, who were vociferously shouting beneath the altar, would witness the chilling and cruel smile of the Yejian, who, shaking his grotesque and decaying head, carelessly tossed it to the ravenous pack of dogs. The Chanyu's brother's head was savagely torn apart like a piece of putrid meat, while the Chanyu himself stood with arms akimbo, laughing boisterously, urging them to devour every last morsel, to crush the bones, ha ha ha. Ultimately, a head was reduced to a pile of shattered bones, leaving a sordid mess upon the ground. The Yejian descended from the altar with satisfaction, patting the shoulders of the leaders with his bloodied hands, his sinister laughter sending shivers down their spines, causing the lesser leaders to grit their teeth and bow their heads even lower. The Yejian spoke little more, striding towards Lu Rue's tent, shedding his blood-soaked outer robe before entering, casting it aside to a waiting attendant. Yanzhi, I have returned, ha ha ha. Lu Rue did not see the severed head and was unaware of the altar's grim happenings. He found it peculiar that the Yejian was without his robe, and as he approached, he was met with a pungent stench of blood. Chanyu, have you truly been discovered? The Yejian shook his head in resignation, disregarding Lu Rue. who was pinching his nose in avoidance. I shall change, ha ha ha. The head of Xiongnu has been thoroughly consumed. Yanzhi, I am burdened with this pent-up frustration. Despite the nauseating scent, Lu Rui felt genuine happiness for him, bowing deeply in respect. Congratulations, Chanyu. You have finally removed a thorn from your heart. Now that is a true blessing that is sincere indeed. The Yejian smiled until he could smile no longer, exhaling a deep sigh. Indeed, a thorn, which has cost me immeasurable effort and sacrifice. Lu Rui understood well the extent of the Yejian's toil to eliminate Xiongnu, having been used in the process, yet the tranquility that followed made it all worthwhile. Chanyu, she leaned closer to the Yejian, but he recoiled, mindful of his own odor. Lu Rui chuckled at his reaction, wrapping her arms around his waist. Chanyu, I feel so fortunate. You have shielded me from the strife and brutality that surrounds us. Her long hair brushed against the back of his hand, warm and soft, while her delicate lashes tickled his throat, yet he unusually refrained from reciprocating her affection. Yanzhi, are you not afraid? He asked, firmly grasping her arm. Afraid of what? Of the conflict, or of you? The scent of blood filled her nostrils. But Lu Rui had grown accustomed to it, resting her chin on his arm and tilting her head as if his inquiry were merely about what to have for dinner that night. The Yejian paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly. You truly are my splendid Yanzhi, a treasure unmatched by anyone else. Cindy presented clean garments to Lu Rui, who took her time helping him change. The Yejian raised an eyebrow, watching her intently, as if flowers might bloom atop her head. At first, I thought you were fragile, like a newborn lamb. Later, after you struck me and bared your teeth in defiance, I found you resembled a wolf. However, at present, one might liken you more to a fierce yet benevolent ruler, a sovereign who shies away from the public eye. Do you comprehend, Yanzhi? I believe you are rather befitting of a certain sanguinary allure. Truly, a woman who compliments me well. Lu Rui, upon hearing this, stifled a chuckle without lifting his gaze, fastening his belt before raising his eyes in playful reproach. What further comparisons do you intend to conjure? Do you wish to enumerate every beast of the Xiongnu as well? As for this sanguinary allure, do you perceive me as a malevolent spirit? Xiongnu, stifling a laugh, emerged from the tent alongside Xin and playfully nudged her. Aren't you considering that attendant? Xin cast her a sideways glance, her brows knitting in exasperation. Why must you be so bothersome? Should you inquire further, I shall implore the princess to betroth you, thus alleviating your fixation on my affairs. Finding no offense, Xiongnu merely huffed. Now that the princess has found stability, our lives have improved as well. Should you forge a closer bond through marriage with the Shanyu's guard, would it not be a double blessing? Why do you not ponder such fortunate prospects for yourself? Do not attribute it to your ignorance of the Xiongnu tongue. As for me, I shall remain unwed. Attending to the princess suffices. Xiongnu suddenly fell silent, sighing deeply for an extended period before Xin urged her to speak. The princess has been wed for over half a year now, and while she shares a harmonious bond with the Xiongnu, there is still the matter of offspring. Upon hearing this, Xi's countenance fell, and she waved her hand as if to dispel misfortune. The princess shall soon conceive. She is still so young, and she and the Xiongnu are together daily. Yet, the princess suffers from a chronic ailment. Chapter 28. Hopes dashed. Xiongnu's remark left Xin utterly speechless. Pouting, she retreated into a nearby tent which, though modest compared to the grandeur of the Xiongnu's, offered a sense of confinement for the two of them. They had no choice but to make do. I believe the princess has been contemplating this matter as well, and Xiongnu hesitated, peering nervously outside before pulling Xin closer to whisper. The former prince consort and the princess have been married for so long without any news, so the princess must be anxious. Indeed, if she cannot bear children, it is only fair to place some blame on her. Traditionally, Xiongnu had been the princess's staunch defender. However, this time it was Xin who spoke up, her arms crossed in discontent. If the Xiongnu has no legitimate heir, who can be held accountable? I do not mean to speak ill, but even in ceremonies, one ought to inquire about the princess's condition. Now, alas, the princess has been afflicted, and the Xiongnu ought to reflect on his choices. Xiongnu swiftly curtailed the topic, for they were on Xiongnu territory, with the Shanyu's tent not far off. Although the people of the small tribe could not comprehend the Han language, the Shanyu's attendants certainly could. If such words were to reach the Xiongnu, the princess might not be able to protect them. Yet at that moment, no one paid heed to the whispered exchanges of the two maidens. Just hours after witnessing a gruesome scene, several leaders of the smaller tribes convened to deliberate on how much tribute to offer the Xiongnu in allegiance and what might please the esteemed Yanzhi. An elder chief, approximately 70 years of age, stroked his beard, a stain of blood still marring his robe, a remnant from the decapitated head of Xiongnu that morning. Do we possess any Han slaves within our tribe? Presenting one to Yanzhi ought to bring her joy. Present a slave? Do you possess the means to do so? Let her witness how we subject the Han people to our whims, scoffed a burly leader in his prime. What jewels or grains do we need? A mere token of goodwill will suffice. Just look at the attitude of the chanyu. There is no treasure absent from the Yanzhi's grand tent. The others murmured their agreement, yet a pang of sorrow gripped their hearts. After all, they had amassed such wealth and grains, only for it to be plundered by that young upstart. And what a fine offering sent to that Han woman's tent. A deep, resonant cough silenced the assembly. Seated in the elevated position was a lean old man, appearing over 60 yet devoid of any gray hair. His dark face was etched with wrinkles, concealing the chilling glint in his eyes. So, we shall surrender our grains and weapons, the bows, the sabers, deliver them to him. This pronouncement ignited a wave of uproar. Grains and women could be reclaimed at will, but weapons were not so easily replaced. Those arms were their very means of survival. To relinquish them to the oppressor would be tantamount to courting death. It is precisely this courting of death that showcases our loyalty. He declared, "You fools, obsessed only with grains and women. Do you not recognize that the Yejin Chanyu is our leader now? You must possess some awareness of this reality." The leaders, still bewildered, struggled to grasp his intent. The shrewder among them, however, discerned the deeper meaning, and though reluctant, they nodded in reluctant agreement, each contemplating their own schemes. Thus, the Western tribe found a temporary semblance of peace. The Yejin surveyed the laden carts of grain with satisfaction, particularly enamored with the fine bows and sabers, erupting into unabashed laughter. "You are quite clever. It was worth my personal visit." The leaders echoed his sentiments, expressing their reverence and submission to the chanyu. Yet, what thoughts lingered in their minds? Could the Yejin truly be oblivious? Beneath his smile lay a hidden dagger as he firmly patted the leading chief's shoulder. "Rest assured, I shall not forget you upon my return. My tribe is not far distant, and travel is convenient." The chief's complexion paled, an icy sensation enveloping his mind. As an inexplicable, foul odor assaulted his nostrils. He bowed, too intimidated to respond further. The Yejin smiled with satisfaction, turning to mount the carriage with Lu Rue. As the caravan progressed slowly, the wildflowers of the steppe released their fragrant essence. Spring had deepened, and upon returning to the tribe, the tent would need to be adorned with lighter felt. This excursion had served to eliminate Xiongnu, a worthwhile endeavor. The Yejin, reclining comfortably against Lu Rue's legs, relished the victory. His younger brother had been restless since the moment he ascended to the Chanyu's position, but now, at last, he could rest easy. Who would dare harbor unwarranted ambitions? Lu Rue, distracted as she leaned against the carriage window, was oblivious to the Yejin's repeated calls. It was only when Shiyue gently nudged her that she stirred. "Princess, the Chanyu is speaking to you." "Huh? What did the Chanyu say?" Liu Hui, momentarily disoriented, struggled to gather her thoughts, leaving the Yejin puzzled. What could the Yanzhi be contemplating? She had been listless since the previous evening. Lu Rue lightly coughed and shook his head, the smile on his face somewhat perfunctory. He thought much about it. He simply longed to return after spending too much time outside. Yet he did not speak, and he was at a loss as to how to inquire further. Thus, he lay back down, and silence enveloped the carriage. Lu Rue's thoughts inevitably turned to the matter of offspring. Initially, he felt only a vague sense of urgency. But the leaders, in their misguided wisdom, had sent their wives to deliver numerous items purported to enhance fertility. Although he expressed gratitude outwardly, inwardly he felt profoundly humiliated. Was this not a blatant mockery of her? Yet, in the end, she kept those items, regardless of their actual efficacy, for they offered some comfort. Her Khan held her in such high regard. How could she ever repay him? Yanzhi, being a man, lacked such intricate thoughts, but Xiongnu understood. Seizing the opportunity, while the Khan dealt with state affairs, she moved closer to Lu Ruwei and whispered words of consolation, reminding him that there was no need for the princess to be anxious. After all, it had only been 6 months since their marriage, and it required time to restore one's health. Nevertheless, Lu Ruwei could not find solace. Ever since being abandoned on the icy river, each month had been an ordeal. She was well aware that coldness could lead to infertility, and resentment towards Yanzhi bubbled up within her. A cruel fate, indeed. With her worries weighing heavily on her, she lost interest in the scenery on the return journey. However, Yanzhi continued to shower her with affection, even ensuring that their little sand ferret was well fed and round. The Xiongnu lived a nomadic life, and the Khan-esque tribe migrated with the seasons. Returning to the large tent of Yanzhi, Lu Ruwei felt somewhat out of place, spending several consecutive days cooped up inside, lacking the enthusiasm to even glance at the newborn fawn she had taken in as a pet. Is the princess unwell? It has been quite some time since I've seen you smile, Yanzhi said, having set aside state matters early to embrace Lu Ruwei and engage in lengthy conversation. Yet, Lu Ruwei could only respond half-heartedly, feeling a persistent discomfort. The princess has not been eating much these days. Perhaps we should summon the royal physician, he suggested. Lu Ruwei merely waved her hand dismissively, seeking a more comfortable position in Yanzhi's embrace. Yet she remained restless and could not find an outlet for her feelings. Unconsciously, her tone grew harsher. I cannot even articulate my own thoughts. What can they possibly ask? It's always the same few sentences. I've grown weary of it. Noticing the princess's evident displeasure, Xiongnu felt puzzled. What had the royal physicians offended her? Lu Ruwei was not one to always maintain a pleasant demeanor, and Xiongnu, emboldened by her close proximity, dared to voice her thoughts, while the Xiongnu maidens who lurked in the shadows shrank back in fear. Lu Ruwei, already vexed, glanced at the corner where a few Xiongnu maidens cowered like frightened sand ferrets, and her irritation intensified. She tossed aside 2 cushions and exclaimed, "Get out! I have no need for lifeless beings in my tent." Once the maidens had timidly scurried away, he cautiously approached Lu Ruwei. Casting a glance at Yanzhi seated on the couch, and uncertainly suggested, "Princess, perhaps you should let the royal physician take a look. It might be a joyous occasion." Her words momentarily startled Lu Ruwei, who turned to meet her sparkling eyes, instinctively covering her chest with her hand. Am I? However, upon reflection, she realized that her recent fatigue and lack of appetite had been troubling. Everything seemed amiss. Could it be true? Quickly, summon the royal physician. Reflecting on his own reaction, Lu Ruwei suddenly felt a surge of joy. He hastily dismissed Chue and summoned the imperial physician, anxiously glancing at the general, at a loss for words. The general, momentarily confused about the cause for such elation, remained oblivious even after Cinni informed him of the princess's various ailments. Is the empress unwell? Why are you all so jubilant? He pondered, bemused. Lu Ruwei, filled with exhilaration, clenched his fist and lightly struck his chest, his face flushed with excitement. It dawned upon him, embracing Lu Ruwei, "Empress, could it be that you are with child?" "Not yet known. We must await the physician's examination," Lu Ruwei replied, hiding in his embrace, though her thoughts wandered to whether the child would be a son or a daughter. The physician was hastily brought over by Chue, who introduced him to Princess Chanyu with urgency. After bowing, he took out a pulse pillow and silk handkerchief to examine Lu Ruwei's pulse while inquiring delicately about her physical condition. "Do you feel a sense of heaviness? Is your appetite lacking? Please extend your tongue. May I inquire what you have consumed today?" Chue responded briefly, explaining that due to her lack of appetite, the princess had subsisted on mainly fruit and broth over the past 2 days, even indulging in sour plums, which she previously detested. Listening to Chue's words, Lu Ruwei's spirit soared, Enjoying sour foods was indeed a sign of pregnancy, and how had she not realized this sooner? The physician pondered deeply, neither nodding nor smiling. And only when Shiyue's patience waned did he gather his thoughts and kneel before Lu Rue and the general, his lower lip quivering slightly, his complexion alarmingly pale. Based on the princess's pulse and her recent symptoms, the old physician spoke slowly, and Shiyue was eager to interject, thinking, is it really necessary to deliberate so long just to convey that the princess is with child? Lu Rue, caressing her chest, felt a mixture of anticipation and shyness, while Cindy beamed with joy, having already contemplated congratulatory phrases. Even the general could not suppress a chuckle, preparing to reward the physician handsomely. Your Highness is suffering from an imbalance of the three burners, an excess of cold and heat, and she is not pregnant. The words fell like a stone, plunging the tent into a silence that felt almost frigid. Please repeat that, came the voice of Lu Rue, her disappointment palpable as she stood there, hands drooping, lost in thought. The general, too, felt a wave of disillusionment, clinging to the hope that he had misheard. But the physician's trembling words shattered his illusion. Her empress was not with child. Chapter 29. The difficulty of conception. It is impossible. What affliction could cause such symptoms? Please re-examine her pulse. I will summon the other physicians, Shiyue insisted, refusing to accept the verdict. She turned and called forth the remaining 3 physicians. After a thorough examination, they all concurred. Lu Rue was indeed not pregnant. Upon their arrival in the Xiongnu, the princess had been in her menstrual cycle and had been subjected to the frigid waters of the icy river, which had caused harm to her womb. Thus, it was deemed that she faced significant challenges in conceiving, and the obstruction of cold and heat was the source of her recent ailments. Get out. Without waiting for the physician to finish his explanation, Lu Rue pointed to the tent curtains, commanding them to leave, her expression icy and fearsome, brimming with emotions she had never before exhibited. The imperial physicians were not surprised by her reaction. They swiftly gathered their belongings and took their leave to evade misfortune. Xiongnu stood rigidly, experiencing for the first time the suffocating weight of despair. The presence of Na Yi was even more telling, as she hesitated to speak, torn between comforting and fearing to utter the wrong words. The phrase difficult to conceive struck her mind like an iron wedge, causing waves of pain and disorientation. Was it unexpected? It seemed not. She was acutely aware of her frail condition. Acceptance? Yet how could she accept it? Why was it that she could not bear a child? All she desired was to have a baby, to reciprocate her husband's affection, to revel in the joys of motherhood. Was that too much to ask? Na Yi, you too must leave. Everyone must go. Xiongnu dare not linger. And, with a bent knee, she hurried out of the tent. Na Yi observed the frost in her eyes and refrained from speaking further, deciding to let her calm down. However, just as she stepped out of the grand tent, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted from within, accompanied by the shattering of utensils. Yet the cries of Lu Rue were conspicuously absent. She was not devoid of tears. Rather, she was rendered voiceless by grief. The joy she had once harbored had been replaced by the cruel declaration of difficult to conceive. She felt like a mere jest. Inside the grand tent, nothing of the turmoil was revealed outside. The tribespeople continued to hope that the esteemed Yanzhi would bear a robust son. Yet Lu Rue had lost her brilliance overnight, reduced to a withered shadow of her former self. Do not be disheartened, Yanzhi. Those physicians speak in folly. I have summoned a shaman to bless you. You will surely bear a son. Na Yi, gazing into her vacant eyes, felt a pang of compassion as he gently embraced her shoulders. Yet Lu Rue seemed oblivious. The medicinal concoction lying cold and untouched, a remedy meant for her nourishment. My Khan, I cannot bear such affection from you. As a woman unable to bear children, she felt unworthy of his love. He required a Yanzhi capable of producing heirs, not her. Na Yi stood speechless, unsure how to comfort her, assuming she was merely sulking. Yanzhi, I was wrong. I truly regret it. It was unjust of me to cast you into the river that day. I brought this upon myself. Only then did Lu Rue lift her gaze, her tear-streaked face contorted with pain. You are the architect of your own suffering. Yet you can still have other women bear your children. As for me, I shall grow old alone, without a child to call me mother. I should blame you. With that, she seized a soft pillow and hurled it at him, this detestable man who had so tormented her. Nai did not flinch, allowing her feeble strikes to land as he tenderly called out, "Oh, dear Yanzhi." Yet Lu Rui became more agitated, casting the pillow aside and collapsing onto the couch. Weeping aloud, "Go find another woman to comfort you. After all, I cannot bear children, and your affection is of no use to me. Do not call me Yanzhi anymore." "What words are these?" Nai exclaimed, pulling her close, his rough hand wiping away her tears. "No one in this world can compare to you. It is merely a child. I can adopt my current sons to you. Would you care for them?" Lu Rui paused, momentarily stunned, ceasing her tears as she gazed at him in disbelief. "Do you truly think I could find solace in seeing another woman as children?" Had she truly descended to the depths of despair, compelled to snatch another child for her own solace? Could she find comfort in being called mother by a child not her own? Yet that Yi Jiang seemed indifferent, desiring merely a child of her own, dismissing the birth mother as inconsequential. "Yanzhi, I sincerely apologize. Though not your biological child, I have nurtured them since infancy. If I were to eliminate the birth mother, would you not then be the sole mother?" Lu Rui offered no response, slowly rising from the couch and retreating step by step, as if confronted by a malevolent spirit. "You are indeed a madwoman," she thought, utterly unwilling to engage further with him. This man was utterly incomprehensible. "Leave and find another woman to bear your child. Once born, do not bring it to me. Allow me some measure of moral virtue." Standing beside the couch, Yi Jiang was enveloped in confusion, vaguely sensing the source of Lu Rui's ire, yet recognizing that her words would not penetrate in this moment. With a heavy heart, she turned and retreated to the confines of the Chanyu's tent. "Princess, why must you be so distressed? The Chanyu's words hold merit. If you do not wish for bloodshed, simply convey that to him." Sini, pushed forward by Chua, hesitated for quite some time before mustering her voice. However, Lu Rui merely scoffed, refusing to meet her gaze. "You were once quite astute. How is it you have become so bewildered today?" At this remark, Sini turned anxiously to Chia, bowing her head in apology. "This servant is dull-witted. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Observing their jittery demeanor, Lu Rui sighed, reclining against the couch as her gaze drifted vacantly towards the tent's ceiling, as if she could see the infinite expanse of the starry sky beyond the thin fabric. "I cannot accept being unable to fulfill his words." The two women were puzzled. Yet Lu Rui continued to speak to herself. "When Alki was executed, he told me that only the children I bore were worthy of being heirs. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with joy and emotion, eagerly awaiting the birth of his exceptional offspring." As she spoke, a bitter smile crossed her lips, and after a prolonged silence, tears once again cascaded down her cheeks. "Yet, I have betrayed his deep affection and extinguished his hopes. Those women he regarded as worthless are, in fact, of greater utility than I. Your Highness, do not belittle yourself. Have you considered who is truly at fault for your inability to bear children? Were it not for the Chanyu casting you into the river, would you find yourself in such a predicament?" Chuyue's temper flared, unable to contain herself, and she spoke loudly, fully aware of the presence of attendants outside, perhaps even intentionally addressing them. Sini, attempting to restrain her, was met with resistance as Chuyue pushed her hand away, sulking to the side in silence. Is the princess truly so naive? Not only is she without heirs due to her suffering, but she does not even blame the Chanyu and feels guilt towards him instead. Truly, she has forgotten her past hardships due to the Chanyu's indulgence. Lu Rui had not forgotten. Whether in resentment or hatred, it ultimately altered nothing. She was not devoid of compassion and had strayed from her original convictions. Merely a night had passed, and once again she found herself rendered speechless by Yi Zhang's actions. What has the Chanyu done? Sini's face bore an expression of distress, uncertain how to phrase it more delicately, but Chu, ever blunt, interjected, the Chanyu has bestowed all his concubines upon his servants, along with their children. Now, he has not a single legitimate heir to his name. Lu Rui inhaled sharply, taken aback by the audacity of the words. The chanyu declared that it was not the princess's offspring that rendered them unworthy of being his children, nor did the princess herself deserve to be the mother of his heirs. The only reason those women and their children were spared was due to the princess's benevolence. Otherwise, they would have all been exterminated, condemned to pray for the princess's well-being for eternity, hoping she would soon bear the heir to the Xiongnu. A sharp pain pierced his head. How could he have acted so recklessly, severing his own escape route? Who was he trying to impress? Just as he prepared to rise and approach the chanyu's tent, that Yejian entered, glancing at the kneeling Xiongnu and the displeased Lu Rue, and suddenly chuckled. "Your ears are quite sharp, Yejian. Indeed, it is as they said, I have no need for those women and children." Lu Rue felt an overwhelming urge to crack open the man's skull to fathom his thoughts. "Enough of this folly. I am not sulking. What is this commotion about? Do you wish for the entire Xiongnu to force me to atone with my life?" He had anticipated her tantrum, yet Yejian remained unfazed, striding over to the couch and taking a seat. "I am not causing a scene. This is a decision I have contemplated throughout the night. Come here." Lu Rue furrowed his brow, reluctant to comply, but Yejian effortlessly pulled him onto his lap, as was customary. "Since you refuse to accept children from other women, what purpose do they serve? If I love you, it shall be solely your offspring that I cherish. If you do not conceive, it is my misfortune. I should feel guilty towards you. Therefore, Yejian, I shall not retaliate against your reproaches. Please do not let anger dwell in your heart. Tell me, how can I make amends? I would gladly trade my life for your forgiveness." Initially, Xiongnu held reservations towards Yejian, but witnessing his nearly humble demeanor left her unable to harbor resentment. After all, who among them was without faults? The chanyu had merely acted impulsively. It was impossible to blame him for his feelings towards the princess. As Xiongnu contemplated, Lu Rue found it difficult to remain angry. Though this man was rough and boorish, his treatment of her was undeniably impeccable. To act petulantly would only make her seem unreasonable. She softly leaned against Yejian's shoulder, sighing, "I am not angry. I merely feel unable to bear you a child, and the guilt weighs heavily on my heart. What will become of the chanyu succession? Ultimately, you desire an heir. Yejian, do you believe that you will have children?" Yejian's seemingly cryptic statement puzzled her, yet his expression suggested he was not jesting. He looked into Lu Rue's slightly weary eyes, smiling confidently. "You will have children, perhaps a bit later than expected, but you will have them. I consulted the shaman, and he assured me that you will bear children." Lu Rue was unsure if she was amused or genuinely elated, but a laugh escaped her lips. "Yes, the Celestial One has informed you that I will have children. We shall have strong and adorable offspring, inheriting your legacy, ensuring the enduring prosperity of the Xiongnu." Following this, there was much effort put forth towards the prospect of children. Xiongnu and Cinny had grown accustomed to hiding outside, when coincidentally, a chanyu attendant approached, yet he no longer cast shy glances at Cinny as he once did, instead avoiding her gaze, as if they were specters. What was this? Had he grown fearful after being rebuffed? Do not mention Xiongnu. Even Xiongnu herself is uncertain of the reasons behind it. Yet, she finds herself in a state of discontent, having desired a different outcome. Wordlessly, she takes Xiongnu to prepare lunch, while her heart remains troubled. A man lacking resolve retreats after a mere rejection. How pitiful. However, no one notices that after they have walked away, a servant remains hidden in the shadows, secretly observing Xiongnu. He no longer possesses the right to confess his feelings to the woman he adores, for the chanyu has given one of his concubines to him. Tonight, he shall wed. Chapter 30. Supreme favor. The joys and sorrows of a mere young servant go unnoticed. Yet the condition of a lady has become a matter of great concern for all of Xiongnu. The commander has openly declared to the world that the lady's temporary infertility is due to his own misdeeds. He has summoned all the shamans of Xiongnu to conduct rituals, wishing for her to conceive soon. Many fertile women from the Chanyu S tribe have been sent to the Lady S tent to impart knowledge on enhancing fertility, leaving no intimate detail unaddressed. Their genuine hope for the lady to bear a child is not rooted in concern for the heir of Xiongnu, but rather in the fact that Lu Rue, as the lady, is quite beloved among the people. This is due to her noble status and her compassion. The commander has always been a tyrannical and cold-hearted ruler, having taken countless lives, treating women worse than beasts. Even the slightest displeasure could lead to a beating. Individuals like Hia have long since become numerous, leaving the tribespeople in constant fear. Yet the lady possesses the ability to soften the commander's heart, not only showing kindness to the concubines, but also restraining his brutal tendencies. As for those like Xiongnu, one can only say that he reaps what he sows. As long as the lady is content, the commander will be joyful. When he shows mercy, the lives of the people improve. Thus, the tribes are fervently hoping for any signs of Lu Rui's pregnancy. From early summer to late autumn, countless precious herbs and medicines have been sent for villages far and wide, with even the shamans and imperial physicians becoming bewildered by the plethora of items, many of which they have never encountered. The entirety of Xiongnu is bustling with anticipation for the Chanyu's legitimate son. Yet the only tranquility lies within Lu Rui's own belly. Ugh, she has vomited again, for the taste of those strange supplements is intolerable. Over the past few months, she cannot recall how many of the so-called fertility-enhancing concoctions she has consumed, so many that she has grown indifferent to whether they contain tiger's liver or the blood of a red-crowned crane. She would drink even human blood if it meant conceiving a child. Yet the commander feels her pain, and upon removing those supplements, he holds her in comfort, assuring her that there is no need for haste, as the shamans have indicated that a child does not come quickly. He must gather the strength of the heavens for longevity. Lu Rui rinses her mouth and leans against him, wishing that this discomfort were merely a sign of morning sickness. Yet each time she has her pulse checked, the results reveal nothing but ailments. In fact, she has harmed her spleen and stomach by consuming too many dubious substances. Yet she stubbornly perseveres. Finally, the commander, unable to bear it any longer, has commanded that the tribes cease sending supplements to the lady, allowing Lu Rui a moment to breathe. In response to this, Lu Rui expressed considerable dissatisfaction. Since she was already unwell, she thought it would be better to indulge in some nourishing food together. Do you not wish for my swift conception? This time, however, that Yi insisted vehemently against it, declaring that anyone who dared to present the empress with delicacies would suffer dire consequences, including Xian, Yi, and Xiongnu. Yet, she simultaneously coaxed Lu Rui, pleading with her. The imperial physician has warned me repeatedly that if you continue to consume such things, your health will deteriorate. My dear empress, I implore you to wait for a while longer. Our child will come in due time. Lu Rui eventually relented, yet she remained sullen and discontented for several days. After much contemplation, Xian secretly sought an audience with the chanyu, presenting him with a strategy commonly employed by the Han people. Empress, your eagerness to bear an heir and establish a successor. Do you wish for my premature demise? Do you believe I cannot endure until your child is born? That he stood before Lu Rui, arms crossed, his expression grave and serious. His commanding presence made Lu Rui feel a twinge of guilt. Chanyu, why such morose sentiments? You are in the prime of your life, yet you speak of such dismal things. Do you not find it ominous? Then why the urgency? You desire a child, yet do you care not for my wishes to see you smile? Empress, it appears you are solely concerned for your son, disregarding your husband. Observing her theatrics, Lu Rui detected a hint of something unusual and pondered for a long while before finally responding with a feigned cheerfulness. Very well, according to your perspective. What must I do to ensure I do not neglect my husband? Ah, naturally, you should be more affectionate with me. Come, Empress, grant me a smile. Upon witnessing Lu Rui finally smile, that he could not contain his joy and embraced her, planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. The Empress is clever, and her maidservants are equally resourceful. This Han strategy truly works wonders, instantly charming my Empress. To be frank, was it Xiongnu or Xian Liu Hui, held in his embrace, had no intention of letting him escape unscathed, directly exposing his stratagem. It must be Xian. For Xiongnu lacks the cunning to conceive such a plan. Outside the tent, Xian Yi, who had been secretly eavesdropping, held her breath in anticipation of what was to come. That Yi candidly confessed. Fortunately, Lu Rui bore him no resentment. Instead, She smiled lightly. That clever girl, though unable to persuade me, knows how to employ you as a pawn. Xin, he then silently exhaled in relief, startling Xiongnu beside her. Who was truly the more reckless? To devise such a clever ruse without fear of the Empress' ire. During the evening meal, Lu Rue chided Xin lightly. Although the outcome was favorable, she had overstepped her bounds and was punished by kneeling outside the Empress's grand tent for an hour, missing dinner as a result. This punishment was not severe, yet some felt pity for her. Upon returning to her own tent, Xin found a small parcel tossed onto her bed, containing a piece of jerky and a slightly crumbled piece of cheese, likely hurriedly thrown in from outside. Xiongnu pretended not to notice and urged her to eat quickly. But Xin shook her head, insisting that having been punished, she should not compound her errors. Carefully, she tidied the parcel and stowed it at the very bottom of her softbox. Once this matter was settled, the tribe returned to a semblance of tranquility. Autumn was indeed an opportune time for training warriors and hunting, and that you became increasingly occupied. Due to the events surrounding Xiongnu in spring, the warriors and high officials of the tribe underwent a significant purge. Anyone associated with Xiongnu, regardless of their status or position, was executed without exception. Although the aftermath was handled with meticulous efficiency, it inflicted a severe blow to the tribe's combat capabilities. Nay, the chieftain must cultivate a new army and generals before winter arrives to guard against any foolish intruders wishing to disturb the well-stocked tribe. The fawn born from that doe has grown robust and is preparing for the winter. Lu Rue took special care to build a pen for the mother and her offspring, visiting daily to ensure the fawn was well fed, particularly relishing the moments spent hand-feeding them leaves and dried fruits, her face often reflecting tranquility and yearning. The first snow was about to fall, and I had been here for nearly a year, yet I found myself not missing my homeland as much as I had anticipated. One day, Lu Rue accompanied Ney for a stroll near the horse paddock, gazing at the thick clouds rolling in from the north. The summers here are too fleeting. Before long, we will again seek refuge inside our tents, reluctant to emerge. She despised winter. Not only was the clothing cumbersome, but stepping outside meant braving wind and snow, and the tent felt confining. It was precisely because summer was so brief that it felt precious. Do you not find the wind and snow here unappealing? Lu Rue pondered for a moment and indeed did not hold them in high regard. Her initial disdain for the entirety of the Xiongnu and the chilling memories of encountering wolf packs had instilled in her a great respect for the cold. Yet, despite her aversion, there was little she could do. She simply shook her head. In the presence of the chieftain, the seasons were inconsequential. Only the prolonged winter would add to his burdens. Ney took her words as sweet nothings, satisfied to plant a kiss upon her hairdo, proclaiming that no Xiongnu man feared the wind and snow, and what he truly feared was his beloved's displeasure. A gust of northern wind brushed against her cheek, and her gaze followed the breeze southward. The delicate jingling of her ornaments produced a faint sound. Would that sound carry to her mother's ears? If you can hear me, dear mother, please bless your daughter with a swift pregnancy. Perhaps the northern wind could reach Chang'an, yet Lu Rue's hopes remained uncertain. As winter snow melted and summer blossoms flourished once more, Lu Rue celebrated her 22nd birthday amidst the merriment of the grand tent, her husband by her side, ever regarding her as a treasure. May the chieftain and his consort enjoy everlasting harmony. May the consort soon bear the heir of the Xiongnu. Such blessings had grown tiresome for Lu Rue. Rather than impatience, it was a sense of helplessness that enveloped her. Countless tonics had been ingested, yet to this day, there was no sign of change. Despite the reassurances from those around her, joy eluded her grasp. Ney held a wine bowl, noticing the shadow of sorrow in Lu Rue's eyes, and discreetly dismissed the oblivious dullard. Consort, I have prepared a gift for you. Can you guess what it is? Lu Rue could not fathom it, and shook her head with a gentle smile. Ney took her hand and led her out of the grand tent to the altar. The altar was adorned with livestock, and the high priest saluted the chieftain and consort before turning to commence the sacrificial rites. We call upon the power of the eternal sky, and I come to offer my utmost support, that the eternal sky may recognize our sincerity. and may our child soon grace us with their presence." The subject below began to cheer loudly. Yet Lu Rue found no joy in their exuberance. He was, after all, anxious. The sacrificial offerings on the altar had been consumed by flames, the pyres still smoldering 3 days later. That Yejian would be pleased, but no one else could share in his joy. The offerings represented enough sustenance for the tribe for over a month, leaving not even a scrap of hide. With winter approaching in a few months, it remained uncertain whether they could procure adequate clothing to survive the harsh season. Little did they realize that this sacrificial rite was merely the beginning. The lives of the Xiongnu people would plummet into an abyss of despair due to the whims of a Yesh. 3 months after the ceremony, Lu Rue had yet to receive a response from the eternal sky. In his disappointment, Yejian, however, refused to abandon hope and organized another grand sacrifice. "My lord, as winter draws near, how unfortunate it is to have consumed all the cattle and sheep," Lu Rue lamented, setting aside the robe he was mending, chastising Yejian's recklessness. Yet, Yejian maintained that such acts of sincerity would prompt the eternal sky to bestow upon him an heir to the great Xiongnu, and thus his people should rejoice and look forward to it. Lu Rue had grown weary of his obstinacy. He closed his eyes and sighed. "Are you seeking to make all the Xiongnu harbor resentment towards me? For the sake of one individual, their means of surviving the winter have been severed. They could neither blame nor dare to reproach you. You are the Yesh, and it is within your power to take their lives." The gleam of Yejian's golden belt shone fiercely in the glow of the embers. Understanding that further words were futile, Lu Rue resumed stitching the robe for him, while Xingyichu knelt silently, seemingly deep in thought. Chapter 31. The clouds part. This sacrificial rite was even more extravagant, nearly depleting more than half of the tribe's winter provisions. One could only imagine how many elderly and young would succumb before spring arrived. As Lu Rue had anticipated, the subjects no longer dared to approach her. They shrank back in fear, unable to voice their anger. The women who had once eagerly hoped for her pregnancy no longer dared to speak, and gradually, the blessings for the longevity and safety of the Yesh ceased to be heard. Within the entire tribe, she had become the most terrifying presence. The principle of public sentiment, like flowing water, was not lost on Yejian, even if he feigned indifference. He summoned Chanyu to dispense some of the remaining dowry fabrics and grains, yet Chanyu hesitated. For the dowry had dwindled significantly over the past 2 years, having been generously distributed. Where would there be enough to support so many in the tribe? She was astonished that the once grand procession of her dowry had been so swiftly depleted. Gritting her teeth, she decided to allocate the scant remaining fabrics nonetheless. In the evening, when Yejian came to see her, Lu Rue deliberately turned away, refusing to acknowledge him, not even casting a glance in his direction. "Yesh, what troubles you? Who has displeased you?" As the melting snow dampened his outer robe, Lu Rue silently changed his clothes, continuing her work on the garment. Yejian, puzzled, took the needle and thread from her hands, brushing aside the robe to admire it closely. "It is splendid, Yesh. Your garments surpass those crafted by the artisans. The fabric feels exquisite. Indeed, you could don a splendid robe, but I fear that the denizens of your tribe lack even a decent piece of fur. The nobles residing within this tribe are scarcely faring well. One can only imagine the plight of the common folk and whether they will endure the harshness of this winter." Upon hearing this, the chieftain set aside his robe and turned to scrutinize her expression intently. Lu Rue, however, did not flinch and met his gaze with unwavering fortitude. "You do not support the sacrifices?" he inquired. "I do not," she replied resolutely. Faced with this response, the chieftain appeared somewhat troubled. "I understand your compassion for the people. However, the eternal heavens require an offering if we are to be blessed with a child." The mention of children irked Lu Rue, prompting her to grab a soft pillow and hurl it at him. "If you wish to make offerings, are you not concerned about becoming a tyrant? Knowing full well that our tribe possesses a limited number of cattle and sheep, you would waste them in vain. Do you intend for others to freeze and starve? How can they freeze? I see them living quite well," he retorted. "Moreover, is it not customary to offer cattle and sheep to the eternal heavens for my beloved? They live well because I have exhausted my dowry, Her words struck the chieftain dumb, leaving him in contemplative silence, his mouth agape. Are the clothes and provisions they possess all provided by you? Fuming, Lu Rue turned away, instinctively grasping her robe as if to mend it, only to toss it aside in frustration. Otherwise, do you think they could sustain themselves with your frivolous sacrifices of cattle and sheep for days on end? The chieftain had previously been unaware of this reality. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Rue had accomplished so much behind the scenes. What a pity that you have bestowed the fine goods brought from the Han upon others. Autumn Moon wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment, realizing that if the princess had given away all the fabric, what would they use to craft new garments? She certainly had no desire to wear the clothing of the Xiongnu. The chieftain, after a lengthy period of contemplation, expressed a tinge of guilt. You should keep those items. There is no sustenance for our tribe without your support. Only after everything has been given away do you voice these concerns. Ultimately, Lu Rue compelled the chieftain to promise that there would be no more sacrifices until spring, thus averting a scene of death and despair amidst the harsh winter of the Xiongnu. However, as spring approached, the chieftain seemed eager to conduct extravagant sacrifices once more, not only desiring livestock, but contemplating even more extreme measures. Could it be that my sincerity has not satisfied the eternal heavens? Perhaps a human sacrifice would be more fitting. His dialogue with the high priest fortuitously reached Lu Rue's ears outside the tent, leaving her momentarily stunned, her breath unsteady. And it was only with Autumn Moon's support that she did not collapse. Startled by the commotion outside, the chieftain rushed out, his heart racing upon seeing Lu Rue's pale face and labored breathing. He instinctively reached to embrace her, but she rebuffed him with a sharp slap. Magnolia glanced around nervously before hastily assisting Lu Rue back into the chief's tent. The chieftain expelled the high priest and commanded that the tent flaps be drawn closed. Lu Rue, seething with indignation, leaned against Autumn Moon, refusing to allow the chieftain near her. If you truly yearn for a child, why bestow those sons upon others in the first place? You could simply reclaim them now. The thought of human sacrifice is beyond reprehensible. The act of live sacrifice, particularly in the context of the Han realm, is a profound moral transgression. Any ruler contemplating such an abhorrent practice surely faces instability among his subjects, a harbinger of a nation's demise. How deeply bloodthirsty must one be to conceive of such a notion? It is terrifying and repulsive. Do you wish for the blood of my child to stain the womb? Have you forgotten upon whom your retribution falls? The general, acutely aware of his own culpability, tolerated her outburst, yet found no fault in the idea itself. For the sake of my lady, what harm is there in offering a life or two? Do you not yearn for a child at the earliest opportunity? Lu Rue, pointing an accusatory finger, found himself momentarily speechless. It was Cinny who, kneeling before the general, pleaded for mercy, urging the chanyu to rescind his decree, for the sins of slaughter are not easily absolved. Chanyu, I implore you to reconsider. However, the ruthless Huns cared little for such notions of mercy. The general, while ignoring Cinny's entreaties, ultimately showed some regard for Lu Rue's feelings, conceding that if Lu Rue had not borne a child by her 23rd birthday, the grim ritual could not be avoided. At this juncture, if Lu Rue remained oblivious to the ominous signs, she would have squandered her position as a Han princess. She steadied her trembling voice, addressing the chanyu. Is there a matter of urgency? Autumn Moon, perplexed, could not grasp the situation, but the general paused, then smiled with a sense of relief, remarking on her wisdom, though he dismissed her concerns as trivial. Yet, there must indeed be something pressing. Lu Rue turned her head, her left hand resting on her flat abdomen. What urgency compelled him to desire a child so fervently? The general, unwilling to respond, diverted the conversation. Liu Hui, not to be outwitted, chose silence, leading her maidens out of the Chanyu's grand tent. Days passed, and she remained confined within her quarters. What does the princess mean by that? Autumn Moon could no longer contain her curiosity, asking Lu Rue, who cast aside her work with a heavy sigh. I have observed his increased military drills and the acquisition of new weapons. He would provoke my ire to hasten the quest for an heir. What other reason could there be? Autumn Moon pondered this, then exchanged a knowing glance with Cinny. Could war be imminent? Lu Rue did not respond, lowering her gaze to continue sewing for that insufferable man, only to prick her finger, causing her to drop her needle in pain. "Lady, what troubles you?" Upon entering the tent, her two maidens surrounded her, initially believing her discomfort stemmed from illness, only to discover the source of her distress was a minor injury. "I have warned you before. Why must you toil with your own hands? The advice I offer you goes unheeded, and why should I remember yours? Alas, my lady is once again vexed." A few words of coaxing were offered, yet Lu Rue suddenly frowned, covering her mouth, appearing to be in great distress. "Step away. Your scent is unbearable." The general misinterpreted her aversion as a disdain for his brutish nature, leaning in for a closer embrace. Yet Lu Rue genuinely felt unwell, turning her head forcefully to push him away, overwhelmed by nausea. Autumn Moon, quick to react, dashed out to summon the royal physician, while Cinny subtly urged the chanyu to keep his distance from the princess, prompting him to sit at the edge of the grand couch. As the imperial physician entered and paid his respects, Lu Rue suddenly retched. That Yi Jiang, filled with impatience, nearly seized the old man by his collar. Eager to discover what ailed the esteemed empress. Startled by the commotion, the physician hastily approached, kneeling by the couch to carefully take Lu Rue's pulse, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. What malady could this be? Over the past 2 years, Lu Rue had undergone countless examinations, and with a casual indifference, he inquired yet again. The discomfort in his chest had persisted far too long. Numerous herbal remedies had yielded no improvement, leaving him with scarcely a day of relief. Yet, the physician remained silent, bowing to report that he needed to consult additional doctors. Before long, for physicians had completed their examinations, whispering amongst themselves for an extended period. What could be the issue? They had observed and taken the pulse. Surely they could provide a definitive answer. Yi Zhang's roar startled the physicians anew, compelling them to kneel, their throats tight with trepidation. They could not afford to err. Such a mistake could lead to grave consequences. Even Xiongnu, losing her patience, furrowed her brow and implored the esteemed doctors to speak plainly regarding the princess's condition, exasperated by their hesitance. Finally, a younger physician, trembling with fear, spoke up. "Forgive me, Your Highness. The pulse of the princess is smooth and round, indicating that she is." The urgency of the situation was palpable, if not for Cinny's restraining hand. Qiyu would have leapt to her feet in agitation. Yi Jiang, equally vexed, demanded clarity. The young physician, shaking, finally exhaled, summoning the courage to declare, "This indicates a pregnancy." Had Lu Rue not heeded the words, he might have thought himself on the brink of death. It took him a moment to grasp the meaning of this revelation, and before he could rejoice, anxiety crept in. "Are you certain? Do all of you believe it is a joyful pulse?" The other physicians trembled as they exchanged glances, and before Yi Zhang's next admonition, they collectively affirmed, "In our humble opinion, the princess is indeed with child." Chapter 32. The moon unseen upon hearing the physician's resolute declarations. Lu Rue finally smiled, releasing a long breath as if expelling all the pent-up negativity from his chest. "I am to have a child, Your Highness. I am pregnant." Yi Jiang could hardly contain his joy, his eagle-like eyes gleaming with exhilaration. "My empress is with child. I have an heir. Long live the empress. I must express my gratitude to the heavens and to my beloved empress." His voice boomed even louder than before, resonating throughout the tent, as joy spread both within and beyond, save for those physicians who feared having misdiagnosed. The news of the empress's pregnancy swept through the tribe, igniting uncontainable joy among the people, signaling the end of their hardships. Those chosen as sacrificial offerings breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the bounty bestowed upon them by the heavens, as cheers for the empress echoed across the vast desert, harmonizing with the sky. In gratitude, Yi Jiang resolved to hold another sacrificial ceremony. Yet this time, Lu Rue did not intervene. Indeed, the heavens had truly blessed her. For the sake of this child, sacrificing a few livestock was a trivial matter. The once coddled princess now enjoys the finest of provisions in every aspect of life, courtesy of the Xiongnu. To ensure Lu Rue's comfort, The esteemed Yejian even dispatched trusted confidants to the Han Xiongnu border to announce the joyous news of their princess's pregnancy to the Han generals, while lavishly spending considerable silver to procure delicacies and trinkets from Han territory. Upon encountering long-forgotten pastries and unfamiliar trinkets, Lu Rui was overwhelmed with joy, so much so that she affectionately kissed the side of her husband's face. Yejian, pleased, remarked, "These treasures were acquired at the behest of General Zhao, who mentioned that some items were specially expedited from Chang'an. It appears that not only I, but you Han people have not forgotten your princess." Lu Rui felt a wave of emotion, cradling the little treasures to her heart, thinking that perhaps her mother would know of her pregnancy, and her father would rejoice for her. This child, blessed by the Celestial and the Han Emperor, would certainly thrive safely and healthily. Yejian, observing her gently supporting her still flat belly, felt immense satisfaction, thinking to himself that all the effort expended to procure these items was worthwhile. For as long as the princess was happy, he would do anything for her, yet oblivious to the sacrifices made for these small luxuries. Lu Rui remained unaware that Yejian had spent enough silver to fund an army, leaving commoners in dire straits, and even depleting the resources of the nobility, who struggled under the weight of the princess's demands. Despite Lu Rui's prior generosity, it could not compare to Yejian's exploitation. Indifferent to the hardships faced by the populace, Yejian summoned all the men of the tribe for rigorous training, bolstering their military might, while the women suffered in silence. On one occasion, Cindy passed by a small tent and overheard a furious outburst from within. It was one of the guards. She had long been aware of his marriage, yet she had not anticipated such a volatile temperament. "The princess may be the chosen lady of the Celestial, but we too wish to survive. You feast daily on the sustenance I have labored to provide, while our child cries from hunger, and I have no milk to give." The voice belonged to his wife, who had previously been a consort of Yejian, and while her new position was certainly preferable, it was shocking to hear such intimate grievances voiced aloud. It seemed the women of the Xiongnu were not merely submissive lambs. Initially indifferent, Cindy became concerned when she heard the woman lament, "My sister has perished, frozen to death. She had not a single warm garment, and her child has also succumbed to the cold." A pang of alarm struck Cindy. Had not the princess previously distributed clothing? What connection could there be between the death of a person and the princess? Yet the woman, as if struck, could only weep, leaving Cindy with lingering doubts. She stealthily approached to observe the troops being trained by Yejian and discovered, to her dismay, that the garments intended for the people were being worn by the men. Upon returning to the tent, the discontent on her face did not escape the notice of Chiyue and Lu Rui. Only then did Cindy reveal to Lu Rui what she had seen and heard. Over the past few months, she had indeed observed that some individuals wore tattered clothing, their faces gaunt and hollow. Lu Rui, visibly pregnant, pressed her lips together upon hearing this news. "I have distributed only the finest provisions. The soldiers of the chanyu wear them to fend off the cold and to fortify themselves, yet without any natural calamity. How is it that famine has spread far and wide?" That evening, Lu Rui recounted the matter to the General Neijing in detail. He, too, wore a grave expression, but after much contemplation, he failed to devise any course of action. Anxious at heart, Lu Rui personally visited his tent the following day. Neijing, unwilling to see her exhausted, hurried to assist her to a seat. "Chanyu, you have always cherished your people. How can you remain indifferent to the hardships they endure?" Presently, her dowry was nearly exhausted, and if this continued, she would have to bestow even the gifts Neijing had given her. "Heir, your kindness shall be remembered. I heed your counsel. During this hunting expedition, let us procure more game to share, allowing them a hearty meal." Next month marked the last autumn hunt of the year. A light snow had recently fallen, making the beasts particularly plump and lively. Lu Rui hoped for a bountiful catch to alleviate her feelings of guilt. "Your belly has grown, nearly 5 months along, dear heir. You shall surely bear a son." As a mother-to-be, Lu Rui appeared more gentle than usual, a smile playing at her lips as she felt the warmth emanating from her abdomen, her brows softly arching in hope. "Let be a son." However, before the autumn hunt commenced, A great uproar erupted within the tribe, with pointed accusations aimed directly at their chanyu and heir, bearing the fervor of desperation. My son has starved, yet the heir feasts daily on mutton and beef. One bowl of her soup surpasses our entire month's provisions. Is this to drive us to death? Several women who had lost their children recklessly rushed to the front of the heir's tent, vociferously blaming the chanyu for his excessive favoritism towards her, claiming that for the sake of one child, the lives of the tribe's children were being forsaken, branding the Xiongnu's matriarch as a ravenous demon upon the steppe. Dragged them away to feed the wolves. Seated beside Lu Rue, Nejiang's complexion turned ashen, his fury boiling just beneath the surface, while Lu Rue herself was visibly unsettled, realizing the depth of their resentment towards her. Heartless wretches! How dare they scorn the princess, who has generously shared her dowry with them? At this moment, Chiyue felt no pity for them. Her face flushed with anger. She nearly succumbed to the urge to strike them, yet she restrained herself for the princess's sake. My lady, this must have startled you. Here, take this medicine for your pregnancy. Lu Rue downed the concoction with resolve, yet her heart remained heavy with indignation. She was acutely aware that her daily medicine utilized precious resources from the Xiongnu, and that her nourishing broths were procured at great expense from Han territory. However, she was not only the heir of the Xiongnu, but also a princess of the Han. This child would one day be the king of the Xiongnu. Was it truly so unjust to provide for this child? All I desire is to bear a healthy child for the Khan. Must I truly be so ill-received? She cradled her belly, her brow furrowed in worry, while the valiant general was even more agitated. After soothing her, he stepped out of the grand tent and did not return until the following day. Lu Rue remained unaware that the winds of that day carried a heavy scent of blood. The tribe fell silent. No one dared to voice a complaint against Lu Rue. Even Exa and Yi could discern the ominous signs. Storm clouds were gathering, and the once brave and wise general had begun to resemble a tyrant. Yet Lu Rue feigned ignorance, continuing to bask in the Khan's affection and the joy of impending motherhood. Once the child arrived, peace would return to the tribe. After all, he was the Khan, and how could his subjects dare to defy the will of the eternal sky? As long as this child was born, all would be well again, and he would make amends for the time he had neglected his people, who would once more regard their sovereign with respect. She reassured herself with these thoughts, finding solace in them, alleviating her sorrow. Now 5 months pregnant, Lu Rue struggled more with her swelling legs. The general pondered whether to take the noble lady along on the hunting expedition or leave her behind in the tribe. Either choice was fraught with peril. The sooner we depart and return, the better. I cannot endure the jolting. I shall wait here for you, she declared. Lu Rue did not grasp his concerns. She merely urged him to bring back ample game for a prosperous winter. After much contemplation, the general decided to leave a strong guard at the tribe. On the day of the Khan's departure, Lu Rue felt piercing gazes upon her, but maintained a gentle smile, raising her voice in the Xiongnu tongue to wish. May the eternal sky bless the Khan. The general beamed with delight, kissing the back of her hand. My dear noble lady, I shall return with bountiful game for you. With his voice now absent, the noble lady's tent grew notably quieter. Fortunately, she had Chiyue and Exen for company. Regrettably, the little sand fox had grown and scampered away, and the young deer had also matured and been released. Apart from mending garments, there was little else to occupy her time. When the autumn hunt returned, with food and furs, life would improve for the people. Lu Rue nodded, taking a few more bites of fresh fruit as a gentle snow began to fall outside the tent. 3 days passed in tranquil succession. It seemed the general's forces had ventured deep into the heart of the territory. For some reason, Lu Rue could not find rest that night, struggling to turn over with her hands on her back. Do you miss the Khan, my princess? Chiyue inquired, not needing to light the lamps as the fire in the charcoal stove was bright enough. Lu Rue shook her head, feeling restless. Perhaps light the calming incense, she suggested. Pregnant women often endure such feelings, she thought, sighing silently at her discomfort. The night was exceedingly quiet until suddenly the sound of barking dogs pierced the stillness. Xine sat up alertly and hurried to light the oil lamp. What is happening? Lu Rue, already awake, also sat up, noticing the faint glow of firelight outside the tightly draped tent. "Do not be alarmed, noble lady. A bear has intruded upon the tribe, and we are driving it away." The attendant was a trusted confidant left behind by the general, and though Lu Rue did not have a particularly strong impression of him, his words provided her with a measure of reassurance. With Xiongnu not daring to venture outside to investigate, she found herself wide awake, choosing instead to remain seated and attentive to the commotion beyond. Yet, how could it be that a mere bear had not been driven away after half an hour? Furthermore, there were faint echoes of a woman's cries intermingling with the chaos. As realization dawned upon Lu Rue, a flicker of panic danced in her eyes. Autumn moon, Xiongnu. It was drawing near. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xiongnu procured a short dagger, a trinket originally gifted by the chieftain to the princess. She positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Rue, holding her breath in silence. The turmoil outside escalated. In addition to the wails of women and children, the ominous sound of blades slicing through the air could be discerned. Such a scenario, though not witnessed firsthand, was all too familiar to Lu Rue. She never anticipated that, in the absence of a general, her solitude would be marred by a coup against his tribe. Chapter 33. A desperate dead end. Could it be that the previous tyrannical reign of the general had finally incited the people's wrath, seizing the opportunity to target her? The concubine, in his absence? The glow of flames outside became ever more pronounced, yet the guards stationed remained silent. Lu Rue clutched her abdomen, a wave of anxiety coursing through her. She could not afford to come to harm. Her child had yet to see the light of day. With her eyes wide open, she watched as an ever-increasing throng encircled the grand tent, each individual wielding a curved blade, their intentions to take her life readily apparent. "Concubine," the attendant finally spoke, his voice chillingly reminiscent of a death knell that sent shivers down Lu Rue's spine. "Are you afraid now?" Lu Rue collapsed in utter despair, her eyes fixated on the shadows cast upon the tent's fabric, distorted by the flickering flames. "Are you plotting a rebellion?" "Huh, concubine, do not jest," he replied. "I lack the power to incite insurrection, but Master Xiongnu can does." The name Xiongnu can struck Lu Rue's heart like a hammer. He had not perished. Despite the rumors of his demise years ago, when a severed head had been sent to the western tribes, he had merely faked his death. Autumn Moon gasped for breath, while only Xiongnu remained steadfast, her palms slick with perspiration as she gripped the dagger. "Concubine, do not blame us. The Xiongnu cannot bear your exalted status. It would be best for you to abandon your title and join the dying chieftain in reincarnation. Perhaps you might return as an eagle." And Lu Rue watched as blood splattered across the tent's fabric and the attendant crumpled to the ground. Not far off, the sound of hooves echoed violently, and she distinctly heard the general's voice, reminiscent of the past when the wind and snow swept through her ears amid a pack of wolves. "Chieftain, that general." It felt like a cycle repeating itself. Lu Rue clutched her abdomen and cried out hoarsely, yet the first to burst into the tent were not her chieftain, but the rebellious soldiers. Each bore a curved blade, all aimed menacingly at the defenseless Lu Rue. Autumn Moon instinctively shielded her, while Xiongnu, fearless and fierce as a cornered beast, brandished her dagger, ready to fight to the last breath. Fortunately, the general charged in, sweeping through the ranks of the mutineers. However, several men, seemingly consumed by hatred for Lu Rue, lunged toward her, only to be intercepted by Xiongnu. The Xiongnu were skilled in mounted combat, yet the infantry lacked strength. 3 or 4 burly men armed with curved blades proved no match for the swift and agile Xiongnu, though they managed to inflict a wound upon her. The young guard, who had long harbored admiration for Xiongnu, skillfully navigated through the throngs of people to rescue her, decisively vanquishing the treacherous soldiers wreaking havoc within the tent. Yet, this was merely the inception of the rebellion. The true menace emerged in the formidable form of Xiongnu, astride a magnificent steed. Upon encountering Xiongnu, the general did not appear surprised. He merely squinted his eyes and coldly remarked, "As expected, you are not dead." Xiongnu suddenly let out a chilling laugh, a grotesque scar winding down his face. "Oh, dear brother, do you long for my demise? Likewise, I yearn for yours." With that, he drew his bow and aimed at the general, though his shot went awry as the latter deftly dodged. The general, wielding his sword, lunged forward, and amidst the chaos, the soldiers clashed and shouted. While Lu Rue became an inconspicuous presence, snow began to fall from the heavens, only to be transformed into crimson before it touched the ground. As the tribe was engulfed in flames and cries of despair, morphing into a living hell, the general sustained grave injuries during the confrontation, gritting his teeth in fury as warm blood cascaded down his arms and legs, staining the snow in a murky hue. He had anticipated Xiongnu's survival and his inevitable attack during his absence, yet he never fathomed that he would be betrayed by his own trusted confidant. For 2 years, he had been oblivious to this treachery, allowing the calamity of Xiongnu to fester, catching him off guard. The forces that should have safeguarded the precious Yanzhi instead became his hindrance, jeopardizing even his beloved Yanzhi. Regret washed over him. He was acutely aware of the consequences of grand sacrificial rites and the exploitation of his people. Yet he could not bear to see Yanzhi suffer and had been overly confident in his rule. Was Yanzhi unharmed? Had she been escorted to safety? Whatever, child, let me go. I can manage on my own. You must hurry back and rescue the chanyu. Bring him to safety. Upon being taken to an open space far from the tribe, Lu Rue urged the attendant to return quickly, for her chanyu was still in peril. She needed him. Yanzhi, I am tasked by the chanyu to ensure your safety. Lu Rue, seeing that he had no intention of dismounting her, clutched her abdomen in pain, prompting the attendant to relent and summon another horse for Xiongnu to support her. Xiongnu, having sustained injuries during the tumult, noticed the blood on her arm as the attendant hastily tore his clothing to bind her wounds. "My name is Qi Gang," he stated, wincing in pain. Xiongnu momentarily failed to grasp his meaning, but soon realized she had never known his name despite his unwavering care over the past 2 years. Qi Gang brought the chanyu out. Qi Gang seemed particularly pleased, nodding vigorously, yet he remained reluctant to leave them behind. "We can take good care of the princess. You must return swiftly. Only when the chanyu is safe can the princess rest easy." She grasped Qi Gang's wrist, striving to straighten her posture. Unable to refuse her, he repeatedly admonished that he would ensure the princess's safety and would return promptly. As she watched Qi Gang mount his horse and ride back toward the tribe, Xiongnu restrained her tears, assisting Lu Rue to a modest stone outcropping that offered a semblance of shelter from the biting wind and snow. Lu Rue's stomach ached intensely, and her lower back felt as though it might snap. Clutching her abdomen, she gasped for breath, only to be choked by the biting cold wind. The snowstorm intensified, and in the darkness, all Lu Rue could see was a flurry of white until the horse of Qi Gang approached her. She noticed the bloodied figure of the general, and despite the pain in her belly, she rushed over, anxiously cradling his face. "Chanyu, Chanyu, you are gravely injured, and there are pursuers behind us. We must head north. There are still Chanyu's troops there." Lu Rue nodded, urging him to carry the chanyu to seek out the troops, but Qi Gang could only shake his head in despair. "My horse is injured and can no longer bear the weight." It was then that they realized the horse beneath him had been impaled, blood flowing like a stream, and Qi Gang's left leg was also profusely bleeding. "What shall we do?" "Princess, let Qi Gang's horse remain here to divert the attention of our pursuers. We can proceed on foot, using the wind and snow as cover." Cindy's suggestion was the only viable course of action. Qi Gang dismounted and helped the general down, and the 4 of them struggled to drag the heavy-bodied chanyu through the storm. 1 was a pregnant woman, 3 were injured, and 1 was unconscious. The 5 of them were swept about in the snow, losing all sense of direction, and their body temperatures gradually dropped. "This is too slow. Dawn is approaching, and we will surely not evade our pursuers." As the first light of day broke over the horizon, Lu Rue had never felt the sun to be so merciless. Clutching her aching belly, she knelt in the snow, her face numb from the cold. "Chanyu?" The general's lips moved slightly, and Lu Rue was filled with joy, leaning close to his mouth. "Chanyu, I am here." "Chanyu?" The general's voice grew a bit louder, and Qi Gang, supporting him, turned his head to call out to him. His awakening was a good sign, and Lu Rue felt a glimmer of hope as she grasped the general's belt to assist in dragging him along. I am here. I am fine. I am with you. Chanyu, do not worry. Qi Gang also felt relieved, knowing that finding a place to take shelter was crucial. But a more pressing issue loomed. They had strayed off course, and he no longer knew where they were. Xiongnu glanced around and spotted a distant hill. It was the only place they could find refuge. Just as they were about to move in that direction, they heard the sound of a large troop approaching from behind. It must be the forces of Xiongnu, Kansas Qi Gang, gritted his teeth, and urged Cinny to hurry and take the chanyu away. And you? Cinny, while dragging the general, looked anxiously at the dark figures approaching. Qi Gang was already injured. What could he accomplish alone? To say he would hold them off was tantamount to seeking death. Every moment counts. I have no other choice, Cinny. Qi Gang turned back, his body trembling slightly, yet he said nothing more. As Cinny dragged the general, her eyes were filled with tears. At the moment Qi Gang stood up, she called out, Si Qing, Mu Qing, may we never part. Qi Gang turned back, a bright smile illuminating his face in the hazy dawn, yet he dared not delay, turning to charge toward the approaching troop. Cinny bit her lip, memories of his every smile over the past 2 years flooding her mind. She clearly remembered every detail of his actions. It was no easy feat for 3 terrified women to drag a robust man. Yet Lu Rue's heart burned with an unprecedented fervor. Despite being 5 months pregnant, she bore the weight of the general's arm, inching through the snow until she reached the foot of the hill. Fortunately, there was a sizable pit at the hill's base, just large enough to shelter 4 individuals. Lu Rue carefully laid the general down, only to find he had opened his eyes. The general looked weakly at his beloved, her hair disheveled and her clothes stained with blood. Yet, the tearful girl he once knew displayed no tears now. Her determination shone through her eyes like a warrior ready for battle. This was indeed his beloved. Chanyu, can you hear my voice? Lu Rue, suppressing her abdominal pain, gently patted his cheek. The general blinked in response, prompting her to smile with relief. It's all right. We are safe now. He attempted to raise his hand to touch her face, but lacked the strength. It turned out he was not as strong as she thought. He was even weaker than his beloved. How much had she endured to carry him here? Qi Gang had not returned, but the sounds of chaos outside grew increasingly pronounced. As daylight broke and the storm subsided, they were fortunate that their tracks had been buried without a trace. Just as she began to breathe a sigh of relief, Cinny's instincts kicked in once more. Lu Rue, too, heard the distant movement of a large troop, compelling her to pull the general back into the cave. At that moment, sounds emerged from the north. Those were the troops the general had taken out, originally intended to create a diversion, misleading Xiongnu into believing the chanyu had ventured deep into enemy territory. However, upon learning of the rebellion, they rushed back, albeit too late. Cinny crouched at the cave's entrance, observing the advancing troops and Xiongnu's subordinates not far from them. Should they reveal themselves now, it would attract the attention of the chanyu's forces, allowing the chanyu and the princess to escape. But it would likely cost them their lives at the hands of Xiongnu's men. Thinking of Qi Gang, who would never return, filled Cinny with sorrow. She was not heartless. She understood his feelings all too well. Yet, she had ultimately let him down, a debt she could only repay in the next life. She grasped Lu Rue's shoulders, her eyes filled with bloodshot determination. Princess, listen to me. Chapter 34. The death of Cinny Xiongnu and the Chanyu's troops were drawing near to the hill. Should they encounter each other, it would undoubtedly result in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the Chanyu, hidden in the cave, would be deprived of timely rescue. Suddenly, Cinny felt a surge of courage. She steadied her tone to reassure Lu Rue. Princess, I will draw the Chanyu's troops here. As long as they see me, they should be able to find this place. Lu Rue understood that if she went to attract the troops' attention alone, there would be no chance of survival. She shook her head vehemently, refusing to agree. Cinny, think of another way. Do not go. Princess, there is no time, Cinny replied, her stubbornness evident. Unable to conceive of another plan, she turned to the bloodied Qiya. Take good care of the princess. From now on, you will be her sole companion. Autumn Moon refrained from crying out loud, covering her mouth and trembling intensely. Xian sniffled, breaking into a radiant smile, and finally bowed to the princess, wishing her eternal health, hoping for the Chanyu's prosperous reign, and praying for the safe birth of the young prince. Lu Rui, clutching her belly, wept uncontrollably, but Autumn Moon seized her, insisting, "Do not go, I shall go. The princess needs you more. You are wiser and kinder than I stay." Xin flashed a grin, forcefully breaking free from Autumn Moon's grasp. Yet she could not hold back her tears. "Do not be foolish. You cannot run as fast as I can." In the end, she dashed out, shouting in the Xiongnu language to the Chanyu's retreating troops. Though she succeeded in creating an opportunity for the Chanyu to escape, she was struck by a deadly arrow from Xiongnu Can and trampled by the hooves of countless horses. Xiongnu Can, supported by his army, ultimately reclaimed the tribe. His subordinates bound Xiongnu Can tightly, allowing the stampede to crush him to death, yet they could not quell the seething populace and the defiance of his generals. If he were able to rise and move, he could find a solution, but his injuries were grievous. Merely remaining conscious was a considerable challenge, let alone governing. Even Lu Rui's days were fraught with instability. The discontent of the tribespeople towards the Chanyu and his consort escalated, leading them to risk their lives to hurl torches at the Chanyu's tent, with vicious curses even targeting the unborn child within Lu Rui's womb. She could scarcely fathom that the child she had longed for was so widely reviled, many wishing for its non-existence. The sole surviving imperial physician from the chaos remarked upon her fear and sadness, compounded by extreme fatigue, indicating that it would be exceedingly difficult to preserve her pregnancy. Yet how could the cacophony of curses outside grant her any solace? Gazing at the cracked lips of the wounded general lying on the couch, Lu Rui summoned her strength, aided by Autumn Moon, and stepped out of the grand tent. "Oh, eternal sky, let the punishment fall solely upon me." Below the altar were the tribespeople who loathed her with bared teeth. Above, she alone knelt in the suddenly swirling snow and wind, looking up at the vast sky. "It is I, Lu Rui, who is unkind. It is I who am tyrannical. It is I who have misled the nation. All is my fault. I beseech the eternal sky not to punish the Chanyu. If punishment must be meted out, let it be upon me alone. Spare the Chanyu. I am willing to kneel here, seeking forgiveness from my Xiongnu kin. Forgive the Chanyu who has been misled by me. I, Lu Rui, am willing to die in atonement, only asking that the Chanyu remain safe and well, to rectify my wrongs against the people. The Chanyu is not a foolish ruler. He is the chosen eagle of the eternal sky and will govern the Xiongnu well. I implore the eternal sky not to transfer my sins upon him." Even amidst the swirling snow and wind, the tribespeople below the altar heard her words clearly. They were directed not only to the eternal sky, but also to the people, her hoarse cries momentarily stunning them, as if they had just realized who this woman on the altar was. Lu Rui continued to confess her transgressions, pleading for forgiveness from the eternal sky and the Xiongnu people, while Autumn Moon knelt beneath the altar, facing the helpless crowd. Years ago, when the tribe faced turmoil, it was the princess who had offered her dowry to save them. For many years, she had repeatedly provided her dowry to support them. Now that the dowry was exhausted, must they force the princess to her demise? The final utterance was almost a desperate cry, resonating within the hearts of all present. Xiuyue wept, not solely for the princess's plight, but also from a sense of fear and helplessness. She lacked intelligence, the ability to articulate comfort, and a means to protect the princess effectively. In comparison to Cinny, she fell short in every regard, yet she had survived. Had Cinny been there, she surely would have devised a better strategy to spare the princess from suffering and navigate through the crisis smoothly, but she was gone, never to return. After a moment's pause, the tears at the corners of her eyes solidified into icy droplets that stung her vision. Wiping her face hastily, she continued, expressing her earnest desire to bear a child for the Xiongnu chieftain, hoping to ensure the heir's strength. Little did she know the extent of the calamity that would ensue. She had always been a ruler who sought to treat her subjects kindly, and while they did not need to remember her kindness, she implored them to spare the princess. For she carried another child within her, and her life was at stake. She begged for mercy. The once fervent crowd, clamoring for blood, fell silent. their gazes returning to the altar where Lu Rui's silhouette was barely discernible amidst the snowstorm. Her voice, now hoarse, bore the weight of a chilling calm that quelled the fury in their hearts. Was she not merely a sorrowful mother? Though her one child had inadvertently led to the demise of many, she had once been a benevolent figure. Who could assert that they had not benefited from her kindness? Indeed, the Empress had granted them numerous rewards, aiding them through harsh winters. Yet, spurred by hunger and the manipulations of others, they had turned against her and even the chieftain. Although the chieftain had been excessive in his actions, could the Empress truly be deemed irredeemable? The instigation from Xiongnu seemed to falter at this moment, as they knelt before Lu Rui, pleading for forgiveness, acknowledging their transgressions, and beseeching the Empress to care for herself. Yet Lu Rui could no longer attend to her own well-being. The pain in her abdomen had become unbearable, and after enduring such a tragic separation, she found herself unable to rise from the altar, her legs rendered stiff and immobile. Her actions were witnessed by Yanzhi, who realized that his Empress was kneeling in the snow, imploring for his safety while bearing the burden of his cruelty upon herself. How unworthy he felt of such devotion. "Help me up," he commanded, though the attendants hesitated. "Chieftain, you cannot move. Help me up. My Empress is outside. I must go to her," he insisted. Disregarding the opinions of those around him, straining to sit up, the attendants dared not defy him and assisted him from the tent. The storm outside was fierce. How could his Empress endure it? As Lu Rui, on the verge of fainting, was supported by Chanyu down from the altar, she caught sight of Yanzhi in the distance. Startled, she stumbled forward but could barely support herself. "You must not be on your feet. Return quickly." Seeing Chanyu struggle alone to aid Lu Rui, Yanzhi disregarded his own wounds, gathering Lu Rui into his arms, unable to contain his tear-filled eyes. "Empress, Empress, Empress." Liu Hui, though racked with pain and her vision fading to darkness, managed to smile. "I am here, chieftain. I am your Empress." With a heavy heart, she lowered her gaze and furrowed her brow, unable to suppress a cry. It was Chanyu who first noticed the crimson stain beneath Lu Rui, exclaiming for her to return to the tent at once. The general, in a state of panic, scooped her up and hurried towards the tent, the blood marking a stark trail through the mud, still glaringly vivid. Inside the chief's tent, chaos reigned. Dark red blood continued to flow from beneath Lu Rui, causing the old physician to sweat profusely. With 5 months of pregnancy, the chances of survival were slim if the bleeding did not cease. Even the princess's life would be in jeopardy. Yet Lu Rui smiled faintly, grasping the general's hand with a feeble voice, declaring her willingness to sacrifice herself for the sake of the eternal heavens, hoping to ensure the safety of the chief. It seemed the heavens had heard her, and the chief would be safe. The general was about to speak, but Lu Rui shook her head, stopping him. "If it weren't for me, the chief would not have brought suffering upon the tribesmen. If it weren't for me, there would be no traitors." Her heart ached painfully, and the general covered her icy fingers, insisting, "No, it is not your fault. It is all my doing, for I would not heed your words. You are the one whom the eternal heavens should protect. Do not leave me. Without you, how shall I endure the rest of my life?" Among the countless tender words he had spoken, this one resonated most deeply with her heart. She managed a faint smile, only for it to be twisted by the agony in her abdomen. Outside the tent, the voices of the tribespeople rose in prayer for Lu Rui. She recalled her arrival. The cheers of those who welcomed her, the smiles of the innocent children, the heartfelt blessings of the elders wishing her health, and even the timid women. This was how the Xiongnu should be. Yet, those kind souls were driven to madness by her actions, screaming and battling for their lives. The once peaceful tribe had transformed into a hellish nightmare, filled with rage, resentment, and despair. It should not have been this way. If she were gone, the beautiful grasslands would return to their original state, and her general would once again become the king of the Xiongnu, soaring like an eagle in the sky, her heaven. "Chief, promise me, do not act so recklessly. The people of the Xiongnu should embody kindness." "Very well, I promise you. Tell me what to do, and I shall do it, as long as you recover." "Foolish girl, how could she possibly recover?" Lu Rui felt an icy chill, her body trembling uncontrollably. The general covered her with 2 additional blankets, careful not to press on her abdomen. All methods to stop the bleeding had been exhausted, yet the deluge continued unabated. The general, oblivious to his own pain, gripped the physician's collar, demanding he stem the bleeding, but then recalled his promise to her and reluctantly released his hold. Chanyu, whether having grown stronger overnight or simply numb to the situation, did not cry or create further chaos, but continued to administer hemostatic medicine to Lu Rui. Lu Rui could no longer swallow. Summoning her strength, she grasped the general's hand, relishing the rough warmth of his touch. Wishing to savor this moment for just a little longer, the muffled sounds of prayers beyond the tent grew increasingly indistinct, and Lu Rui's breath became ever more feeble. Summoning her remaining strength, she beckoned the general closer and whispered, "Chanyu, I humbly wish to marry you. It is a fortune of 3 lifetimes." Like an oil lamp burning low, Lu Rui closed her eyes, her voice fading away. The imperial physicians stood by, gazing at the blood-soaked bedding in silence. The tent enveloped in an oppressive stillness. Chapter 35. Rebirth. A few days later, laughter finally echoed through the tribe, as the turmoil of the blizzard seemed to have dissipated. The general continued to fulfill his role as chanyu, while Lu Rui remained steadfast in her position as his consort. Perhaps her sincerity had moved the eternal heaven. After shedding so much blood, not only had she survived, but the child within her was preserved as well. Though she felt frail, gently caressing her rounded belly was the most exquisite joy in the world. Having endured such trials without losing the child, the Xiongnu people unanimously believed that the baby within her was indeed chosen by the eternal heaven, further solidifying the general's authority among the Xiongnu. Once this child was born, it was certain they would return to the days of prosperity and stability of yore. The remains of Xiongnu were laid to rest alongside Qi. Lu Rui dared not gaze upon her final visage, only aware that Chanyu wept for an entire day. Even the general was somewhat moved, declaring, "Your maid was a valiant warrior. She shall become a tale sung by the Xiongnu for generations." Indeed, Xiongnu was a remarkable person and would become a legend of the Han, bringing pride to her family. Lu Rui penned a eulogy and, along with Chanyu, began to sort through Xiongnu's belongings. While rummaging through the bottom of her trunk, Chanyu unearthed a cloth pouch. Upon opening it, tears flowed anew as she discovered the preserved jerky and cheese within, remnants of a time when both she and Xiongnu were still present. In the depths of winter, there was little to be done. Lu Rui focused on nurturing her unborn child, while the general busied himself with reorganizing the troops, revitalizing the tribe's spirit. The previous brutality had indeed lessened considerably, and the art of persuasion was becoming increasingly refined. As her time drew near, Lu Rui grew anxious, pacing back and forth within the tent, occasionally sighing deeply. "Is the consort unwell?" the general inquired, placing a hand on her taut belly, worry etched on his face. Yet Lu Rui merely shook her head. It was Chanyu who relayed her fears, stating, "The princess dreads that this child may be a daughter." Lu Rui reproached her for speaking out of turn, but the general remained unconcerned. "What is there to fear about having a daughter?" he asked. Lu Rui sighed once more, caressing her swollen abdomen. This child had come with great difficulty, and given her current state, conceiving again would be a challenge. If the child were a son, they could secure the legacy of the Xiongnu, but if not, would all her struggles be in vain? Anxiety filled her heart. She could scarcely utter the word daughter. And even the physicians dared not assert the child's gender, leaving her in a state of unease. The general remained silent for a long while before gathering her into his embrace, her weight more pronounced now that she carried a child. Yet he felt a newfound sense of stability. "Consort, this child is ours. He embodies the strength of the eternal heaven, having endured the trials of life and death within you. Even if it is a daughter, she too is a hero. Do you understand my meaning?" Liu Hui blinked, somewhat incredulous at his words. The Chanyu leaned against her chest, his large hand gently stroking her belly. "Yanzhi, you are a remarkable woman. Your child, even if a daughter, will embody your spirit. As long as it is your offspring, I shall ensure they inherit the title of chanyu. If a female chanyu were to arise from the vast desert, she would undoubtedly surpass any male in valor. Lu Rui gazed at his thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes, warmth blossoming within her. She extended her hand, tracing the slope of his nose with her fingertips, feeling her anxiety and trepidation dissipate. Tell me, whom will this child resemble more? If a daughter bears your features, she indeed would carry a more formidable presence than any son. Nay, perceiving her playful tone, grinned broadly. It would be far better if she takes after you. You are beautiful, and thus your child shall undoubtedly be as well. He then embraced her, recounting the legends passed down through generations of the Xiongnu, ensuring that their child would recognize the greatness of their heritage from the womb. Destined to become a new tale in Xiongnu lore. The biting north wind transformed into a gentle east breeze. One night, the unthawed spring snow outside the Yanzhi's grand tent was trampled into muck as the entire tribe prayed for her safe delivery. Despite the hardships this child had imposed on the common folk, they still wished for Yanzhi and her offspring's well-being, hoping for a safe arrival into the world. Nei was anxious and restless, for Yanzhi lacked the strength to deliver, and the child was stuck within her. Prolonged delay could lead to dire consequences. Qiuyu assisted by pressing against her belly, urging the child forth while monitoring the princess's expression. Princess, you must exert yourself. Just a bit more effort. Lu Rui wished to comply, yet pain engulfed her, rendering her vision a blur, even the slightest movement of her fingers a Herculean task. The cacophony around her heightened her panic. Chanyu, Chanyu. Upon hearing Yanzhi's cries, Nei gripped her hand tightly. I am here. Yanzhi, hold on a little longer. You have endured so much. You can surely bring this child into the world. Indeed, she had borne countless hardships. Lu Rui trembled, biting her lip as she squeezed Nei's hand, tightening her abdomen, summoning every ounce of strength to bring forth this child. My dear child, you have faced so many tribulations alongside your mother, carrying the hopes of the entire Xiongnu. Your father awaits your arrival. As the moon ascended from the west and descended towards the east, dawn approached, but the child had merely revealed its crown. Lu Rui felt utterly drained, her body drenched in perspiration, as Qiuyu diligently wiped her down with a warm cloth. Princess, just a little longer. You're almost there. Please endure. Nei's eyes were bloodshot, his palm resting cautiously on Lu Rui's belly, fearing to apply too much pressure. Yanzhi, just one more push. Don't lose consciousness. Just one more. Lu Rui's consciousness began to blur, her understanding of their words fading. Suddenly, her mother's image appeared in her mind, smiling as she embraced her, gently patting her back as in her childhood. Oh, how I miss you, mother. Please lend me your strength. Finally, the sky broke with dawn, a brilliant ray of sunlight illuminating the earth, shining upon the Yanzhi's grand tent, from which the cries of a newborn echoed forth. He was a robust young man, his cries resonating throughout the entire tribe, akin to the call of a mighty eagle. Lu Rui wept as well, her tears flowing freely. Initially overwhelmed by the surprise of pregnancy, followed by the pangs of disappointment, the 2 years of anticipation and anxiety, countless bitter potions endured, and the tumultuous journey that nearly led to loss, all faded into insignificance upon hearing the sound of her child's wail. Oh, my beloved, come and behold our son. How strong he is. This is truly my son. I shall name him heroine, meaning divine, for he is the deity of our great Xiongnu, a presence more radiant than the sun. Neijiang burst into hearty laughter, cradling the tiny infant in front of Lu Rui. The baby's hair was thick as silk, neatly resting on his forehead, and his eyes were already open, gazing at his mother as if smiling. Lu Rui exerted her strength to embrace him, marveling at how soft and small he was, his lips tender and his little hands seemingly eager to grasp at something. She placed her index finger into heroine's palm, which he immediately grasped tightly, refusing to let go. Look, he will not release my hand. My child, I shall never leave you. Heroine appeared to comprehend her words, breaking into a delightful giggle. Neijiang joined in the laughter, playfully teased by Lu Rui. My lord, how old is he? And how old are you? A man nearing 40, yet behaving like a child. Neijiang was elated, planting a kiss on her cheek, the taste of dried sweat lingering. I, Neijiang, have lived nearly 40 years and, at last, I have a son to be proud of. Let it be known throughout the tribe that every household shall receive 10 bolts of linen and 10 sheep to share in our joy." The order was swiftly dispatched, and the atmosphere within the tribe was one of jubilation. Nejiang, momentarily lost in thought, gazed at his son and then at his beloved. "Beloved, let us give Xiongnu a Han name." Lu Rui was taken aback by his earnest gaze. Nejiang sat beside her, gently stroking her damp hair, and spoke first. "This child is the deity of our Xiongnu, and also the son of a Han princess. He carries half the bloodline of the Han imperial family." Surprised by his words, Lu Rui felt a rush of emotion, touched that the Lord still held this in regard. Nejiang continued, "Since he bears half Han ancestry, being the grandson of the Han emperor, you should have a Han name. You may choose one that you like." Autumn Moon could scarcely contain her joy, astonished that Nejiang would go to such lengths to bestow his son with the Lu surname. Regrettably, none of the 4 literary officials accompanying them remained to help in selecting a suitable name. Lu Rui, moved by Nejiang's thoughtfulness, glanced at her son who was contentedly sucking, and without a second thought, said, "Let him be called Luin," wishing him a life of peace and joy. Xiongnu, Luin, these 2 names seemed to symbolize the harmonious union of Nejiang and Lu Rui, a testament to their bond between the Han and Xiongnu. Yet, the little child was oblivious to the joy and hope his birth had brought forth, focusing solely on the simple task of filling his belly. "Mother," the child's sweet, innocent voice brought laughter to the adults within the tent. In the blink of an eye, Hehanshuo was already able to take 2 steps with assistance, his short legs joyfully kicking as he heard the adults chuckle, prompting him to giggle in delight. Lu Rui, having just celebrated his 24th birthday, exhibited a softer demeanor since becoming a mother. Within the tent, besides Xiongnu, there were 4 wet nurses attending to Hehanshuo. Although they were wet nurses, Lu Rui personally nourished her son, and little Hehanshuo had claimed his father's bed, constantly safeguarded by his mother's side. On that day, when the general received good news and tributes from a distant tribe, he stepped into the tent only to be greeted by the laughter of women. What mischief had Hehanshuo gotten into this time? Xiongnu led the wet nurses in greeting the general respectfully before withdrawing. Lu Rui, seated on the couch, smiled at him, holding her son and encouraging him to call out father. Hehanshuo joyfully exclaimed father, though the 1-year-old's speech was still unclear, leaving Lu Rui to plan on teaching a Mandarin when he was older, wishing for him to embody both the robust strength of the Xiongnu and the cultured understanding of the Han. The general wholeheartedly supported this, believing that his son should excel above all others, whether under the heavens or in the presence of the Han. Among the Han, there is a custom known as the zhuo ceremony, wherein a child at 1 year old is presented with a selection of items for them to grasp, with their choice determining their future path. The general was also preparing for this. Chapter 36. The zhuo ceremony. Lu Rui wished to prepare for Hehanshuo's zhuo ceremony, and the general was keenly interested, asking Lu Rui to elaborate. After pondering for a long while stroking his beard, he contemplated what items would be appropriate. Xiongnu counted various objects on her fingers, all in alignment with the general's sentiments, and with a grand gesture, he instructed her to proceed with the preparations, while he amused himself with playful faces at Hehanshuo. As the only attendant beside the princess, Xiongnu had tempered her demeanor considerably. After acknowledging the general, she drafted a list and presented it to Lu Rui for review. Lu Rui made several adjustments, raising her brows and sighing softly. "My son is soon to celebrate his zhuo ceremony. How swiftly time passes. General, we must generously reward those beneath us, so that everyone may join in the celebration." The general naturally concurred, his heart brimming with pride, as he increasingly saw his son as a reflection of himself. "Ah, my dear son, the future king of the Xiongnu." In accordance with Han tradition, the zhuo ceremony was held on Hehanshuo's first birthday, with everyone eagerly anticipating his choice, prepared with congratulatory speeches no matter what he grasped. However, prior to the official ceremony, the general held Hehanshuo and announced a significant proclamation. From this day forth, Hehanshuo would be recognized as the left virtuous king of the Xiongnu. The crowd was not overly astonished, as the left virtuous king was the position of the heir apparent. a role that rightfully belonged to Hehanshu. The proclamation, delivered at this time, added gravity and fervor to the Zhuo ceremony. What would the future king of the Xiongnu desire? Before him lay a selection of gold, bows and arrows, books, brushes, and rulers, causing little Hehanshu to gaze in confusion as he crawled uncertainly from a distance of 2 feet, hesitating on which direction to pursue. Son, reach for the gold. Grab the bows and arrows. The young prince donned a brand new robe, adorned with intricate patterns hand-stitched by Lu Rui. At that moment, he yearned to embrace Yanzhi and take him to the archery range. Lu Rui let out a soft laugh as the sleeves of her silk robe trailed upon the ground. The young prince had gifted her a set of exquisite jewelry, enhancing her complexion to a vibrant bloom. If only he could capture it all, embodying both literary and martial prowess. Chanyu stifled a giggle, remarking, "Princess, the child's hands are so small. How could he grasp everything?" Yet, she was fervently curious about what would delight the little one. The adults within the tent, having finally witnessed his movement, held their breath in anticipation, but to their bewilderment, he crawled towards Chanyu. Puzzled, Chanyu shifted slightly to the side, yet Yanzhi remained resolute, refusing to relinquish his hold on her, even as he cast aside a heap of objects, ultimately seizing her sleeve. What could this mean? Lu Rui was perplexed by Yanzhi's choice, and the young prince could not fathom it either. "Chanyu, do you perhaps have candy hidden in your sleeve?" Chanyu quickly denied it, but Yanzhi clung stubbornly to her sleeve, giggling at a small object nestled within. The young prince urged Chanyu to reveal the item, which turned out to be an unremarkable stone, leaving everyone even more confounded. "What purpose does this stone serve?" "This is the stone that fell into Cinny's sleeve years ago. I happened upon it while tidying up." The name Cinny still bore a painful significance in the hearts of many. Upon noticing the princess and the chanyu's troubled expressions, they hastily knelt. Yet, Yanzhi scrambled to snatch the stone from the young prince's hand, treating it as if it were a treasure. The young prince handed the stone to him. But to everyone's shock, Yanzhi promptly stuffed it into his mouth, frightening his parents, who quickly retrieved it and tossed it away. Fortunately, his teeth remained intact, though the stone shattered upon impact, revealing flecks of golden light within. "May the princess take a look at this stone?" Lu Rui, puzzled, examined the stone before furrowing his brow and passing it to the young prince. The young prince squinted as he pried open the stone's crevice, and the golden glow became even more pronounced. Without hesitation, he struck the stone with a hammer, causing Chanyu to wince in pain. Soon after, gasps echoed among the crowd. "This is gold. The stone had come from Cinny's sleeve. Could it possibly be from that cave?" Lu Rui's words sparked a recollection in the young prince, who began to reflect on that cave, but regrettably, he could barely recall anything from that time. Cha, however, remembered vividly, for she had visited it numerous times. Remnants of torn fabric from the princess's sleeve still lingered in that cave. The young prince suspected that a gold mine might lie beneath that hill and arranged for a team to investigate. At the same time, he marveled at how his son seemed almost divine, having unearthed a gold mine from a stone hidden in a sleeve. This ceremonial occasion was inscribed in the annals of the Xiongnu, and subsequent discoveries sent ripples across the steppes, confirming that indeed, a gold mine lay beneath that hill, abundant in pure and substantial resources, a true treasure for the Xiongnu. Nei was utterly delighted. She fashioned a splendid set of gold ornaments for Lu Rui using the first batch of gold extracted, and generously rewarded Chanyu, while Huanxia received an unexpected gift in the form of a golden cradle. However, another issue soon arose, one that Lu Rui had astutely identified. The Hun's metallurgical techniques were rather rudimentary, resulting in gold ingots of inferior quality, which paled in comparison to those from Han territory, thus rendering the exquisite gold mine a squandered opportunity. Yet, there was little that could be done. The craftsmanship of the Huns simply did not rival that of Han artisans. And besides, these precious metals were not intended for trade with Han lands. A thought struck Lu Rui, prompting her to inquire of Nei how she had procured the nourishing foods and supplements from the Central Plains during her pregnancy. Initially reluctant to divulge, Nei eventually disclosed that she had a general named Zhao Bang procure them on her behalf. explaining that he had undertaken considerable risks and invested significant effort to acquire such goods. How trivial it seemed to go through such lengths for mere supplements. Liu Hui, while empathetic, was more preoccupied with another notion. What if we establish trade relations with the Han dynasty, allowing their skilled workers to refine superior gold for us, which we could then exchange for essential goods? Would that not be a more advantageous arrangement? In truth, the idea of a Han-Xiongnu trade had been proposed many years prior. Yet the Han court had rejected it. Since her marriage into the Xiongnu, Liu Rui had come to realize that they were not the fearsome marauders depicted in the Central Plains. Rather, they often faced hardship due to a lack of essential supplies. It was no wonder they had previously raided the borders, seeking food and textiles. Having come to the Xiongnu as a bride, I might also be considered an envoy. If I were to negotiate with the Han court to establish trade, it could improve the welfare of our tribe and ease tensions between our nations. What do you think, chieftain? Ney fell into a long silence, uncertain of how to respond. While the proposal was indeed sound, the challenges of communication, trust, and the potential for opportunistic incursions loomed large. How could they assure the Han that their intentions were honorable? And how might they persuade Han artisans to refine gold for them? Liu Rui found herself momentarily speechless, pursing her lips as her thoughts faltered. Yet, she was unwilling to abandon the idea of trade, her gaze drifting towards Hu Huanxia's golden cradle, which filled her with concern. Though her thoughts were still somewhat immature, the prospect of trade had clearly resonated with Ney. If a mutual exchange with Han territory could indeed be established, it would significantly enhance the quality of life for the Xiongnu people. Unlike the Han, they were not adept at agriculture. Their prowess lay in weaponry. Yet they struggled with even the simplest of ironwork. A trade partnership with the Han could alleviate their difficulties. With the gold mine heavily guarded, the matter of trade was brought to the forefront of discussions. Conversations between Ney and Liu Rui revolved primarily around their son, Hu Huanxia, and the prospects of trade, although they were frequently interrupted by the necessity of weaning him. Liu Rui had grown considerably more robust in stature, exuding an air of noble grace. While Hu Huanxia increasingly resembled his father, his prominent brows hinting at a future leader as potential. Let us draft a letter to Zhao Bang, requesting him to send an envoy. We shall first resolve the metallurgical issues before deliberating on the trade. Zhao Bang, who had escorted me north during my marriage, was also the one who facilitated the procurement of those nourishing remedies from the Central Plains. Strengthening our ties with him may well pave the way for success. Liu Rui had not taken up the pen for quite some time, feeling somewhat uneasy as she grasped the wolf hairbrush. After practicing characters for 2 days, she finally began to compose a letter, which was swiftly delivered to the city of Zhaobang by a swift horse. How would General Zhao communicate with the chanyu? Did he not fear being reported for conspiring with the Xiongnu? After all, the Han and Xiongnu had been at war for so many years without interference. Yet private dealings between the chanyu and border generals were indeed significant. Could it be that Zhao Bang truly harbored ulterior motives? However, the general shook his head, amused as he held Hu Han, saying, "I took a few men to the border and summoned their general. Zhao Bang descended to meet me, and when I handed him gold, he agreed to assist me." Just like that? Liu Rui leaned back against the soft cushion, shaking her head in disbelief. "You are the chanyu of the great Xiongnu, and he is a border general of the great Han. To jeopardize their reputations for a mere woman's sustenance is indeed strange. You are my Yanzhi, as well as a princess of the great Han, which makes it quite reasonable," he replied. "I find General Zhao to be a loyal man. He even wished our son health and safety." Liu Rui scoffed lightly, remaining non-committal as she pondered how to arrange matters if Zhao Bang accepted this proposal. Zhao Bang's reply was remarkably swift, invigorating Liu Rui, as he confirmed a meeting on the 4th day of the 8th month at Hengtai. He would bring 2 deputy generals and 400 soldiers, along with 2 historians. Has this stirred the court? Why must even historians accompany him? Liu Rui was taken aback by the magnitude of this private discussion. She turned to glare at the general. "What is your subordinate doing?" "While it may not be impossible for the court to know, it is still too early. The metallurgical matter has yet to be settled." The general, however, found no cause for concern. 400 soldiers are merely for show. As a princess of the great Han, It is only fitting that there be some display for your audience. Initially, Lu Rui had no intention of making a personal appearance. Yet the notion of Xiongnu requesting Han assistance in metallurgy would be utterly unacceptable. She had no choice but to negotiate directly with Zhao Bang to reassure the Great Han. Chapter 37. The national policy initially established in accordance with her thoughts. The Xiongnu possessed mines while the Han had metallurgical expertise. She envisioned a mutually beneficial arrangement where the Han would send personnel to assist in metallurgy, with a portion of the refined gold returned as compensation. This would prepare the groundwork for future trade interactions. Furthermore, there was the potential to unify the currency and measurements of the Great Han with those of the Xiongnu, ensuring that trade utilized a standardized currency to prevent any party from suffering losses. The general naturally supported her vision. However, the other generals and nobles expressed differing opinions, gathering daily in the Chanyu's tent to voice their concerns. Why should we give our gold to the Han? Who knows if they will cut corners? And, using Han currency, do we still consider ourselves Xiongnu? The disagreement was quite straightforward. Those who supported Lu Rui argued that both metallurgy and trade would benefit the Xiongnu. Gold required no cultivation or hunting. Simply handing over the ores to the Han would yield pure gold that could be exchanged for essential goods, resulting in nothing but benefits. Conversely, the opposition contended that they would be surrendering their gold to the Han while still needing to purchase their goods, ultimately enriching those Han individuals. More importantly, if the Xiongnu were to adopt the monetary system of the Han, it would be akin to their assimilation by the Han, rendering warfare unnecessary and naturally relegating them to the status of a vassal state. Furthermore, there were concerns among some that if the two nations established close ties, there might be a risk of military secrets and national strategies being compromised, casting doubt on the security of the borders. Should the safety of the frontier be unassured, conflict between the two nations would become inevitable. The general, did not interrupt their standoff but closed his eyes in contemplation, tapping his fingers rhythmically upon his knee. Gold must be refined. Trade must be established. As for your concerns regarding currency, I must ask you, if you were to take gold to the Han to purchase goods, how much would you pay? The crowd was puzzled by the chieftain's intent, yet a few of Ye's trusted confidants understood his meaning. One of them cleared his throat and recounted how, during the time of the queen's pregnancy, the chieftain had sought out a general from the Han to procure medicinal remedies, expending a considerable amount of gold. We had advised the chieftain then, yet if such remedies were truly necessary, would it not still be a matter of how much they demanded? In essence, the unification of currency was aimed at preventing the Han from imposing exorbitant prices. If both nations utilized the same currency and adhered to similar pricing, many hidden losses could be avoided. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the subordinate generals darkened considerably. It was a painful reminder of how a woman's pregnancy nearly led to upheaval among the Xiongnu. Although they had painstakingly recovered, the memory remained a thorn in their hearts, and the mere mention of it stirred feelings of suppressed anger. He understood the weakness of his position, yet he felt compelled to elucidate his reasoning. Should the use of currency lead to assimilation and vassalage, would anyone among you not speak the Han language? The subjects of the Xiongnu at the borders could even don the clothing of the Han. Yet what of it? Is the Xiongnu of today not still the Xiongnu? The daughter of the Han emperor bore a son to the chieftain of the Xiongnu. On this point, the crowd was subdued. Yet the issue of the borders remained a significant concern. Although peace was currently negotiated with the Han, and with the queen present, you would not mobilize against them. However, he remained uncertain of the Han's intentions. Should they indeed turn against them, the chieftain would have to reconsider his position. After all, one must remain vigilant against betrayal. A loyal general once again counseled Ye, who nodded in acknowledgement and rose to step outside the tent. The prairie was vibrant with life, and a gentle warm breeze blew from the south. First, let us train our warriors. That night, Xiongnu had long since retired, and Lu Rui poured him a cup of cool tea, offering a cloth soaked in cold water. What troubles you? He sipped his tea, carefully wiping his face with the cloth, then sighed deeply. Our borders with the Han stretch vast and long. If we engage with them, how can we guarantee the safety of our frontiers? How can we ensure that military secrets are not divulged? Not just us, The Han surely harbors similar concerns. This is indeed a dilemma. If establishing trade were so effortless, the Han would not have fought against the Xiongnu for so many years. Yet, if trade does not commence, what then? After all, we Xiongnu are not skilled in agriculture or weaving. Even our pottery and cooking vessels are insufficient. How are our people to survive? If they cannot thrive, they cannot produce, and ultimately, they will resort to plunder. Can Liu Rui stave off the conflict between the Han and Xiongnu for a decade or two, let alone for generations to come? Nejiang found himself at a loss for how to proceed, letting out a heavy sigh. Liu Rui assisted him in disrobing and gently carried Hu Hangxi to one side. The family of three embraced on the couch, falling into a deep slumber. At the end of July, Nejiang took Liu Rui to Hengtai. Concerned, Liu Rui insisted on bringing Hu Hangxi along, leading to the presence of 4 wet nurses and several attendants, making their entourage no less imposing than that of the Han court. It was not until the 4th day of August that their carriage and horses arrived at Hengtai, where the Han generals awaited their arrival, led by General Zhao Bang. As Liu Rui and Nejiang appeared before the assembly of Han generals, they were met with expressions of surprise from General Zhao Bang. He and the other commanders first offered their respects to Nejiang before Zhao Bang knelt deeply before Liu Rui, declaring his allegiance. I am but a humble soldier greeting Princess Duanping, though the number of attendees was modest. The fervor of their cheers rivaled that of the day she departed from Han lands, leaving Liu Rui with a heart full of emotion. She graciously urged the generals to rise, yet did not hasten to enter the temporary meeting tent with Zhao Bang. Instead, she gestured for him to proceed while she turned northward with Nejiang, her gaze fixed upon the vast sky above. For years prior, when I was sent to the Han-Xiongnu border, I gazed at the sky in much the same way, with the unfamiliar Xiongnu to the north and the beloved Han to the south. I never imagined I would have the chance to stand here again, though my heart is now transformed. Nejiang could not fathom the depth of her past sorrow and fear, yet he recognized that the current empress must be filled with joy. If you wish, once the trade market opens, I shall take you to Han territory. You will no longer yearn for home. But Liu Rui merely shook her head, smiling like the warm southern breeze beside her. The Xiongnu is my home. I do not long for home. As long as I am by your side, I feel grounded. Had it been a leisurely moment, Nejiang would have cherished the opportunity for intimacy with her. However, pressing matters required their attention, compelling him to guide her into the grand tent. The affection between the couple was not concealed, and thus Zhao Bang within the tent observed the scene with clarity, recalling the princess's appearance from years past, yet believing her even more beautiful now. It was no wonder Nejiang had risked so much to seek medicine for her, spending a fortune simply to procure her favorite delicacies, truly a blessing for the princess. The purpose of this assembly was metallurgy, and Liu Rui meticulously outlined her plans. The sincerity of our Xiongnu is ample, and the Han shall also reap substantial benefits. General Zhao, perhaps you might report this matter. In the future, we could send envoys to meet with Chang'an and bring this issue to the forefront. Zhao Bang furrowed his brow in contemplation for a considerable time, ultimately agreeing to relay the matter to the court, though he acknowledged that as a frontier general, he had no authority in the court's decision-making. This response sufficed for Liu Rui. She saw no reason for her father to refuse. Nonetheless, for the sake of caution, she adjusted Nejiang's collar, asking, "Does the chieftain have anything to convey?" Nejiang's words were well prepared. He squinted with a smile and, in front of the numerous Han generals, embraced Liu Rui, kissing her deeply. "Whatever the Empress desires, I shall procure. Dear Empress, Anur must be missing you." At this, Liu Rui feigned surprise, turning to Zhao Bang to say, "General Zhao, you and I share a connection. This time, I have brought my son along. Would you like to meet him?" Zhao Bang dared not to resist. So Liu Rui took the opportunity to have the wet nurse bring the child over. Little Huan Xie, unafraid of strangers, gazed with his shiny black eyes at the adults in the tent, his thick brows resembling those of his father. "This child is the left Xian Wang of the Xiongnu, and I have given him a Han name, Luan. What do you think, General Zhao?" To his surprise, the heir of the chanyu actually bore such a Han name, bringing Zhao Bang both unexpected delight and astonishment. This name is truly splendid. The left Xian Wang is destined to become a wise ruler, a blessing for both the Han and Xiongnu nations. The left Xian Wang holds a prestigious title, indeed, as the Prince of the Xiongnu. The son of the princess is bound to become the ruler of the Xiongnu. Moreover, Chanyu has permitted him to carry the Han surname Liu, which reflects profound affection and trust in the Han. Zhao Bang had even prepared statements for the audience, determined to assist the princess in her metallurgical endeavors. This council meeting would be recorded in history, and the title of left Xian Wang Liu and quickly stirred excitement within the Han court. Meanwhile, the Chanyu's consort simply wished to embrace her beloved and admire the early autumn scenery. When I arrived here, the journey was fraught with snow and wind. I had not anticipated such breathtaking beauty. Look, Chanyu, it seems there are tents in the distance. The consort cast a glance and draped her arm over her shoulder, noting that the border residents spoke the Han language fluently. If trade were to commence, they would surely be delighted. However, Lu Rui felt somewhat uneasy, as she was a woman and ought not to meddle in politics. Was she truly capable of influencing the policies of Xiongnu? Decisions between two great nations invariably consumed a great deal of time. In the meantime, Huanxia had already learned to ride a pony and spoke Xiongnu to his father while conversing in Han with his mother. One day, someone came to summon the consort to the Chanyu's grand tent. Lu Rui realized that news from the Han court had arrived and, accompanied by Yu, she went to see the Chanyu. The Han had agreed to send 20 alchemists and 10 officials to construct a gold smelter alongside our gold mine, with the gold produced to be shared at a ratio of 1/10 to the Han. However, we would not be allowed to enter the smelter. What does the consort think? In the tent, only her personal attendants were present. Lu Rui had grown accustomed to the Chanyu's playful antics. After some contemplation, she deemed the 1/10 share reasonable and concluded that their prohibition from entering the smelter was merely a precaution against theft of techniques. They would not engage in bridge burning. Thus, it was settled. The Chanyu joyfully patted Lu Rui's thigh, exclaiming that after 4 years, this matter was finally coming to fruition. Come, let me cherish you properly. Huanxia had only recently moved out of Lu Rui's tent, which delighted the Chanyu immensely. With the metallurgical agreement finalized, his youthful exuberance returned, and he showered Lu Rui with affection. Yet, Lu Rui could not match his shamelessness. She pushed him away, intending to leave. He swiftly scooped her up and carried her towards the herd of horses. Chapter 38. The Contest of Lineage. Chanyu, what are you doing? Put me down. At 28, Lu Rui was elegant and regal, yet light of frame. It was only when the Chanyu lifted her onto the horse that she understood his intention. With a playful pout, she skillfully adjusted her veil. Spring brought winds and sand, yet the Chanyu delighted in galloping with her, tossing her about until she felt as though she might fall apart, only to return her to the couch. An exquisite experience indeed. Lu Rui found the saddle too rigid, so Yajiang fashioned a cushion to soften it. The vibrant floral sea of spring was breathtaking, and the fragrant crushed grass petals mingling in her hair never failed to stir his heart. Their laughter startled a flock of birds, infusing the vast expanse of Xiongnu territory with joy. Before the arrival of winter's snow, the Han alchemist finally appeared, bringing with him not only generous gifts but also a message from Emperor Chang, who stated that a princess ought to be an eshi, urging her to always remember her identity and maintain peace between the Han and Xiongnu for generations to come. Lu Rui recalled this moment vividly. She had once resisted the idea of a distant marriage and had even spoken out against her father. He had uttered those very words, perhaps not even realizing how blissful she would become. The gifts comprised everyday tools and textiles essential to the Xiongnu, for which she felt immense gratitude. Exiting the tent, she bowed deeply to the south, expressing her thanks on behalf of the Xiongnu people to her father, wishing him everlasting health and prosperity for the Han. She distributed the items to pave the way for these craftsmen's lives within the Xiongnu. As winter approached, rendering work impractical for several months, the alchemists quickly selected a site for the gold mine after surveying it, directing a multitude of Xiongnu to excavate and construct sturdy mining chambers. As stipulated in the original treaty, once the gold mine was established, the Xiongnu would no longer enter the chambers. Instead, they would deliver the raw or to the entrance daily, returning days later to collect the refined gold bricks. The chambers and mine were heavily guarded day and night, and even Princess Lu Rui was forbidden to approach. Gazing at the dazzling gold brought her immense comfort. Yijiang, while teaching Hu Hangxi to wield knife, marveled at the prowess of the Han people, recalling a phrase that suggested stones could transform into gold, an alchemical metaphor. Lu Rui meticulously examined the refined gold ingots, which were of excellent quality and weight. Possessing such gold would allow her to purchase anything she desired within the Han. If our mutual trade were to commence, utilizing the same currency, we would have no worries about sustenance. When Hu Hangxi grew weary, Yijiang seized the gold ingot from her hands, teasing, "Can you truly discern its worth? Come, let us take a stroll outside." The wind was mild, yet carried a chill, prompting Lu Rui to tighten her fox fur cloak. She gazed at the sky, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Snow was imminent, and she longed to dress lightly, though she would have to wait another 6 months. Hu Hangxi, unfazed by the cold, insisted on visiting the gold mine. It was already afternoon, and by the time they reached the mine, darkness would have fallen. Lu Rui playfully teased him. "Good son, shall we go tomorrow instead? Today is too late. We will set out early in the morning." However, Hu Hangxi was adamant, refusing to relent, determined to visit the mine immediately. The couple was puzzled. Their usually obedient son suddenly seemed eager to visit a mine that held little allure. With their darling son insisting, Yijiang promptly summoned a retinue to head towards the mine, and despite her reservations, Lu Rui felt obliged to accompany them. Inside the carriage, Hu Hangxi was brimming with excitement, as if the mine held treasures of monumental significance awaiting him. Throughout the journey, he chattered incessantly with his mother, alternating between Xiongnu and Han languages. As they arrived at the gold mine, darkness had indeed descended, yet the heavily guarded site, bustling with miners, glimmered as brightly as day. Upon seeing the chanyu, all work ceased. The Han people bowed respectfully, while the Xiongnu knelt in reverence, revealing a greater number of Han than expected. Hu Hangxi, delighted, eagerly approached the carts, particularly enamored by the shimmering gold. However, he was halted at the entrance of the gold pit, his small face expressing deep discontent. Chanyu, trailing behind in concern for his safety, attempted to appease him with promises of gold, but Hu Hangxi insisted on entering to take a look, hands on his hips, questioning why he was denied access. The guard, half kneeling in salute, explained, "Forgive me, Prince of the Left, but this is a matter of state decree. Only alchemists and Han soldiers may enter." Hu Hangxi's discontent escalated as he pondered a rebuttal, but Lu Rui approached and lifted him, gently admonishing that a prince must not act so willfully. The secrets within the gold mine are crucial to the Han. If they are revealed, the art of alchemy may be lost. Hu Hangxi, nestled against his mother's neck, remained puzzled. "But my mother is Han, and so is Chanyu. I'm my mother's son, a Han as well. Why can't we go in?" Upon hearing this, Chanyu's complexion paled as she cast a glance at the guards. Lu Rui merely smiled, delaying his response until they stood before the Yi general, stating, "It is because your father is Xiongnu, as is the Chanyu, hence your mother and Chanyu are Xiongnu too. What of you?" The Yi general was pleased with this answer, lifting Hu Hangxi and proclaiming, "Of course, my son is Xiongnu. You shall inherit the leadership of the Xiongnu people. These subjects will be under your command when you grow." While this was a symbol of familial harmony, it ignited turmoil within the Chanyu's tent. The primary conflict arose from Hu Hangxi's assertion of his identity as Han. The Prince of the Left now considered himself a Han, destined to inherit the Chanyu's position, aligning closely with the Han. At this moment, gold was being refined into ingots, and trade relations were being established, setting the stage for a self-identified Han Chanyu to rule over the Xiongnu. What place would the Xiongnu have left? When we, the Xiongnu, kneel before the Chanyu and the noble consort, the Han stand tall and unyielding. Does this not signify their disdain for us? Establishing a gold mine, yet forbidding approach. Fearing the theft of their alchemical knowledge, do the Han not wish to bind us to their service forever? Will we, the Xiongnu, continually provide our gold without receiving fair treatment in return? The cacophony of discontent shattered the calm of the Chanyu's tent. The Yi general frowned, waiting for the uproar to subside before speaking deliberately. Now that you have spoken your minds, I shall select those who shall be punished. Before anyone could react, he pointed to several of the most vocal dissenters, commanding them to step forward for 50 lashes. In that moment, the tent fell into profound silence, as those named stood in stunned disbelief, questioning whether the Chanyu was reverting to tyranny. No one moves? Then 80 lashes it shall be. The crowd, struck by a sudden chill, dared not delay, emerging from the tent with a mix of silent fury and suppressed grievances. The sounds of lashes cracking resonated, sending waves of anxiety through the remaining generals within. Just a few years prior, they had narrowly escaped death due to tyrannical rule, and now, having just begun to recuperate, they found themselves on the brink of repeating that treacherous cycle. My lord, we merely offered counsel for the benefit of the Xiongnu. Why must you strike the faces of us, your seasoned generals? That Yejuan, setting aside his silver cup, rose and violently overturned the table before him, advancing with a measured intensity towards the speaker. What is it that has emboldened you to speak so? Do you presume yourselves above reproach? Is the left minister a subject for your idle chatter? Whether he is Xiongnu or Han, whether through trade or assimilation, the decisions are not yours to make. Upon utterance of these words, silence enveloped the tent, for no one dared to lift their gaze, while the lashes continued outside, echoing painfully in each heart. Indeed, the left minister and his advisers held no authority to deliberate, as state policy was beyond their purview. As the Lord had pointedly remarked, they had forgotten their place. Lulled into the delusion that the Yanzhi sought their forgiveness, thus neglecting their duty as subjects. Your Yanzhi is Han, and your left minister bears Han blood. Yet this does not alter the fact that he is destined to be the master of the Xiongnu. Under my son's reign, the Xiongnu will flourish even further. And what grievances could you possibly harbor? The Lord, now in his 40s, exuded a calmness and gravitas that was even more imposing than before. As he navigated among the nobility with a regal air, the ornaments and curved blades adorning him jingling softly with each step. His deep breaths resonated with an aura of intimidation. Did they truly believe that Yejuan sought their approval? Did they think that because of a fleeting tumult from years past, he would falter in his position? He had forsaken all for his Yanzhi then, and he would not hesitate to abandon everything, including these generals. For her and their son now, if I hear another disparaging word regarding the Yanzhi or the left minister, I shall flay the speaker and feed them to the wild dogs. The tent fell into a deathly silence, the atmosphere thick with tension, until a servant entered to report news. The western tribes had sent tributes of bows and long knives. Regarding the west, Yejuan had maintained unwavering vigilance. Though they had not participated in the rebellion against Xiongnu, they had consistently sent tributes of weapons and provisions over the years, yet self-interest always loomed. They could not be trusted entirely. Receive the tributes and send down 10 ingots of gold as reward. Keep a close watch on their movements. Lu Rue, in the Yanzhi's main tent, was already aware of the Lord's punishment of several generals. At that moment, she was in conference with Han officials overseeing the gold mines when she dismissed them upon hearing Qiuyu's report, displaying little surprise. He is ever so unrestrained. It must have been those generals speaking indiscreetly again. I truly do not understand their disdain for the Han. Might a madman venture to harm these Han generals and officials? If they were to be slain among the Xiongnu, how would we justify that to the Han court? Qiuyu's concerns were not without merit. However, Lu Rue felt no trepidation. The area was heavily guarded, and protecting a few officials would not prove overly difficult. Moreover, as long as the Lord's intentions remained clear, his subordinates would have no reason to jeopardize their family's safety. The coldness of the day, where snow had yet to fall, was almost unbearable. Inside Lu Rue's tent, a warm charcoal fire crackled, and in the afternoon, Na Yijiang entered, his countenance darker than the ashes beneath a clay pot. What troubles you? Liu Hui inquired. Is it merely the result of a few altercations? Na Yijiang shed his deerskin coat, savored a generous bowl of milk tea, and cradled Hu Huan Xian in his arms, weighing him thoughtfully. Indeed, my son has grown sturdy. When spring arrives, I shall give you a small horse for your amusement. Lu Rui instructed Xiongnu to return Hu Huan Xie to his own tent, then tossed a fragrant spice into the fire, leaning beside it. Yet, could the words of those individuals truly be dismissed? Chapter 39. And Ran Naiyi Jiang let out a discontented sigh, patting her shoulder. What cannot be silenced? They only ever use your Han identity as a weapon, daring to question Hu Huan Xie's lineage. I, after all, am a Han princess, and I feel no shame in it. Yet to have my precious son's bloodline questioned is something Lu Rui cannot abide. Rising from Naiyi Jiang's lap, she toyed with the beaded trimmings of her attire and remarked coldly, "Are they implying that Han blood is to be looked down upon? I'm a princess, and Hu Huan Xie hold a title in the Han court. Their arrogance is quite laughable." It had been a long while since Naiyi Jiang had heard such sharp words from her, and it brought her a sense of relief. She embraced her, cradling her like a small cat, stroking her dark tresses. "Indeed, you possess such spirit. You should confront them, I assure you. Your approach will yield far better results than my own harsh reprimands." Lu Rui found comfort in the affectionate gesture, feeling a sense of intimacy as she hung around his neck. "As you say, I am a she-wolf, and when a wolf bares its teeth, it naturally instills fear." Whether or not others feared her was uncertain. Yet Naiyi Jiang wished to delve into her essence. Outside, the first snow had finally begun to fall, while inside the tent, warmth enveloped them. Alone in his own tent, Hu Huan Xie shook his head, sighing like a little adult. "Ah, as long as father is here. Mother seems to forget me." The gold mine was prospering, with no troublesome Xiongnu nobles daring to disrupt their operations. If this trend continued, they would soon be able to present the matter of trade to the Han court. For this reason, Naiyi Jiang and Lu Rui contemplated for quite some time, pondering who would be the most suitable envoy. Had Qi Gang still been present, he would have undoubtedly been the prime candidate. However, the elder attendants around Naiyi Jiang were either skeptical of the trade or tasked with the defense of the tribe. Perhaps it would be best for the Han to represent themselves. Naiyi Jiang suggested that a civil official from the gold mine, or even General Zhao Bang, should present their case to the Emperor of Han. This would serve two purposes: to convey that the Xiongnu bore no ill intentions, and to assure them that the Xiongnu would not suffer losses in the process. Liu Hui, however, was reluctant to trouble Zhao Bang, as a border general frequently engaging with foreign monarchs risked reassignment or, worse, being accused of treason, which would carry severe consequences. Ultimately, they settled on a civil official from the gold mine, a diligent and meticulous young man known for documenting mineral outputs. You have only just begun your career, yet you are entrusted with such an important mission to the Xiongnu. It seems you must hold considerable esteem in the court. The official was named and ran, possessing a delicate appearance and composed demeanor. Though she bowed her head and lowered her gaze, her back remained remarkably straight. The princess, in her humility, acknowledged that her subordinates merely benefited from ancestral blessings, contributing but a modicum of effort to the Grand Han dynasty. Lu Rui nodded. Indeed, such dignified and modest speech was pleasant to the ears, and she even knew how to engage her in conversation, far more adept than the clumsy Hans. "Since you are so loyal to the nation, I shall certainly grant you an opportunity. You are aware of our Han desire to establish mutual trade, and after much consideration, I believe it would be more fitting to have a Han individual articulate this matter. What do you think? Would you be willing to undertake this diplomatic mission?" That would be inappropriate. To Lu Rui's astonishment, and Rant's response was met with such resolute rejection, causing a flicker of anger to cross his face. What could possibly be deemed inappropriate in her words? After all, she was a princess and had coexisted with the domineering Chanyu for many years. Even when Lu Rui's countenance turned stern, he exuded a certain regal authority. Xiongnu coughed pointedly, signaling Anran to speak with greater caution. However, Anran was one who stood by her convictions. Having uttered her thoughts, she felt no fear and respectfully addressed Lu Rui. "Firstly, how can diplomatic relations between our two nations be conducted without our own representatives? Secondly, as a mere recorder, I am hardly suited to serve as an envoy. If my words were to inadvertently lead to the Han court's disapproval of mutual trade, I could not bear the responsibility. Thirdly, the matter of trade involves numerous complexities. and I lack the capability to elucidate the details. I hope the princess can understand. Lu Rue turned his head away, visibly displeased. Then, according to your reasoning, anyone could fulfill the role of a recorder. Why must it be you? The little contribution you mentioned is truly insignificant. And Ran was somewhat taken aback. She had heard that Princess Duan Ping was gentle and soft-spoken, yet here she was sharp-tongued from the outset. It seemed that marrying a Han had indeed altered her temperament to mirror that of the Huns. Nevertheless, the concerns of the chanyu and the princess were not without merit. Should an envoy be hastily dispatched to Chang'an, it might provoke the Han court's vigilance and unrest. After all, achieving a fragile peace was paramount for the Han dynasty, which yearned for tranquility and non-interference between the two nations. Even mutual trade would inevitably entangle them with the Huns, and the Han's initial reaction would likely be one of rejection rather than acceptance. Lu Rue could hardly blame the Han court. Having grown up hearing tales of the Huns' cunning and brutality, who would truly believe in the prospect of trade? What is your view on this matter? And Ran bowed once more. A Han must be designated as the envoy. I volunteer to accompany them to affirm our stance and instill a measure of trust within the Han court. Liu Hui snorted coldly. Rising leisurely from the couch to stride behind him Ran, the jewelry on her person clinking softly. Your presence would inspire trust within the Han court? As a mere recorder, how could anyone believe you are not a traitor aligning with the Huns? We Huns are not as verbose and intricate as the Han. You understand nothing. When you arrive at the Han court, how will you negotiate with my father? Or would you merely stand by as we Huns and your Han court engage in incomprehensible discourse? And Ran found herself momentarily speechless by the inquiry posed to her. She inclined her head, intending to respond, but was halted by Lu Rue. In truth, there existed simpler methods, yet we are disinclined to incite unnecessary discord. Whether it be the gold mine or the mutual market, both are pursuits that we, the Xiongnu, are resolutely determined to claim. Thus, let's appoint an envoy, and you shall accompany them to Chang'an, indulging in ample provisions before the arrival of spring next year. Her words were overheard by Yanzhi, who stealthily listened from outside the tent. Once Ran took her leave, he entered, stroking his beard, and remarked, Yanzhi, your tongue proves mightier than mine. Were it not for my reluctance to part with you, I would simply send you as the envoy. In truth, Lu Rue had contemplated this matter. After all, she was the emperor's own daughter and had been wed to the Xiongnu by his hand. Her reasonable request would surely warrant her father's earnest consideration. Yet, outside of her husband, no one would permit her to meddle in affairs of state. A princess returning to her maternal home to discuss matters of mutual trade between two nations would surely face national disdain. Oh, chanyu, spare me. I can no longer return to Han territory. Yanzhi felt no fault in her desire to remain, pondering the words of the Han official while warming his hands by the charcoal fire. If you wish to stay, so be it. However, I wonder who would be suitable for this task. Lu Rue, uncertain, realized she had little acquaintance with the trusted generals surrounding Yanzhi. With that, she retreated to her couch, reclining against the soft pillow and closing her eyes in repose. Observing her demeanor, Yanzhi was not surprised, as he had already settled on a candidate, ready to dispatch them to Chang'an once spring arrived, while also procuring a wealth of fine goods along the way. With the gifts brought by the Han officials, the tribe would enjoy a comfortable winter, and Ran found this perplexing. Upon her marriage, the grand procession of dowries had caused a stir throughout Chang'an, and those possessions should have ensured her security for a lifetime. How was it that merely a few years had passed, and yet Yanzhi felt a deep sense of shame? It was only after the tumult of Xiongnu that he realized Yanzhi had been consistently distributing her dowry to aid the commoners of the tribe, while he had shamelessly reclaimed it. Strangely enough, Lu Rue seemed unbothered, stating, I enjoy bestowing gifts, and if I have the means, I shall share. After all, the chanyu will not diminish my share. And Ran began to ponder this deeply. No wonder she often observed some Xiongnu wearing garments fashioned from Han fabrics. These must have been gifts from the princess. It appeared that she resembled a benevolent ruler, although her temperament was not quite as the rumor suggested. With some time, yet before the true winter set in, Yanzhi busied himself with military drills day and night. taking his men on hunts whenever the weather permitted or deliberately venturing out on stormy days to train the new recruits, leaving no room for idleness. The Han general stationed at the gold mine, observing the Xiongnu chanyu unabashedly leading his troops back and forth, could not help but feel apprehensive. Was this a display of force or an act of provocation? It must be said, the equestrian skills of the Xiongnu were indeed remarkable. However, Nai had no time to concern himself with the sentiments of the Han. Cracking his whip, he aimed to whip his troops into shape before winter's arrival, which made Lu Rue recall the events leading up to the rebellion at Xiongnu, Kansas, was war looming once more. Lu Rue, feeling uneasy, inquired during the night. The fatigued Nai applied a warm cloth to his face and replied, "It is merely precautionary. Has it not always been thus? Last year, you were not burdened to this extent, leading troops by day and discussing affairs until this hour at night. If there is anything troubling you, do not conceal it from me, for it leaves my heart in disarray." Observing the downcast demeanor of the Empress, the general embraced her, reassuring her that it was merely a precaution. After all, come spring, we are to formally engage with the Han court regarding mutual trade. The emissary's journey to Chang'an may yield uncertain replies, and the Western tribes are a source of unease. With so many Han soldiers stationed in the heart of the Xiongnu territory, how could I not remain vigilant? This sentiment was reasonable, yet Lu Rue felt a pang of sympathy for him. Leaning against his shoulder, she scrutinized his profile, thinking to herself, "My lord, the corners of your eyes have already been etched with the marks of wind and snow. How shall I soothe them? Soft words can render this towering man vulnerable." The general held her hand, tracing her fingertip from the corner of her eye to her chin, gently biting her finger as he remarked, "I am old, yet my empress remains so young and beautiful." Lu Rue, displeased, withdrew her finger and retorted, "My lord, you do not have a single white hair yet. How can you claim to be old? Is he not aging? He is already over 40. He hopes to witness the commencement of trade before turning 50, and to live past 60, watching as his son marries and begets children, feeling secure in passing on his position. But what of his empress then? She would still be in her 40s, still very young." Chapter 40. A mere 16 years apart. Lu Rue, unaware of his thoughts, leaned in his embrace, recounting her conversation with Ran from earlier. It is said that capable individuals often possess strange temperaments, and Ran is indeed rather peculiar, daring to challenge me and insinuate that I have lost the grace of a Han princess. Had he not demonstrated some practical skills, I would have long sent him off to mine stones. Yet, the anticipated response was absent. She looked up in confusion, only to find her lord seemingly on the verge of tears, a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. My lord, after calling out several times, he finally snapped back to reality, his gaze toward her still somewhat dazed. "What is it?" Lu Rue turned to kneel beside him, cradling his face in her hands, her fingertips slightly cool. "What weighs on your mind, my lord? Why this expression?" The general saw his reflection in her eyes, his visage still youthful, his teeth intact, and suddenly he smiled. "It is better now." Lu Rue, perplexed, noticed his earlier sorrow had vanished without a word from him, so she rested her head against his shoulder. "Empress." That night, the general suddenly called her name. As Lu Rue, on the verge of slumber, responded, "What is it?" He continued, "In the days to come, I will grow old, and you will remain young. Will you be lonely?" His voice, tinged with melancholy, echoed in the dimly lit tent. Lu Rue lifted her head, furrowing her brow in confusion over his sudden remark. The general sighed heavily, turning to play with her still lustrous hair. "I will age, and by the time I am old, you will still be youthful. When I have passed, you will be left alone." A few years ago, upon hearing such words, Lu Rue would undoubtedly have risen in anger, ready to throw something. Yet now, she gently turned his head to face her, her eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. "If you speak like that again, I shall truly be upset. Is it merely a matter of a 16-year age difference that troubles you so? Age, in the face of affection, is hardly worth mentioning. How could this man allow such trivial matters to disturb his peace at night? Was that earlier expression indeed a result of pondering this issue? She did not anticipate such a reaction from him. Yejin, with his mouth slightly agape, fell silent. Lu Rue, pursing her lips in a huff, sat up, It is just 16 years. When you grow old, I shall too. If I age quickly, we can still share silver strands together. When Xiongnu grows up and marries, we shall become grandparents together. What's the problem? Seeing her vexation, Yejin also abandoned sleep, sitting up and soothing her softly. All right, I shall not dwell on it. Why worry about gray hair? You, my beloved, still look splendid as ever. Lu Rui had this temperament. She would quickly become angry, but a few sweet words would suffice to placate her. Turning away, she toyed with the ends of her hair, yet a teasing smile crept upon her lips. Ah, when my hair turns white, you may not fancy me any longer. Who knows, you might be drawn to someone younger and prettier. None could compare to you. No woman in the world surpasses my beloved. All right, let us sleep then. Ah, remember to catch a couple of foxes for me and my son tomorrow. The following day, Lu Rui indeed procured a fox, which she entrusted to the furrier to craft a small shawl for Xiongnu. She also fashioned a robe for herself. Try it on, Yejin. My lord, you have lost some weight recently. With all the toil, you have not been eating or sleeping well. Should you grow any thinner, I shall have to supervise you in the lord's tent. Yejin, indeed weary, lacked the energy to converse with Lu Rui. At that moment, he closed his eyes and smiled. If my beloved were to stay in the lord's tent, I would surely forget how to train and fight. With the snow thick outside, Lu Rui summoned Xiongnu into the tent to teach him writing and reading. Fortunately, the books from her dowry were sufficient for him to read for a lifetime, having been preserved well despite being inedible and unusable. Mother, what is the Han people truly like? Xiongnu, unable to contain his curiosity, fidgeted with his pen, having barely written a few characters before his attention waned. Hearing her son's inquiry, Lu Rui smiled softly. The Han land is filled with mountains, rivers, and many buildings. The Han people do not migrate yearly. They eat millet grown from the earth, nurturing seedlings until they bear grain. There are not many cattle or sheep, but they do keep livestock and poultry. The Han people wear garments akin to chanyu, walking slowly and gently. Xiongnu, striving to envision the Han land based on his mother's words, thought to himself that their lives seemed exhausting. They must tend to seedlings to eat, walk slowly, and raise animals for meat. Lu Rui and Xiongnu were amused by little Xiongnu's earnestness, playfully pinching his small face. But the Han people also possess their conveniences. The Han land is rich in pottery and soft, light fabrics, allowing them to have meat daily without the need to hunt, and there are many delightful things to enjoy. Upon hearing something amusing, Xiongnu immediately felt elated. Oh, how fortunate the Han people are! So many delightful experiences await. I must journey to the Han dynasty and behold it with my own eyes. What manner of place is Han, and what do their buildings resemble? Yet, Lu Rui shook his head, disallowing the thought. No, you cannot go to the Han, my dear. Xiongnu pouted, lying on his mother's lap, displeased. Lu Rui, with a resigned smile, began to tickle him under his arms, causing the little one to squirm in delight. You are destined to be the ruler of the Xiongnu. And like the Han, the Xiongnu is a sovereign nation. A ruler of one realm cannot traverse into another. Remember this well. Whether it be you or the emperor of the Han, stepping onto the territory of the other could lead to grave consequences. Though Xiongnu did not fully comprehend his mother's words, he clambered into her embrace, asking, Mother, which is better, the Han or the Xiongnu? At this, Lu Rui raised his brow, pausing before responding. Instead, he held Xiongnu close, gently patting his back, his gaze reminiscent of the day 8 years prior when he first arrived here. Time had flown, and here he was facing such inquiries. Before coming to the Xiongnu, he had lived in the magnificent palace of the Han, where the structures were both beautiful and sturdy. Yet each day revealed the same unchanging scenery, a monotony that persisted for years. How dull it must be to see the same things every day, exclaimed Xiongnu. Lu Rui recalled the initial discomfort of adapting to this new land, where the winters felt interminable, and the people spoke with loud voices, especially your father, who could be heard calling for me even before entering the tent. As she recounted this, she playfully made a face, eliciting peals of laughter from Xiongnu. However, I eventually grew accustomed to this place. Though the winds and snow outside were fierce, the tent remained warm. And despite your father's booming voice, His love for me made this life in the Xiongnu feel more beautiful than the Han. Xiongnu gazed intently at his mother, struggling to grasp the tenderness and nostalgia reflected in her eyes. Yet, he embraced her tightly, nuzzling against her hair, finding solace in the presence of both his mother and father. Suddenly, the tent flap was lifted, and Yanzhi returned home in the rare light of day. Shaking off the snowflakes that clung to him, he warmed his hands and cupped Xiongnu's face, exclaiming, "My dear son, what have you and your mother been discussing that brings you such joy?" Xiongnu, feeling the chill, recounted his conversation with Lu Rui. Yanzhi listened with delight and pulled him close, planting a kiss on his forehead. "Why are we not training today?" Lu Rui poured a bowl of warm sheep's milk for Yanzhi, instructing Xiongnu to inform the kitchen to prepare a hearty dinner, ensuring ample meat for their son to replenish his strength. Being a ruler is all the same. When I was young, I hardly saw my own father for months at a time. Yanzhi, sipping the sheep's milk, seemed to ponder aloud. "While your imperial father may go months without seeing you, I am fortunate enough to see my son every day. Come, Xiongnu, let us compare our strength." Just as the father and son engaged in their playful contest, a voice from outside the tent called for Ran, and Yanzhi was not surprised to hear it. Having encountered the chanyu, the left-wise king, and now the princess, Lu Rui found no joy in his presence. His occasional summons was merely a means to ensure a smooth negotiation of mutual trade with the Han in the coming year. This time, however, it was he who took the initiative to seek an audience, inquiring if there were pressing matters to discuss. And Ran had come to address the living and working conditions of the Han officials and soldiers stationed among the Xiongnu. According to him, the Han often faced harassment from certain Xiongnu nobles while mining, and the supplies provided were far from what had been promised. With winter swiftly approaching, even coal and bedding were in short supply. To suggest that we should venture into the woods to cut trees for charcoal is simply unreasonable. Chanyu, princess, we labor tirelessly to construct gold kilns for the Xiongnu, producing vast quantities of gold, yet we cannot even ensure our own sustenance. To speak frankly, this does not reflect a sincere intention for mutual benefit with the Han. Impudence. Lu Rui interjected before the general could respond, instructing Xiongnu to fetch Xiongnu. He then rose, advancing toward the bowing and ran, the sound of his accessories and leather robe rustling as he moved, while the incense, too potent for one just arrived from Han territory, filled the air. The sincerity of the Xiongnu cannot be judged solely by your words. A few discontented individuals do not speak for the whole. As for coal and bedding, I assure you, they shall not be lacking for you. However, your visit here is not an opportunity to display disdain toward us. I took offense to your recent remarks. Now, go and kneel outside my tent for an hour." And Ran, burdened by her status, could only maintain a stern expression as she complied and retreated, kneeling in the thick snow outside the tent. Within less than half an hour, her lips turned a shade of blue. The general took pleasure in her punishment and her cold demeanor. After all, she was a princess of the Han, and it was reasonable for her to oversee her people. He summoned a trusted aide to thoroughly investigate the grievances against the Han. The overseer was ultimately punished for his negligence in addressing the mistreatment of the Han, while several nobles who had previously withheld coal and bedding from the Han were also reprimanded, losing half their fortunes as compensation, thus providing an explanation to the Han and reminding those who held themselves in high regard their responsibilities. Chapter 41. New Year's Day. Fortunately, and Ran did not freeze to death. She expressed her gratitude to the chanyu and the princess outside the tent before being led back to her own quarters, where she fell ill for several days. You are increasingly resembling me," Lu Rui remarked, perplexed by the implication. As she turned, the ornaments above her head clinked together. "Like what? Do you think I am now less courteous to others?" "Not at all. You have always been rather impolite." The general dodged the powder box she threw, smiling as he approached, wrapping his arms around his treasure. "You are becoming more like a true sovereign. In certain matters, you exhibit even greater wisdom than I. Look at those Han. They respect you wholeheartedly." Though the words were meant as praise, Lu Rui turned back with a serious expression, her eyes filled with vigilance and unease. "Do you truly believe that, Chanyu?" The general, puzzled by her reaction, hesitated before nodding. What is wrong with that? The autumn moon lingered for a moment, before departing with Yanzhi. Only then did Lu Rui take a seat, tugging at the hem of Ne Zhang's garment, uncertain of how to begin. Traditionally, women ought not to meddle in politics, yet here I am, inviting Han officials to engage in metallurgy in Xiongnu while preparing to open trade routes. Undoubtedly, there are numerous dissenting voices below. Moreover, the Han visitors, mindful of my status, tend to overlook that the chanyu is the true master of the Xiongnu, leaving me feeling increasingly out of place. What course of action should I take regarding the chanyu? Nevertheless, Ne Zhang remained oblivious to her distress, casually toying with the ornament in his beard. The notion that women should refrain from governance is a decree of your Han people. You are my Yanzhi, the lady of the Xiongnu, so what is amiss with managing your own land and subjects? As for those Han individuals, they are not subjects of the Xiongnu, and thus it is unreasonable for them to exhibit excessive humility. However, for you, my dear, as their princess, it is only fitting that they prostrate themselves before you. Leaning against the soft cushion, Lu Rui blinked, finding some merit in his words. Yet after a moment of contemplation, a sense of unease arose. Did the chanyu truly feel no discontent? I can empathize with those generals who seek to marginalize the Han. After all, since my arrival, I have spoken their language and donned garments made from their fabrics, which must surely be discomforting for them. Furthermore, those Han generals who previously clashed with the Xiongnu now come seeking sustenance from the very people they once opposed. Who could remain unperturbed in such a situation? After this exchange, Ne Zhang nodded thoughtfully. Yet these matters were not insurmountable. Since I have married you, the Xiongnu and the Han are now akin to in-laws. Speaking a few words in the Han tongue serves merely to communicate with you, and the influx of Han individuals is solely for the purpose of assisting the Xiongnu in metallurgy. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Should there be further grievances, a swift reprimand will suffice. Lu Rui shook her head, secretly agreeing with his perspective. The Xiongnu are indeed distinct from the Han. Such a domineering rule might, in fact, quell dissent more effectively. As long as the chanyu understands its boundaries, I shall refrain from intervening. On one hand, Lu Rui personally inspected the accommodations and provisions of the Han guests, generously bestowing gifts upon the tribespeople. Meanwhile, Ne Zhang exerted his authority to silence any discontent harbored by the Han and Yanzhi, skillfully blending firmness with gentleness to quell the murmurs below. And Ran once again expressed her gratitude to Princess Duanping and offered her apologies for her previous words and actions. What should have been an ordinary affair became a source of both laughter and tears as she barred him from entering the grand tent, reminding him that unless there were pressing matters, he should refrain from seeking her audience in the future. After Ran took her leave, Ne Zhang playfully grasped Lu Rui's chin, shaking it side to side. My Yanzhi, you truly make me feel vexed. I must guard against all men who approach you. Lu Rui scoffed softly, turning her head away. Do you truly consume such petty jealousy? How dull. Remove your hand. Ne Zhang relished her playful demeanor, pulling her close against the couch. My Yanzhi, you are simply delightful. All men who come near you will be captivated. Yet I am unwilling to allow anyone to gaze upon you for even a moment. With a soft grunt, Lu Rui shifted her position against him. Why have you suddenly found yourself idle these past few days? In previous winters, you were either planning for spring warfare or preparing weapons and saddles. Have you amassed sufficient supplies this year? Nai, with a mischievous grin while tugging at his beard, exuded an unsettling aura that sent shivers down Lu Rui's spine. After delivering a light slap, she finally heard him speak. Next year, we shall have our hands full. The crackling of the charcoal fire in the tent accompanied his fingers as they playfully entwined Lu Rui's braided hair. As soon as spring arrives tomorrow, we must first finalize the matters of the mutual market. Then we can clear out those who ought not to survive, and afterward, we must deal with the West. Alas, the tribes over there are proving difficult to subdue. Lu Rui, never one to engage in discussions of warfare, merely reminded him not to forget the turmoil of years past. She could not endure another upheaval. However, the vastness of the Xiongnu territory held more concerns than she could fathom. Nai chose to remain silent, returning to his affectionate antics. The snowfall was heavy, halting operations at the gold mines. Coinciding with the Han New Year, the Han people far from their homeland sought permission from the princess to celebrate the festival among the Xiongnu. Chanyu eagerly hoped Lu Rui would acquiesce. For despite having spent many years in the Xiongnu, she had never forgotten the New Year. Now, with a rare opportunity to savor the customs of Han culture, she blinked expectantly at Lu Rui for a nod of approval. It's permissible, but you may celebrate your festival without interference, Lu Rui replied dismissively, tending to the charcoal fire while glancing at Hu Han Xie's calligraphy practice. This response left Chanyu greatly disappointed, her shoulders sagging and lips pouting. Then can I at least take a look? Hu Han Xie, distracted, had lost interest in his writing, gazing up at Lu Rui with an unmistakable plea. Lu Rui shot him a fierce glare, insisting he finish his practice before allowing Chanyu to bring over some milk dumplings and apricots. It is a festival of the Han people. After the New Year, a new year begins, akin to our sacrificial days. At this, Hu Han Xie lost interest. He found little joy in the sacrificial day, where adults would worship the eternal sky before gathering in raucous celebration. He preferred the comfort of his mother's tent, enjoying milk dumplings instead. However, when the day finally arrived, he was filled with exuberance, having never witnessed such a vibrant array of festivities. "Mother, this is delicious," he exclaimed. "I want that one. What is this? It's so much fun." The sight of hundreds of Han people reveling in song and dance was indeed a magnificent spectacle. They stomped on bamboo boards and wooden clogs, sleeves flailing as they sang and danced, no less lively than the Xiongnu-esque Guizhuang dance. An assortment of snacks and festive items dazzled Hu Han Xie. Even Chanyu was reluctant to look away, knowing the new year would be celebrated in the Xiongnu. The scholars and craftsmen had brought a fair share of Han delicacies, such as mustard greens and garlic, along with flour wine, peach charms, and paper cuttings. However, they refrained from bringing firecrackers, fearing the Xiongnu might mistake them for weapons. Lu Rui, generally indifferent to festivities, kept her distance beside Na Yi, who was intrigued by the aroma of ginger wine. After sipping a warm bowl, he playfully placed a peach charm atop Lu Rui's head, erupting into hearty laughter. "Chanyu, this is not a headpiece." Lu Rui, playfully removing the peach talisman, held it in his hands and gazed at it intently, feeling a wave of nostalgia for such artifact from the Han dynasty that he had not seen in a long time. Having encountered the Chanyu and greeted the princess, a contingent of Han generals stationed at the gold mine came forth, expressing their gratitude to the Yejang and Lu Rui. It was thanks to the Chanyu's benevolence that they could celebrate such a lively new year among the Xiongnu. Hu Hangxi, unafraid of unfamiliarity, approached and exchanged a few words with the Han generals, impressing them with his proficient command of their language. Amidst the revelry, the following day, the Yejang focused his thoughts, busily preparing in the Chanyu-esque grand tent, for in just half a month, the Xiongnu would observe their sacrificial day, a truly significant occasion for them. Having just concluded discussions with the high priest regarding the sacrificial rites, the nobles sought audiences to request their share of rewards for the smaller tribes. While military reports flooded in, leaving little time to spare, Lu Rui, unable to enter the grand tent, instructed the Chanyu's attendants to remind him repeatedly. The milk soup was reheated time and again, and it was only by nightfall that he managed to consume a morsel of food. Just days prior, he had idled away his time in his tent, and now he found himself too busy to eat. "Come, let me see if the robe fits well." The Yejang sighed. "Once this flurry of activity passes, we can focus on preparing for the sacrificial rites with Hatu and Iran." Hatu, a trusted confidant of the Yejang, was designated to accompany Iran to Chang'an to meet the emperor. Over the past few months, aside from learning the Han language, she had also absorbed numerous customs and practices of the Han people, making her one of the few generals in the Yejang's inner circle who supported trade relations. Finally, the day of the sacrifice arrived. Lu Rui rose early to adorn himself anew, taking his son's hand to join the Yejang before the altar amidst the cheers of the populace as the sun began to rise. The high priest uttered auspicious blessings, praying for prosperity and peace in the coming year, wishing for the longevity and health of the Chanyu and the empress. While reporting this year's joyous events to the celestial sovereign, expressing gratitude for the divine blessings. Next, the chanyu and the empress offered their prayers to the celestial sovereign, with Xiongnu as the left noble king, maintaining a serious demeanor, being led by chanyu beneath the altar. The sacrificial rites concluded only when the sun reached its zenith. The remaining hours were filled with song, dance, and feasting, continuing from the afternoon until the late hours of the night. On this day, the atmosphere in the chanyu's grand tent became lively. As long as the revelry did not become excessive, the chanyu and the empress would not chastise them for their indulgence. After the sacrificial day, Ran and Hadu set off southward. By the time they departed, it was likely that the snow in Chang'an would have melted, and upon their return, one could expect it to be early summer before they received a response. During this interval, the Yijang would remain occupied. The cavalry was exceptionally well trained, and daily military reports detailed the movements of nearby tribes. The gold extracted was utilized to purchase more iron weaponry, and following this trajectory, the Chanyu's tribe would become an unstoppable force before Hadu and Ran returned. However, just a few months later, in the early spring, a thunderous crash reverberated through the heavens. The Yijang, awakened in the dead of night, hastily emerged from his tent without fully dressing. Soon, a Han soldier galloped in from the distance, exclaiming, "Chanyu, Princess, the gold mine has collapsed." Chapter 42. The turn of events as the winter snow melted. The wooden frame within the enclosure became soaked and softened, unable to bear the weight of the mine's ceiling. The layers of rock, mixed with mud and water, completely buried the gold mine, submerging even a nearby gold kiln. Fortunately, the area occupied by the Han soldiers deviated slightly, narrowly escaping the catastrophe. Aside from the 20 or so Han guards, no one else suffered harm. I would handle the compensations for these soldiers, while the chieftain would discuss the restoration of the gold mine. At dawn, Nejiang would accompany Lu Rui to the collapsed mine. Although it had only recently been opened, its location at the foot of a hill meant the mud and rocks had thoroughly buried the pit, leaving no trace of its former existence. To excavate, it would undoubtedly take at least half a year. Perhaps we could reopen the mine before the official negotiations for mutual trade commenced. However, the alchemist informed me that the lead essence needed for refining gold was completely lost. We would have to acquire it from the Han territory. Nejiang, however, was not concerned with the alchemical materials. The collapse of the mine had disrupted his plans and provided a respite for the surrounding small tribes. Spring marked the season for tribal migrations, and aside from the workers left of mine, everyone else moved northward, away from the chieftain's watchful eyes over the gold mine. It was uncertain what troubles might arise. Yet, despite the turmoil surrounding the gold mine, Nejiang did not intend to deploy troops for its defense. It was not that he trusted the Han, but rather that his forces were preoccupied with the impending warfare. The spring rains, a rare blessing for the grasslands, also slowed the restoration of the gold mine. Nejiang had not visited Lu Rui for several days, and the atmosphere within the tribe had shifted. Warriors on their majestic steeds frequently entered and exited, bearing bows and long knives, while a ring of heavily armed guards surrounded the Yincher's tent. Though small, Xiongnu sensed the tense atmosphere and sought refuge by her mother's side. "Mother, why hasn't father come to see us?" Although Lu Rui felt uneasy, she gently patted her son's head, striving to keep her voice calm and soothing. "Be good. Your father is very busy. Let's not disturb him. It's all right. My son, sleep now, just sleep." This situation persisted for over 10 days, with the sound of hooves traversing between the tents growing increasingly chaotic. Nejiang's roars of anger intensified, and if one were to peer out of the tent at that moment, they would witness the anxiety etched on every face, all hastily moving about. One night, while cradling her son in slumber, Lu Rui was abruptly awakened by Chanyu. Still groggy, her heart raced with apprehension. "What has happened?" "Princess, the horses and carriages are ready. The chieftain has ordered us to evacuate immediately, and you must leave with Zhui Xianwang first." Chanyu had not rested, and after rousing Lu Rui, she had no time for further explanation, swiftly gathering their belongings. Xiongnu clung to her mother's waist, gazing at Chanyu with a face full of fear and uncertainty. Is there going to be a battle? Without confirming or denying, Chanyu bit her lip and dressed Xiongnu with care. Lu Rue understood the gravity of the situation, embracing her son and whispering words of comfort. They hastily packed only a few garments before being surrounded and ushered into the carriage. It was then that Lu Rue realized the tribe was filled with elite soldiers carrying torches, clearly preparing for an imminent conflict. They hurried over, cradling Lu Rue's face in his hands, the sound of his curved blade and iron boots echoing around them. Yet the warmth of his palm contrasted starkly with the cold glint of his weapon. "You must head south to Yanzhi Mountain. I shall follow shortly. Fear not, Yanzhi." Lu Rue nodded, while beside her, Xiongnu remained silent, clinging tightly to his father's neck. "Father, you must hasten to catch up with us." Xiongnu is unafraid. Nay seemed deeply moved. After kissing his son's cheek, he commanded his attendants to drive south while he mounted his horse, surveying the tribe illuminated by the flames. Raising his blade, he shouted, "To those who invade my tribe, slay." The night was destined to be far from tranquil, filled with iron steeds, weapons, torches, and moonlight. The carriage sped forward with unprecedented swiftness, with Chanyu sheltering Lu Rue and her child within her embrace. Each jolt of the carriage sent shivers through her, and she occasionally peered through the curtain to glimpse the darkened sky outside. "Do not fret, Princess. Yanzhi Mountain is not too far from here. The chieftain is valiant and will surely reach us swiftly." Lu Rue nodded as she held her son, uncertain if Xiongnu could hear the tumult of her heart. Yet, it was the little Xiongnu who remained the calmest, clutching his mother's sleeve in silence. As dawn broke, Yanzhi Mountain was still unseen, but the chill of the night faded. Lu Rue felt a headache creeping in, resting her forehead on her palm and sighing repeatedly. At noon, they paused for a brief respite, and the carriage driver informed Lu Rue that a guard unit had been stationed at Yanzhi Mountain by the chieftain. Once they arrived, they could finally catch their breath. Given their current pace, they would reach their destination by tomorrow. Lu Rue felt somewhat reassured, glancing back towards the north with lingering worry. "You must come swiftly. My son and I await you." For reasons unknown, Lu Rue could not calm her restless heart. Despite Xiuyue's constant reassurances, she sensed that the journey would not be smooth. She had dressed Xiongnu in several layers and was fixated on the horizon beyond the carriage curtain. The carriage galloped through the day and into the night, and as the sun set, a fine, cold rain began to fall. Xiongnu, nestled in Lu Rue's arms, awoke, rubbing his eyes in confusion at how he could have slept through such turbulence. "Mother, I am hungry. Have we not yet arrived?" Chanyu handed him a piece of milk curd, her eyes bloodshot, while Lu Rue felt utterly drained, her headache intensifying, prompting her to furrow her brow in discomfort. At that moment, distant shouts echoed, suggesting a considerable number of voices. Xiuyue's excitement surged. Had they reached Yanzhi Mountain? Was it the chieftain's forces? Yet, the attendants remained unresponsive, leaving Lu Rue perplexed. Were we not told that we would reach Yanzhi Mountain by tomorrow? It is still early night. Suddenly, the carriage veered sharply, seemingly evading those pursuing them. Lu Rue instinctively clutched Xiongnu as she was thrown against the carriage wall. Once the vehicle steadied, she turned to the attendant outside to inquire. As she had suspected, they had indeed reached Yanzhi Mountain, but those galloping towards them were not the chieftain's troops. If her intuition served her right, these were the rebels from the western tribes, come to wreak havoc. The tumult and relentless greed of the western tribes have long been known to Lu Rue, yet he never anticipated they would reach this place. As the carriage struggled to evade the pursuing enemy, Chanyu clutched the window, urging Xiongnu to hold on tightly, reminding her not to let go, for their mother was holding on to her. Lu Rue wrapped one arm around Xiongnu while firmly grasping the window. Indeed, the carriage surged forward with increased speed. Had he not secured his grip on the window earlier, he might have been thrown from the vehicle. After a prolonged standoff with their pursuers, the carriage suddenly lurched violently. The cavalry had fired arrows at the wheels, causing the carriage to topple. Fortunately, the arrows were slender, and after breaking, the carriage was still able to advance. The sounds of their relentless pursuit echoed through the skies, and a blaze erupted ahead, blocking the carriage's path. Lu Rue was seized by terror. Fortunately, the forces ahead were not from the western tribes, but rather reinforcements hastily approaching from the Yanzhi Mountains. Upon receiving the report from the attendant, Xiongnu exhaled deeply, leaning closely against Lu Rui and Huhanch. However, before they could unite with the troops ahead, a flaming arrow suddenly pierced the carriage, embedding itself in the opposite wall. The arrowhead, saturated with oil, quickly ignited that section of the wall. A cacophony of sounds followed as more arrows struck the already precarious carriage. The attendant driving the carriage was struck in the leg, startling the frenzied horses. The carriage could no longer withstand the turmoil. After a few more jolts, it collapsed with a crash. Xiongnu screamed, clutching Lu Rui and Huhanch tightly. Yet she could not control her descent. The carriage was in ruins, but the four horses showed no signs of slowing. Xiongnu clung to the remaining wall of the carriage, her feet dragging on the grass, while Huhanch sobbed, struggling to catch his breath, exerting all his strength to hold onto his mother. Only Lu Rui remained seated steadfastly, his clothing caught on a splinter of wood from an unknown source. With the darkness closing in and the carriage jostling violently, she had exhausted her strength in protecting her son. The frightened horses no longer heeded commands, careening wildly with the shattered carriage. Her mind fixated on one thought: Huhanch must not come to harm. A large stone on the grass caught Xiongnu, and in a remarkable display of reflexes, Huhanch grasped her hand. Yet the strength of a child could not match that of the galloping horses. Just as he was about to let go, Lu Rui seized both him and Xiongnu, but her clothing became ensnared even tighter. They were perilously close to the enemy's forces. At this moment, if they could leap from the carriage, they might be safely protected. Yet, despite Lu Rui's struggles and desperate attempts to free herself, her caught garment would not yield, as the uncontrollable horses carried them further away. Even the attendant began to shout in desperation. Gritting her teeth, she pushed Xiongnu and Huhanch from the carriage. Xiongnu, protect my son. Xiongnu, tumbling onto the grass, was incredulous but nonetheless crawled toward Huhanch, holding him tightly. In the darkness, the sound of hooves grew distant, and she could scarcely discern the remnants of the carriage wall being dragged along the ground by the dim light of the flames in the distance. Princess! Princess! The gentle rain gradually intensified, and the heart-wrenching cries of the forlorn echoed through the air. The soldiers stationed here by the chanyu rushed towards the sound, only to find the left Xian king and the attendant huddled on the grass. Where has the princess gone? You must pursue her at once. Xiongnu cried out in desperation, pointing toward the direction of the fleeing carriage. Meanwhile, the rebel forces were already hot on their heels, and chaos ensued as swords clashed and the world descended into turmoil. Lu Rui was dragged into the abyss of darkness, oblivious to the fate of the charioteer who had been cast aside. Xiongnu! Xiongnu! She called hoarsely, but received no reply. In a frantic attempt to free herself from her entangled garments, she struggled to loosen her belt, yet the more she hurried, the more the knots resisted her efforts. At that moment, the horses, startled by some unseen terror, suddenly changed direction. The board that had supported Lu Rui flipped over, pinning her beneath it as she was dragged along. Fortunately, the flames that had once raged were extinguished by the rain, yet her robes felt unbearably heavy. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as she was pulled along. The pain in her body became a distant memory. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, as if heralding the end of days. Lu Rui lacked the strength to raise her head, allowing the mud and water to choke her. After a dizzying whirl, she was engulfed in oblivion. Chapter 43. Who is she? When would she awaken? Who could say? Alas, her wound refused to heal. What a predicament! She could not ingest anything. The voices around her ebbed and flowed, interspersed with incomprehensible words. Despite her yearning to open her eyes, fatigue held her captive until she heard footsteps approaching. She has not yet awakened? An elderly man's voice queried. Summoning her last reserves of strength, she furrowed her brow, finally capturing the attention of a nearby woman. Ah, are you about to awaken? The woman exclaimed, gently patting her cheek. With great effort, she managed to open her eyes, only to feel as if her chest were ablaze, making each breath a laborious and agonizing endeavor. As the woman on the bed finally opened her eyes, a throng of men and women gathered around, bombarding her with inquiries. Yet she merely gazed about in confusion, wishing to speak but finding her voice lost. After the matron of the tent offered her a sip of water, she erupted into a fit of coughs, her chest and lungs racked with sharp pain, causing her to curl up instinctively. "Where am I?" Though her voice remained hoarse, she could finally articulate words. However, the occupants of the tent seemed not to comprehend her utterances. "Young lady, do you understand our words?" Most of their speech was intelligible to her, and she nodded in response, recalling that her previous statement might not have been in the Xiongnu tongue. She then repeated her question in their language. This time, they understood her. "This place is called Shidi Tuha. Are you not a Xiongnu?" Her expression revealed her confusion. She nodded and then shook her head, before nodding once more, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she reached out to grasp the sleeve of the woman beside her. "Could you please kindle a fire? It is too dark. I cannot see." Silence enveloped them, and the man who had spoken earlier hesitated before asking, "Do you truly see nothing?" "It is daytime now." She stood frozen for a long moment, her cracked lips parting slightly. "I truly cannot see." The man muttered something incomprehensible to her, but as she attempted to prop herself up with her elbows, she was struck by a piercing pain in her back, causing her to collapse again, tears forced from her eyes. A nearby woman grasped her shoulder firmly, admonishing her to remain still, for she was injured. This she understood, yet in a state of bewilderment, she twisted her head, questioning how she had come to be wounded and why she found herself in this place. The woman gasped, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary, then gently patted her cheek, inquiring about her name. What was her name? She fell into silence, ruminating on the answer, only to find it felt distant and elusive. There were voices that called her with a familiar tone, yet her own name eluded her grasp. Observing her response, the tent fell into a heavy silence once more. After what felt like an eternity, she heard whispers from those nearby, discussing her clothing and her injuries. Her clothing? Why was she injured? Who had ever called her name, and in what manner? Their murmurs eventually subsided, and she was addressed again by the man, who spoke at length, though much of his vocabulary was foreign to her. "Am I blind?" Their confusion was palpable. She seemed to possess a tongue that spoke words they could not comprehend, while simultaneously struggling to understand theirs. The woman patted her shoulder reassuringly, stating that it was merely her injuries causing such a state, and that with time, she would recover. "May the heavens bless you." This she understood, nodding in gratitude. These people were kind, sheltering this mysterious woman, believing her to be a noble woman from a nearby land. For when they had pulled her from the river, her tattered garments still bore a certain elegance. Her wounds were severe, something had lacerated her back, with the deepest cuts nearly exposing bone, while other areas had succumbed to decay, necessitating the removal of rotting flesh. The daily dressing changes were undoubtedly torturous for her. After several days, not only had she bitten her lower lip deeply, but her body had grown weak from the depletion of vital energy. Observing her condition, the family hesitated. If this continued, she might perish from the pain. She was indeed on the brink of succumbing to agony, yet this suffering felt unervingly familiar, as if she had endured such trials before, and not just once. Who was she? Why had she sustained such grievous injuries? Had she been assaulted? Was she fleeing? The torment of the dressing changes and her frailty rendered her unable to focus on her memories. Yet within her mind, a distant voice clamored, faint and indistinct, as if muffled by snow and wind, its words unclear. Cough, 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 cough. The concoction in the bowl was exceedingly unpalatable, and she nearly lost her grip on the ceramic vessel. The anxious woman beside her swiftly took the bowl, lamenting the potential loss should it fall. The flavor was indeed strong, yet potent. Her husband had searched for it for quite some time. "Drink it, and you shall heal faster." Grateful, she accepted the bowl, turning her head to swallow hard, holding her breath as she gulped it down, the nauseating taste lingering in her throat. For reasons unknown, even this bitter draught felt hauntingly familiar. Had she often consumed such medicine in the past? Due to the constant threat of injury, the nomadic life is arduous and frugal. Their daily sustenance consists of either unleavened bread or wild vegetables. Yet, the milk is generously apportioned to her, for which she feels immense gratitude. Regardless of how unpalatable the roots may be, she consumes them thoroughly, driven by the fervent desire to recover, to regain her health. A persistent voice within urges her to hasten her healing. Once her wounds mend, what shall follow? Has anyone ever urged her thus? Has anyone spoken such words to her? When her injuries are healed, what memories shall resurface? Will she recollect her true identity? The family that took her in comprises 4 members, a grandmother, a husband and wife, and their young son. This youth, whose voice suggests he is even younger than her, is spirited and often seeks her company. Occasionally, he catches a fish by the river and graciously cooks it for her. Through these exchanges, she has unwittingly acquired a wealth of vocabulary. Her mother remarked that her injuries have significantly improved, and it seems that the fish he brings her has been beneficial. With a bit more care over the next month, she shall be able to walk again. The young boy presented her with a piece of roasted burdock, kindly peeling it for her, mindful of her blindness. As she thanked him and accepted the offering, her fingertips brushed against his hand, causing him to exclaim in surprise as he grasped her hand tightly. "Oh, how cold your hand is! Are you cold?" The sensation of being held stirred a sense of panic within her. She withdrew her hand to shield the nearly falling burdock, insisting, "I'm not cold." The boy appeared momentarily taken aback, remaining silent for a while before suggesting, "Then you should eat quickly. It will warm you." With that, he exited the tent to tend to the sheep. She felt a twinge of guilt, sensing that her earlier reaction might have wounded his feelings. Despite being warmly welcomed and receiving much of his care, she was still plagued by the notion of being a burden. Yet, the boy seemed to harbor no ill will, continuing to bring her food from time to time. Occasionally, she could hear the scolding voice of the elderly woman outside, seemingly lamenting her presence as a nuisance. Indeed, she was a burden, consuming resources while being unable to work, a blind stranger whose language she could not fully comprehend. Surely, she ought to find a way to repay them. Otherwise, how could she reconcile her existence among them? However, what could an emaciated blind woman accomplish? She feared even the effort of mending a garment might prove too taxing. Despite the elderly woman's demeanor, the rest of the family continued to treat her well, tending to her needs every few days. They remarked that she appeared to be in her early 20s, suggesting she had once lived a life of privilege. For how else could her hands and feet be so delicate? She remained uncertain of her past. Yet, even if she were once a noble woman, she had now fallen into a state of helplessness. After fumbling to dress herself, she hesitated before speaking. "You have saved my life, and I am at a loss as to how to repay you. I understand that you struggle for basic necessities, and my presence is merely a burden." The woman did not respond immediately, instead wringing out a cloth and pouring out the water before she sighed and said, "Do not dwell on such matters. We simply empathize with your plight and ask for nothing in return. Focus solely on your recovery." She opened her mouth, intending to say more, but found herself at a loss for words. Observing the woman's seemingly ceaseless busyness, she resolved to concentrate on healing and, when able, to contribute in whatever manner she could as a form of recompense. In the languid afternoon, she succumbed to a deep slumber, only to be awakened by that distant voice calling out. Uncertain whether the figure was addressing her or not, she felt an urge to approach and uncover the truth. Yet, each time she attempted to draw near, a fierce wind would arise, engulfing the cries in a tempest of yellow dust, leaving her alone in the vastness of the world. Upon awakening, her youngest son returned, brimming with excitement as he recounted his discovery of a horse, one that had been tamed. He inquired about her well-being, but she noticed an unpleasant odor lingering about him, which she dare not express, merely nodding in response while her mind began to whirl with thoughts. Why did that scent seem so familiar? Had she encountered it before, perhaps on a man? Was it the smell of a horse? She once had a man who frequently dealt with horses. Could the figure from her dreams be him? Did he know she was here? Was he searching for her? Hey, what's wrong? Her reverie was interrupted by her son's query, compelling her to glance in his direction, though she saw nothing. "I have a headache. It feels as if I'm on the verge of remembering something." Upon hearing her words, her family appeared pleased, yet she found herself at a loss for words, perpetually haunted by the image of a man calling out, uncertain if he was indeed calling for her. The woman spoke first, suggesting, "Could it be that your man is sending you dreams? Perhaps he cannot find you, and his spirit has ascended to the celestial realm, imploring the heavens to seek you out." She refrained from affirming or denying, feeling deep down that it was unlikely. The winds and snow in her dreams seemed to echo with urgency, as if he were desperately searching for a lost treasure, compelling her to listen. In truth, she wished it were her man seeking her, yearning to find and bring her back, despite the fact that she could not recall his name or visage. Nonetheless, her longing for him was palpable. Yet dreams remained dreams. She dreamt of him day after day, always eluding her grasp. Recently, however, she dreamt of something different, a narrow cave and a painful belly. Chapter 44. The dreamscape in her dream. The pain felt achingly real. Glancing down, she realized she was several months pregnant. Had she borne a child? Where was her baby? Why was she, in her condition, in a cave? Why was she crying? She was unaware of the reasons behind her tears, yet a vague sense of mourning lingered, as if grappling with the notion of life and death. She was not alone in the cave. Others were present, yet their forms remained obscured, their voices muffled, as though separated from her. Eventually, she began to discern sounds, a chorus of weeping, the soft lamentations of women, their sorrowful tones intertwining with her own tears, as if threatening to shatter her heart. Had someone perished? Her belly ached, her heart ached, as she curled up in the small cave, struggling to breathe, oblivious to when this torment would come to an end. However, when the cave vanished, her suffering persisted. She found herself in an unfamiliar place, unsure of why she knelt there. Besieged by a cacophony of voices that erupted around her, laden with accusations and curses directed at her. She clutched her abdomen, racked with intense pain, as if large flakes of snow had fallen into her collar and pressed against her face. She seemed to be pleading for something, yet she could scarcely hear her own voice. Eventually, she was awakened by gentle nudges, for she had been weeping for quite some time, disturbing the slumber of those nearby. "What were you dreaming of? Do not be afraid." An elderly woman softly patted her shoulder. She wiped away her tears, and the vividness of her recent dream faded into obscurity, leaving behind only sorrowful remnants. For her, opening and closing her eyes felt indistinguishable. She lay there in the darkness, unable to discern the man from her dreams or the identities of the grieving women. Why was she kneeling in the snow, subjected to scorn and curses? Who was she, truly? It was not until the sounds of others rising and tidying up grew louder that she realized dawn had arrived. During the day, her wound was dressed again, and it appeared to be healing well, easing her suffering. However, the medicinal concoction remained unpalatable, yet she could now manage to swallow it in one steady gulp. As the weather gradually warmed, the tent was replaced with a lighter, breathable linen, as she continued to drift in and out of sleep. Her dreams were filled with various indistinct images and distant voices, as if she were perpetually being called by a voice that resonated with joy, urgency, sadness, and even a chilling tone that instilled fear within her. These haunting dreams deprived her of restful slumber, leaving her pallid and unable to eat. The wounds that had been on the mend began to worsen, causing great concern for the family caring for her. If those thoughts are troubling you, let them go. Since you have been granted a second chance at life, what matters is not who you were, but rather that you take care of your health, the elderly woman advised. The elders nodded in agreement, suggesting that if she could not remember, she could simply adopt a new name. She acquiesced with a nod. Yet the images and sounds lingered in her mind, and despite the anguish, she cherished the fragments of joy within those memories that she could never bear to forget. With the arrival of summer, mosquitoes feasted upon her, leaving her covered in welts. The mingled sense of sweat from the cramped quarters and the odor of sheep dung wafting in from outside made her dizzy. Only during the rare moments when the tent was empty did she feel a semblance of fresh air. Fortunately, her back wounds had finally healed, avoiding deterioration in the sweltering heat. Once the wounds had scabbed over, she was finally able to move about. She was so frail, with injuries preventing her from bending, and being blind rendered her nearly incapable of performing any tasks. After much contemplation, her family decided to have her accompany their youngest son to tend to the sheep. Though it was termed accompanying, it truly meant she would do little more than follow him, carrying a basket filled with water and food, trailing behind the boy. As she could not see the path, the young boy held onto her sleeve, intuitively understanding her reluctance to be touched. Despite this, he remained cheerful, calling out commands to the sheepdog under the sun. When hunger struck in the afternoon, he would munch on vegetable pancakes and kindly offer her a piece as well. Her words were few. She consumed whatever he provided, sweating slightly under the sun. The wound on her back, stung by the heat, pained her, yet she remained silent. It was only upon returning home that the woman noticed the scab had fallen off, necessitating a fresh scraping to allow for regrowth. As the scab was scraped, she trembled in pain but uttered not a sound, which filled her young son with guilt. Once she donned her clothes, he approached the tent, murmuring an apology for having dragged her around with him. She shook her head, attributing her plight to her own inadequacy, lamenting her inability even to carry a basket for a few steps. It seemed she would have to wait until autumn for the scabs to completely shed before she could step out of the tent, left only with a mind full of dreams and struggles. Recently, her dreams had become increasingly vivid, filled with the cheers of many voices, alarming shouts of pursuit, the cries of children, and his voice. He called her repeatedly, tenderly, joyfully, helplessly, and angrily. Each tone resonated with inescapable emotion, etching itself into her memory. Yet, what was it that he was calling her? That name, why could she not comprehend it? Was it her name? She recalled, "Hey, look what I caught for you." Just as she strained to discern his call, her young son suddenly burst into the tent, startling her from her reverie, brandishing something seemingly alive before her. "I can't see it." The response caused her son to lower his arms in disappointment, only to turn around with newfound excitement, exclaiming, "It's a rabbit. I caught a rabbit. We'll roast it and share it as a family. I'll give you a rabbit leg." That evening, indeed, the rabbit was roasted. She held the rabbit leg with delight, cooling it before taking a bite. The meat was quite savory. Suddenly, she heard his voice whispering in her ear, "This roasted rabbit is only for you." The weight of his words almost caused her to drop the rabbit leg, drawing the family's attention to her. "What's wrong? Are you choking?" Still lost in thought over his words, she shook her head in a daze. It felt as though she were in a loud place, surrounded by many people, all noisy. The rabbit had been caught for her, and only for her. "He treats me so well," she uttered unexpectedly, leaving her family momentarily bewildered. Ignoring their reactions, she continued softly, "My man treats me very well." Yet, she still could not recall his name. Since then, the family that had taken her in seemed to have been enveloped by a peculiar atmosphere. The elder woman of the household grew increasingly disdainful, often declaring her to be worthless. However, her young son became more affectionate, and the woman who had cared for her became more talkative, seizing every opportunity to engage her in conversation, discussing trivial matters like the abundant fish in the river or the impending rain. Consequently, her time to dream and reminisce became scant, and the image of the man in her dreams remained elusive yet persistent, leaving her with a sense of both gratitude and unease. By early autumn, her wounds had finally healed, leaving behind mottled scars that made bending difficult. "You should accompany me with a basket to tend to sheep. The weather has cooled, and I'll lead you as we walk slowly." She nodded, yet he continued to grasp her sleeve, guiding her across the vast grasslands each day, narrating the scenic wonders that lay ahead. Listening to the young man's voice, though unseen, she could vividly conjure images of the majestic mountains she had witnessed, the endless expanses of prairie, and perhaps a lake. "Is there a lake here? What did you say?" The young lad was still speaking, and having not caught her words, she inquired once more, "Is there a lake nearby?" "A large one." The boy seemed to ponder for a long while before responding with a simple no. She felt a tinge of regret, for it appeared she had just recalled a lake, a grand and beautiful one, where the grass by the water was soft beneath her feet. She remembered laughing joyfully on that grassy bank, with her man behind her, her heart racing as he held her hand. "Why do you dwell on such memories?" The young man's tone sounded somewhat disheartened, low and muffled. She did not comprehend his sentiment. "Of course I must remember, otherwise, how could I return?" The boy fell silent again, and in the stillness, she reflected on whether she had misspoken. "You have taken me in, for which I am truly grateful. Only by returning can I repay your kindness, for otherwise, I would remain a burden here for all my days." "You are not a burden." The urgency in that statement was palpable, laced with unspoken emotions, as if he had left half a thought unexpressed. She remained silent, standing patiently for him to elaborate, Yet the young man had no further words, continuing to tug at her sleeve as they moved forward. For the remainder of the day, silence enveloped them, the sounds of sheep and distant barking dogs echoing across the open prairie. She found the barking unsettling, causing her heart to race. Yet she felt too shy to voice her discomfort. Dinner consisted of fish, which she declined, expressing her fear of choking on bones since she could not see. "No worries. I will help you with that," the boy replied swiftly. She opened her mouth to refuse, but hesitated, until the elderly woman struck the boy lightly on the head, telling him to focus on his own food and not to chatter so much. Typically, she was an orderly and neat eater, but that day, she could not swallow a bite, feeling like a useless blind person, merely wasting precious food, and moreover, she was a married woman. Surely, her husband was searching for her. Night fell, bringing with it the same haunting dreams, his voice growing ever clearer. This time, she finally grasped what he was calling out. What does that word mean? Is it her name? She understood the sound, yet its meaning eluded her, resembling a name or perhaps a special title. However, the women around her did not address her as such. Sometimes it was one person, sometimes two, both calling her princess. Which kingdom did she belong to? Was she not of the Xiongnu? Perhaps she truly was not, for how else could she struggle to comprehend others' words? As she pondered these revelations, a sudden chill and a peculiar sensation graced her face, somewhat cool and damp. Awakening, even in her blindness, she instinctively opened her eyes, hearing a soft sound of inhalation very close to her. Chapter 45. Awakening from a Dream. Who? The man offered her no response, merely retreating into the shadows, leaving behind only the dissonant sounds of breaths mingling in the darkness and her own frantic heartbeat. She was not oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of this family, yet she could only feign ignorance, enduring each day as it came. She awaited the arrival of her beloved, longing for the moment he would reclaim her, for that was where she truly belonged, even if the scars she bore were inflicted by him. The following day, she found herself once more tethered to the whims of others, her basket in hand, remaining as silent as ever, though her steps were laden with hesitation. The one who had caressed her face the previous night must have been him, likely wishing for her to offer herself entirely. As fate would have it, the youngest son paused on a small hill, sharing I once had a wife, but she tragically perished during childbirth. She nodded silently, refraining from further words. He continued, "Since then, I have not encountered a woman suitable for marriage. The vastness of the prairie leaves me isolated, and apart from our family, it has been ages since I have seen another soul. Only you, whom my mother fished from the river." She was acutely aware of being retrieved from the waters, yet the reasons for her fall eluded her. It should have been early spring, and the river water ought not to have been too frigid. However, her memory painted a stark picture of plunging into a chilling torrent, nearly succumbing to its icy grasp. Had she not fallen into the river before? "I know you have a man and children," he said. "Though you are a few years my senior, I do not mind. Please marry me." The young man spoke with a buoyancy that was palpable as he grasped her hand. Though she could not see his expression, she could envision it. Yet, she withdrew, staggering back a couple of steps. "If you know I have a man and children, then you must also realize you will come for me. How could I marry you?" He seized her arm again, though only to steady her. "If your man were to seek you, he would have done so by now. It has been several months. Has he come? Perhaps you have been abandoned. You barely escaped with your life, so why cling to him?" Panic surged within her, and she yearned to retort. But the opportunity eluded her as he pressed his hands upon her shoulders, his breath brushing against her face. "We do not wish to coerce you. Yet you must acknowledge that for these past months, we have provided you with food and shelter, tending to your needs. You have often expressed gratitude. So why not marry me? I will treat you well." She turned her face away, feeling cornered. The young man's grip was unyielding, and she could not fathom where he intended to lead her. "I'm older than you and blind. Marrying me would not benefit you in any way." He dismissed her concerns regarding their age difference, asserting even a blind man requires only your companionship. "Just stay by my side, carry your basket, let me hold you, and I shall prepare your meals. You need not concern yourself with household chores, will you?" Fear welled within her, and she shook her head vehemently. She did not wish to remain here, Her son awaited her return as a mother, and her husband awaited her as a wife. I cannot marry you. My husband will come to find me. He simply has not located me yet. Please release me. The heavy breaths of the young man nearby sounded filled with fury, and she feared she might be struck. Fortunately, the voice of the elderly woman from their household echoed nearby, reprimanding him to let her go. Once released, she paid no heed to the risk of falling, running towards the elderly woman, clutching at her robe and kneeling in earnest supplication. I cannot marry your grandson. I am a woman with a husband. I beg you, I will fetch water for you. I will wash your clothes. I will do anything. Please do not force me to marry him. The elderly woman, leaning on her cane, struck the grass with it, her words laced with mockery and coldness. You fetch water? You wash clothes? You, a blind woman who cannot even discern where the river lies, what can you possibly do? You cannot even fold a robe properly after trying for ages. You are a noble woman living a comfortable life. How could you perform any such tasks? Her words were harsh, and their meaning was unmistakable. She fell to the ground, her grip on the robe loosening, yet she persistently shook her head. I truly cannot marry. The young man stood a short distance away, his heavy breathing indicating either exertion or rage. I do not wish to coerce you, but consider, do you truly have a choice? Did she have a choice? As a blind woman, even pulling a blade of grass felt laborious. Where could she go on this vast prairie? What means did she have to resist the arrangements made by this family? Her hands waved in the air, and she managed to grasp his trousers. Give me a few months, just until winter. If winter arrives and my husband has not come for me, then I will marry you. Just allow me to wait a little longer. When my husband finds me, I will ensure he brings you many sheep and much money to repay your kindness. Just a few months. Perhaps her appearance was too pitiable, or perhaps the family feared her noble husband. The young man ultimately sighed and acquiesced. The elderly woman muttered a few words and turned away, leaving her seated on the grass, filled with anxiety. That evening, the elderly woman spoke of her plight. The man and the woman shared no words, and the tent was enveloped in silence, save for the crackling of the fire. In the following days, the young man indeed refrained from touching her, patiently guiding her along as he spoke of how he would care for her after their marriage, seemingly earnest in his desire for her to remain. She could understand. This prairie was undeniably desolate, and during her months here, she had encountered no other outsider. He must have felt a profound loneliness, wishing to keep her by his side. Yet, no matter what, she could not forget her husband, the man who called out for her in her dreams. What did the word he shouted mean? Was it rouge? Or Yanzhi? If you're so desperately calling for me, why have you not come to take me back? One day, during the daylight, the woman helped her bathe and, upon touching her abdomen, remarked, "This resembles a knife wound. Who inflicted this upon you?" She could not recall, but the question prompted a faint memory of having been grievously injured in the past, surrounded by many people. The woman merely spoke without much thought, intending to convey that her former lover had treated her poorly and that she should resign herself to marrying her son. Yet, she found herself unable to respond, clutching her abdomen and reflecting on the torment she had endured in her dreams. Had she not once knelt in the biting wind and snow, praying to the heavens for a child? What had she prayed for? Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, a voice pierced through her thoughts, calling her name, Yanzhi. It was the man's voice, resonating clearly in her mind, repeatedly calling out to her, Yanzhi. Was that truly her name? I am Yanzhi. Her murmured words caught the woman's attention. What did you just say? I am Yanzhi. Yanzhi? The woman echoed, pausing in her motion of handing over clothing, finally absorbing the name. It is quite melodious. Let's call you Yanzhi then. Oh, at last, I need not refer to you as girl anymore. She nodded, though not entirely pleased. Was her name truly Yanzhi? Why did it feel so different when he uttered it? With a name now, her youngest son became even more affectionate towards her, calling her Yanzhi with increasing enthusiasm each day, his tone rising as autumn deepened and winter approached. It seemed she had resigned herself to her fate, her once fervent hopes diminishing with the chill of the northern winds. It was impossible to retract her decisions time and again. Perhaps it was true that the man who had once urgently called her had forsaken her, leaving her to suffer alone by the river, indifferent to her fate. Why then? Had he not returned? Today, I ventured further afield to tend a sheep. It seemed there was conflict to the north. The thunderous sound of hooves shaking the earth. Quite alarming indeed. Her future father-in-law, while savoring his meal, recounted the scene he had witnessed. Although he was unaware of which tribes were clashing, the violence sounded atrocious, even attracting wolves drawn by the scent of death. Wolves. She felt a tightening in her chest, as if the howls of wolves echoed in her ears. Her youngest son, sensing her distress, patted her hand, assuring her that the wolves would not come. The prospect of marrying him seemed inevitable. She no longer resisted his touch. Though she could not yet accept it, she would have to resign herself to her fate eventually. So why cause harm? Ultimately, she would not wait for her husband to return. The vastness of the grasslands usually kept wild beasts at bay from human settlements. But that night, the wolves truly approached. Their howls grew closer, echoing from all directions. The men in the household lit a fire, illuminating the area outside the tent, while the elderly woman urged her daughter-in-law and prospective granddaughter-in-law to take up knives for protection. However, with the fire's presence, wolves typically avoided the tent. She was paralyzed with fear. Despite clutching a knife, her body trembled uncontrollably. The sounds of howling seemed alarmingly near, as if she could feel the warm, fetid breath brushing against her face. It was terrifying. She would die. The woman assumed she was simply timid and offered comfort, but she could hear nothing else. Her mind was consumed by the low growls of wolves and the screams of women. Yanzhi. That voice reemerged, as indistinct as before, echoing from a distant realm. The air was filled with the howling of wolves, accompanied by the sound of wind and snow. Was it indeed blowing outside the tent? Could this also be a fragment of memory? Yanzhi. The voice calling her seemed to draw nearer, a rush of emotion choking her throat, yearning to burst forth in a cry. The once blind eyes flickered with an electric spark, revealing glimpses of shrubs and wolf fangs, while the wind whispered and his voice echoed. Yanzhi. The people inside and outside the tent were startled by her desperate roar, yet she remained restless, images flooding her mind like a deluge, filling the long-emptied chambers of her heart. Neijang. I am here, Neijang. She sat there, clutching her knife, her head tilted back, crying out with increasing anguish, even scaring away the wolves outside. She remembered now. She was not Yanzhi, nor a concubine of some foreign noble, unable to marry this family's youngest son because she was child. What have you recalled? The elderly woman spoke first, her trembling voice betraying her shock and hesitation. She collapsed onto the couch, utterly exhausted, tears flowing more abundantly than when she had first changed the bandages, yet filled with an unprecedented joy and excitement. My Neijang. He is the chanyu of the Xiongnu. Chapter 46. Why not return? Chanyu, the mightiest lord of the Xiongnu. The family seemed struck dumb, gazing blankly at her, who was curled up on the couch, sobbing uncontrollably. I am his wife. I am his Yanzhi. I am Princess Lurue of the Han. The one calling out to him in her dreams was Neijang. Sometimes one, sometimes two. Voices called her by different names, Chanyu and heroine. On the day she first married, Neijang had wielded a whip and thrown her into the icy river. Later, she had been stabbed in the belly by Alki, and during her pregnancy, she had faced the Xiongnu rebellion, hiding in a cave with the injured Neijang. After returning to the tribe, to appease public outrage, he had confessed his sins to the eternal heavens. She bore a son named heroine, also known as Luan. All her wounds came flooding back. He had not abandoned her. He had not forsaken her. When she left the tribe, he had cradled her face, repeatedly assuring her he would catch up soon. The scars on her back were from being dragged along by a damaged cart after she had pushed Chanyu and heroine off for their safety. She never reached Yanzhi Mountain. The painful, beautiful memories she was reluctant to recall or forget returned, including the expressions of her father and mother on the day of her marriage, calling her Xiongnu. She was Xiongnu. She was Lurue. She was his Yanzhi. What do you mean you are who you claim to be? The youngest son was utterly astounded, unable to comprehend the words she had just uttered. The woman he was about to marry, who was she? I am Princess Lurue of the Han, sent to the Xiongnu in marriage for peace. When the western tribes rebelled, I was on my way to Yanzhi Mountain, but I was intercepted midway. The cart overturned, my clothes got caught, and I was dragged into the river by a frightened horse. I am not Yanzhi. I am Lu Rui, the Yanzhi of the Xiongnu. Upon hearing her calm narrative, the elderly woman appeared to faint, prompting everyone to gather around her to revive her senses. Meanwhile, her younger son remained still, his disordered breaths audible. Lu Ruigong spoke up, causing the young son to suddenly kneel, exclaiming, "I was wrong. Please forgive me. I had no idea you were the wife of the chanyu, the princess of the Han. It was unintentional. Please forgive me." The family then collectively realized their folly and knelt down in unison, incessantly pleading for her forgiveness, beseeching her to pardon their prior offenses and impudent requests. Lu Rui had no intention of blaming them. He descended from the couch, reassuring them, "Do not be like this. I hold no grudge against you. You have saved my life, and I am immensely grateful. Please rise. I cannot bear this." The elderly woman, still at the far end of the couch, whimpered, fearing she had only days left to live. She compelled the Han princess, the Xiongnu's queen, to kneel before her, scolding her as a wasteful burden. Hearing the frail voice of the elderly woman, Lu Rui moved closer, gently inquiring, "Are you all right?" The old woman grasped Lu Rui's hand tightly, then abruptly released it, struggling to rise and kneel on the couch, repeatedly bowing in apology. "Please forgive me. I truly did not know of your high lineage. For the sake of our family's assistance in saving you, grant us our lives, I implore you." Lu Rui reached out, touching her quaking shoulders, supporting her to prevent further kowtowing. "I bear you no ill will. I only just recalled myself. How could you have acted with intent? Please rise. Elder, I am sincerely grateful for your aid. Once I return to the chanyu, I shall ensure you are duly rewarded." After much persuasion, the family finally dared to stand but kept their distance, fearful that their tattered garments might tarnish the exalted queen. The men, wishing to avoid any suspicion, voluntarily exited the tent, spending the night outside, while the two women boldly remained by Lu Rui's side, anxious to prevent her from harm. And so, Lu Rui sat with her unseeing eyes wide open throughout the night. This night was the most grounded she had felt in months, and she had never realized the howling of wolves could be so melodious. "Yejian, I am awake. Where are you?" After enduring until dawn, the men hastily departed, and Lu Rui was assisted out of the tent. Standing in the sunlight, she felt no warmth. Despite recalling everything and understanding her identity, she remained at a loss. Sighing at the vastness of the grassland, the elderly woman emerged with her cane, stopping at a distance, contemplating how to return. Lu Rui nodded in response. "I must go back. Yejian must be waiting for me, as must Xiongnu. Yet I do not know how to return, nor the direction of the tribe in Yanzhi." Her world remained shrouded in darkness, akin to a single grain in the vast sea amidst the cold winds of late autumn. The elderly woman fell silent for a long while before agreeing to have her son inquire about the location of Yanzhi. The tribe would migrate, but the mountains would remain stationary. Beyond that, they could provide little assistance. Lu Rui expressed her profound gratitude for their assistance, particularly harboring a sense of guilt towards the younger son, who had treated her with genuine kindness. He had sought companionship in his solitude, yet now he avoided her, scarcely daring to utter a word, only allowing her to hear his faint sighs. "I intended to venture to a more distant location to inquire about the direction of the Yanzhi mountain and to seek out nearby tribes. However, I recalled that the northern region had been embroiled in conflict. Could it possibly be the tribe of that general from the north? Initially, it was said that the turmoil stemmed from the west, which explained the hasty departure of her and Huan. Uncle, could you guide me to the place where you witnessed the battle?" The man hesitated, for that location was quite far, and he worried about the potential dangers of bringing along such a delicate lady. Lu Rui understood his concerns, yet felt she had no alternative. "I shall remain at a distance. You need only relay what you have witnessed. If it is not the troops of the chanyu, I shall not approach." Her family unanimously deemed the endeavor too perilous, yet were at a loss for how to dissuade her. Silence enveloped the tent for what felt like an eternity, leaving Lu Rui exasperated. This was not a realm where she could indulge in whims, nor did everyone accommodate her, as that general did, who endeavored to fulfill her wishes as best he could, making her acutely aware of her own fortune. However, It was impractical to keep a lady residing within the tent indefinitely. After deliberation, the family concluded that for the time being, her mother would manage the herding, while the father and son would travel north to ascertain the location of the Chanyu tribe and subsequently arrange for their return, thus minimizing risks. Winter was fast approaching, and with it came the grueling labor of herding. Should the men depart, only the woman would be left to manage. The elderly matron could assist with boiling water and tidying up, yet they would not allow Lu Rue to engage in any tasks, regardless of her capabilities. When spring arrived, the ewes would soon bear young, making it even more challenging for them to depart. It would be best to return her while the weather remained favorable, before the heavy snows set in. Alternatively, they could inform others of her whereabouts and await their arrival in spring. After some contemplation, Lu Rue furrowed her brow and requested white linen and black charcoal. She used her finger to smear a bit of charcoal and inscribed a character upon the linen, carefully folding it and placing it into the hands of the younger son. Upon seeing this, the Chanyu will surely trust your words. I appreciate your efforts. Please take care on the journey. The family, unable to decipher the character, speculated that it might be a Chinese character, treating it as a precious possession. Rest assured, as long as we locate the Chanyu tribe, I shall personally deliver this to the Chanyu. Following this exchange, a brief silence ensued, during which Lu Rue appeared to hear the elderly woman's gentle cough, prompting the family to rise and tidy the space. A modest bed had been arranged, squeezing half its space for Lu Rue. The men had initially planned to stay out overnight, but Lu Rue, noticing the chill outside, advised them to remain as they usually did. Nevertheless, the sounds of snoring were absent that night. On the following day, preparations were underway to provide provisions for 2 men embarking on a journey. Lu Rue was insistent on personally crafting pancakes, dismissing all attempts to dissuade her. You toil for my sake on this journey. What harm is there in my preparing a few items for you? In the past, I even fashioned robes for that esteemed general, and no one dared to stop me. The family found themselves in a predicament, aware that their humble status could not compare to that of the Xiongnu, yet they were too intimidated to contest her wishes. Ultimately, they acquiesced to her determination. Lu Rue diligently kneaded a substantial amount of pancake dough and also tended to their bows and arrows, ensuring the arrowheads were finely sharpened. As her fingertips grazed the arrow's edge, she nearly caused the elderly woman to faint once more. I have endured grievous wounds. What is there to be overly delicate about? My status may have changed, but I remain who I am. Her words garnered admiration from the men. Reflecting on it, the noble lady, despite her heavy injuries, remained poised and composed, showcasing remarkable fortitude. After several days of preparation, the father and son finally set off, equipped with a small tent and provisions. Lu Rue stood outside the tent, supported by the 2 women, bidding farewell to the men, her heart brimming with an anticipation and joy that words could scarcely capture. Please find him swiftly. Tell him I am here. Tell him I miss him dearly. Once the men departed, the small tent felt significantly more desolate. With the elderly woman frail and Lu Rue hindered in movement, all burdens fell upon the woman's shoulders. Feeling guilty, Lu Rue insisted on assisting her in making tofu. The process required only standing, without the need to bend. Yet the mortar containing a large quantity of sheep's milk was as heavy as lead. After just a few strikes, she found her arms too fatigued to continue. The elderly woman, seated on the couch, urged her to stop, remarking on Lu Rue's slender frame, noting her arms were thinner than the pestle, questioning her ability to endure such toil. Lu Rue paused to catch her breath, shaking her head in defiance. I feel restless. If I do not engage in some task, I cannot find peace. I have faced far greater challenges in the past. This truly pales in comparison. The elderly woman, touched by Lu Rue's affectionate address, felt both joy and embarrassment, sitting cross-legged on the couch and letting out a long sigh. I had thought daughters of noble families were coddled. How is it that you? She hesitated, realizing her words may not be well received, and fell silent. Lu Rue turned her head, reflecting quietly for a moment, then chuckled softly, shaking her head as she resumed pounding the sheep's milk. With 3 women now comfortably sharing the couch, Lu Rue finally managed to find some rest. In her dreams, the voice of that general persisted, Yet she no longer felt anxious. She extended her hand to grasp his, her countenance radiating the most beautiful smile. I have returned. Chapter 47. The Western Lands. Yet, dreams are but dreams, and the women's lives continued in their unchanging rhythm. Before long, the first snowfall of winter arrived. The snow was light, melting away within a week, leaving nothing but muddy ground outside. Confined within the tent, Lu Rue could not help but let her mind wander. The elderly woman busied herself with trivial tasks inside the tent, and in their conversations, Lu Rue learned much about the customs of the Central Plains and the life within the Xiongnu tribes. Lu Rue delighted in these exchanges, and as time passed, the three women grew as close as family. We, the chanyu, are indeed fortunate to have a princess like you as our beloved empress. To speak boldly, if I were to have a granddaughter-in-law of your caliber, I would surely find myself laughing joyfully every day, reluctant to depart from this world. As I spent time with Lu Rue, I discerned that she is not one to flaunt her status. The elder woman gradually found the courage to share her innermost thoughts. Lu Rue, having married her former prince at the tender age of 15, later became a widow and engaged in diplomatic marriage. Had little opportunity to serve her mother in her twilight years. The elder woman, being amiable in nature, genuinely regarded her as a mentor. You too, with your cheerful demeanor, are bound to enjoy a long and prosperous life. The life of ordinary herdsmen pales in comparison to the grandeur of the chanyu and empress. In the winter months, the grandeur to the empress is warmed by the burning of aged charcoal, occasionally infused with spices. Here, however, we are limited to burning dung from cattle and sheep, which not only produces a heavy smoke, but also fails to provide adequate warmth. Both women are aware that Lu Rue is enduring hardships, yet they are unable to procure anything better. Lu Rue, however, is indifferent to such trivialities. As she listens to the howling winds outside, her thoughts drift towards the two men who have ventured far. In approximately a month, deep winter will settle in, and they will only have a felt tent to shield them from the elements. Should they fail to hunt, they will face starvation, not to mention the lurking threat of wolves. Once this winter passes, it will mark a full year since her disappearance. Will that yet general cease his search for her? How much must Heroine miss his mother? One day, a woman rushed into the tent in a flurry, clutching her chest as if greatly terrified. Lu Rue, feeling her way to sit beside her, inquired, "What is it? What has happened outside?" "Oh, it is truly horrifying. There are corpses everywhere." The woman gasped, struggling to catch her breath. "I was washing things in the river when suddenly a multitude of bodies floated by. The water has turned foul. It is utterly terrifying." Despite the gruesome scene described, Lu Rue exhibited no fear. Rather, she was filled with excitement as she steadied the woman's shoulders. "What kind of people were they? Were they all men from battle? Did you hear anything?" The woman, finally regaining her composure, recalled, "It didn't seem like it. There were both men and women, but I cannot see clearly. It did not appear to be from a battle." Lu Rue felt a wave of disappointment, accompanied by confusion. If it were not from battle, how could there be so many dead? Could it be a plague? But isn't it too early in the season for such an outbreak? However, she hesitated to pull the shaken woman back to the river for a closer inspection. Instead, she sat upon the couch, contemplating various possibilities. Could it be a massacre? What is this place called? The Western region? The Western slaughter? Is this indeed the Western territory of the Xiongnu? Yet these two women, who have lived their entire lives here, are unaware. We merely wander about, not truly knowing our location, though it likely lies to the west. After all, the Yanzhi mountain you mentioned is foreign to us. A sense of dread enveloped Lu Rue. If it is indeed to the west, then it coincides perfectly with the territory of the rebellious tribes, making it unsurprising that Ye cannot locate her. Moreover, it would not be an easy task for him to come to her aid. Thus, it seems she has become ensnared within enemy lines, and it is fortunate that the rebels remain unaware of her whereabouts. May the Ye General come swiftly to rescue her. As the night deepens, the temperature continues to plunge. The thin bedding and the burning sheep dung provide insufficient warmth against the biting cold, forcing the three of them to huddle together for warmth, listening to the howling wind outside the tent. At dawn, they discovered that the snow had reached knee-deep. Lu Rue assisted in clearing the snow, yet, blinded by the white expanse, she remained oblivious to the fact that her efforts were futile. The aftermath of the heavy snowfall rendered life even more arduous. The river had frozen over, and the sheep in the pen were restless. The woman, seeing Lu Rue's frail form, had initially considered slaughtering a sheep to nourish her. But Lu Rue persuaded her otherwise. Life was already difficult enough without sacrificing their means of sustenance. She had always known that the winters among the Xiongnu were interminably long, yet she had never experienced it so acutely until now. After spending several months here, she learned the true meanings of cold and hunger. Fortunately, with each passing day of winter's chill, spring drew incrementally closer. She gritted her teeth in anticipation, longing for the arrival of that esteemed leader. If he came, she would surely see him. Perhaps, being slightly further south, the snow melted a bit more quickly. Lu Rue rubbed her hands together and stepped out of the tent, sensing a hint of warmth amidst the biting wind. The weather was unusually pleasant, and even the scent of sheep dung seemed to dissipate into the air. It was uncertain whether it was merely too long since she had basked in the sun or the thrill of anticipation that overwhelmed her. But she perceived a faint glow in the darkness before her, filling her heart with joy. Surely, the heavens wished for her to catch a glimpse of that leader at first sight. He would arrive soon. The elderly woman, anxious for her son and grandson, pondered how they fared during this harsh winter. Lu Rue gently patted her hand, assuring her that the eternal sky would watch over them. Suddenly, two shepherd dogs outside the pen began to bark frantically. The woman ventured out, but could discern nothing amiss. Returning to her seat, she began to knead the curds, wondering if the men were finally returning. Yet, it was not the men of the household who returned, but rather a large group of unfamiliar riders. The dogs continued to bark with increasing agitation. After a while, Lu Rue heard the distant sound of hoofs. Suppressing her overwhelming joy, she stepped cautiously out of the tent, straining to listen towards the approaching horses. However, she did not hear the voice of that leader. Lu Rue reassured herself that the noise of the hooves must be drowning out his call, but the woman beside her was filled with unease. Who were these people? Lu Rue shook her head, unable to guarantee that this was indeed the leader's contingent. However, those who found their way here must surely have received news of her from him. Remaining composed, she took a few more steps forward. The shepherd dogs, never having encountered such a spectacle, barked incessantly. The woman managed to calm them somewhat, but remained apprehensive, pulling Lu Rue back slightly. What if they were not who they hoped? What if they were not? If it were not the leader, why would such a large group come? Lu Rue was immensely relieved that her ears still caught a voice filled with deep affection. She would soon hear it clearly. The vastness of the grassland meant that it would not take long for the riders to reach her. Standing still, she played with her hair and collar, listening as the sound of hooves grew nearer, her heartbeat quickening in tandem. Yet, she still did not hear the leader's call, leaving her with a sense of disappointment. The thundering hooves rattled the ground beneath her feet, and suddenly, she felt a rush of anxiety. Was it truly not him? Why had he not called for her? If it were not for the esteemed Yejian, who else could it be? Who would venture into this desolate place? The sound of hooves came to an abrupt halt before her, and Lu Rue's heart raced uncontrollably, not from excitement, but from sheer terror. It truly was not the Yejian. Even without sight, she sensed it was certainly not him. She yearned to flee, but knew escape was futile, so she feigned composure, standing rigidly in place, awaiting the intruder's words. The woman beside her was equally frightened. She had never witnessed such a magnificent steed, and the expression on the face of the noblewoman seemed off, suggesting they were not merely emissaries of the chanyu here to escort her. The horse before her whinnied, and at last the newcomer spoke. "Duamping, is it you?" That single phrase sent Lu Rue's heart plummeting, chills coursing through her as she trembled uncontrollably. The one who addressed her as Duamping could not possibly be a subordinate of the Yejian, and the voice was unfamiliar, laced with a mocking tone. "Who are you?" she stammered, her voice quaking despite her efforts to maintain control. The speaker dismounted, his iron boots clattering as he approached. Lu Rue instinctively stepped back, yet he disowned her apprehension and halted. "Are you blind?" "Ah, ha ha, you become a blind woman?" It was as though he had stumbled upon something amusing. He waved his hand in front of Lu Rui, confirming her blindness. He erupted into raucous laughter, calling to his companions, "Did you see? Dwamping has turned blind. Ha ha ha!" The laughter erupted around her, and the woman, summoning courage from an unknown source, stepped in front of Lu Rui. Trembling violently, she declared, "If you are not the chanyu, do not take her away. The chanyu will come for her." The laughter grew louder, and the leading man silenced them with a wave, shoving the woman aside. "Chanyu? That is I. Soon, I shall be the chanyu of the Xiongnu, and I am here to escort the noble woman. Yes? Ha ha!" Lu Rui attempted to help the woman to her feet, but she could not find her, instead being kicked to the ground by the man, winded and unable to rise. A sense of icy dread enveloped her. These men were from the western tribes, adversaries of the Yejin. Their arrival was undoubtedly to seize her as a hostage. Years ago, when she had accompanied the Yejin to the western tribes, she had revealed herself before their leaders, and she had no idea how they had tracked her to this place. Nevertheless, Lu Rui understood her fate was sealed. She was acutely aware of what would become of the Chanyu's legitimate wife in the hands of the enemy. Yet a flicker of hope remained. Perhaps the Yejin might arrive in time to rescue her before she was taken away. Yet, the Yejin did not hear her silent pleas. Gripped by her hair, she was yanked to her feet, bound tightly, and unceremoniously thrown onto a horse's back. The harsh saddle pressed painfully against her bones, and the binding caused her back scars to flare with agony, more intense than the saddle's discomfort. She could only tilt her neck back to ease the strain on her skin, appearing to the men as if she were reluctant to lower her noble head. She heard the cries of the woman and the panicked sounds of the sheepdog, along with the chaotic bleating of the flock. Before she could utter a word, the horse carrying her had already turned and bolted. In no time, the only sounds that reached her ears were the cheers of the cavalry, drowning out all else. Chapter 48. The Rim and Shadow. Such was the worst-case scenario, filling Lu Rui's heart with despair and unease. What would they do to her? Would that general know her whereabouts? If they used her as leverage against him, what then? Was that general safe now? The saddle beneath her caused her immense pain, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to make a sound. Given the chance, she would rather perish on this road than endanger the general. Yet, half a day had passed, and they showed no signs of releasing her. As night fell, the group decided to halt and set up camp, at which point she was unceremoniously tossed a horse. Their intentions were painfully clear. They would show her no kindness. Lu Rui had already lost hope of even a drop of water, and it dawned on her that she had spent over half a year nursing her wounds in that small tent, cared for by that kind family, only for it to end so abruptly. Their goodwill would surely be wasted. The sound of iron boots approached, and her shoulder was harshly kicked. A man's voice thundered above her, mocking her fall from grace. How ironic that the once noble lady had come to this. What was it like to be blind to her fate? Lu Rui struggled to sit up, panting heavily, yet she refused to look up. "You will not succeed," she declared defiantly. The man seemed to crouch down, slapping her cheek lightly. Lu Rui turned her head away, and he, undeterred, remarked, "You can put on a brave face now, but once we reach the tribe, you'll face what's coming." The last words were spat through clenched teeth, chilling Lu Rui's heart. She realized her suffering was inevitable, and memories flooded back of the general saving her from the wolf pack. "General, please come quickly." The men appeared in no hurry to assert dominance over her. They untied her, tossing her a bag of water and a piece of meat. Lu Rui, undeterred by the possibility of poison, drank greedily. "Go on, eat up. Otherwise, you won't have the strength for food once we reach the tribe." Ignoring their taunts and ambiguous laughter, Lu Rui gathered that as long as they had not yet arrived at the tribe, her life was not in immediate danger. She could still wait for the general's arrival. She longed to hear his voice again. Winter had come, and being left out in the wild to freeze overnight would likely mean death. Thus, Lu Rui was fortunate to be tossed into a foul-smelling tent. The thin fabric left her shivering throughout the night, and by dawn, she found herself tied once more to the horse, resuming the journey back to the tribe. Just as she had begun to see a glimmer of light, Lu Rui found herself plunged back into darkness, which no longer mattered to her. After all, Who could say when her life would end? What difference did it make whether she could see or not? She attempted to struggle, but to no avail, silently repeating the general's name in her heart. Please come. I long to hear you call me lady once more. For several days, Lu Rue endured the relentless torment of rough ropes that chafed her skin, her hair disheveled and her appearance in disarray. Yet, her captor had not made an appearance, deepening her sense of cold despair. In such moments of hopelessness, one often finds an unusual clarity. One night, while feigning sleep in the tent, the distant cries of small beasts interrupted her thoughts. She pondered the fate of the family that once sought to shelter her, the outcome of the battles involving the general, and contemplated her own escape from this grim reality, when suddenly, the sound of the beasts jolted her awake. The noise was familiar. It was the cry of a sand fox. She recalled the little sand fox she had found by Subud Lake. Was it possible that this place was near the lake? Bound and guarded by soldiers outside the tent, she was also blind, rendering any escape futile, especially in the vast desert where finding her way was impossible. Yet, thoughts of the lakeside persisted. Years ago, she had run joyfully alongside the general by the lake, seeking solace in each other's warmth beneath the starlit sky, believing in a future of everlasting happiness. Now, she found herself a captive, while he remained unaware of her plight. The distant cries of the sand fox haunted her, and she bit her lip to suppress her tears, gripped by fear. Fear of impending lashes, the shame of captivity, the threat of death, and most of all, the dread of never seeing the general again. Every night, she dreamt of the journey to Yanzhi Mountain, fraught with the chaos of arrows from pursuing foes, shattered carts, frenzied horses, and the terrified cries of her companions. Why had fate dealt her such a cruel hand? What sins had she committed to deserve this torment? All she wished for was a peaceful existence, yet that seemed beyond her reach. The so-called chosen one of the heavens showed her no compassion. She recalled that the journey from Subud Lake to the western tribe took 4 or 5 days on foot, surely on a swift horse. She could reach it in 2 or 3 days, but she would not wait for the general to arrive or to hear his voice again. Tomorrow, she resolved to seek an opportunity. Fortunately, she had refrained from attempts to escape or from staging a hunger strike, which had led the soldiers to lower their guard. Now, in the dead of night, they had even begun to snore. She had no intention of fleeing. Escape was impossible. Yet, she could not fall into the hands of those brigands. If only she had a clay bowl, she could seize her chance for release. The only time they would loosen her bonds was during mealtime, but there was always someone watching. Shattering a bowl to obtain a large enough shard to cut her throat was no simple task. Perhaps she could frighten the horse carrying her, causing it to throw her and trample her. Alternatively, she might provoke them into beating her to death. Lu Rue bit her tongue until it bled, the metallic taste flooding her senses as she lay motionless, wide awake, waiting for the dawn when she might find her opportunity to escape. These men were in a hurry, setting out early each day. For the past few days, she had behaved herself, and only 2 soldiers had come to bind her. With her head bowed, she allowed them to drag her outside the tent, listening intently for the sound of blades at their waists. If one could grasp their weapons, it would undoubtedly be ideal. If not, inciting their wrath and then confronting the blade oneself would suffice. However, Lu Rue, who had been dragged outside, fortuitously felt a tuft of horsetail brush against her cheek. In that instant, a cunning plan sparked within her mind. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged at the 2 unsuspecting men, seized the horse's tail, and pulled with all her might. Startled and pained, the horse let out a shriek and bolted, dragging Lu Rue along as she clung to its tail. Behind her, the men, now alert, mounted their horses and pursued her. Bound and unable to ride, she knew that they were not far from Sub Lake, and there was a possibility of steering a frightened horse into its depths. Sub Lake was deep, and, as he had informed her, it possessed a peculiar magic, never freezing even in winter. For the dryland Xiongnu, swimming was not their forte. If she could reach the lake, she could drown herself. Her legs dragged through the thick snow, numbing her with cold, yet she could sense her proximity to the sand dunes. She recalled that Sub Lake was surrounded by them. If she could just climb over, she would be near the water. An arrow struck her calf, and pain shot through her, nearly causing her to release her grip. But if she let go, escape would be impossible. She bore the excruciating agony, seemingly catching a whiff of water. Since losing her sight, her ears and nose had become extraordinarily sensitive, and she could now hear the rustling of leaves. Yes, this was Sub-Lake. If she could just plunge into its waters. In the darkness that had enveloped her for so long, a figure suddenly illuminated her vision. Astonished, Lu Rue discerned a silhouette, yet beyond that, all was still engulfed in darkness. As she focused on the figure, her heart jolted. It was Yanzhi. She appeared just as she had years ago, adorned in a flowing gown, her hair elegantly styled, urgently beckoning her. Although Lu Rue could not hear Yanzhi's voice, she felt an irresistible compulsion to draw near. How long had it been since she had last seen her? To behold her once more in this lifetime was nothing short of miraculous. Yet in that fleeting moment of hesitation, an arrow struck her thigh, and Lu Rue inadvertently loosened her grip. The figure of Yanzhi remained vividly clear before her. The sudden chill sent a shiver down her spine, and she realized with profound joy that this was the water. She fought desperately to move deeper, but then a powerful force suddenly shoved her down into the water, and she choked on the murky lake, unable to rise before being forcefully thrust back down. She distinctly heard the sound of bones cracking in her back, and the muffled rush of water filled her ears. She had indeed been caught. The soft silt at the bottom of the lake prevented her from being crushed by the hooves, yet Lu Rue would rather succumb to death than endure this. Gathering her strength, she flipped over to lie on her back, anticipating the descent of the hooves, yet they never came. Her arm was mercilessly trampled, a chunk of flesh torn away, and as she cried out in agony, water surged into her mouth and nose, drowning her in blood and suffocation. Instinctively, she yearned for survival. Her hair was yanked, pulling her head above the surface, but before she could inhale, she was once again thrust back into the silt. Then came the enraged roar of a man. "Run, run. Let me see if I won't end your life." "Ah, come on," she almost welcomed death. When she was yanked from the water, a laugh escaped her lips, tinged with a hint of madness. The forceful blows landed upon her body. Yet Lu Rue felt that these injuries paled in comparison to the ache in her heart. She could not escape, nor could she find closure. She could only await her fate in the clutches of the Western tribe, where she would endure unimaginable torment. A laugh escaped Lu Rue's lips amidst her beating, sending ripples across the shallow lake, startling the men around her, who mistook her laughter for madness. They hesitated, dragging her to the shore, where they bound her tightly once more, deliberately tightening the ropes around the wound left by a horse's hoof that had torn away a piece of flesh. Soaked to the skin, her body quickly froze in the biting wind, the blood on her arms congealing in the chill. Before her, the figure of Xiongnu appeared, her face serene and smiling, as though offering her congratulations. "Xiongnu, why do you appear at this moment? And why this expression? I have not succumbed to death. Yet, you shall be subjected to their humiliation and threats. He is the chieftain of the Huns. He cannot have a weakness. But why do you seek to prevent my demise? Why not let me perish?" Chapter 49. The gateway to hell after a day in the cold. Lu Rue's consciousness began to blur, her body rendered immobile by the ice. They tossed her near the fire, and once the ice melted and her clothes were partially dry, they picked up a red-hot stick to scorch her. However, the anticipated screams and struggles did not emerge. They believed Lu Rue to be lifeless. Pulling her hair to confirm her vitality, they persisted in their torment, pressing the heated wood against her back. The scars, hard-earned, crinkled under the searing heat, eliciting a startled gasp from Lu Rue, who then clenched her teeth, refusing to cry out again. "This woman has a strong spirit. Let us see if I can break you." One taunted, "Enough. If she dies before reaching the chieftain, you will be the next to perish." A younger voice in the crowd halted the impending cruelty, temporarily sparing Lu Rue from further agony. Yet, she felt no gratitude. Why not finish her off? That would be a merciful end. This fleeting kindness was, in fact, the most torturous treatment. The young man called out to her twice, receiving no response, yet he bore no anger. He approached and squatted before her, prying her mouth open and forcing a piece of vegetable pancake inside. The action was crude, causing Lu Rue to gag, and he followed with a splash of water, most of which spilled out. It's not so easy to die, so be compliant. Why suffer when you can find some comfort? He continued, pulling her collar closer to whisper, after all, you are a princess of the Han. If you must die, let it be in a more aesthetically pleasing manner, perhaps by public flogging. Lu Rue attempted to spit out the pancake, but was held by the chin, compelled to chew. She bit her tongue several times, the mingling of blood and food swallowed with reluctance, until the man finally released her. As night fell, they needed to set up a tent, but were reluctant to leave Lu Rue alone inside. Therefore, they bound her to the frame supporting the tent, indifferent to the fact that her arms and legs had been choked for an entire day, possibly leading to decay. Lu Rue spent the entire night with her eyes wide open, for before her lay nothing but sorrow and despair. The figure she cherished most was that of Xiongnu. It had been nearly 8 years, and she had never forgotten her. On every anniversary, she would visit her grave, pondering whether there remained any unfulfilled wishes. Xiongnu, why did you have to appear before me at that moment? As dawn broke, she overheard the men speaking. They would reach the tribe by day's end. Their leader awaited her, and with her, as his captive, they could accomplish much. What of the general? How would he react upon learning of her capture? After enduring relentless jolting for several hours, Lu Rue was eventually brought before the chief of the Western tribe. The tent was enveloped in silence, no one daring to speak. Yet the sound of heavy breathing, at least 20 men, filled the air. She resisted kneeling, held down by 2 burly men, yet her head remained unbowed, provoking a few derisive chuckles. The sound of metal clashing grew closer until it halted before her. Her chin was roughly lifted, but her eyes remained unfocused. The leader, observing her blindness, seemed puzzled. The man who had burned her with a stick the previous night spoke up. The chief turned his gaze, scrutinizing the impassive Lu Rue, lifting her chin and shaking it with curious interest. Blind? As long as she wasn't foolish, it mattered little. After all, the esteemed Enping, as a captive, would inevitably succumb to madness. His words incited uproarious laughter. Yet Lu Rue was aware they would not treat her kindly, and surprisingly, she felt no fear. At that moment, her thoughts wandered to whether Chanyu would dream of Xiongnu and why Xiongnu had yet to reincarnate. The men who had captured her reported to the chief, detailing her attempted suicide by drowning. The chief scoffed, circling her with a mocking gait. Quite impressive, he mused. After all these years following the general, even blind, she had managed to escape. He then kicked her, and with her body battered and bound for a day and night without respite, she collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The pain from an arrow wound in her calf was exacerbated as he trampled it, causing her to tremble with agony. Enping, do you know what your chieftain is doing now? Lu Rue turned her head, her pallid complexion evidently pleasing the chief. He continued to stomp on her calf, exhilarated as he proclaimed, your chieftain is on the brink of death. His wealth, his tribe, his army, all will be seized by us. She could not trust his words. The general was not so weak, Lu Rue reminded herself, determined not to be swayed by the words of others. Do you know why we captured you? He inquired. His question, unwelcome, revealed their uncertainty. With a cold smirk, she retorted, you cannot defeat the general. Your fear of losing and dying is why you captured me, believing I am his Achilles' heel to leverage against him. Wrong. The chief pressed down harder, blood oozing from her wounds as he spoke with increasing arrogance. I intend to use you to humiliate him. The hard-soled boots finally moved away, and Lu Rue curled up, pressing her wounded arm against the ground. The pain akin to salt being poured into an open wound. Yet, she wished for nothing more than to die from the agony. She recalled a few years back when she had accompanied her husband, the chieftain, to this place. It was during her first year of marriage when he had deliberately shown disdain to several leaders here, flaunting the severed heads of the Xiongnu and ruthlessly extorting a considerable amount of weapons and wealth before departing with satisfaction. In the subsequent years, the Western tribes had surrendered their resources, offering weapons and food to the chieftain, hoping to lower his guard against them. But why would your man not relent? We have given him so much, yet he continues to fixate on us. That is because you harbor thieving intentions. Despite being trampled underfoot and nearly devoid of strength to lift her head, Lu Rue still possessed the courage to confront him, retorting without reservation. As expected, she received a heavy kick in response, yet her words rang true, and even the chieftain could not deny them. Thus, the law of the jungle prevails. I too shall make the chieftain experience the humiliation and oppression, including the agony of witnessing his beloved wife being humiliated and slaughtered. Laughter echoed throughout the tent. Lu Rue claimed she was unafraid, but that was a blatant falsehood. She knew this day would come, yet the reality of such degradation filled her heart with seething rage. She lifted her chin defiantly, declaring, "I am the princess of the Han. How dare you treat me this way? The Han will not spare you." However, her words were met with derisive laughter from the man in the tent, the chieftain dismissively scoffing. "The Han? Do you truly believe they care about your well-being? The chieftain treasures you as a rarity, but in my eyes, you are no more valuable than a sheep." A cup of wine was thrown at Lu Rue, the sharp scent stinging her nostrils, provoking a fit of coughing. The abrasions on her face throbbed painfully. The chieftain, reveling in her distress, ordered her to be dragged out and displayed for all to see, to be left hanging in the tribe until she neared death before being released. "I cannot let you perish so easily. I want you to relish every moment of your suffering." With gritted teeth, she was pulled from the grand tent, her leg wounds caked with mud and likely festering, yet she felt little. Whether tied up or hanging, Lu Rue did not struggle much. Before being hoisted up, she spat a mouthful of blood onto the chieftain's face. "If I do not die, I will ensure you pay 1,000-fold. If I perish, I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit." The chieftain wiped the blood from his face, slapping her hard, rendering one side of her face numb while a ringing filled her ears. Turning her head, she spat blood from her gums onto his face. Perhaps he did not expect the formidable Han princess to resort to such base actions, for the chieftain laughed in disbelief, gripping her decayed arm, seething. "You dare to defy me? Now that you are in my grasp, let us see how long your spirit can endure." Her shoulder throbbed with pain as Lu Rue hung suspended from a lofty wooden frame. The biting northern wind of winter cut against her skin like a knife, yet it alleviated the bleeding and anguish of her wounds. Strung up in the air brought an unexpected tranquility. The tribesmen had gathered to gawk at her. But Lu Rue remained indifferent, for she could not see them, and chose to ignore the insults hurled from below. The night was bitterly cold, and if she were to be left dangling until dawn, she would surely succumb to frostbite. With her eyes closed, she drifted into a deep slumber, marveling at her own capacity for rest amidst such dire circumstances. In her dreams, there were visions of Yejian, of Xiongnu, of autumn moons, and of magnolias. Her family gathered in a warm tent, sharing laughter and stories, oblivious to the frigid winds outside. Alas, it was the pain that roused her from her dreams, and she soon realized she had been lowered to the ground, now lying in a tent where a coal fire burned and someone was tending to her wounds. Who was it? How could one still smile in such dire straits? Dreaming of your man, were you? The voice belonged to the young man from earlier, who had intervened to prevent others from scorching her with the coals the night before. He seemed to expect her to respond, waiting in vain for her to continue the conversation, only to be met with disappointment as he tossed the cloth into a basin of water, splashing her face with warm water that carried a pungent metallic scent of blood. "I see you're on the verge of death. I brought you down to tend to your wounds, and you don't even thank me? You should have let me die up there." Her voice was hoarse, yet her tone was unyielding. The man remained unfazed, continuing to clean her calves. "I am Xiongnu." "Xiongnu? Are you Xiongnu? Do you expect me to be Han when you ask that question among the Xiongnu?" Lu Rue offered no reply. After he finished cleaning her calves, he tugged at the ties of her upper robe, stripping her of her tattered garments inside and out. Lu Rue resisted, but Xiongnu forcefully held her down, disregarding her objections as he tore away the filthy rags. "How can I treat your wounds if I don't remove this tattered cloth?" With a rough shove, he cleared away the soiled fabric, and although she could not see the frown that creased his brow, she sensed he was applying himself with vigor. Chapter 50. Xiongnu was no libertine. He placed a piece of burlap over her and meticulously cleaned the mutilated flesh on her arm. only to look up and realize that Lu Rue was on the brink of losing consciousness. After tending to her burns and abrasions from being dragged, it was already dawn by the time she was settled. Lu Rue, half awake and dazed, lacked the strength to speak as Xiongnu rose to leave, seemingly casting a glance back at her without uttering a word. Princess. In her dreams, Lu Rue thought she heard a gentle call, Cinny's voice, as tender as it had been in years past. Princess. Listening to Cinny's calls, she yearned to respond, yet no words would escape her lips. Princess. Cinny continued to call her, unhurriedly, and Lu Rue felt a pang of urgency, but she could not produce a sound. By the time she managed to move her fingers, the dream shattered and Cinny vanished. With her eyes wide open, she gazed into the endless darkness, unaware of the hour and unable to hear any sounds. The pain coursing through her body brought a semblance of clarity. It seemed Xiongnu was no longer present. Straining to turn her head, she noticed a water skin nearby. Ah, are you afraid she might slice her throat with a pottery bowl? Although parched, she refrained from drinking water, as the pain was so intense that she lacked the strength to lift the water skin. After a considerable time, the tent flaps were drawn back, and the newcomer, silent, placed a plate of food beside her head, then shook the water pouch, asking, "Haven't you drunk?" It was Xingnu's voice. Lu Rue, initially reluctant to respond, relented slightly, recalling her efforts to tend to her wounds, and replied, "I can't lift it." Xingnu paused for a moment, then opened his mouth. Lu Rue parted her lips, and a stream of crisp water flowed into her mouth. Xingnu poured carefully, ensuring she did not choke, and gradually, she felt satiated. Lu Rue expressed her gratitude, asking, "Why are you helping me?" Xingnu began to eat as well, mumbling indistinctly, "It's not that I'm helping you. It's my duty to ensure you regain your health, after which I shall come to trouble you again." Lu Rue's complexion paled for a moment. His words bore a truth that could not be dismissed, for otherwise, he had no reason to concern himself with her fate. "If I were to die, would you stop me?" Her words elicited a chuckle from Xiongnu, his laughter tinged with complex emotions. "As I said, it is my duty to care for you. If you die, how would I explain myself?" This response was anticipated, and Lu Rue fell silent. Xiongnu did not leave. Instead, he kindled a charcoal fire and lay down. "Is this your tent? What else would it be?" In the past, she might have been pretentious regarding the distinctions of gender and status, but once she healed, she would become the scorned refuse of society. Now, what right did she have to be selective? Xingnu's soft snoring made Lu Rue yearn for her husband. That insufferable man, fierce and domineering, with a voice that could drown out the world. Even his snores were thunderous. Yet, he was her husband, her home, her universe. She would willingly endure a lifetime of sleepless nights disturbed by his snoring, held tightly in his embrace, struggling to breathe. Thinking of her husband naturally led her to ponder her son. Would Xiongnu still cry for her? Would he yearn for her, demanding his mother? Perhaps it would be better to forget. Forgetting would mean not thinking of him. Xiongnu was like that, and perhaps it would be best for that insufferable man as well. She was no longer worthy of his affection, though she still longed to see him again. "Hey, wake up!" Lu Rue was jolted awake, momentarily disoriented about her surroundings. Xiongnu, impatient, was shaking her. "You're noisy, crying in your sleep while trying to rest." Did she cry? Was it in her dreams? Her eyes felt damp, and she realized she had indeed wept. Xiongnu roughly found a cloth and wiped away her tears, turning silently to continue sleeping. Lu Rue tilted her head in his direction, only exhaling in relief when his breathing deepened once more, her cheek still stinging from his rough touch. The next morning, when Xiongnu rose, he noticed Lu Rue's complexion was far from healthy. In this not-so-warm place, her forehead was slick with sweat. He touched her forehead, confirming her fever, and clicked his tongue in annoyance, fetching a basin of cool water. The cold water exacerbated her headache, and Lu Rue sought to escape the discomfort, but Xiongnu was not in a forgiving mood. He turned her head and placed the cool cloth on her forehead, warning, "If you move, I'll knock you out." Once she acclimatized to the chill, she realized her fever was serious. Her throat throbbed painfully, and each cough felt like a tearing sensation. After a little over half an hour, Xiongnu brought a bowl of foul-tasting medicinal soup. Lu Rue initially refused to drink it, but after being struck harshly twice, she had her mouth pried open and was forced to swallow. I would do anything to ensure you survive until that Yi Jiang arrives, so do not provoke me. Choked by the bitter concoction, Lu Rui suddenly awakened upon hearing the name of that Yi Jiang and stifled the churn of her stomach. You say that Yi Jiang will come? Xiongnu ignored her, drinking goat's milk while changing her cloth. However, Lu Rui clung to the thought of salvation. If that Yi Jiang were to come here, she would be rescued. You think too highly of yourself. Recognizing her hopes, Xiongnu snorted coldly, unsheathing his curved knife. Do you believe we captured you merely to deliver you to that Yi Jiang? No, our intention is for you to die before his eyes, to witness your torment and demise. That would truly be satisfying and would shatter his already fragile morale. Lu Rui was not afraid of him marring her face. Though she genuinely feared the torture, merely hearing that Yi Jiang's voice was worth her joy. Having satisfied his hunger, Xiongnu tore off a piece of hard bread and offered it to her. Do you still wish to die? The coarse bread was difficult to chew, and Lu Rui could not respond. Xiongnu did not wait for her reply, rising to leave the tent. Outside, he greeted someone, and soon a soft patter of delicate footsteps entered the tent. Are you all right? The voice belonged to a young girl, presumably sent by Xiongnu to attend to her. Lu Rui hesitated for a moment, turning her head with difficulty to speak. Could you do me a favor? Perhaps Xiongnu had considered her difficulties in summoning a girl for assistance. Lu Rui struggled to crouch with the support of a stranger, feeling embarrassed. The young girl helped her back down and covered her with a thin blanket. I am right here. Just tell me what you need. The girl's voice was sweet, and Lu Rui's heart softened as she attempted to reach out to touch her. What is your name? I'm called Dada. What a lovely name. Lu Rui's spirits lifted considerably as she exchanged a few words with her. Dada was somewhat stuttered and thus spoke little, feeding her with water and bread, occasionally tucking her blanket with great care, making Lu Rui feel even more distressed. You need not take such care of me. Once I heal, I shall only sustain even graver wounds. This was the truth. The people of this tribe would keep her alive until that Yi Jiang appeared, and then, before his very eyes, they would humiliate and kill her. Perhaps the news of her tragic demise would even reach the Han court, causing her mother great sorrow. Ada remained silent, unsure of how to respond until a commotion erupted outside the tent and the fabric was flung open, revealing a loud and imposing figure. Is this the infamous Duan Ping Yanzhi? The newcomer's tone was menacing, causing Lu Rui to shift in fear. Ada stepped protectively in front of her, weakly uttering, "Stay back." A resounding slap echoed, followed swiftly by the stifled sobs of Adada. Lu Rui was seized by her hair and dragged unceremoniously out of the tent. Her wounds, still unhealed, burst open anew, bleeding profusely as Adada clutched her ankle in a futile attempt to halt the man's advance, only to be kicked away. Her strength sapped. "Beasts, you may strike me, but how dare you lay hands on a young girl?" Though devoid of the power to retaliate, Lu Rui mustered her defiance. Hurling curses at him, the man, utterly indifferent, dragged her for 2 more paces. Once again suspended, Lu Rui pressed her lips together, enduring the vile invectives hurled at her from below. Though she had been burning with fever, the cold wind now enveloped her, strangely refreshing. Yet the stones and filth hurled at her were vicious, deliberately targeting her bleeding wounds. Their intent was clear, to leave her in a state of half-life, tormenting her by day and allowing her to tend to her injuries by night, knowing that her beloved Yejian would soon arrive. The thought of seeing his cherished consort reduced to such a state brought them a twisted sense of pleasure. Do you think tossing her into a pack of dogs would be amusing? Such a horrifying suggestion ignited fear within Lu Rui. Did they truly wish for the savage beasts to tear her apart? These people were utterly deranged, enduring the fate of your Yejian. You may not yet be aware, but your esteemed leader once threw his own brother's head into a pack of dogs, leaving it to be shredded to pieces. The sound of those bones cracking still resonates in our memories. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui felt a chill envelop her. Though the severed head had not belonged to Xiongnu, the imagery was haunting. Once merely a lifeless head, now they threatened to cast her alive into the dog pack. The laughter of the men below echoed cruelly as they tugged at the rope suspending her, seemingly intending to lower her. Lu Rui was horrified. Who gave you the right to act so recklessly? A fierce shout interrupted their laughter. It was the voice of Xiongnu. Recognizing his tone, Lu Rui understood he had not anticipated her being dragged out, and now he was clashing with the men, seemingly ready to engage in a physical confrontation. Eventually, the tribe's leader was summoned and commanded that Lu Rui be released, tearing away the burlap binding her arms. Reprimanding the men for their presumptuous actions, the men erupted in laughter, while Lu Rui, filled with shame and fury, felt an urge to end her own life. As the knots binding her hands were undone, Xiongnu hoisted her back up. Adada, upon seeing their return, intended to assist Lu Rui, but was brusquely pushed aside by Xiongnu. "You worthless fool! Stay here and tend to her wounds," he ordered before turning to leave. Lu Rui could even hear his curses outside the tent, and for the first time, she felt grateful for his intervention. Chapter 5. The daughter of Yejian. After such an ordeal, Lu Rui felt drained, collapsing on her bed as she struggled to catch her breath. Adada called out to her, her voice trembling with pain and anguish, undoubtedly having suffered greatly from the earlier kick. Adada, Lu Rui managed to utter, her own words barely audible to her ears. "Ah, I am here. You're in pain too, aren't you? Use some of the medicine meant for me, but do not shield me next time, lest you injure yourself unnecessarily." Lu Rui was aware that she was a good girl, and despite her current predicament, she was still willing to protect herself. "As long as I don't die, it won't matter much," she thought. "You are still young and can't withstand blows." Ada seemed to be crying, and after a while, she trembled as she replied, "I'm not afraid. I want to protect you. I'm not afraid of being beaten." With a deep sigh, Lu Rui was at a loss for how to express her gratitude for this tender sentiment. What a foolish child. Blood trickled down Lu Rui's arm as Ada helped to remove the burlap, clean the wounds, and apply ointment. The coarse, irritating salve smeared on her injuries caused excruciating pain, prompting her to furrow her brow and squeeze out tears, barely able to hold herself up. Ada's actions were not particularly skillful, and by the time she finished, Lu Rui had lost the strength to speak. Xiongnu returned late, tossing a piece of meat and 2 water pouches before departing, instructing Ada to stay and keep an eye on Lu Rui, threatening her with dire consequences should anything happen to Lu Rui. Perhaps the medicine began to take effect, for Lu Rui's fever subsided during the night, and seeing her breathing gradually steady, Ada dared to rest. According to the chief's intentions, Lu Rui should not face any further harm until she regained her strength. Yet she remained uneasy, spending the entire night lost in anxious thoughts. Xiongnu no longer stayed in the tent, merely visiting twice daily to drop off food before leaving. Lu Rui was well cared for by Ada, and after 7 or 8 days, the wounds on her body had begun to scab over. Healing meant that the torment would soon follow, and Lu Rui's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as she pondered how she might return to that commander. Ada, being just a young girl, lacked the capability to assist. Xiongnu was unaware of the intricacies of her situation and was unlikely to be swayed. The prospect of escape seemed dim, leaving her with no choice but to endure less suffering. She did not wish to perish. Perhaps the thought of Xing Yi lingered in her mind to dissuade her. Only by surviving could she hope to see that commander again, to reunite with Huinxia. Even in disgrace, even facing death, she could not allow herself to die within enemy lines. Not without hearing that commander call her Yanzhi once more. She would not close her eyes in death without that. Just as she resolved to endure, the trials began anew. Once Lu Rui regained the strength to move, Xiongnu mockingly insulted her, deriding her eagerness to be debased. "As time drags on, you'll crave men? Rest assured, there are plenty of men here for your enjoyment." Ada, a mere child, stood nearby, and Lu Rui was appalled at his brazen words, cursing him as a beast, only to receive a slap across the face in return. After Xiongnu left, Ada rushed over to blow gently on Lu Rui's swollen cheek, only to find herself grasped by the wrist as Lu Rui wept. Her entire body trembled, a mix of rage and fear coursing through her. Ada remained silent, gently patting her back to soothe her, but she too began to cry in secret. That night, Lu Rui was forcibly dragged out of the tent by Xiongnu, while Ada desperately tried to prevent him from taking her away, only to be knocked to the ground. "You'll serve us, you worthless wretch, just like your father." Ada did not dare pursue them. Lu Rui was brought into the chief's grand tent, surrounded by many people with a roaring fire. Yet her world remained shrouded in darkness and cold. The cacophony of footsteps drew ever closer, leaving Lu Rui with no refuge. The men sought to humiliate her deliberately, occasionally jostling her arm or tugging at her hair. Before long, even her belt was loosened, and she clutched it tightly, her shoulders rising in a desperate semblance of defiance. The leader laughed brazenly, his mirth blending with the clamor, rendering her disoriented. Xing's presence was either absent or silent, which spared Lu Rui some of her humiliation. After that night, Xing dragged her back, mending her broken fingers and handing a box of ointment to Ada. As he departed, he scoffed, indicating this was merely the beginning. If the chief were to see you now, would he not find you repugnant? The raucous laughter faded into the distance as Lu Rui lay expressionless, while Ada, holding the ointment, sat by the bed. Mistaking Lu Rui's stillness for death, she fumbled, causing the lid of the ointment to tremble. Lu Rui was grievously injured. Not only had she broken several fingers, but the scab she had painstakingly formed had burst and festered. Ada was at a loss for how to assist her when Lu Rui's sudden laughter startled her. Despite enduring such humiliation and torment, Lu Rui was indeed laughing, her bloodied lips curving into a wide grin. Ada feared she had lost her sanity and hesitated to draw near. Yet Lu Rui soon lacked the strength to maintain her laughter, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, mingling with the bruised wounds. "I am still alive," she murmured in Han, speaking primarily to herself. Yet Ada echoed her words, "You are still alive. Let me apply the ointment for you." Lu Rui, taken aback, turned her swollen eyes toward Ada. "You speak Han?" Ada hesitated, inching closer, her fingers applying a bit of ointment to the corner of Lu Rui's eye. I was once the daughter of the chief of the Yanzhi tribe." Her voice was barely audible, but Lu Rui grasped the mention of the Yanzhi chief. "What is your relation to him?" "I was once his daughter," Ada replied. Lu Rui was momentarily stunned. Indeed, several years ago, before she conceived Han Xie, the Yanzhi chief had distributed all his concubines and children. Such was the cycle of cause and effect that brought her under the care of his daughter. Adada, come closer. Adada poset administrations. Leaning in so Lu Rui could touch her face gently. I have seen you before. You likely do not remember me. After my mother was given to my current father, she followed him here. So, it was the tribesmen who rebelled. What is the name of your current father? I dare not say. He would strike me. Fear permeated Ada's voice, revealing the torment she had endured under her stepfather's rule. Lu Rui sighed deeply. This is the consequence of the Yanzhi chief's actions. Though Ada bore no animosity towards anyone, she continued to hold Lu Rui in high regard. "I saw you when you were newly married, standing on the altar in beautiful garments. You were truly stunning." Lu Rui offered a bitter smile. At that time, she may have been beautiful, adorned with a noble status, lavish dowry, 2 loyal maidservants, and the Yanzhi chief's affection. Once there was beauty in her past, but now it is overshadowed by despair. What remains for her, save for the remnants of her life and the faint hope of what is to come? The wounds on her body could be treated, yet Ada was hesitant, afraid to apply too much pressure even while cleaning them. Lu Rui, in excruciating pain, curled into a ball, taking a long time before she could finally request the cloth from her. She had thought, during the rough treatment by Nay, that she had endured all the sufferings this world could offer. Who could have anticipated that she would find herself in such a moment, where even the thought of ending her life could not erase the humiliation she had suffered? When Xiongnu returned, Lu Rui had just finished applying her medicine. Observing her pallid complexion, he let out a sudden laugh, yet his brow furrowed deeply. They were discussing how to introduce new tricks in the coming days. Were they looking forward to it? Lu Rui remained silent, and Ada timidly shrank back, afraid to speak. Xiongnu glanced at the half-empty medicine box, tossed aside 2 pieces of meat and some water, and turned to leave. "Xiongnu, He paused momentarily, his face flushing with embarrassment as he instructed Ada to leave first. However, Ada, fearing his unpredictable behavior, hesitated only to be unceremoniously thrown out by him. "Do not return, or I shall end you." Xiongnu barked menacingly at Ada outside the tent, then swiftly approached Lu Rue after shedding his outer robe. With a grip around her throat, the suffocating pain compelled Lu Rue to struggle. But even the slightest movement sent sharp agony through her wounds, leaving her at his mercy. The words she had just spoken were in Han language, yet Xiongnu responded without hesitation, revealing his own heritage as a Han. "You dare test me?" "Just a confirmation," she managed to say through her constricted throat, speaking with great difficulty. Though he did not kill her, he made her unbearably uncomfortable. "How did you know?" "Guesswork." "Since when?" Lu Rue hesitated, her face reddening and breath becoming labored. Xiongnu, filled with frustration, finally released his grip, allowing her a moment to breathe. "Among those who captured me, you were always the farthest away, and you shielded me from 2 instances of physical torment. You weren't present last night, were you?" Xiongnu chuckled at her words, brushing his hand across her sunken cheek. "How astute of you. Even now, you're concerned about others." Yet he could not deny the truth of his heritage as a Han. "But do not be too presumptuous. My reluctance to harm you stems not from your princess status, but rather from your filth." Lu Rue's face paled momentarily before she forced a bitter smile. "What is there to fear now that I am in this state?" Xiongnu snorted, disregarding her bruises as he grasped her gaunt chin. "What lies ahead is what you should fear. Since you are already a dying person, I shall not hesitate to reveal this. I am of the 9th Prince." Chapter 52. Xiongnu. 9th Prince? My 9th brother, Lu Yu? Lu Rue's mouth hung open, unsure of how to react. The presence of a prince from the Han court among the rebellious tribes of the Xiongnu signified profound implications. Yet she was indeed, as Xiongnu had said, no longer capable of self-preservation, let alone managing the affairs of others. Thus, you yearn to live to witness the movements of that general, or rather, to hear the sounds he makes. Yet, do keep your mouth tightly shut. In this tribe, no words of yours can sway me, but I detest when others voice what I do not wish to hear. Princess, please act wisely." Casting aside her tumultuous thoughts, Lu Rue, feeling a surge of joy, donned her outer robe and stepped out of the tent. It was then that Adada hurried in, anxiously checking for any further injuries. Having revealed his identity, Xiongnu continued his daily visits, uttering not a single word, merely leaving food behind before departing. Each time he left, Adada would breathe a sigh of relief, while Lu Rue found each of his footsteps deafening like thunder. Although she held a high position as the Xiongnu's queen, the shame of her current humiliation rendered her unwilling to face the world. Nevertheless, she was an outsider. Aside from this tribe, her disgrace had not been witnessed by others. However, if Xiongnu were indeed a man of the 9th Prince, her tribulations would inevitably reach her younger brother's ears, and worse still, her parents would learn of them. How would they perceive her? How would they feel about their daughter, bringing them shame? To what extent would her reputation tarnish in the Han court? She could no longer bear to confront Xiongnu, fearing that every gesture and expression might bring her mother humiliation. Yet he gently assured her that he would remain silent. For the esteemed princess of the Han had perished amidst last year's turmoil. Knowing of her demise was preferable to being aware of her current plight. Lu Rue expressed her gratitude, only to be met with a few sarcastic remarks from Xiongnu. "Live on as a wretched being. No one in this world will ever regard you as a princess again." Though it was a sorrowful matter, Lu Rue felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her heart, alleviating her previous anguish. Being a wretched soul had its merits. Yet she did not wish for that general to believe her dead. Adada stayed by her side throughout the day. Though her words were few, they brought comfort to Lu Rue. As Lu Rue's wounds gradually healed, a sense of unease crept in. Each time the tent flaps were lifted, Adada would position herself protectively in front of Lu Rue, fearing that it might be someone come to seize her. Observing Adada's demeanor, Xiongnu found it amusing. "Aside from earning yourself a beating, do you think you can stop anyone? Your father is now an enemy of this tribe. Cease your futile attempts." The term father referred to that general. Adada fell silent, yet she continued to shield Lu Rue from view. Lu Rui turned her head, allowing a few tears to fall. She was the architect of this child's suffering at the hands of her stepfather, yet Adada selflessly protected her. What virtue did Lu Rui possess to deserve such loyalty from Adada? After Xingyu's departure, Lu Rui called out to Adada and Han, knowing she had something to say that should remain unheard by outsiders. Adada approached quietly. "I'm here." Lu Rui whispered a few words into her ear, causing Adada to sit up straight in fright. Although Lu Rui could not see her expression, she sensed the terror within her. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Do you wish to endure this torment for a lifetime? I believe their rebellion will not succeed. A final struggle is far better than dying here." Adada distanced herself slightly, indeed frightened by Lu Rui's words, yet also recognizing their truth. She was aware that her biological father was the chanyu and that the tribe was on the brink of rebellion. Thus, they bullied and mistreated her. In contrast, remaining here to care for the Yanzhi felt far more comfortable. "Yet, I cannot bear it." Lu Rui endured the pain and sat up, grasping Adada's wrist. "I wonder if you were in the chanyu tribe at that time. Previously, when Xiongnu betrayed us and the chanyu was gravely injured and taken away, I was pregnant and dragged him through the heavy snow for a considerable distance. I accomplished that because I wished to survive and to ensure the chanyu survival. At that time, Adada was still within the tribe. She even witnessed Yanzhi with her belly kneeling at the altar to plead for forgiveness. At that moment, she thought Yanzhi was remarkable, capable of doing something she could never achieve. She lacked Yanzhi's courage. She was too afraid. Lu Rui could not force her. Yet she realized that time was of the essence. Once she healed, she would be dragged out at any moment. If she did not seek an opportunity soon, she would truly become a pawn in their game. "I do not wish to coerce you. Rather, our circumstances bear a resemblance. I feel guilty towards you and wish to take a gamble. Adada, trust me, whether it is this tribe or the Yejian, whoever emerges victorious, you will not escape your fate." Adada shook her head in fear, unable to deny the truth. Lu Rui, unable to remain still, felt her trembling arms. "I would rather perish by my own hand than be used to threaten the Yejian. I would prefer not to be slaughtered here, even with my last ounce of strength. I will not let them have their way." How could she utter such fierce words when she barely had the strength to sit up? Adada fell silent, sensing the warmth of Lu Rui's grip on her wrist. After a moment, she finally nodded. "All right, I will help you." Although Lu Rui, blind as she was, could not possibly leave the tent, Adada still had the chance to escape. To free herself from their control, she needed assistance. In truth, Adada did not have to do much. She only needed to procure a short knife and hide it well. As a frail young girl, the men in the tribe would surely underestimate her. At a critical moment, the knife in her hand could be the key to their survival. Beyond this, she could think of no other solution. The 15-year-old Adada agreed. Yanzhi was right. If one sought a way out, they must take a risk. Fortunately, a short knife was something every household possessed, and she could steal her family's. She must not let her mother know, for she feared her father. A single beating could lead to her revealing everything. Adada's breathing became erratic as she clutched Lu Rui's hand for comfort. Soon, Xingyu arrived again. Adada turned her back to him, striving to conceal her anxiety and tension, while Lu Rui maintained a stoic expression, feigning sleep with her eyes closed. "How do you feel now?" His voice was always so cold. Lu Rui snorted dismissively. "If you intend to act, just say so. Why should you concern yourself with my feelings?" Adada shrank back in fear, yet Xingyu hardly glanced at her. "Right now, I'm going to drag you out to be whipped, for the leader of this tribe has just suffered a defeat." Defeated? Lu Ruixin felt a surge of joy. Surely it was Neijiang who would triumph over them. If he prevailed, it would bring her closer to freedom. However, Xingyu harshly struck her twice across the face. "What are you so happy about? Your man has cost us many lives. Do you need me to remind you what that signifies? You won't let me die. As long as I live, I will rejoice for him." Xingyu clenched his fists, exerting considerable force in those two slaps. Yet his hand throbbed painfully against Lu Ruixin's unyielding cheek. He seized her by the collar without a word and dragged her up. Ada intended to intervene, but was deterred by Xingyu's fierce glare. Recalling Lu Ruixin's instructions, she gritted her teeth and remained motionless. Lu Ruixin hoped they would strike her longer. This would provide Ada ample time to steal a dagger. Finally, her wish was granted. They not only beat her for an extended period, but also gathered nearly everyone. Unnoticed, Ada concealed the stolen dagger and sat trembling in the tent, hugging her knees. She had exhausted her strength to scream. Lu Ruixin hung her head, breathing weakly, yet her mind was remarkably clear and exhilarated. Such brutal treatment must have cost Nejiang dearly against their tribe's leader. Seeing her lips curl into a smile, the leader seethed with rage, nearly breaking the whip in his fury. He struck her relentlessly, leaving her body battered and bruised. Yet, the harder he hit, the more joyfully she smiled, her bloody grin taking on a sinister aspect, as if she had transformed into a vengeful spirit. For the first time, a woman had subdued him. The leader stared at her in disbelief and ultimately cast aside the whip, proclaiming to those below, "This is the princess of the Han, the Xiongnu's Yanzhi, reduced to this. I can torment and whip her at will. This Xiongnu will be my domain. I am the true king of the Xiongnu. The throne would forever belong to Nejiang, and the future king would undoubtedly be Xiongnu." Lu Ruixin lacked the strength to speak, nor would they hear her voice. Yet, she refused to close her eyes, even blind. She would steadfastly gaze toward the source of the clamor. The leader, disturbed by her unwavering stare, ordered someone to bring forth a branding iron to scorch her eyes. The eyes, such delicate orbs, would surely endure excruciating pain against the iron's searing heat. The leader chuckled ominously, instilling terror in Lu Ruixin. Her eyes. Below, the cries of children mingled with the hushed voices of women, all overshadowed by the raucous laughter of men. The entire tribe watched as this noble woman faced her torment. "Leader, she has no strength left," they mused. "Even if the iron touches her, it would be no different from the whip." Just as Lu Ruixin felt the scorching iron approach, Xingyu's voice rang out, causing the leader to halt his actions and turn toward him. Xingyu chuckled, taking the branding iron from the leader's hand and pressing it against her abdomen. Lu Ruixin's already bleeding whip wounds sizzled and emitted smoke, drawing terrified screams from the children. Yet she neither cried nor screamed, gritting her teeth in silence. Xingyu, as if playing a game, discarded the iron. "Look how dull this is." The chieftain failed to grasp his intentions, his face set in a grim expression as he awaited further elaboration. It was only then that Xingyu articulated his thoughts. "Regardless of the severity of her injuries, she could be dragged back to my tent and gradually recuperate. Such a gesture would be insufficiently considerate. Instead, why not assign her to menial tasks? Let her engage in all manner of filthy and laborious duties. Allowing us a good look at how the lady tends to the sheep manure, shall we?" In chapter 53, The Lady Returns, his implication was clear. He suggested that Lu Rui, despite her evident frailty, should be made to work. The amusement derived from this was far more enjoyable than mere corporal punishment. The chieftain seemed particularly fond of Xingyu and, upon hearing his counsel, expressed great satisfaction, commanding that Lu Rui be released and allowing Xingyu to take her to perform coarse labor. As Xingyu grasped the bindings that restrained Lu Rui, he feigned contemplation regarding her tasks. "What filthy and odorous jobs shall we assign her?" A mocking voice emerged from the crowd, prompting laughter among the onlookers. Xingyu, taken aback, waved the hemp rope in his hand, expressing his discontent. "How could you lay hands on such a wretched woman? You might as well indulge with your own wife." The man, chastised, grumbled a few obscenities before relenting. Xingyu tugged on the rope, pulling Lu Rui to the ground, her figure leaving a chilling impression upon the snow. Ironically, this act alleviated her pain. "Lady, do you wish to churn sheep's milk? Or would you prefer to dry cow dung?" "Oh, I forgot. This is your first time. Let us proceed with drying cow dung. It suits you perfectly." Lu Rui struggled to rise, but was violently yanked down once more. Without waiting for her, Xingyu dragged her through the snow for quite a distance, finally setting up a fire pit beside the cattle pen for her to labor. She was aware that dried cow dung was used for kindling, yet having never engaged in such work and lacking the strength, she lay motionless on the ground, already tormented from being dragged. Xingyu looked down at her, letting out a derisive snort. "Get moving. Why are you dawdling?" Gather the dung from the ground and dry it for me. You seem quite familiar with this kind of work." Hearing her feeble retort, he kicked her injured abdomen, admonishing, "If you have the strength to speak, then you can crawl into the cattle pen. Otherwise, I shall deal with your companion, Adada." Taken aback by his words, Lu Rue turned her head to glare at him, uttering in Han, "You scoundrel," only to receive a harsh blow from Xingyu's wooden stick. Adada rushed over, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Rue to shield her from the blows. Lu Rue, surprised, attempted to reach out to protect her, but found herself too weak. "I will work alongside her. She cannot see. I will help her." Xingyu did not strike her too severely, casting the stick aside. "You are merely inviting suffering upon yourself." "Very well, you two can labor while we observe. Now, get up." Adada helped Lu Rue to her feet, careful not to touch her wounded areas, while she herself ventured into the cattle pen to gather dung, squatting by the fire pit to dry it in clumps. Lu Rue was compelled to work. After enduring a few burns from the fire pit, she was left with no choice but to assist Adada. Surrounded by the laughter of the crowd, with the children and women absent, the men watched with great interest as she engaged in the most menial of tasks. The name of that wretched being igniting her anger. At this moment, early spring has arrived, yet the snow remains thick. During the night, Xingyu forbids them from entering the tent, instructing them to clean their clothes using the snow, although he still tosses them some food. "Where's Adada?" Lu Rue's voice is barely audible. Even Adada cannot make out the words, yet she understands and merely nods to reassure her. The torment of the entire day is unbearable for Lu Rue. Adada has given her all the food, while she herself has only swallowed a couple of unclean snowballs. Lu Rue's resolve strengthens. She is determined to survive and to ensure Adada's survival as well. She has begun to fathom the number of people in this tribe and the obstacles that stand before her. As long as she can endure until the time when the Yejin attacks, she will have a chance to turn the tide. After a night spent shivering in the biting wind, both are left in a state of utter weakness. However, Xingyu offers no respite, compelling them to continue drying cow dung. This continues for several days until Lu Rue is dragged back into the tent, barely clinging to life. Her wounds festering and adhering to the filthy burlap clothing, yet she has grown numb to the pain. Adada notices that the number of men in the tribe seems to have diminished significantly, indicating that the Chanyu's forces are likely approaching. She whispers a few words into Lu Rue's ear. With the war looming, no one pays attention to her, granting Lu Rue a momentary reprieve to hear about the circumstances within the tribe from Adada. In truth, Adada no longer cares about her own survival. But after these days of enduring hardship alongside Lu Rue, she feels a courage she has never known before. In the past, even when beaten, she would not dare to cry, yet now she stands resolutely before Xingyu, unafraid to confront him even when struck. As a daughter of the Chanyu, I, Adada, once felt pride in my lineage. Lu Rue, momentarily perplexed by her words, still pats her hand and smiles faintly. "You deserve the admiration of all the Xiongnu. You, ensure quite alike." Adada remains unaware that Lu Rue refers to Xi. Lu Rue sniffs and curls up in the frigid tent, feeling somewhat dazed. Surprisingly, it begins to rain during the night, a rare occurrence for this season. The tribe stirs as the sounds of neighing horses fill the air. Lu Rue realizes that war is imminent, for it seems the Yejin has finally arrived. Before Xingyu can seize her, Lu Rue instructs Adada to remain still. True to her caution, Adada is swiftly lifted off her feet. Xingyu's voice erupts above her. "Princess, your time has come. Do you have anything to say? Will you allow me to hear the voice of the Yejin? I cannot guarantee that you will hear me, but he will certainly hear your voice." Lu Rue is satisfied with this response, grinning silently as she allows him to bind her tightly. After being thrust out of the tent, Adada follows, gripping Lu Rue tightly, her face betraying her fear. Xingyu finds it amusing. "What? Do you wish to see your father? Very well." With that, he takes her to the battlefield. In the heavy rain, the two armies are poised for an imminent clash, one side emboldened by the presence of the Han Shi as a hostage, and the other, the forces of the Yejin. Xingyu positions Lu Rue at the rear of the crowd, assuring her that ahead lies the man she longs for. After the leader shouted a few words at Neijiang, He instructed Xiongnu to bring her up. Upon seeing his beloved in such a wretched state, it was apparent that Nejiang would be utterly thrown into disarray. Responding to the leader's summons, Xingnu's subordinates forcefully attempted to drag Lu Rui forward. But at that moment, Lu Rui let out a loud cry of Adada. Before Xingnu could react, Adada swiftly drew a dagger from her sleeve and thrust it directly at him, then quickly unsheathed the curved blade from her waist, striking him squarely in the back. Who would have imagined that a frail young girl would possess the audacity to kill? As everyone stood dumbfounded, Adada severed the ropes binding Lu Rui and handed her the dagger, desperately hacking at the nearest horse. Though her strength was limited, the injured steed neighed in panic, causing all the horses to rear and charge towards Nejiang's troops. The leader at the front of the line remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos, only to see the horses galloping wildly without orders, throwing him into confusion. Before he could utter a word, Nejiang had already charged forward. The only thought that lingered in his mind was the phrase he had just heard. His woman was in their grasp. His beloved, the wife he had sought for an entire year, was among this rabble. Nejiang could no longer hear the shouts of his attendants. Heedless, he urged his horse forward with an unprecedented sense of dread, his blades striking with lethal precision, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. His beloved, his treasure, the wife he had scoured the Xiongnu for, awaited him just ahead. Yanzhi, Yanzhi. His voice pierced through the spring rain, the neighing of horses and the clamor of clashing weapons, resonating clearly in Lu Rui's ears. In that instant, she felt as though she had truly come alive. She had finally heard his voice. Yet, she did not respond to Nejiang, but was instead pulled by Adada, wielding her knife left and right. In front of them lay a throng of soldiers. They had to push through if they wished to survive. Their strategy of hiding and striking was to catch the mounted warriors off guard, either injuring their steeds or allowing the opposing Chanyu troops to shoot them down. But why the arrows not yet rained down? At this moment, there should be a shower of arrows to disrupt the ranks. Having followed Nejiang for many years, Lu Rui was well versed in the ways of the battlefield. Blindly relying on Adada, she evaded the sweeping long knives, unflinchingly swinging her blade to defend against the assault. We must push through. Lu Rui was numb to the pain of her injuries, surprisingly calm under such circumstances, even as Nejiang's cries grew nearer. With the Chanyu's sudden advance, the rear forces followed suit, and amidst the chaos, Nejiang focused solely on finding Lu Rui. Had it not been for his attendant's protection, he would have been struck multiple times. In the fray, he spotted a particularly tumultuous area, filled with the screams of women. It was Yanzhi. She was there, ignoring the surrounding enemy soldiers. Nejiang spurred his horse towards her, blood splattered across his blade and body, washed away by the rain. Lu Rui was on the brink of collapse, having sustained injuries alongside Ada. With only a semblance of life left, standing became an arduous task, yet she resolutely refused to be subdued by them. The general's frenzied screams echoed just outside, and Lu Rui summoned the last vestiges of her strength to call out his name. Ada, devoid of energy, could not evade the thrust of the incoming blade, and ultimately, it was futile. The assailant, intent on striking Lu Rui, tumbled from his steed, creating a momentary gap through which she caught sight of him. It was as if an unspoken connection drew Lu Rui's gaze toward him, and in the enveloping darkness, he appeared as a beacon of light. Amidst the rare and torrential rains of the Xiongnu lands, she had finally awaited his arrival. At last able to call his name with a heart unburdened by regret, the general dismounted, rushing into the fray of blades to embrace Lu Rui. A man, Akan, wept uncontrollably in this moment, even with death looming behind him. Back in the arms of familiar comfort, she finally dared to weep loudly, releasing an entire year's worth of fear, anxiety, humiliation, and despair in a cathartic outpouring. The unseen attendants of the Khan, in a state of confusion, fought valiantly, allowing the general to escape severe injury. Though the identity of the person in the Khan's embrace remained obscured, it was undoubtedly Lu Rui. Lu Rui had returned. The Khan had found her. They raised triumphant cries of Lu Rui's return, momentarily boosting morale and overpowering the enemy forces, thwarting the western tribes that had long besieged them. Embraced by the general, Lu Rui felt the rain's warmth, and she heard him rasp, "The Xiongnu have betrayed you. Lu Rui, I, the general, have betrayed you." In the aftermath of the battle, amidst the somber aftermath of rain, not a single survivor remained from the western tribes, and the breeze carried the scent of blood. The only solace the general could offer. Lu Rui's wounds were grievous. She could not endure the arduous journey ahead. The general settled her in the grand tent of a chieftain who had lost his life, yet she stubbornly refused to remain there, clinging to the general's arm and weeping uncontrollably. Unfazed by the presence of onlookers witnessing his tears, the general held her trembling form with great tenderness. How had his Lu Rui transformed so drastically? How much torment had she endured? The attendants, witnessing the Khan's bloodshot eyes and unbearable pain, along with the sight of Lu Rui, who had been reduced to a mere shadow of herself, were filled with sorrow and indignation, knowing that a single tribe could not avenge their plight. Upon learning of Lu Rui's blindness, the general fell into a long silence, gently kissing her lashes and whispering, "Do not fear. I am here. I will restore you, Lu Rui. I'm so sorry. Those afflicted by visual impairments cannot weep." And so the general stifled Lu Rui's tears. Surrounded only by men, Ada became the sole caregiver for Lu Rui. "Khan, do you remember her? Her name is Ada," he said, turning to the timid, frail girl. Though the face was now unrecognizable to him, the name struck a familiar chord. Lu Rui proclaimed her to be her daughter, recounting the care she had received from Ada during these trying times. Overcome with gratitude and remorse, the general bowed deeply to Ada, causing her to kneel abruptly, wincing in pain from her own wounds. "In the past, I bore the burden of guilt. My sins brought misfortune to the lady of the realm and to you. You are the foremost benefactor of our Xiongnu people, and no actions on my part can ever truly express my gratitude towards you. Observing my once valiant yet indifferent father, the chanyu, speak to me with such tenderness, I found myself in tears. May I accompany you back?" I ventured. Lu Rui chuckled at my naivety, assuring me that they not only intended to bring me back, but would also honor me with the highest ceremonial respect, for I remained the daughter of the chanyu, a significant figure among the Xiongnu. Even that esteemed leader seemed to share this sentiment. Despite his previous indifference, he recognized that without me, there could be no lady of the realm, and without her, he too would find no purpose in living. Although Lu Rui yearned to return immediately, the worsening wounds required careful treatment before embarking on the journey. Thus, I was compelled to remain under the watchful eye of the esteemed leader, who would not allow me to stray even a step. Preferring not to stay within the chief's grand tent, he arranged for me to reside in their own tent, which surprisingly contained many familiar items belonging to Lu Rui. He placed a lacquered bowl in my hands, the intricate patterns feeling comforting against my fingertips, evoking a sense of affection within me. "I searched everywhere for you, carrying your belongings, hoping that one day I would find you and make your life easier," he confessed. Indeed, while the chanyu was preoccupied with incessant battles, he tirelessly sought the lady of the realm from the south to the north. Over the past year, Lu Rui's eyes glistened with tears as she recounted this, reaching out to tenderly caress the features of the esteemed leader, his temples, his eye sockets, his nose bridge, the very contours she had long cherished in her thoughts. "My chanyu has grown thin from his hardships," she lamented, her suffering overshadowing that of the lady of the realm. The esteemed leader refrained from touching her face, marred with both fresh and old scars, and devoted himself to her care day and night. Lu Rui feared sleep, dreading the moment she might awaken to find him gone. Thus, the esteemed leader rested beside her, adopting an uncomfortable position to keep her company throughout the night. Not wanting to be seen in such a state of injury, Lu Rui allowed the esteemed leader and Ada to assist her in changing the layers of coarse cloth and applying medicine. Upon witnessing her scars, he could not contain his tears. Having gone too long without broth, Lu Rui found herself retching at the first taste. The esteemed leader diligently prepared rice porridge, feeding her bite by bite. When Lu Rui longed for her son, he gently reassured her, "Heroine has grown taller and can now shoot arrows." He will surely be overjoyed upon your return. After nearly a month of care, her wounds finally began to heal, and the esteemed leader felt confident enough to embark on the journey back with Lu Rui and Ada. Though the spring breeze was warm, he wrapped her in a thick fur coat, even lifting her into the cart without allowing her to step down. As I caressed the cart's window drapery, I pondered, is this cart also meant for me? The esteemed leader affirmed this, inviting Ada to join us. Together, the three of us set forth on our journey home, filled with anticipation, believing that the current sunlight was the warmest in the world. Lu Rui recounted her experiences throughout the year. Aside from the initial hardships after being captured by the Western tribes, she had been well cared for in that household. At that time, the men of their family spoke of seeking your tribe to inform you of my whereabouts. Did you not encounter them? Previously, she had not given it much thought, but now, reflecting on it, she worried about the possibility of misfortune befalling the father and son amidst the winter snow. The general had promised her that should he locate that family, he would express his profound gratitude. Overwhelmed with emotion, he embraced her shoulders, proclaiming, "My beloved, I owe so much to those who have returned you to my side, allowing me to continue living." In truth, it was not only the general who felt this way. If Lu Rui were truly gone, the entire Xiongnu would likely face calamity. Throughout the year, he had tirelessly searched for his beloved, visiting one place after another. Initially filled with disappointment, anxiety, and unrest, until ultimately it devolved into a frenzy of slaughter. If his beloved were no longer of this world, then all lives would be rendered meaningless. Adada felt quite restrained in the presence of the general, for in her memories, her father, the chieftain, was fierce and tyrannical, showing kindness to none but her beloved. "Adada, why do you not speak?" Upon returning to the tribe, Lu Rui and Adada would be recognized as mother and daughter. She sensed Adada's discomfort, which spoke volumes about the inadequacies of her father. Aye. The general suddenly recalled that he had a stuttering daughter, who had never been to his liking and had been relegated to the shadows by her mother. Hearing her name called by the chieftain, Adada trembled and respectfully knelt before him, which filled the general with guilt. "I have been unkind to you in the past, and you must have suffered in the Western tribe. However, my beloved has taught me to be a compassionate and benevolent chieftain, and I shall heed her counsel." Upon hearing this, the attendants outside could not help but glance back, pondering that the chieftain's kindness and benevolence would likely only manifest in the presence of his beloved. "I now have a good son who knows how to be a father. Once we return to the tribe, I will gradually make amends. Consider my beloved as your mother. She will care for you well." Adada looked towards Lu Rui, realizing that her beloved was indeed only a few years younger than her mother. Without her beloved, she would not have survived, and overwhelmed with emotion, she collapsed onto Lu Rui's lap, weeping, "Mother." Despite Lu Rui's blindness, the general still enjoyed cradling her from the carriage to bask in the warm breeze, hoping that the gentle sunlight would hasten the healing of her eyes. Even now, she could not part from him, her anxiety and longing evoking both tenderness and helplessness from the general. "My beloved, I shall never abandon you again, even in death. I will not forsake you." Lu Rui silenced him, leaning against his shoulder without a word. She felt warmth, but could see no light. Even if she were to be blind for life, it mattered not. The way he called her beloved would forever remain etched in her memory. Upon their return to the tribe, even before disembarking from the carriage, she heard the voices of Heroine, Xie, and Chanyu. She hurriedly clung to the general's neck, and, before she could steady herself, was enveloped in Heroine, Xie's embrace. "Mother, mother!" Hearing her son's cries shattered Lu Rui's heart, while Chanyu wept bitterly, kneeling before her and fervently bowing. The princess's maid has finally awaited the return of the princess. Embracing her longed-for son and caressing Chanyu's forehead, she was overwhelmed with emotion and wept uncontrollably. That day marked the celebration of her 31st birthday. To honor the arrival of the esteemed Lady Yan, the tribe organized an extraordinarily grand banquet. Although unseen, Lu Rui could discern genuine congratulations and fervor from their laughter, which imbued her with a palpable sense of reality. She had returned. During the feast, in addition to celebrating the reunion of the chanyu and Lady Yan, The identity of Adada was officially proclaimed. She became the elder sister of Xiongnu, the princess of this vast grassland. Dejusi, you are the hero of the Xiongnu. A paragon for us all. Let's toast to Dejusi. The lively discussions and merriment in the tent made Adada feel somewhat bashful. As she held her cup and lowered her head, Xiongnu approached to offer her a toast. The 8-year-old Zhua Xianwang already displayed remarkable vigor and was quite curious about this somewhat unfamiliar sister, eager to grow closer to her. Surprisingly, Enran had managed to survive amidst the turmoil of war, even adapting to the life of the Xiongnu. However, as Lu Rui listened to Enran speak in the Han tongue, her smile faltered and her displeasure was palpable, causing Enran to pause in confusion. Had he said something amiss? Lu Rui recalled Xiongnu, the one who aided her, yet was also unyielding. He was a man of the 9th Prince, a spy from the Han, who had witnessed her in her most wretched state. Yet he had met his end at Adada's hands. Neijiang, concerned, inquired about her distress, while Adada lowered her head in silence, and Enran anxiously stood by, only daring to breathe once Lu Rui regained her composure. Yanzhi's fortunes are great. He shall surely achieve greatness among the Xiongnu. Lu Rui masked her turmoil with her cup, though she could not escape the keen eyes of Neijiang. Lady Yin, being frail, caused the banquet to disperse early. Once inside Lady Yan's grand tent, she refused to release Xiongnu, clinging to Chanyu for a modicum of reassurance. Neijiang entered the tent, and, upon seeing Lu Rui clutching her son so tightly, felt reluctant to intervene. Lady Yin, your son needs rest, and so do you. No, do not let Xiongnu leave me. Lu Rui tightened her embrace further, causing Xiongnu some discomfort. Fortunately, Xiongnu had grown sufficiently to understand how to comfort his mother. Though unaware of her whereabouts over the past year, he could discern from the expressions of the adults that she had undoubtedly endured hardships. Mother, Xiongnu is in the adjacent tent. He will come to greet you at dawn, together with his sister. Adada, standing by helplessly, nodded in agreement, reassuring her that all would be well. Yet, Lu Rui remained unwilling to release her hold, even forbidding Chanyu from departing. No one was permitted to leave. Chapter 55. Her husband, her heaven Xionyu's eyes glistened with tears as she embraced Lu Rui and Xiongnu, her heart heavy with guilt that would not abate. It is all my fault for the princess's plight. If I had only assisted her then, it would not have come to this. Punish me as you will, princess. Upon hearing this, Lu Rui suddenly lifted her head, searching for Neijiang. Have you caused Chanyu any distress? Have you harmed her? Chanyu hastily replied. The chanyu has not blamed her. She has faced no hardship, only her own inner turmoil. If the princess does not return, I too shall be lost. Lu Rui shook her head, affirming, under those circumstances, it was truly not her fault. Had you not safeguarded Xiongnu, I might have truly lost my mind. Indeed, the Empress has already expressed her thoughts, so do not dwell on it further. Take Hu Huanxia down now. She turned to caress Lu Rui's hair, as the evening sky darkened, indicating it was time to rest. Lu Rui kissed Hu Huanxia's forehead and then released him, bidding everyone else to depart, leaving only Neijiang to hold her close. Empress, there is no need to fear. We shall never part again. Yet, Lu Rui pushed him away and slowly rose to her feet, tears cascading down her sorrowful cheeks, splattering on the ground as she knelt. Chanyu, I can no longer be your empress. Neijiang, perplexed by her words, supported her, but Lu Rui remained resolute, gripping her collar tightly. When I was in the Western tribe, I was humiliated by them. I can no longer bear to be the Chanyu's wife. Hearing your voice again, to hold Hu Huanxia once more, truly brings me solace, yet I cannot face you. That night is forever etched in her memory. Neijiang could likely sense her turmoil. For though she feigned joy in public, she could not forgive herself within. She remained kneeling, prompting Neijiang to kneel beside her. Gently brushing the corners of her eyes with his fingertips, his voice trembling, did they hurt you? Lu Rui's cries grew more fervent, her heart shattered. Had it not been for the desire to see him again, she would have preferred to perish then and there. Neijiang remained silent for a long while, his erratic breaths causing Lu Rui's heart to spiral in chaos. What man could endure such a broken wife? And how could the Xiongnu tolerate such an empress? Yet, in the next moment, she felt the world spin as Lu Rue was swept into his arms and laid upon the couch, his breath enveloping her from above. 2 warm droplets landing upon her forehead. Empress, I'm the one who has wronged you. I have betrayed you. Lu Rue was still in shock, her garments being slowly unfastened, and she suddenly evaded his hands, turning to clutch her clothing. Do not look, do not look. You have seen it already. What is there to fear? I have said before, no matter who you are, you will always be my empress. Her hand was grasped within his warm palm, and Lu Rue gradually ceased her tears. Yet I cannot bear myself. If you do not wish it, I shall not touch you, as long as you are my empress. As long as you remain by my side. Only then did she turn to face him, hesitantly reaching out to touch his brow, feeling it damp and warm. Nejiang, as long as I can stay by your side, I am willing to endure any suffering. Your acceptance of me is my blessing. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her tears dampening his hair. My chanyu, my husband. Even if the tribe migrates, and we have no permanent dwelling, her tent will always be warm because here lies all her radiance, her sky. Perhaps the months of torment left her restless. Before dawn, Lu Rue awoke. The first thing she did was search for Nejiang, followed by calling out for her son, uttering the name Adada twice. The attendant responded, stating that it was still early and that Dejusi and Zhuxianwang had not yet risen, but barely had the words left their lips when Adada arrived. Having lived together with Lu Rue for several months, Adada too was filled with anxiety and restless sleep. She dared not disturb Zhuxianwang and had come early to the Empress's grand tent to pay her respects. Lu Rue, still in the midst of donning her garments, summoned her inside, cradling her face to confirm she had not been harmed. Did you sleep well? Are you afraid? Are you hungry? As the evening drew on, Ne reclined on the couch, causing Adada to feel quite uneasy. After responding a couple of times, she urged her to rest a little longer, as it was still early. What shall I call you? Mother, she said, prompting Ne to sit up, startling Adada, who quickly knelt down. Lu Rue nodded and assisted her in sitting at the edge of the couch. Indeed, if you wish, calling me mother is much better. Mother, mother, Adada murmured, casting a nervous glance at Ne. She hastily exchanged a few words before taking her leave, startled once more by the bowing attendants as she exited the tent. Ne embraced Lu Rue from behind. Her body bore numerous scars, a stark contrast to her former beauty, yet he found himself unwilling to let go. Each scar represented his debt to her, a reminder of how he longed to soothe her pain. He had never been so tender, handling her with utmost care, fearful of causing her any discomfort. Lu Rue leaned into his embrace, her lips curling into a gentle smile. She had not anticipated that Ne would not only accept her broken self, but also care for her so devotedly. Just as she wished to indulge in their closeness a while longer, the voice of Hahanshu outside interrupted them. Ne felt both helpless and gratified, realizing that the boy was also concerned about his mother's lack of rest. After assisting her in dressing, he allowed Hahanshu to enter. Lu Rue opened her arms, welcoming him. My son, why are you up so early? Someone, go fetch Dejusi. Adada soon arrived, feeling a bit shy upon seeing Hahanshu. However, he was eager to bond with his sister, taking her hand and kneeling before their mother. Mother, is there anywhere you feel unwell? I can shoot arrows now. Let me show you shortly. Though merely a year had passed, the upheaval and tribal disputes had matured Hahanshu considerably, transforming him into a little gentleman. Lu Rue felt a swell of pride, gently patting his head, suggesting that there was no rush to practice archery. She instructed the servants to bring breakfast, and the family gathered to fill their bellies. Initially, Adada found the situation unfamiliar, but with Lu Rue's care and Ne's newfound ease, she gradually began to feel like part of the family, occasionally offering Hahanshu pieces of milk tofu. Lu Rue still struggled to eat much, which caused Ne some concern, for she was too slender. How could she regain her strength without proper nourishment? However, she managed to sip some meat broth, which was a positive step. Ne thought to himself that he had a lifetime to help her recover, suggesting she rest again after their meal. It was only just past the hour of the pig. After all, Lu Rue agreed, enchanted by the delicate sound of jewelry clinking around her. How lovely it was! Others did not grasp her sentiment. But she reached out to touch Huanshu's headpiece, then Adada's, breaking into a smile. This sound is truly delightful, far more pleasant than the clash of weapons. Adada had never adorned herself so beautifully. It was a pity Lu Rue could not see it. Yet she could imagine that Adada must look as radiant as she had in her youth. Oh, by the way, I have many ornaments from the Han lands. Let Chanyu fetch them for you to wear. Though Chanyu had been asleep, she rose upon hearing the commotion outside. Upon learning Lu Rue wished for her to retrieve the jewelry, she quickly brought the bridal chest. Did you see? These are from the princess's dowry. You should wear them. It will surely delight her. For many years, Chanyu has adorned herself in the style of the Han dynasty. Adada, admiring the exquisite hairpins atop her head, felt a fondness for them. Kneeling before her mother at the makeup table, she expressed her gratitude, while her hands, unable to contain his impatience, carelessly seized a pin and inserted it into her hair. On that fateful day in the Western tribes, Adada had sustained a considerable wound to her forehead, which now left a scar that marred her beauty. However, it was beautifully concealed by the dazzling tassels of her hairpin. Lu Rue delicately caressed the intricate silver tassels, imagining them adorning his own head, thinking to himself that this was the beauty she deserved, a reflection of the life she ought to lead. Naya felt a twinge of guilt. After having shared a meal with them, he was reluctant to attend to state affairs. With the Xiongnu finally pacified, he wished to spend quality time with her. Do you remember the gold mine? He inquired. Liu Hui nodded, asking if the gold mine still existed and whether the Han generals and officials were still alive. A year could bring about too many changes. Just because Anren had survived did not guarantee the same fortune for others. Naya sighed, acknowledging the losses but assuring that most remained. Thanks to those hundreds of Han generals who helped guard the tribes during the upheaval, he felt secure enough to embark on a campaign. Lu Rue felt gratified, planning to visit the gold mine at dawn. He suspected Anren had been frightened yesterday. The fellow had escaped death and deserved to leave a mark on history. At long last, dawn broke. Hearing that their mother intended to visit the gold mine, Huans was overjoyed. I want to go too. I want to go too. Bring my sister along. Huans had always been enamored with the gold mine, though the reason for his fascination remained a mystery. Naya saw no reason to refuse and carefully lifted Lu Rue into the carriage. The people of the tribe had long since grown accustomed to Naya's gentle actions towards Lu Rue, yet they were intrigued by the presence of the great Jusi, who was said to be the daughter of the chanyu. After greeting the princess, Anren then saluted the Xiongnu princess and acknowledged Adada, who returned the gesture with a hint of confusion, as she was unaware of Anren's identity. The silver tassels in her hair jingled, catching his attention. Was this gift from Princess Yanzhi? He inquired. Upon hearing his question, Adada nodded eagerly, while sunlight filtered through the silver leaves, casting a dazzling glow that momentarily blinded Anren. It suits you well. You look exceptionally beautiful, he remarked. Anren, merely 22 or 23, possessed a bright and engaging countenance that was particularly captivating in the sunlight. It was the first time Adada had received such a compliment from a man, leading her to feel a bit bashful as she expressed her thanks and quickly entered the carriage, only to hear Lu Rue's muffled laughter. Yanzhi is indeed young and accomplished. He's quite a match for you. Though her words were casual, Adada was startled, stammering, and no, that's not me. Lu Rue chuckled at her reaction, gently shaking his head. Relax, no one is forcing you. I was merely making an offhand comment. He reassured her, allowing Adada to breathe a sigh of relief. Chua leaned against two hands, glancing outside the carriage, and suddenly remarked, if you care, then do not be reserved. Her thoughts drifted to Cinny, who, though mutually enamored with Chi Gang, had refrained from being honest due to her status, resulting in a shared fate of regret for all involved. Lu Rue was acutely aware of Chiyo's sentiments and suddenly recalled the vision of Cinny's soul he had witnessed earlier. It was Cinny who had saved me. In Chapter 56, The Green and Unripe, Na Yi was taken aback, unable to comprehend her words. Ada had encountered Cinny in his childhood, though the details were rather vague. He was puzzled by their exclamations yet dare not speak. Huanxia blinked in surprise. He had been informed since his youth that a woman named Cinny, originally a maid to his mother, had perished tragically while protecting his parents. Without Cinny, his own existence would have been impossible. Yet, had that Cini not already succumbed to death? On the way to the Western tribe, I had contemplated ending my own life, but suddenly I beheld Cini before me. It was because of her that I chose to live. Nai felt a shudder of fear. His beloved aunt was nearly lost to him forever. I believed that Cini wished for my survival, so that I might return to the chanyu. Clearly, she had not departed entirely, for she must have cherished something deeply. Xiongnu could no longer hold back her tears, her fingers caressing the now smooth fragment of stone hidden in her sleeve. Even Nai felt a heaviness in his heart. My dear aunt, what Cini could not let go of must surely be you. Now, she can find peace. Heroine shared the story of Cini with Ada, stating that in our tribe, everyone could recite Cini's epitaph. If one were to visit the gold mine, they would find her in Qigong's tombstones. Lu Rue nodded, stifling the bitterness welling in his eyes. My Ada, like Cini, was a hero. What I could not provide for Cini, I would offer you entirely. Thus, she urged Ada to come closer, her demeanor light as she whispered in his ear, so, as long as it is someone you cherish, pursue your affections boldly and do not allow regrets to linger. Understand? Ada, caught off guard by the compliment, blushed and fell silent. Upon arriving at the gold mine, Lu Rue was greeted by thunderous shouts. Welcome, Princess Duanping. Although she could not discern the number of people present, she imagined it must resemble the scene from her past at Hangtai. Hearing her title stirred her emotions, and she softly murmured, Yes, I, Lu Rue, am still alive. Princess Duanping has not perished. The vast expanse of Huns was in dire need of revival. The gold mine had been neglected for an entire year. The surviving Han soldiers and Han civilians were diligently repairing the collapsed pits, with even the alchemists contributing to the efforts. Once the gold mine reopened, our lives would improve. Aunt, I will strive to fulfill your desires. And Ran explained the current progress of the project and planned to report to the court, requesting more manpower from the Han. This would not only secure the gold mine, but also strengthen the prestige and safety of the Chanyu tribe. Lu Rue greatly appreciated his ideas and suddenly inquired, And what do you think of the daughters of the Huns? They are delightful, lively, and charming, and Ran replied swiftly, causing Ada to flush with embarrassment. Nai chuckled. Young man, it seems you should consider your feelings. The joint tomb of Cini and Qigong was not far from there, guarded by dedicated personnel. Due to the Huns' disregard for burial rites, the tomb was constructed in accordance with the customs of the Han dynasty, featuring a grand monument inscribed with an epitaph that memorialized Lu Rue's reminiscence and affection for Xiongnu. After paying their respects and offering tributes, Lu Rue spoke at length to the gravestone, confident that Xiongnu could hear her. Now that she had returned safely, Xiongnu could finally rest easy. Having rewarded those who guarded the gold mine and the tomb, they returned to the tribe before dusk. Lu Rue felt quite elated, indulging in a hearty dinner. While Ada absent-mindedly chewed on dried meat, her face flushed despite the coolness of the tent. Huan Xie declared his intention to demonstrate his archery skills to his mother the following day, to which Lu Rue readily agreed, her thoughts still lingering on matters concerning the Han dynasty. Although Xiongnu had passed away, she pondered how much information he might have disclosed to the ninth prince. It occurred to her that the Western tribes might indeed possess the capability to rebel, potentially with the ninth prince's support. A prince of the Han dynasty maintaining such close ties with the Huns suggested the possibility of spies within the Chanyu tribe. Where then could one truly find safety? Once the children had departed, Lu Rue confided her thoughts to the General Nai, who, surprisingly, was not taken aback, having anticipated the involvement of outsiders. Otherwise, how could they have matched her for so long? Lu Rue's heart sank further, seeking solace in his embrace, yearning to witness an end to the turmoil. Gently brushing her hair, Nai sighed deeply, assuring her that it would not come to that again. Even in death, he would not allow her to suffer such fear. The following days were marked by tranquility within the tribe. Ada and Huan Xie visited daily to pay their respects, and the lively atmosphere greatly improved Lu Rue's appetite. Although she could not see, Nai informed her that their son's archery skills had greatly improved, and once he grew a bit more, they would gift him a young horse. The old imperial physician also remained unharmed amidst the chaos, preparing a significant amount of poria paste to soothe Lu Rue's scars. half of which she gifted to Ada. "Thank you, mother," Ada said, cradling the paste as she exited the tent, only to encounter Anran. As she lowered her head, Anran approached and greeted her. Ada responded, feeling rather awkward as she stood still. However, Anran, intrigued, inquired about what she held. "I smell a familiar medicinal aroma. Is this from our Han lands?" This is the paste my mother bestowed upon me." Her voice was barely audible, and Ran leaned in closer to hear, furrowing his brow. "How can it be called a bestowal? It is a gift for you. May I take a look?" Ada handed him the paste, and without hesitation. And Ran opened the jar, delicately sampling some of the fine white paste with his fingertips. "Ah, it is made from the finest medicinal ingredients. This not only removes scars, but also beautifies the skin. Come, let me apply a little for you." "Huh?" She was taken aback, but Ran returned the jar to her, using his other hand to remove the silver tassel, intent on applying the paste with his fingertips. Startled by his actions, Ada hastily stepped back, lowering her head even further, one hand shielding her forehead, her eyes and ears flushed crimson. And Ran, catching a faint sound of her sobbing, leaned closer, feeling guilty. "What is it? Have I upset you?" Alas, I have offended the great Jussi and shall face the princess's punishment." "Oh, Jussi, please do not cry. I had no intention of bullying you. Here, take back this hairpin. I do not wish to keep it." Ada, holding back tears, accepted the hairpin with a sense of deep grievance, unable to meet Anran's gaze. I am ugly." Anran was taken aback, observing Adada's slightly damp eyelashes. Then her attention shifted to the salve poised to drip from her fingers. The smile faded momentarily. She was genuinely concerned. "What about that scar?" Ada took a long while to nod, her hand covering her forehead remaining unmoved. She was acutely aware of her lack of beauty, being dark and thin. And now, with a large scar on her forehead, she felt it did not complement her beautiful attire. The sudden exposure only heightened her embarrassment. The two remained silent for a few moments, and just as Ada prepared to leave, Anran gently held her back, brushing aside her hand to apply the salve onto her scar. "You are braver than any man. This is your honor, so why should you be ashamed to show it?" Anran, a cultured official, possessed soft and smooth fingertips that exuded a gentle warmth. Coupled with her clean, resonant voice, it momentarily rendered Ada speechless. After meticulously applying the salve, Anran stole a glance at Ada, whose complexion was dark and rough, a testament to a life of hardship that had left her lips parched and dull. Yet her eyes sparkled remarkably. Feeling Anran's gaze upon her, Ada raised her head, meeting Anran's scrutiny, instinctively taking 2 steps back. "You are truly beautiful." "Huh?" She could hardly comprehend. Was this being directed at her? Anran smiled, her fingertips gently rubbing together as if savoring the sensation from moments prior. "You are indeed beautiful. Your eyes are the loveliest I have ever seen." Was she truly complimenting her? Ada felt a surge of delight, though she was too bashful to show it. Anran extended her hand, asking Ada to pass her the silver tassel, helping her find a better position to insert it carefully. It did not obscure the scar, yet it drew attention away from it. Previously, it blocked your eyes. This way, you look more stunning, capturing everyone's gaze. Upon uttering this, Anran felt her own cheeks flush, clearing her throat in an attempt to mask her embarrassment, yet she could not suppress the smile tugging at her lips. "Greetings to the great Jussi. Greetings to the esteemed Anran." In the midst of their silence, a bold salutation rang out, startling Ada to nearly drop the salve in her hands. Although merely a passing soldier, it jolted both of them into realizing they had been standing there for quite some time, their demeanors so intimate amidst the bustling crowd. With a shy disposition, Ada blushed and hurried away, while Anran remained frozen in place, eventually breaking into a silly grin that left onlookers puzzled. How strange it was to see the usually articulate Anran in such a state. As the great Jussi, Ada had her own tent, furnished with items on par with those of the left noble king. A polished copper mirror was selected by Lu Rue from her dowry, its surface gleaming and intricately engraved. She knelt before the mirror, cautiously studying her reflection, having previously only glimpsed herself while washing clothes in the flowing river, never having perceived any beauty within her. Upon hearing his words, she felt as though she no longer recognized herself. That silver hairpin had been repositioned, and indeed, it appeared far more exquisite than before. Were her eyes truly that enchanting? In the meantime, Adada was startled again. It was her maid. Nay had specifically arranged for her to have two attendants, one older and one closer to Adada's age. I'm fine. You may continue with your tasks, Adada stammered, still shaken, stealing a glance at the maid's eyes. There was nothing particularly special about them. They were just like everyone else's. Turning to the bronze mirror, she pouted after a moment's contemplation. Surely, he was merely teasing her. How could she, in her current state, ever capture his affection? He was undeniably more handsome than she. For several days thereafter, Adada avoided Anren at all costs. When escape was impossible, she would shield herself behind her maid, affording him no opportunity to speak, which left Anren rather disheartened, his face a portrait of frustration. Uncertain of how to proceed, Lu Rue seldom emerged from the tent, and Nay, being somewhat oblivious, remained unaware while Chue discerned the situation and chuckled quietly. Deciding not to intervene, her heart filled with myriad reflections. Had Ruxinyi and Shigang possessed such courage in their youth, they might have already had children. As for these two young souls, Chapter 57, The Awakening of Affection, however, Anren was far more capable than the Shigang of yesteryear. For he was well aware that his lifelong affairs were always in his own hands. Adada, you seem to be in splendid spirits today. I wish to go to the riverside to watch them fish. Would you care to accompany me? Aye. Did Adada agree? Splendid. Let's make our way there at once. I have heard that the river is teeming with fat fish, and I am quite adept at preparing grilled fish. I shall cook it for you, Anren exclaimed before Adada could finish her sentence, beckoning her towards the riverbank. Adada cast a troubled glance at her maid, but surprisingly, the attendants exhibited no reaction, deftly following along with them to the riverside. The long riverbank was bustling with people, all frantically engaged in fishing, for this was the season when the fish were at their most succulent, easily eliciting one's salivation with even the simplest of grilling. Anren spoke animatedly about the delicious dishes he would prepare, yet Adada's gaze was fixated on his hand. You should let go of me. Logically, since Adada had spoken, Anren ought not to overstep. Yet, mustering his courage, he tightened his grip. Adada, there are many people here. If I do not hold on to you, what if you were to fall? I cannot bear the responsibility for that. Adada, at a loss for words, could only acquiesce, glancing around at the lively crowd. Occasionally, someone would notice the presence of the esteemed Adada and hastily bow in her direction. Yet Anren still did not release her, causing Adada's face to flush crimson. Everyone is watching, she protested. Anren grinned broadly, proudly clearing his throat. I am charged with the responsibility of safeguarding Adada. There is nothing inappropriate about that, he declared, almost boasting. You are merely a scribe. How can you assume the role of protector? Lu Rue's teasing voice floated over from a distance. It was only then that Anren relinquished his hold on Adada, recognizing the need for decorum in the presence of royalty. As the subjects observed the chanyu accompanied by his consort, they parted to the sides, leaving Anren and Adada standing conspicuously in the clearing, with the bashful Adada's ears burning. Torn between the desire to flee and the fear to do so, they were engaged in their own activities, and although Lu Rue could not see clearly, she understood everything perfectly. She waved for Ada to come closer, saying, if he bullies you, feel free to retaliate. If you cannot manage to outwit him, come to me to lodge a complaint, and I shall support you. Indeed, as the esteemed daughter of the Xiongnu, who could dare to bully her? Yijiang, who had originally accompanied Lu Rue for the sake of merriment, heard Enrant's voice from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the intimate way in which Enrant held Ada's hand, followed by two rather dull maidservants. It was no wonder that the Empress advised that Ada's attendants should be clever and lively. However, he had misjudged the situation. Had he known, he would have let the Empress choose instead. Having met the chanyu and the princess, he was now accompanying the esteemed daughter to the riverbank, and given the crowd, he dared to push the boundaries a bit. Enrant composed himself, gathered his sleeves, and bowed to both Yijiang and Lu Rue, maintaining the facade of a graceful gentleman. Lu Rue found herself perplexed. How had she not noticed this rogue's playful demeanor before? And Ran recalled how, upon his arrival in Xiongnu, he had exhibited such poise and grandeur, subtly mocking her for losing the princess's grace. Yet now, Ran felt helpless, unable to ignore Lu Rue's presence. In truth, he was devising ways to amuse the esteemed daughter, having learned that in order to win over a reserved lady, one must adopt a thicker skin, thus engaging in banter unbecoming of his status. Lu Rue chuckled, bemused by Ran's antics, yet considering Ada's temperament, such behavior might actually endear him to her. Regardless, his offense to the esteemed daughter would not go unpunished. He was sentenced to prepare 50 grilled fish, which he must deliver to her before nightfall. Autumn Moon stifled a laugh, and Yajiang seemed quite satisfied with the punishment, advising Ran to protect the esteemed daughter well, before they proceeded toward the riverbank with Lu Rue. Ada, startled, broke into a sweat and lowered her head in silence. And Ran sighed in relief. He had boldly attempted to draw closer to her today, only to encounter the chanyu and the princess. He wondered if his shameless facade would become a source of ridicule. Turning back, and Ran noticed that Ada was suppressing a smile, her curved eyelashes casting a small shadow that obscured her eyes. In that fleeting moment of joy, she caught his attention, but embarrassed, she lifted her skirt and hurried away, ignoring his calls, determined not to reveal her expression. And Ran felt helpless. Whenever he tried to behave seriously, she would evade him, yet when he acted frivolously, the princess had a hold on him. He would certainly confront that old buddy Hada later. In truth, he was not such a frivolous person. All he sought was a chance to converse with Ada. Alas, Hada's ill-conceived advice had led him astray. Esteemed daughter, wait for me. As evening approached, and Ran, exhausted to the point of being unable to lift his arms, truly delivered the 50 grilled fish. Although some had grown cold, Ada could not contain her laughter, timidly handing him one. Eat, let's share this meal. Upon seeing the fish in her hand, Ran suddenly felt invigorated. He accepted the grilled fish, not in haste to eat, but gazing foolishly at Ada. Ada selected a few warm, succulent pieces to take to the Empress's tent, where she was asked to stay and converse with her mother. Heroine Xie enjoyed the meal greatly, and she reminded Heroine Xie to eat slowly and be cautious of the fish bones. Yanzhi's attentiveness towards you is quite remarkable. Lu Rue instructed Yanzhi to carefully select the fish bones for her while she leisurely awaited by the side. Upon hearing her words, Ada was seized by a sense of apprehension, fearing that she would be reprimanded for the events of the day. Lu Rue gently patted her hand, her tone laced with playful mockery. What are you afraid of? I'm merely inquiring. To speak candidly. It was only then that Ada confessed. Her cheeks flushed as she recounted Ran's words and actions, which left Lu Rue utterly astonished. Had he been assimilated by the Xiongnu, becoming more audacious? Or was he merely stunned by the chaos of war? Ada failed to grasp her meaning, yet Yanzhi suddenly recalled something. Now that you mention it, it's true. I remember Ran used to be quite unpleasant in speech, always wearing a stern face and acting aloof. Now, he seems even more innocent than Hu Hangxi. Father, I'm not innocent. I'm a man. Hu Hangxi, while savoring the fish, immediately expressed his discontent at his father's words, spitting out the fish bones in defense. It took a few soothing words from Yanzhi to calm him down. The chanyu was not mistaken. Yanzhi was indeed not well-liked before, yet upon encountering you, he appeared transformed. Ada remained silent, oblivious to the reason behind this change. In her eyes, Ran did not seem pretentious. Rather, he was exceedingly amicable. Perhaps it was Hatu's ill-advised suggestion. They both journeyed to Chang'an together and maintained a good relationship. Hatu, though serious on the battlefield, becomes quite loquacious in the presence of women. Originally, Ran and Hatu had descended to Chang'an specifically for the purpose of trade. Yet due to the internal strife within the Xiongnu, their plans fell through. Now, preserving a gold mine was a fortunate outcome, and the two troubled souls grew ever more communicative. Lu Rue chuckled. I believe the men of the Xiongnu look up to you as a model, exuding grandeur on horseback, yet losing all composure upon returning to the tent. Yanzhi did not dispute this, offering her a morsel of fish, which was tender and flavorful, truly a culinary delight. Upon returning to the tent, Ada was astonished to find Ran still present, having prepared a generous portion of fish for her. Here, I've already removed the bones. It's perfect for direct consumption or for making broth. Would you like to try some? She stood there, transfixed by his actions, forgetting even to blush. In the grand tent, the chanyu was meticulously removing fish bones for his beloved wife, while Ran engaged in the same task. Ada found herself at a loss for words, her large, blinking eyes filled with surprise and joy. Ran no longer feigned indifference. Despite his somewhat soiled attire, he maintained his poise, humbly asking for forgiveness from the esteemed Ju Si for the offense committed earlier. Ada mused that this was his true self, a countenance reminiscent of that day under the sun, beside the carriage, when he praised himself. She gazed at the generously filled platter of fish, tasted a piece, though slightly cold. It was exceptionally delicious, imbued with a hint of sweetness, the finest dish she had ever savored. "Thank you," she said, meeting Ran's gaze, only to quickly lower her head again. But Ran had seen clearly, recognizing her smile and the joy in her eyes, realizing that she, like himself, harbored a heart that raced with excitement, all while maintaining an air of composure. He returned, his pace somewhat hurried, a foolish grin plastered on his face. If he lingered any longer, he would surely be unable to move. As long as she enjoyed the fish, that was enough. Once he had gone far enough, Adada instructed the maid to rest, then sat down, hugging his knees, burying his flushed and heated face between them. He truly cherished her. The girl in the bronze mirror smiled with an innocent purity, tinged with shyness and anticipation. Having endured hardships, Adada rose early the next morning to prepare a fish soup from the previous night's catch, distributing it to everyone in the tribe, including Ran. "I cannot bear to waste good food. I cannot finish it all by myself." The fish soup was delivered to her personally, but with others present in the tent. Adada did not dare linger and swiftly departed, leaving Ran unable to express her gratitude as she gazed down at the small bowl in her hands. This fish soup is truly delicious. The fish from the Xiongnu is simply sweet. As the two young people drew closer, Lu Rue felt a tinge of disappointment. The family that had taken her in and cared for her had yet to be found, and she worried for the father and son, as well as the two women who awaited their return. In this vast grassland, finding a transient family was indeed a daunting task. She rested her head on the table, feeling quite dejected. She had promised them that when the chanyu came to take her away, she would reward them handsomely. But now she could not even locate them. Would she have to break her promise? "Do not fret. I have sent more people to search. Here, drink this medicine." Her health had gradually improved, yet her eyes remained unwell, which had become the greatest concern for the Yejian. Although her life had not been significantly affected with him around, the inability to see sunlight, green grass, and her son's face was ultimately a regret he wished to spare her from. The old imperial physician had tried numerous remedies, but each time he examined her pulse, he could not discern the cause. The princess's pulse was now steady and strong, showing no signs of blockage. It could only be attributed to a troubled heart. Chapter 58. The marriage customs of Han and Xiongnu. This explanation did not satisfy the Yejian, who summoned a shaman and even requested the high priest to inquire of the eternal heaven on how the Yejian could recover. The responses from both the shaman and the high priest were surprisingly consistent. The Yejian's heart was shrouded in darkness, preventing her from seeing the light. Lu Rue was taken aback. Was it the darkness in her heart? It was not only about the past, but also about the future. The Yejian's heart remained enveloped in shadow. The shaman spoke with conviction, yet both Lu Rue and the Yejian did not comprehend what the future's darkness referred to. The shaman could not provide an answer, and the high priest merely mentioned something about the grasslands and the darkness of the Xiongnu. The Yejian was left bewildered, while Lu Rue began to form a notion. Could it be related to the ninth Prince Lu Yu? The only future-related concern she could think of regarding the Xiongnu was the Han dynasty. Although relations between the two nations were currently amicable, the ninth prince was nonetheless a potential threat, one that she could not control. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Letting out a worried sigh as she instructed, "Go, summon Yanzhi." Just as Ran was immersed in sweet moments with Adada, she was abruptly called. A sense of foreboding creeping into her heart as she composed herself and stepped into the Yejian's grand tent. Lu Rui dared not reveal the matter concerning the ninth prince to the public. He dismissed all others, leaving only Nejiang and Xiuyue, and permitted Ran to approach, allowing her to disclose the grim details of Xingyu's demise. The gravity of her words rendered everyone momentarily speechless, until Qiue's sobs shattered the silence, lamenting the princess's suffering. Lu Rui did not dare to reflect on the terrifying past, bowing his head in an effort to compose himself. Nejiang, feeling a pang of sympathy, immediately summoned a few musicians to play the sun for the empress, only to be halted by her dismissive gesture. All I know is merely this much. Although Xingyu has long since perished, we cannot ascertain whether other spies remain, and Ran hesitated to continue, until Nejiang called her out, prompting her to question. Why does the princess confide in me? Is she not fearful that I might be a spy? Lu Rui responded with candor. Indeed, I am concerned. However, you will eventually become one of us. If you truly wish to know, the truth will come to light. This frankness made Ran feel somewhat embarrassed. Her face taut as she refrained from smiling. The princess has yet to speak, and who mentioned the Grand Duke? You have inadvertently implicated yourself. With this revelation, Ran naturally felt compelled to investigate the Han individuals within the Chanyu tribe. However, the Xiongnu tribes were scattered, making it difficult to ascertain the truth regarding others. You need not worry about that. The Xiongnu no longer possess tribes that pose a threat, Nejiang remarked, taking a sip of sheep's milk wine, his tone somewhat ominous. The attendants who had accompanied them in battles were undoubtedly aware of this. The Chanyu had swept across the vast Xiongnu territory within a year, subjugating those who surrendered while ruthlessly exterminating any who resisted. With such swift and fierce measures, there was no longer any threat remaining. Even if spies exist, they will not stir up any significant turmoil. Empress, you should find solace in this. Your health is paramount, he advised, noticing that her expression had not improved. Nejiang felt a surge of determination, increasingly convinced that he should act accordingly, though he refrained from voicing it. He thought it would be a delightful surprise for the empress. Once Ran took her leave, Lu Rui felt fatigued and leaned against Nejiang's shoulder to rest. Adada was of an age suitable for marriage, and if she and Ran were to get along harmoniously, then the Chanyu should indeed make preparations. Nejiang, preoccupied with his own thoughts, was momentarily distracted by Lu Rui's interruption and responded somewhat dismissively. Arrange the marriage. You shall preside over the matter. Lu Rui was not concerned about Ran's character. However, marriage was a serious affair involving the union of two clans, and Ran belonged to the Han officials, while Adada's status was superior to his. When the time came, should the wedding rites adhere to Han customs or follow those of the Xiongnu? Nejiang paid little heed to her worries and, with a cheerful demeanor, exited the tent and summoned 3 or 4 trusted confidants into the Chanyu's main tent, remaining there until evening. The lofty Wushan mountains towered high, while the Huai River flowed deep and unfathomable. Lost in her musings, Lu Rui reclined on the soft pillow, contemplating Adada's forthcoming marriage. This child, neglected in her youth and enduring hardship under her stepfather, would have perished in the western tribes were it not for her. A grand wedding was warranted to honor her. Qiuyue, perhaps we should summon Adada and Ran to directly inquire about their intentions? As Qiuyu lingered beside Hu Hangxi, she chuckled softly at her words. The princess seemed confused. In matters like these, what could one expect to glean from Dejuci? With her bashfulness, she would likely be too embarrassed to speak. This revelation prompted Lu Rui to reflect on the awkwardness of having his lifelong commitment so directly questioned. It would undoubtedly be a source of great embarrassment, and ultimately, he would have to acquiesce to whatever others said, even if he was displeased. Mother, is my sister going to be a bride? The lively Hu Hangxi, engrossed in the adult conversation, had long since lost interest in her studies. She darted to Lu Rui's knee, more excited than anyone else. Given Hu Hangxi's close bond with Adada, Lu Rui felt a swell of joy and affectionately ruffled her hair. You, after just a few lines of poetry, already grow weary. Your mother is merely contemplating your sister's wedding, and you are so exhilarated. Do you also wish to don the groom's attire and marry soon? Chastened by this remark, Hu Hangxi clung to her mother's arm in a playful manner. Father often tells me how beautiful you were when you married, like a celestial goddess. Yet, I have never seen a bride as lovely as you, and I simply want to know if my sister can be as beautiful as you. Realizing that Ada still held fond memories of her own appearance during her wedding, Lu Rui felt a blush rise to his cheeks as he envisioned Ada in her bridal attire. Their mother had yet to devise a plan for the wedding. So he urged, quickly, go back to your studies and stop being lazy. With a sense of disappointment, Yanzhi returned to her books, while Xiongnu pondered a new idea. The Jusi was amiable and would likely not raise any concerns regarding her own wedding. The princess was simply caught between Han and Xiongnu customs. Perhaps she could draw inspiration from the Jusi's attire. The Jusi's attire? Lu Rui questioned, puzzled by its significance. Xiongnu smiled, removing a gold hairpin from her head and handing it to her. At that moment, Lu Rui understood. The hairpin previously gifted to Ada was one she had continuously worn, adorned with a silver tassel. Although the remaining garments were of Xiongnu style, they harmonized beautifully. If blending Han and Xiongnu styles was acceptable for service, why not for a wedding? After all, this was a joyful union between two tribes that deserved to be distinctive. As inspiration struck, the Yi Jiang returned, his spirits high as he bestowed affectionate kisses upon her. Good. He sure, why you look so radiant? Lu Rui elaborated on his ideas, and to his delight, received enthusiastic support. Excellent. Let us make it a grand affair, inviting the entire tribe and all of Xiongnu to celebrate. Coincidentally, Ada arrived for a visit. Upon entering the tent, she found all eyes upon her, filled with excitement and anticipation, leaving her frozen in place, unsure of how to react. What's wrong? Have I done something amiss? Xiongnu welcomed her inside, pouring a cup of freshly brewed cool tea and presenting 2 bowls of fresh fruit. With such joyous tidings approaching, how could there be any wrongdoing? Confused, Ada dared not inquire further. Lu Rui gently traced her features, finding her increasingly endearing. Adada, da yelang, began, and adada immediately si trektenet herposture. Her father commanded a respect that she could not dismiss, which made Yi Jiang, accustomed to Yanzhi's carefree demeanor, feel somewhat awkward. You are the Dajusi of Xiongnu, sister to the left Xian Wang. Naturally, your wedding will adhere to our Xiongnu customs. As soon as the words were spoken, Adada's face flushed crimson. Lu Rui facepalmed, regretting that he had forgotten to advise her on this matter. After all, it was rather embarrassing for a young girl to hear about her own marriage. Fortunately, the Xiongnu were not overly sensitive. Although Ada felt shy, she continued to listen. However, that in Ran was Han, unlike the Yin clan, and thus did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Xiongnu. Therefore, their wedding would need to adhere to the customs of the Han people. Adada's complexion paled instantly as she realized that when it came to marriage, her husband would undoubtedly be in Ran. Yet, what did the chanyu mean by saying that those not of the same clan could not wed? Although she could not see it, Lu Rui keenly sensed Adada's despondency. She blamed the clumsy Yejian for frightening her with his words. Afterward, Lu Rui beckoned Adada closer, explaining that the chanyu intended for their wedding customs to differ from others, and that he had devised a plan. Half would follow Xiongnu traditions, while the other half would refer to Han practices. He had not yet spoken to Ran about it, suggesting that perhaps Adada could approach him herself. After all, that fellow had not yet made a sound, so it would be best for his superior to take the lead. Surely he would not dare to object. Adada covered her face and mumbled a few words that no one could hear clearly. Yanzhi, filled with excitement, tugged at her sleeve, exclaiming that as a bride, she would surely look stunning. Would she be as beautiful as their mother? Lu Rui interjected, advising Yanzhi to calm down, saying that he would undoubtedly marry someone even more beautiful than her, and he should not be so concerned about others' appearances at such a tender age. Yejian laughed heartily, taking a swig of cold tea, asserting that it was only natural for men to be fond of beauty. He was promptly nudged by Lu Rui, reminding him that their son was still just a child. After the family shared dinner in their tent, Chiyu accompanied Adada to seek out Ran, while Yanzhi engaged in wrestling with Yejian. Lu Rui, meanwhile, listened to their commotion, contemplating the details of the wedding. The Han wedding, referred to as Hunli, symbolizes the harmony of yin and yang, traditionally held at dusk, while the Xiongnu celebrated in the early morning. Just this difference left her uncertain about how to proceed. Coupled with concerns over attire and ceremonial implements, she wondered if they could complete the wedding before winter set in. Yejin, focused solely on his own matters, offered no useful advice, while Yejin remained unperturbed about welcoming a Han son-in-law, and Ran, soon to be the Xiongnu prince, was quite anxious. The following morning, he eagerly sought out Lu Rue, regrettably missing the comical expression on his face. Chapter 59. A shared celebration. Greetings, Your Highness. Within the tent, only Chiyue accompanied them. While Huangxi and Yejin practiced their swordplay outside, the clashing sounds only heightening and Rant's unease. Your servant has just heard from the Dejusi that he expressed gratitude to the chanyu and the princess for the betrothal. However, he mentioned that this wedding must harmonize both Han and Xiongnu traditions. I wonder how the princess wishes to proceed. Lu Rui leisurely spat out a fruit seed, wiped her hands, and took a sip of cold tea before sighing. You arrived at the perfect moment. I find myself quite troubled. Although the idea is commendable, I cannot settle on the specifics. And Ran hesitated, and Lu Rue, with her keen ears, caught the sound. What is it? Are you unwilling to marry Adada? Oh, no. No. A sudden exclamation nearly startled Lu Rue, as Chiyue coughed disapprovingly, admonishing Yanzhi for his recklessness, which was uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. Initially, when Ran first arrived among the Xiongnu, he had subtly mocked Lu Rue for lacking the grace befitting a princess's suitor, which had stirred discontent within Lu Rue. Now, however, the tides had turned. Lu Rue, accustomed to the Xiongnu way of life, had lost the refined demeanor of a gentleman and felt a flush rise to his cheeks at Chiyue's words. Your Highness, I merely wish to discuss the wedding details with you, for as a Han man, I must uphold the dignity of the Han court while also honoring the customs of the Xiongnu. Isn't that my intention? Lu Rue interjected with a hint of impatience, realizing for the first time how drawn-out Han discourse could be. In truth, and Ran was elated. Given their differing statuses, he had hesitated to approach Adada with a proposal. Yet now, despite the lack of formal consent, preparations for the wedding had commenced, ensuring that the bride he cherished would not escape him. Unbeknownst to them, the sounds of sword practice outside had ceased. Lu Rue found it amusing and interrupted and Ran, who was about to speak, saying, Come in. Who could possibly stop you? Huan Xie peeked in with a grin, followed closely by his father. Mother, I also wish to hear how a wedding that is both Xiongnu and Han will be conducted. Lu Rue playfully poked his son's forehead and adjusted his position to make room for them. At this point, and Ran felt a surge of nervousness and eagerly articulated his thoughts, uninterrupted by anyone. And Ran, you are exceedingly clever, Huan Xie exclaimed, tugging at his mother's sleeve to express his admiration for the idea. Yet Lu Rue chuckled with a glint of mischief, to be honest. You must have thought this through long ago. And Ran's ears flushed a deep crimson, and he hesitated, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Liu Hui, not wishing to put him on the spot, instructed him to step back and allowed Chiyue to manage the arrangements. It is a pity I cannot witness it, otherwise I would personally craft Adada's wedding attire. The commander's expression faltered momentarily, and he patted her gently. You will heal. The high priest has proclaimed that as long as you can step out of the darkness, you shall regain your sight. Indeed, yes, mother. Perhaps my sister's wedding will be an auspicious sign. Once the ceremony concludes, you may emerge from the shadows, Huan Xie chimed in, fervently wishing for his mother's vision to improve. Though she was with him now, she could not see the words he wrote, the arrows he shot, nor the extent of his growth. He longed for her to praise him for becoming a man. Lu Rue understood his son's yearning and struggled to embrace him. My Huan Xie has grown so heavy that even your mother can scarcely hold you. When your mother's sight returns, will you ride a pony to show her? No, I want to ride a great steed, the most magnificent horse in all of Xiongnu. Then, like father, I will gallop across the plains. The commander proudly lifted his son. Yes, my son is the most impressive in all of Xiongnu, and one day he shall follow in his father's footsteps, marrying his dearest beloved and galloping across the grasslands. allowing her to behold the most beautiful sights of our homeland. In reflecting upon the past, she finds herself filled with nostalgia. There was a time when Yejian would take her horseback riding. She wonders if the soft saddle still exists. Regrettably, her vision has deteriorated, and the imperial physician has advised against any jostling. Soon, the news of the impending union between the Han official and Ran and the Xiongnu chieftain Ada spread throughout the Xiongnu, even drawing the attention of the Han. And Ran's family sent a plethora of congratulatory gifts, a testament to their formidable status as nobles. Recalling the early days of her arrival in Xiongnu, Lu Rui chuckled at the thought of Ran becoming her son-in-law. While toying with exquisite artifacts, he could not resist teasing, but Ran, happily anticipating the marriage, retorted without hesitation, suggesting that the princess could not have foreseen becoming the mother-in-law of subject. Xiongnu laughed aloud, noting that now there are two pairs of delightful couples between the Han and the Xiongnu, and even His Majesty could not have anticipated this. Indeed, the emperor would surely be pleased. Who could have foreseen the intricate tapestry of joy and sorrow woven upon the Xiongnu lands? From the height of summer to the onset of winter, Ada grew increasingly radiant, while Ran found himself overwhelmed with the preparations for their union. The tribe buzzed with the laughter of numerous new children, and Lu Rui often heard their joyous sounds while strolling about. "Mother," Ada called out, spotting Lu Rui from afar. She ran over to greet him with a bow, the delicate jingling of her jeweled adornments accentuating her newfound elegance, filling Lu Rui with delight. "I see your face has grown rounder. It suits you well. Soon, you will be a bride, and I imagine you will be too excited to sleep at night." Ada blushed and hesitated to respond, having grown accustomed to receiving greetings from others. She had never dreamt such a transformation would occur. Once, she believed her life would remain unchanged forever. Lu Rui, too, had harbored similar thoughts, realizing that perseverance and kindness yield rewarding outcomes. He encouraged her to cherish her life with Ran, perhaps even visiting his family in Han territory someday. Upon hearing this, Ada grew anxious, nervously twisting the intricate patterns of her sleeves. "What if his family does not like me? I do not consider myself beautiful," Xiongnu interjected, adjusting the ornaments upon Ada's head. "Dear Ada, you are the second most esteemed woman in all of Xiongnu, after the princess. And Ran is indeed fortunate to have you as a bride, and the two royal families will surely take joy in this alliance." These words of truth calmed Ada's heart, as a chilly northern breeze swept in, rustling the dry grasses. Lu Rui, pulling his sleeve close, reflected on how swiftly winter approached. Ultimately, the wedding that everyone eagerly anticipated took place just before the depths of winter, with the tribe bustling with excitement. No less vibrant than the wedding of the Chanyu and the distant Yanzhi. Hail to the Chanyu! Hail to the Yanzhi! As dawn broke, before the sun fully illuminated the sky, the festivities commenced with Yejian and Lu Rui offering their heartfelt blessings, followed by the great priest performing rituals to beseech the heavens for the newlyweds' prosperity. Lu Rui recalled having experienced such a scene during his own wedding, though at that time, his heart was filled with disdain for the Xiongnu and Yejian, leaving him disinterested in the ceremonial proceedings. Now, however, he found it quite fascinating. After a lengthy ritual, the two newlyweds were finally ushered forth, in a resplendent crimson robe adorned with intricate patterns, and Ran epitomized elegance in her traditional Han ceremonial attire. Her composed visage could scarcely conceal the joy that bubbled within her as she gracefully ascended the sacrificial altar. It was then that Ada emerged, enveloped by a throng of admirers, capturing her attention. The bride, the most exquisite of all, was adorned with a meticulously crafted visage, the handiwork of Xiongnu, and donned an attire that at first glance appeared to be a Han-style deep garment, yet was accessorized with the distinctive waist adornments of Xiongnu. Her braided hair, embellished with delicate ornaments, harmoniously complemented her overall appearance. Before Ada could lift her skirt to ascend the altar, and Ran descended first, reaching out to take her bride's hand, reminiscent of the moment when the valiant general had taken Lu Rui's hand years prior. This gesture was a cherished memory shared by the general, who had encouraged him to experience the sentiment anew. Little did both the general and Ran realized that this act would evolve into a tradition among the Xiongnu, symbolizing that the bride should be led forth by her groom. As the sacrificial rites concluded and the crowd offered their blessings, Ada Dada found herself seated in a ceremonial palanquin by midday. Traditionally, according to Han customs, the proceedings of name inquiry and auspicious greetings were extensive. But the Xiongnu opted for a more streamlined approach. Ada Dada merely circled the tribe in the palanquin before returning to her tent. Within the slightly swaying palanquin, the sound of jingling jewels above her head resonated, while all gazes were fixated upon her, her heart racing with a fervor that surpassed the rhythm of drums. The afternoon brought forth a jubilant celebration of song and dance, uniting the Xiongnu and Han people in a spirit of camaraderie. Clad in their finest attire, they indulged in delectable dishes previously unattainable, reveling in song and dance. Lu Rui, accompanied by Chanyu, remained by Ada Dada's side, sharing in the joyous noise outside, exchanging knowing smiles while urging her to partake in sustenance, for she must be famished. Ada Dada, cautious not to mar her exquisite makeup, ate delicately, mindful that the Han-style same-table ceremony awaited her in the evening, and she could not afford to fast. As the celebratory sounds of the tribe echoed, a sense of anticipation stirred within Ada Dada. Her cheeks flushed as the sun began its descent. Suddenly, the commotion outside grew louder, accompanied by Ran's voice. Chanyu was touching up Ada Dada's makeup when the excitement outside reached a crescendo, prompting the eager bride to rise and express her desire to join the festivities. "What is the matter, dear sister?" she inquired. "They have come to fetch me. I must go out." Chanyu and Lu Rui exchanged glances, suppressing smiles as they reassured the impatient Ada Dada. "Patience, dear bride. Such a prize is not easily won." With gentle support, Lu Rui approached the tent entrance, wherein Ran's voice called out for the bride to emerge, met by a chorus of agreement from the crowd. A cherished daughter of the great Xiongnu cannot simply be taken. A poem must be recited, a proper greeting must be made. Yet, to their surprise, a sudden wave of kneeling swept through the throng outside, silencing the earlier revelry. After a moment's pause, those familiar with the customs reacted with laughter, proclaiming that the princess was not displeased, but merely playfully teasing her groom, urging everyone to rise. It turned out that the Xiongnu populace had mistakenly believed Lu Rui was discontented with Ran's union with Deju Ci, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Even the general, initially bewildered, found amusement in the explanation, lamenting that such delightful customs had not been present during his own wedding. For Ran, penning wedding verses proved to be no trifling task. With effortless grace, she could conjure sweet praises of the bride's beauty and virtues that would leave Ada utterly captivated. Yet Lu Rui remained unsatisfied. Where are the gold leaves? Has the groom truly arrived empty-handed? This was also a customary practice at weddings, prepared in advance. And Ran received a hefty bundle of gold from the attendants, which she exuberantly scattered, igniting a frenzy among the guests. Then, clutching a handful of gold leaves, she extended them into the tent, where Chanyu received them with steadiness, finally earning a nod of approval from Lu Rui. The playful teasing of the groom came to a close. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Ada Da emerged from the grand tent, escorted by maidens. Her head bowed in bashfulness, her bridal attire radiating a particularly enchanting beauty in the evening sun. In Chapter 60, a century of bliss, adorned in a more resplendent gown. The bride's bright eyes momentarily stunned Ran, who only snapped back to reality when nudged, offering a somewhat foolish laugh. Hand in hand, they entered the newly erected tent, decorated in the style of the Han dynasty, where a table laden with rice and meat awaited them. Seated across from each other, they shared bites of beans and meat, symbolizing their bond in joy and adversity. A gourd was split in two, its sweet wine consumed in one gulp, signifying their shared joys and sorrows. Each took a strand of hair, binding it together in a promise of unity, vowing to cherish one another until their hair turned white. What was originally a solemn ritual was elevated by the exuberant spirit of the Xiongnu, transforming it into a scene of extraordinary celebration. The newlyweds hardly had the chance to express their gratitude to the guests before being swept into the throng to dance. Ada fared somewhat better, shielded by Lu Rui, while Ran found herself in a more challenging position, envied by both Han and Xiongnu alike. Their determination to ensure she did not tire out left her feeling overwhelmed. Amidst the clamor, Lu Rui's expression darkened. The raucous laughter of men unsettled her, and the cramped tent felt stifling. With Chiao Yu's support, she stepped outside for fresh air, only to realize her fingers trembled slightly. Suddenly, a hand brushed against her face, causing her to recoil in fright, her wide eyes reflecting her panic as she instinctively shielded herself. Jiang? It was the voice of that Yi Jiang, and only then did Lu Rui relax. Acknowledging her earlier distress, she smoothed her hair, though one hand remained protectively over her chest. As silence enveloped them, she felt a weight on her shoulder. That Yi Jiang draped a fox fur over her, meticulously tying the sash. "It's cold outside. You should wear more." His voice was laced with a tender concern that made Lu Rui's heart swell. Drawing her into his embrace, that Yi Jiang patted her back gently, urging her to find joy on this festive day. "Shall I accompany you for a stroll?" He suggested Chiao Yu return to the tent with Ada while he guided Lu Rui through the somewhat desolate village, the cold wind easing her fears. Everyone was celebrating their union. How lively it felt. When she finally spoke, that Yi Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. "So, Han weddings are this delightful?" In contrast, our Xiongnu festivities involve little beyond rituals, songs, and feasting. Lu Rui, unconcerned, replied, "During our heavenly sacrifices, the entire tribe, young and old, gathers. It is quite lively as well. In truth, our Han weddings are not typically so raucous, yet this is rather enjoyable." However, Kenny felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her and let out a long sigh. At that moment, "I truly did not appreciate you. Not only treating you rudely, but also causing you unhappiness." Lu Rui pressed her lips together and managed a faint smile, though her expression quickly faltered. "Yet now, I cannot help but feel remorse for the affection you have shown me." She turned her head away, concealing her distress from Kan Yi, yet how could he not understand? Gently brushing against her hair with closed eyes, he murmured, "Yanzhi, let us not revisit old grievances, lest your heart remain bound and your eyes clouded." Lu Rui obeyed, stifling her tears and forcing a smile to reassure him. The revelry in the grand tent continued, amplifying the tranquility between the two. In the dim light of the fire, Kan Yi gazed down at his Yanzhi, her face still lacking its former rosy glow. The faint scars were no longer visible, yet her gentle brows cast shadows, mirroring the darkness of her world. His Yanzhi, oh how she tugged at his heartstrings. After a while, Lu Rui finally calmed her emotions, leaning against Kan Yi's strong heartbeat. "Chanyu and Ran and Ada will find happiness. Indeed, you and I shall also continue to find joy together." Having braved the cold winds, Lu Rui was assisted back as the festivities began to wind down, and Ran was already quite inebriated. Ada hid nearby, guarded by Chiao Yu, and sighed in relief upon Lu Rui's return. "It's time to rest. Everyone should disperse, lest a Ju Ci feels discontent," Kan Yi announced, prompting the crowd to exit the tent immediately. And Ran swayed, attempting to speak, but before she could, she rushed out to vomit. Lu Rui found the lingering odor in the tent quite unpleasant and instructed the servants to air it out while also bringing some hangover remedy. "Yanzhi, have you had your fill of vomiting?" Outside the tent, and Ran, adhering to protocol, hurried back to bow. "I have erred, please forgive me, Your Highness." Hearing her unclear words, Lu Rui shook his head, bearing no resentment. "It is your wedding. You should revel in the joy. Just ensure your bride does not suffer." Ada quickly shook her head. "He would never let me be wronged," eliciting Lu Rui to playfully pinch her nose, "already defending your husband after just getting married. You must assert your own temperament. Indeed, the more spirited you are, the more your husband will cherish you." Kan Yi interjected, receiving a playful jab to his side, laughing without annoyance. After consuming the pre-prepared hangover remedy, and Ran's complexion improved significantly. She beamed at Ada, adorned with jewels, forgetting that the princess and the chanyu were still watching. All right, you two indulge in your affection, but let me remind you, Lu Rui did not voice her thoughts directly, but instead whispered a few words to Yanzhi, who then discreetly conveyed them to Yanran, leaving Ada somewhat perplexed and shyly glancing at them. Upon hearing, Yanran deeply bowed, but was interrupted by a burp. I understand, Your Highness, rest assured. I will not allow Ada to suffer. Only then did Lu Rui feel relieved, escorted out of the tent, leaving behind a space that was now solely occupied by the newlyweds, holding hands and exchanging soft smiles. Ada's face was flushed, whether from intoxication or from the charms of the moment. She could not tell. Ada lowered her head in silence, her heart racing intensely. She harbored a certain fear towards men, yet she placed her trust in him, believing he would treat her with gentleness. Thank you for agreeing to marry a man who is neither strong nor imposing nor powerful. To her surprise, he uttered these words, leaving Ada feeling somewhat flustered. However, apart from tightening her grip on his hand, she had no intention of saying anything further. Xiongnu sensed the strength of her grip and smiled silently. But I, Xiongnu, shall devote my life to you, cherishing you alone, with tenderness surpassing even that of a Khan towards his princess, more considerate than he. Ada smiled in return, pondering if anyone could be kinder than a Khan to his princess, yet she believed his words. As the night deepened, they decided to rest. The red candle flickered brightly within the tent, infused with the aroma of wine and meat, exuding a lingering sweetness that refused to dissipate. According to the customs of a Xiongnu, once a woman married, her previous identity would be erased, and she would live according to her husband's family. However, due to the unique status of both Ada and Xiongnu, she remained the esteemed daughter of the Xiongnu. Now a married woman, Ada adorned herself with a more mature appearance, her cheeks flushed with rouge as she respectfully greeted the general and Lu Rui, father, mother. Xiongnu clasped his sleeves in salute, his heart racing as he truly felt the reality of being a son-in-law to the Xiongnu. Even addressing the slightly older princess Duanping as mother-in-law. Lu Rui, unfazed by Xiongnu's thoughts, beckoned Ada closer and whispered a few words to her. Xiongnu noticed his bride's cheeks redden, likely in response to a question regarding any grievances she might have faced. Once Ada nodded, Lu Rui released her with satisfaction, and the general grasped her left hand, the warmth of his hold providing her immense reassurance. You have already prepared the grand tent for them, Xiongnu. You ought to send a message back to the Han court. Now that you are the son-in-law of the Xiongnu, it is even more essential to contribute to the maintenance of relations between our two nations. This year, the gold mine should be reopened, correct? Upon hearing this, the general could not help but chuckle. The young couple was only in their second day of marriage, and already they were eager to attend to serious matters. Xiongnu acquiesced, suppressing his fluttering emotions. The general offered a few more words of advice before allowing them to leave, as his own wife remained a priority. Despite the lively and joyous atmosphere of the young couple's wedding, Lu Rui's eyes showed no signs of improvement, devoid of even a glimmer of light, which left the general feeling somewhat disheartened. Xiongnu stepped in, rushing into Lu Rui's embrace. Mother, sister, you looked so beautiful yesterday. However, you are not as lovely as you were in your youth. After enduring some teasing from Lu Rui, the general affectionately ruffled Xiongnu's hair. How did your archery practice go today? I practiced for a full hour and am now quite accurate. Mother, how are your eyes? It seemed both father and son were anxious about her sight. Lu Rui shook his head with guilt, leaving Xiongnu deeply disappointed. He reached out to touch his mother's eyes, feeling their warmth. Yet, he could not fathom why she remained unable to see. They did not wish for her mood to be affected by her son and lifted the heavy body of Xiongnu, smiling as she said, "What is there to rush? Your mother is merely waiting for the light of the Xiongnu land. When my precious son grows up, she will naturally recover." Xiongnu did not fully comprehend, but understood that he would become the new king of the Xiongnu when he matured, and he nodded happily, rising to bow and take his leave from Lu Rui. He had now become a young man and could no longer indulge in the same playful affection with his mother as before. He needed to be mindful of his demeanor in public. Yet, he had forgotten that just moments ago, he had still been in his mother's embrace. Observing her son's increasingly robust frame, Ney was filled with anticipation. At that moment, a servant approached with news, and after kissing the consort, he stepped out of the tent, leaving Lu Rue in contemplative silence. Princess, now that the left noble king has grown up and the great noble has married, why do you still seem so burdened with worries? Lu Rue accepted the cool tea offered by chanyu and sighed. I can't shake the feeling that he is concealing something from me. His breath quickens from time to time. Please find out if there is any news outside. Chanyu hesitated. Since the chanyu does not wish for the princess to know, how can I possibly inquire? Lu Rue pouted, realizing that for matters of intelligence gathering, Cinny was indeed more adept. That evening, she directly confronted Ney, insisting, let us not beat around the bush. What is happening in the tribe? Initially, Ney attempted to evade the question, but Lu Rue was resolute in her pursuit of the truth. Either you tell me what you are plotting, or you shall not sleep here tonight. Oh, dear consort, please do not send me away. I will speak. He relented, and Lu Rue awaited his explanation. I wish to take you away, just the three of us, Xiongnu, you, and I, along with chanyu. We will leave the tribe. Chapter 61. Retreat to Subud Lake. Lu Rue was perplexed by this statement and frowned, pondering for a long while. Where do you intend to take us? Anywhere you desire. But I have been contemplating Subud Lake. Your eyes have not been well, because there are too many burdens weighing on your mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Rue was about to retort, but Ney embraced her and continued speaking. The darkness in your heart may stem from believing that your suffering and tribulations arise from my identity as chanyu. Being by my side, you may never find peace. Only by distancing ourselves from the tribe and shedding the titles of chanyu and consort can you hope to emerge from the shadows. Lu Rue was taken aback, propping herself up to support his arm. Chanyu, what are you planning? To renounce your title? Was he contemplating abdication? But Xiongnu was still so young. He must not act recklessly. Fortunately, Ney had no intention of abdicating. He reassured Lu Rue and then slowly elaborated. Even if I were to abdicate and take Xiongnu with me, the tribe would still remain unmanaged. My desire is to leave a trusted aide to handle the responsibilities while I devote myself to a tranquil life with you, free from worries and thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lu Rue understood. He sought to become a leisurely chanyu simply to improve her spirits. She sat up, shaking her head in mild exasperation, clearly disapproving of his notion. My lord, I am weary of repeating these words. In abandoning my tribe for you, do you not think there are already enough troubles? I find solace in your presence and that of chanyu, so why stir up a commotion? Yet, that Yi Jiang is not as thoughtless as she appears. Gently patting her shoulder to soothe her, I am neither capricious nor indifferent to the tribe. It is simply evident over time that you cannot truly find peace. You either wake in the night startled or search for me everywhere. How could I not understand? At this moment, she was left speechless. Indeed, although she had returned to the tribe and his side, she could not forget the chaos of that rainy night and the year of suffering that followed. The turmoil had rendered her incapable of finding tranquility. Perhaps it was this very reason that obscured her vision of hope. But how could my lord ensure the tribe's safety? Yi Jiang had her own plans, allowing her to rest her mind. You have already endured too much for me, expended too much energy. Allow me to protect you. I assure you, the tribe will remain unharmed, and we too shall be safe. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Lu Rue had no choice but to relent. At this moment, nestled against his chest, she found herself filled with a quiet anticipation. They were akin to reclusive hermits, sharing each day together, free from the burdens of the outside world. When chanyu learned of my lord's intentions, she was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly feasible? Had my lord considered it thoroughly? Lu Rue nodded, placing down the horn cup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In truth, I too have yearned for such a simple life. During my time of rescue, I lived in a modest, cramped tent for so long that it hardly felt burdensome. To be by his side, witnessing the sun rise and set, would undoubtedly bring me peace. Chanyu fell silent, patiently awaiting beside him. Indeed, my lord must attend to state affairs, and over the years, he has had little time to accompany the princess. If he could truly lay everything aside, their bond would undoubtedly bring her joy. However, their plans were not to be disclosed to many. Yi Jiang had prepared for over half a month. finally announcing to the entire Xiongnu that he would retreat with his Yanzhi, hand in hand. To Lu Rui's surprise, the tribe expressed no dissent. It seemed Yi Jiang had done her due diligence, ensuring that even in his absence, the Xiongnu would remain secure. As they climbed into the carriage bound for Beloved Lake, Lu Rui felt an undeniable excitement. Despite having endured severe injuries while captured en route to Beloved Lake, she still cherished the place. "My son, we are heading to a beautiful location. Your father once took me there. It is home to a grand lake, trees, soft grassy fields, and particularly adorable sand rats." She cradled Hu Huanxie, speaking slowly about the beauty of Beloved Lake. Hu Huanxie, who had never been there, couldn't help but beam at his mother's words. "How long shall we stay there?" "We shall remain until your mother grows weary, after which we will journey to an even more splendid place." Hu Huanxie, the beauty of the Xiongnu, is something we must witness with our own eyes. Yi Jiang personally took the reins, ready to embark on the journey with his wife and child. The reason for not bringing Ada was that Ran could not leave the gold mine. They would allow themselves the freedom to live unrestrained. Lu Rui had already instructed that once Ada was with child, she would immediately send word. From the tribe to Beloved Lake, they meandered for over half a month. Xiongnu brought along his own little pony, riding slowly with great delight. "Father, when I grow up, I want a taller and larger horse." Ne Jiang leaned against the yoke, watching his son's increasingly skillful horsemanship with a smile, and glanced back at Lu Rui in the carriage, her gentle demeanor radiating warmth. "Are you happy?" Lu Rui responded, feeling the soft breeze on her face, suddenly realizing that it had been a decade since they embarked on this journey. Finally arriving at their destination in the heart of winter, they found the lakeside surprisingly warm, as if it were spring, adorned with lush green grass that made the place seem ethereal. It was Xiongnu's first encounter with a vast lake and hills. He dashed forward on his pony. Lu Rui was assisted down by Ne Jiang, her feet sinking into the soft grass just as they had years ago. Were it not for her poor eyesight, she would have happily run and laughed like she did back then. Indeed, this was the lake she adored, and she had returned. "Chanyu, is it still as beautiful as it was back then?" "Yes, more beautiful than ever." She smiled, cautiously stepping forward to feel a hint of warmth in the cold wind. Chanyu took it upon herself to care for Lu Rui, while Ne Jiang called Xiongnu to help him pitch the tent. Their modest tent could not compare to the Grand Chanyu's tent, but it was easy to set up and sufficient for a family. There was no need to worry about provisions. Since Ne Jiang would accompany Lu Rui, he would not spend too much time hunting, but rather rely on the tribe to deliver supplies regularly, and they had brought plenty with them. Once settled, dusk approached rapidly. Chanyu helped Lu Rui sit down and immediately began preparing dinner. "Let me help," Lu Rui insisted, but this startled Chanyu. "Princess, you should sit. I can manage." However, Lu Rui was resolute. Since they had come to live in seclusion, she was no longer the highborn lady, served by others, and felt the need to contribute. Unable to dissuade her, Chanyu glanced at Ne Jiang, who stroked his beard, weighing the situation. "Very well, you may assist with tasks that pose no danger. But do take care not to hurt yourself." The small tent was not like the tribe's, where meals and drinks were confined to a single space. Lu Rui performed some simple tasks under Ne Jiang's watchful gaze, which made him worry. After dinner, Xiongnu grew sleepy but refused to squeeze in between his parents. "I am already a man. I cannot be cradled to sleep by my mother." Ne Jiang, with no other option, took advantage of the dimming night to set up a separate tent for him, allowing Chanyu to keep him company. Lu Rui chuckled and shook her head, feeling a tinge of regret. "My son has grown too independent to be affectionate with me. He is only 9. This prompted Ne Jiang to plant several affectionate kisses on her. "If your son wants to be affectionate, I shall be." Indeed, it was wise to have separate tents, otherwise, how could they enjoy such freedom? After their playful banter, she teased Ne Jiang. "Now we resemble an ordinary pastoral couple, snug in our little tent, listening to the wind outside. How delightful." Ne Jiang gazed at the campfire outside, remembering her fear of wolves, and kept this habit alive so that she could sleep peacefully. The following day, at the break of dawn, Lu Rui awoke, assisted by Nei Jiang as they exited the tent, inhaling the fragrant scent of grass mingled with the warm breeze. As dawn broke, Xiongnu eagerly urged Qiuyue to accompany him to the lakeside to catch fish. However, he was promptly called over by the commander, and thus he dutifully bowed to his parents to offer his respects. The lake is too deep. It will be perilous for you to venture there alone. Come, practice a few moves with your father, so I can gauge your strength, the commander said. Realizing that Xiongnu no longer wished to go to the lakeside, Qiuyue finally sighed in relief and hurriedly prepared breakfast. Lu Rui, unable to assist, chose instead to sit outside the tent and listen to the father-son sparring. Wherever they went, the men of the Xiongnu could never seem to find rest. The commander, having set aside the burdens of tribal affairs, dedicated his days to training Xiongnu in horseback riding, archery, swordsmanship, and physical combat, while also enjoying leisurely strolls by the lake, occasionally catching a couple of fish to grill. After more than 10 days of this idyllic life, Lu Rui showed no signs of improvement, yet the commander remained patient. After a vigorous training session with his son, he suggested, "Let's explore further afield, perhaps beyond that hillside." However, upon their return after a long trek, they found several individuals by the lakeside, causing the commander to be on high alert. "Who are you?" he inquired. The newcomers appeared to be a family, having set up their own tent at a distance from the commanderess. Their unexpected encounter startled them as well. "We have been grazing nearby," they replied. The commander remained skeptical, but Lu Rui suddenly furrowed her brow, gripping his sleeve with unease. "Please repeat that," she urged. The two speakers, adorned in splendid attire, seemed to belong to noble lineage. Hearing Lu Rui's words, they assumed she was upset and became awkward, hesitant to speak further. "We assure you, we mean no harm," they insisted. Yet Lu Rui took a few quick steps forward, exclaiming, "You are that family." It dawned on her why their voices sounded familiar. They were the very individuals who had sheltered her in the past. To her astonishment, she had encountered them here. The two men, sensing the familiarity in her voice, mustered the courage to glance at Lu Rui, but were met with fear, retreating in alarm. "Please, don't come near us." Their reaction caught Lu Rui off guard. It was evident they recognized her, yet their terror was palpable. The commotion drew the attention of two women, young and old, from within the tent. Initially puzzled, they too became frantic upon recognizing Lu Rui, hiding within the tent in trepidation. The commander and Qiuyue had deduced that this was indeed the family that had rescued her. Yet they too were baffled by the unusual behavior. "There is no need to be afraid. We apologize. We are truly sorry. It was not our intention. We were compelled," the two men implored, bowing fervently to Lu Rui as if they had committed an unforgivable transgression. Lu Rui's brows knitted in confusion, unable to see their expressions. She sensed their apologies were tied to a deeper grievance. Chapter 62. The balance of merit and fault. "It was you who disclosed my whereabouts to them." Lu Rui's voice trembled, laden with a mix of indignation and sorrow, predominantly tinged with a sense of betrayal. She had been saved by them, yet they had also caused her harm. She had pondered why the commander had failed to locate her, while the Western tribe had swiftly dispatched a large force to capture her. Without any notification, how could they possibly have known? However, she had never considered doubting this father-son duo, for they had saved her life, a kindness she had vowed never to forget. However, Kenyi could not suppress his anger and rushed forward, intending to strike them, only to be stopped by Qiuyue, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow. "It is you who betrayed me, causing my beloved and sure to be captured by them." His roar instilled fear in the father and son, rendering them weak and trembling. Unable to withstand the heavy blows, they cried out in despair, pleading for their lives. "We were merely seeking to find the chanyu, but we were intercepted along the way by those men. We had no knowledge of their identities. They assaulted us, inquiring about Enshure's whereabouts. We only wished to survive." Just as the father finished speaking, Kenyi kicked him over, and he spat blood, gasping for breath. "You have nearly cost my Ensure her life. You have allowed them to seize her." Gritting his teeth and breathing heavily, the murderous aura emanating from him caused the younger son to wet his trousers in fear. Lu Rui restrained Kenyi, casting her gaze downward, her emotions concealed. "Let be. After all, they've shown me kindness. However, she then turned her eyes toward the father and son, her dark pupils seemingly ignited with fire. You deceived me, claiming ignorance of the lake's existence while you reside nearby. The son, panicking, forgot to beg for mercy. When questioned about the lake, he had lied, wishing to avoid losing a potential bride, never anticipating that this would lead to such dire consequences. At this point, even Xiongnu could no longer contain herself. She searched around and found a dry wooden stick, striking them fiercely. How dare you deceive my princess? You have caused her capture. I will end your lives. Only Xie remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. But upon witnessing his father and Xiongnu attacking them, he instinctively wanted to join in the punishment. However, Lu Rui caught hold of his sleeve, restraining him. Do not meddle. This is a matter for adults. When Xiongnu finally grew weary from her exertions, and the stick was nearly broken, Qinye's face remained stern, instilling fear of his potential violence at any moment. The two women from the tent finally emerged, the younger one positioning herself protectively in front of her husband and son, pleading with the chanyu for their lives. Her cries stirred something within Lu Rui, although they had deceived her, leading to her capture by the Western tribes. The two women had been unaware and had treated her with genuine kindness. Lu Rui would not forget their benevolence. Get up, I shall not take your lives. Seeing that Lu Rui indeed bore no ill will, the woman timidly helped her husband to his feet. And sure, has your sight not yet recovered? Xiongnu shot her a fierce glare, ready to scold, but Lu Rui merely smiled faintly. Worry not, it remains unchanged. She would not take out her wrath on the innocent, still holding onto her gratitude toward the woman. After all, she had bravely intervened against the imposing men. Qinye's gaze remained intimidating, preventing the family from meeting his eyes. He embraced the despondent Lu Rui, his fierce aura softening. You have saved my Ensure, yet you have also caused her suffering. I shall spare your lives this time, but do not let me see you again. Allow my Ensure to find peace. The family hastily turned to flee, only to be called back. Take all your belongings with you. Do not obstruct my view. Thus, the family of four, with great reluctance, hastily dismantled their tent and rode away, leaving behind even the grazing flock of sheep. Let these sheep serve as our apology. Let's not trouble them further. Lu Rui, drained of strength, was assisted back into the tent. Although Huanxia was unaware of the full circumstances, she dutifully embraced her mother, providing her with some solace. She was genuinely distressed. She had almost married that youngest son, and the entire family had treated her with nothing but kindness. She could forgive the father and son for betraying her whereabouts under duress. But why deceive her? Had she arrived at the lakeside in time, she might have her called way back. Yet that youngest son had refused to reveal it to her. As Yanzhi looked at her, he was at a loss for words of comfort. He never anticipated that his beloved would be swept from the distant Yanzhi mountains to this vicinity. If she had been fished from the river, she must have been submerged for many days. He truly did not expect her to be carried so far, directly into the territory of the Western tribe, which explained his inability to locate her and why others had gotten there first. Fortunately, all this was in the past. Lu Rui collected his thoughts and exchanged a few gentle words with Huanxia, which brought him some peace. Together with Qiuyue, they prepared a meal. Since that family had left behind dozens of sheep, Lu Rui decided to have Yanzhi corral them. Though lacking a sheepdog, made herding quite labor-intensive. Since they aimed to lead a life like ordinary people, they would embrace the life of true herders. He would tend to the sheep while Qiuyue and he foraged for wild fruits. This was a splendid notion, and Yanzhi found it amusing, summoning Huanxia to help construct the sheepfold. Now, they had to be hands-on in all endeavors, which instead provided a sense of stability and reassurance. Just before nightfall, they managed to pen the sheep, but the bleating disrupted the tranquility of the evening. Huanxia found it entertaining, twirling around the modest sheepfold with a torch. After a simple meal, Lu Rui chuckled, suddenly recalling something. Yanzhi, do you know how to milk a sheep? As a grown man, Yanzhi certainly had no experience in this. Neither had Lu Rui nor Qiuyue. What use was a flock of sheep if they could not be milked? Fortunately, Qiuyue had observed the women of the tribe at work, so perhaps a servant could give it a try. Thus, the following morning, the lakeside was alive with commotion. Yanzhi was tasked with catching the straying sheep, while Qiuyue squatted beside a struggling ewe. hesitating to reach out and milk her. Huanxia was to keep an eye on her mother, ensuring the wandering sheep did not collide with them. Yet her gaze was fixated on Chiyue's hands. Despite her lack of strength and inexperience with the task, Chiyue finally mustered the courage to attempt milking, only to pinch the ewe painfully. The sheep, startled, bolted, causing Chiyue to fall backward, splattering sheep's milk all over herself. Consequently, the sheep fled, and Chiyue was left bewildered, her face a picture of distress. While Hu Huanxia laughed uncontrollably, even Lu Rue was swept into laughter, urging Yijiang to quickly retrieve the sheep. However, Chiyue, feeling indignant, declared, "Having lived among the Xiongnu for so long, consuming copious amounts of lamb, how could I not know how to milk a sheep?" She rolled up her sleeves, determined to try again. Fortunately, with the acquisition of experience, the subsequent tasks proceeded with remarkable ease. After spending an entire day drenched in goat's milk multiple times, Chiyue finally grasped the technique and, in the evening, prepared a pot of milk soup. The four of them gathered around, savoring the milk soup they had crafted with their own hands. Chiyue felt an overwhelming sense of pride, believing she had successfully tamed the flock of sheep. She had never relished milk soup so much and resolved to squeeze another bucket the following day, eager to attempt making curds. However, Lu Rue abruptly halted, stating, "I can do that. Just pound it with a wooden pestle until it forms clumps. I've done it before." Upon hearing this, Neijing paused and turned to Lu Rue, who was focused on her soup. "Did you do that with that family?" Lu Rue generously admitted it was her own initiative, as they had taken her in and cared for her for nearly half a year. Thus she felt compelled to reciprocate. With that acknowledgement, Neijing found it difficult to fault them. Yet, he couldn't help but marvel at how his once delicate wife had now mastered such laborious tasks. In the days that followed, they were preoccupied with the flock of sheep until Ran arrived, leading Adada for a visit. Neijing, who was in the midst of milking, was taken aback by the sight. The formidable Chanyu, who usually exuded an air of authority, was now seated on a small stool, expertly filling a bucket with milk, displaying an air of nonchalance. "Ah, you have arrived, Neish, Ran, and Adada." Upon hearing this, Lu Rue fumbled for the tent, reaching out to find her bearings. Chu guided her forward, bowing her head in respect to the two. Huhin rushed ahead of his mother to greet his sister and brother-in-law, his forehead devoid of the usual gold adornments, appearing refreshingly lively. "Mother," although Adada was initially startled, seeing Lu Rue filled her with joy as she hurried over to steady her arm, only to notice Lu Rue suddenly frowning. For a moment, Lu Rue was momentarily dazzled, closing her eyes against the bright light, and after a brief pause, she realized she had indeed perceived light. "Mother?" Adada felt a twinge of fear, pondering if she had done something wrong, wondering why her mother seemed not to want to see her, and Ran hastily approached, cautiously greeting Lu Rue, exchanging glances with Adada. "Adada, what are you wearing on your head?" Lu Rue inquired. However, Adada did not quite understand and simply replied that she wore a beaded ornament and a silver tassel. Chiyue had just caught sight of this and remarked that the princess's reaction resembled that of an ordinary person blinded by light, eliciting great delight as she asked Lu Rue if she could still see any brightness. Just that brief moment, perhaps it was the reflection of the tassel. "But I truly saw light," exclaimed Lu Rue, filled with joy as she embraced Adada, overwhelmed with happiness. "After so long, I can finally see brightness again. Adada, you are truly my lucky star." Adada finally breathed a sigh of relief, sharing in her mother's joy. Neijing, having just finished milking, wiped his hands and gently cupped Lu Rue's face, asking what happened. "Did you really see light just now?" A pungent odor assaulted the senses, prompting Lu Rue to dismissively swat his hand away, then breaking into laughter. "I truly feel as if there's a bit more light before me now. It is not as dark as it was before." She extended her hand, waving it in front of her eyes, though regrettably, she still could not discern any shadows. Nevertheless, Nei was already quite pleased, continuously praising Ran and Adada for their timely visit, expressing that if they came more often, her husband would recover more swiftly. "Ah, my dear husband, I am truly delighted." The couple agreed, both suppressing smiles. They had come to deliver provisions, and though they anticipated the food supply to be scant, little did they expect a flock of sheep, with the chieftain personally milking them. They noticed Ada Da's gaze and, with a hearty laugh, remarked, "Next time, you need not bring so much. We have plenty of fish here, and sheep too." Indeed, living here has its own unique charm. Chapter 63. The Han hunter Nei reveled in the moment, prompting Xiongnu to stifle a giggle, while Hu Han Xie joined in the laughter, her newly lost front teeth quite conspicuous. Though they wished to host the couple for a night, the tent was so humble that it hardly compared to a cart. Lu Rui, while bidding them farewell, urged them to visit frequently, promising to prepare meals for them once her vision improved. After the young couple departed, Nei suddenly embraced Lu Rui from behind, and upon turning, she caught a glimpse of flickering light. "Have you started a fire?" she inquired, now able to see the glow, which further delighted Nei. "We have a fire every night. I will stoke it more so you can see clearly." Lu Rui chuckled, saying it was unnecessary to be greedy for a single day. She was assisted back into the tent, inquiring whether Hu Han Xie's new teeth had begun to emerge. Last year, before she was captured by the Western tribes, her eyesight had shown signs of improvement for a time, but alas, the hardships that followed extinguished the light she had so painstakingly regained. She could only hope that this time, recovery would come smoothly. The winds of the grasslands grew cooler with each passing day. Lu Rui's eyesight indeed showed signs of enhancement since that day. She could now perceive faint shadows before her. Yet, Nei still forbade her from undertaking any tasks, fearing she might be scorched by fire or chilled by water. However, Lu Rui was restless, and with Xiongnu guiding her, she foraged for ripe wild fruits by the lakeside thicket to prepare for dinner. One evening at dusk, Nei returned on horseback with Hu Han Xie, plucking a fruit from the basket Lu Rui had gathered and tossing it into her mouth. "Dear wife, do you know what we saw today?" Mother, father said it was a zoshu." Hu Han Xie exclaimed eagerly, causing Nei to feel a pang of regret. Lu Rui and Xiongnu were both astonished. A zoshu. It was precisely because of encountering a zoshu on their way west that they had taken a detour to Lake Sibyut. Could there be one nearby? Nei assisted Lu Rui into the tent and drank a bowl of sheep's milk before continuing. Hu Han Xie and I were riding and ran all the way to the northern hills, where we spotted a large zoshu behind a mountain. It saw us too. Lu Rui was alarmed. A zoshu was a fierce beast. What would harm them? Yet, the father and son found it thrilling and entertained themselves with detailed descriptions of the creature's size. The notion of a ferocious beast lurking nearby frightened Lu Rui, prompting her to advise Nei to build a larger fire that night, as she did not wish to attract any zoshu. Though no beast was provoked, a group of people arrived. That night, Nei heard some commotion, rose to investigate, and inadvertently awakened Lu Rui. "What is it?" she asked. "I will go take a look." "You continue to sleep?" Nei replied. He donned his clothing and ventured outside, shortly thereafter calling for Chiu, his tone tinged with surprise. Chiu awoke, and naturally, Huanxia stirred as well. Lu Rui, feeling uneasy, stepped out of the tent and heard the distant sound of splashing water, accompanied by the pained cries of several men. What was happening with those men? It seemed that the captain was strenuously dragging the injured individuals, casting them one by one onto the shore before rushing to assist Lu Rui. Unbeknownst to him, I had heard the shouts and upon stepping out, witnessed their struggle in the lake. Thankfully, a bonfire had been kindled, otherwise they would have drowned. Chiu, holding a torch, examined the men for injuries, only to exclaim in astonishment that they were all Han people. Han individuals within the heart of the Xiongnu territory? This revelation aroused the captain's suspicion, prompting him to stride back for a closer inspection. He discerned that their groans were indeed in the Han language, despite their attire resembling that of the Xiongnu. Their features lacked the deep-set characteristics typical of the Xiongnu, and their instinctive cries were also in Han. Could they be spies? Realizing this, Qiyu quickly procured ropes to bind the men tightly, and had the captain drag them to the bonfire for a clearer view of their appearances. For individuals, each bearing minor flesh wounds, seemed not to be harmed by blades, but rather by claws. Moreover, their possession of crossbows and fine bolts suggested they were hunters. Huanxia, being astute, immediately surmised they had come to capture the mythical Zuru. Ah, coming onto Xiongnu territory to hunt our divine beasts. Let's see if I don't drown you, declared the captain, intent on carrying out his threat. Lu Rui intervened, arguing that if they were to die, how could they be interrogated? Why not ascertain how the Han had infiltrated Xiongnu lands through them? The captain, intending merely to frighten them, relaxed his grip upon hearing her words, leaving the captives trembling, uncertain whether from fear or cold. In the wake of the commotion, sleep eluded all of us. Under the flickering flames, the captain commenced his interrogation, the deep hollows of his eyes appearing particularly ominous in the firelight, his teeth glinting ominously. The four men were not spies. They were indeed hunters residing along the Han-Xiongnu border, and in their fright, they divulged all they knew. However, the captain remained skeptical. You claim to have come to hunt Zuru, yet surely someone must have tipped you off. Moreover, is it so simple to penetrate the depths of Xiongnu territory? You must reveal who aided you. We truly stumbled here by accident. We have Zuru in our region too, albeit hard to find. Every hunter knows that Xiongnu holds more of them, so we journeyed northward, never expecting to encounter one. The youngest hunter, fearful for his life, had accompanied his uncles, intending to linger for a month before returning home. Instead, they unexpectedly encountered Zuru in the dead of night, and not only did they fail to capture it, but they nearly perished at the hands of its claws. The captain, observing their injuries and recognizing they did not appear to have approached them intentionally, maintained a degree of caution as he paced back and forth, silently supporting Lu Rui back to the tent. Ah, benefactor, great benefactor, at least loosen our bonds. We truly are not spies, they implored. Autumn Moon hesitated on whether to return or remain behind, but fortunately, she was called over by the commander, leaving the four drenched and bleeding behind without a second thought. The prince and the princess had now entered the tent, and with a sense of unease, Autumn Moon glanced outside and quietly inquired about their intentions. Lu Rui wished to probe deeper into the situation. After all, since they had stealthily infiltrated the Xiongnu territory, she was eager to uncover the location of the breach. The commander shared this sentiment. He was not afraid that these individuals were spies. But if there truly existed an unguarded gap along the Han-Xiongnu border, it could present significant future troubles. Thus it would be prudent to follow their lead. Hexi's eyes widened, intently observing his parents' expressions, fearful that another calamity might befall them. During the year his mother was absent, his father had changed unexpectedly, instilling a deep-seated fear that kept him from approaching. The turmoil of adults is often a calamity for children as well. They must not be separated again. Though Lu Rui could not see her son's expression, she sensed his unease through his voice and embraced Hu Hengxi, as if the light before her brightened a little. They would not be parted, not ever. As dawn approached, Hu Hengxi grew drowsy, and Lu Rui stayed by his side to rest, while Autumn Moon tended to the wounds of the Han individuals. Fortunately, they had brought medicinal supplies, sufficient for all four. The commander stood nearby, contemplating the lake for a long while before addressing them. Once your injuries have healed, you shall accompany us to Han territory. The astonishment was not limited to the Han individuals, but also to Autumn Moon. The commander shot her a sidelong glance before continuing. Since you claim to have slipped into the Xiongnu unnoticed, why should I trust you? If you do not take us to Han territory, I shall execute you on the spot. The others had no choice but to comply, thinking that apart from this one man, the rest of the family were merely women and children. What kind of storm could they stir? May I inquire, who are you? Asked the eldest of the group, voicing his confusion. The family of four spoke Han dialect, and one was clad in Han attire, yet the man clearly bore the features of a Xiongnu, leaving their identities shrouded in mystery. The commander, growing impatient, kicked him lightly, admonishing him not to ask unnecessary questions, and then crossed his arms, observing Autumn Moon as she applied the medicine. All were injured, and the commander was not concerned about their escape. Their wet clothes had long since dried by the fire, and they could bask in the sun by the lakeside during the day. Lu Rui, having once been sheltered by others, felt a softening of her heart toward them, requesting lamb to be slaughtered, which the commander agreed to, offering them a portion as well. The newcomers had not eaten well since entering Xiongnu territory. and they devoured the lamb with such fervor that they hardly lifted their heads. Autumn Moon assisted Lu Rue in approaching them, clearing her throat deliberately. Yet the four merely glanced up briefly before returning to their meal, which greatly displeased her. Lu Rue, however, was indifferent. She squatted down to observe them, even if she could only discern their shadowy forms. The Xiongnu were perilous. Why had they come here? The value of a Zouyu was immense. Just capturing one could sustain them for an entire year. Being unaware of this family's identity, the Han individuals dared not speak too freely. Life is indeed more precious. For the sake of an insignificant matter, it is not worth dying away from home. Once I return to Han territory, I shall not return here again. The others agreed, perhaps having let their guard down, and suddenly inquired about her true identity, remarking on her fluency in the Han language, suggesting she must be Han as well. Lu Rue was indifferent to their conjectures about her identity, but had no intention of revealing it directly. She rose, aided by Qiuyu, and faintly overheard the discussions behind her. The general, Na Yi, appeared to have little fondness for those individuals. Reclining on the couch with a smile as he observed Qiuyu's awkward expression. Is your precious princess displeased that she hasn't been recognized? Qiuyu was unafraid of Na Yi and nodded directly. Who else but the princess could be a Han woman married to a Xiongnu? They had yet to pay their respects to the princess. If my mother were to change her attire, they would surely recognize her. My father need not change. Just riding on horseback would suffice. The toothless Huan Xie spoke with a slight lisp, often inviting ridicule from the adults, and covered his mouth, refusing to speak. Nai found some logic in this. Should we have you, the left noble king, allow them to pay their respects? Lu Rue urged them to cease their antics, reminding them that once they had healed, they must inform the tribe, lest they fail to find the chanyu, which would cause unnecessary anxiety. Na Yi was well aware of this. He nestled against her leg and sighed contentedly, expressing his reluctance to venture to the border with them. Aware he was jesting, Lu Rue remained silent, feeling a mix of trepidation and excitement. If she were truly to step into Han territory, perhaps she did not wish to take that step at all. Chapter 64. A word of advice to Qiuyu that night in her dreams. She beheld her mother once more. Madame Zhao appeared just as she did in years past, sitting alone in an empty hall, the surrounding curtains fluttering in the gentle breeze. It was impossible not to miss her mother. Surely, she was aware of her continued existence. Yet, she lacked the courage to return, even to set foot in Han territory. Since marrying into the Xiongnu, what had she endured? She had faced whippings, been cast into icy rivers, and had caused unrest among the Xiongnu. How could she still dare to call herself a princess? Yet, Na Yi believed she ought to return, to let her homeland as subjects witness their legendary princess. To quell unrest, to open gold mines, to engage in trade. Most importantly, she had given birth to the left noble king, all of which were blessings to the Xiongnu. It was due to her that the Xiongnu had refrained from invading Han territory, making her a benefactor deserving of their respect. Upon hearing his words, Lu Rue looked down and smiled. After a moment, she gazed at him, as if beginning to discern a clearer outline. Chanyu, you do not resemble a typical Xiongnu. Na Yi was puzzled, and Lu Rue continued to laugh for a while before adding, I have never encountered a Xiongnu who speaks as eloquently as you. Your tongue is sharper than that of Han. Ha! None can compare to me, the Yanzhi, he replied. Oh, we are about to set off. Let me kiss you. Huan Xie, without needing Qiuyu's assistance, skillfully darted out of the tent, which elicited muffled laughter from Qiuyu. Chanyu, you truly never think to give a heads up for such matters. When Lu Rue was injured years ago, she took half a month to recover. But these four Han individuals healed remarkably quickly. Within just 7 or 8 days, they were already able to rise and move about. In recent days, they have spent their nights by the campfire, enjoying ample provisions of lamb and milk, which are far more sumptuous than their usual fare. Their journey here was undertaken on foot, taking over half a month. However, on their return, the commander offered them a horse-drawn cart, which not only facilitated their travel, but also spared him from the biting winds and sands. Yet, let us be clear, once we reach the border, how you conduct yourselves is of no concern to us. We are merely ordinary hunters, and should we be falsely accused of treason, it could cost us our lives. You are aware, do you not, of the dangers of intruding into the Xiongnu territory? Are you not afraid that the Xiongnu chieftain might sever your heads? Autumn Moon cast a cold glance, silencing the driver with fear. The commander, however, wore a serious expression, his furrowed brow somewhat intimidating, causing Hyuhin to feel uneasy. Noticing the heaviness of his breath, Lu Rue inquired about his well-being, to which the commander merely shook his head, recalling her invisibility, and whispered softly that all was well, clearly not wishing for anyone outside to overhear. The cool breeze of early autumn was quite pleasant, and Lu Rue could faintly hear the murmurs from outside. Having been blind for so long, her hearing had sharpened significantly. "What are you laughing at, Eshi?" the commander asked quietly in the Xiongnu tongue. Lu Rue thought him overly cautious and leaned in to whisper a few words. The commander chuckled, igniting Hyuhin's curiosity. Yet he had no intention of revealing this to his son, merely instructing him to remain quiet. As they traveled southward for 7 or 8 days, the warmth of the daylight became increasingly reminiscent of early spring. The commander, feeling at ease, leaned against the carriage window, admiring the scenery outside. Indeed, the south was different. With a more humid breeze and abundant greenery, the central plains were truly delightful. Lu Rue did not comment on his sentiments, but Hyuhin quickly defended their homeland, asserting that the Xiongnu were equally commendable. His mother often remarked that the Han people could not relocate their homes, that they must cultivate their own food, and that they moved at a sluggish pace. Nothing compared to the freedom of the Xiongnu. The child's voice betrayed them, but Lu Rue found joy in his words, affirming that the Xiongnu were indeed splendid. "Dear ones, we have reached the border. Beyond this gully lies Han territory, and we must bid you farewell." The group of Han individuals was about to make their escape when the commander called out to them. He stepped from the cart, landing heavily on the ground, surveying the vicinity with hands on his hips. "Why is there no one stationed here? Not even a border guard?" Expecting an inquiry, the men shrugged nonchalantly. "Who would guard this desolate corner? It is the farthest point west, and whether Xiongnu or Han, there are hardly any people here. Assigning guards would be a futile effort." Autumn Moon emerged from the tent, catching their words. She cleared her throat forcefully, and upon meeting her sharp gaze, the men immediately fell silent, standing obediently. Lu Rue was assisted outside, stepping onto the dense underbrush, pondering if this was indeed her homeland, if these mountains and rivers bore the familiar visage of her memories. The commander, fearful for her safety, nearly lifted her into his arms, his gentle demeanor perplexing the onlookers. "Eshi, ahead lies the great Han, with breathtaking scenery and many trees." The group of Han individuals, initially apprehensive about potential repercussions, was momentarily taken aback by the words of the general. Surely, they could not have misheard. After all, having had some interaction with the Xiongnu at the border, they could grasp a general understanding of their language, even if not fully fluent. As for the term Yanzhi, it was quite perplexing. How could they still be ignorant after all this time? Xiongnu, with her sleeves gathered, expressed her displeasure at their rudeness, causing the uncle and nephew to cower in fear, rendered speechless as they prostrated themselves on the ground. "Are you truly a princess related to the Chanyu?" one naive youth boldly inquired, prompting Xiongnu's ire to intensify. "You still cannot remember the title of the princess? How shameful for you, as Han people." This accusation seemed unjust, as these rural folk had little knowledge of the happenings in Chang'an. They had only heard of a princess marrying into the Xiongnu from the Xiongnu themselves. Now, intimidated by Qiuyu's reprimand, they trembled like leaves in a storm. "Enough with the torment. Chanyu, allow them to depart," the general commanded, his gaze somewhat fearsome as he dismissed the fools with a mere flick of his head, returning his expression to one of stern focus upon the vast expanse before him. "Do not forget to speak and act with caution. You have never been to the Xiongnu, nor encountered anyone here, understand?" Lu Rue offered a cautionary note, receiving only murmurs of acknowledgement in response. When the group had fled, she could not help but smile silently, contemplating how to address the emerging issues. It was indeed his Yanzhi who understood him best. The general tenderly caressed her hair. Exhaling heavily, pondering the need for more personnel at the border. Lu Rui, however, whispered in his ear, suggesting they should not deploy the border troops just yet. Moments later, they exchanged knowing smiles, and the general asked her if she truly did not wish to see the area. Lu Rui, suppressing her smile, ultimately shook her head and turned toward the carriage. Xiongnu, however, cast her gaze back toward the hills belonging to the Han, her eyes brimming with emotions previously unexpressed. Perhaps the Han hunters could never have imagined that their daring intrusion and subsequent rescue would influence the diplomatic strategies of the Han and Xiongnu in the future, thus repaying the debt of their salvation. Once back in the carriage, Lu Rui's spirits dampened, while her companion Heroine felt a sense of disappointment. Longing to explore Han territory, but understanding the impossibility of his desire. On the journey home, Lu Rui frequently furrowed her brow and blinked, occasionally rubbing her temples, which caused concern among her family. Everything before me appears blurry, making my head spin. This confession elicited both worry and relief from the general, who urged her to rest against him. If you feel unwell, should we return to the tribe and have the physician examine you? Lu Rui shook her head. She was not ready to return. She yearned to behold the beauty of Beloved Lake once more. Thankfully, the chaotic sights before her began to settle, and the play of light and shadow brightened considerably. As the prospect of a leisurely outing brought joy, the noble Yanzhi decided against a hasty return. With the family traveling by horse-drawn carriage, they meandered through the recently reclaimed western territories. Xiongnu, having sprouted new teeth, rode gleefully upon his pony, exclaiming, "Mother, you shall soon see me, along with my horse. Yes, and your newly grown front teeth as well." Lu Rui's playful remark caused Xiongnu to blush, prompting him to gallop away. Meanwhile, Yanzhi busily penned a letter destined for the tribe, stirring Lu Rui's curiosity about how letters were sent from the wilderness. This was not a secret. Akin to the Han people using carrier pigeons, the Xiongnu trained eagles for the same purpose. With abundant wildlife around Beloved Lake, Lu Rui simply overlooked this method. Princess Autumn Moon mused, perhaps the nomadic lifestyle is rather intriguing. In the afternoon, Yanzhi rode off with her son, while Autumn Moon handed Lu Rui a cup of clear water, noticing the sparkle in her eyes becoming ever more pronounced. Lu Rui smiled, her gaze lowered as if she could envision it all vividly. Yet, she still longed for the Han, didn't she? Surprised by the unexpected response, Autumn Moon paused momentarily before replying, acknowledging her nostalgia. Upon seeing her homeland across the expanse, she had yearned to return, even if it meant not reuniting with family. Merely setting foot on her native soil would suffice. Lu Rui understood her sentiments all too well. Unlike herself, who had a husband and children, Autumn Moon remained solitary. At her age, she would not entertain grand dreams, yet it was likely that she sighed nightly. "Is that stone still with you?" Autumn Moon retrieved a polished golden stone from her sleeve, its smoothness warm to the touch. Lu Rui's expression turned melancholic as she reflected, "I have not seen magnolias since. Perhaps she has peacefully reincarnated." Autumn Moon lowered her gaze and softly replied, "Princess, I know your thoughts. In this life, witnessing your well-being, along with the peace of the Khan and the left-wise king, is my greatest comfort." The distant shouts of father and son filled the air, contrasting sharply with the silence within the carriage. Lu Rui closed her eyes and smiled faintly, recalling a dream of her mother. Autumn Moon paused in her ministrations, pondering Lady Zhao's well-being. However, Lu Rui's focus lay not on her mother. She seemed to contemplate the right words to express her thoughts. Gently tapping her thigh, she resolved, "Upon waking, a singular thought consumed me. I cannot see her again, for my status forbids it. I'm not permitted to encounter anyone from Chang'an." Autumn Moon halted, raising her gaze towards Lu Rui. "Do you understand?" Chapter 65. The divine healer initially perplexed. Autumn Moon grasped Lu Rui's meaning upon hearing her words, quickly bowing in acknowledgement. "Princess, I understand. I shall remain dutiful." Lu Rui nodded, reclining in the sunlight. Although Autumn Moon was merely a handmaiden accompanying the princess of a marriage alliance and held no power among the Xiongnu, her close association with Lu Rui granted her a degree of influence. In truth, assessing others' capabilities was not a daunting task. Liu Rui has long known that Xiongnu has never forgotten the Han dynasty, exhibiting a stark contrast in her attitude towards the Han people and the Xiongnu. Now that she has discerned such a vulnerability, it is uncertain when the relationship between the Han and the Xiongnu may shift, and she might resort to extraordinary actions for the sake of the Han. Xiongnu, you are all I have left, she murmured, nearly bringing Xiongnu to tears. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, she bowed her head deeply. Indeed, she was as Liu Rui imagined. Should the need arise in the future, she would send something to the Han through the uninhabited borderlands. The most dangerous spy among the Xiongnu is none other than her. Yet, all her calculations and thoughts dissipated upon hearing the princess's words. Yes, the Xiongnu is the princess's home, and it is her home as well. What reason does she have not to desperately protect her own sanctuary? The lives of the princess and her maid are tethered to the Xiongnu. Upon hearing this, Liu Rui slowly opened her eyes and smiled in Xiongnu's direction, the sunlight before her suddenly more resplendent. At this rate of recovery, in a month or so, Liu Rui's vision should be restored. However, fate is often unpredictable. One morning, upon waking, she found her sight once again shrouded in darkness. Her heart plummeted to the depths of despair, and she dared not inform the Yi general, who, noticing her cautious gait compared to the previous day, relentlessly questioned her until the truth emerged. Could it be that my sincerity has not moved the heavens? The Yi general nervously waved his hand before her eyes. Receiving no response, while Hu Xie, disheartened, hung his head and discreetly wiped away his tears. Xiongnu wished to spare the princess any sorrow, merely offering comfort by saying that a recurrence of illness was a sign of a more stable recovery. If one were to heal overnight, it would instead breed unease. The Yi general, unconvinced, penned a letter to send back to the tribe, gently tracing the corner of her eye. Yanzhi, do you still harbor unspoken worries? Do you wish to return to the Han? If so, I could accompany you back. Xiongnu felt a twinge of guilt, glancing at the Yi general's expression but refraining from affirming his words. Yet Liu Rui grew displeased, chiding him for his impulsiveness. You are the chanyu. How can one simply go to the Han? If I truly wish to return, I could have traversed a mountain in an instant. Please, stop your conjectures. If that were the case, how could her vision have worsened after leaving